Chapter 151. Wei Han was just a second late in retorting, and the five-member team began to shout Mr. Ming, Mr. Ming one after another. They shouted and waved at her happily, as if to send them off. They took out some small fireworks from somewhere, and set them off. Mixed with the falling petals, it looked quite real. Rong Qi, who was squatting on the other side of the branch, covered his mouth and chuckled. A voice transmission with a smile rang in Wei Han's mind. Mr. Ming, Wei Han originally wanted to draw a facial expression to express her speechlessness, but Rong Qi responded with a silly and cute facial expression. However, just as Rong Qi finished drawing this facial expression while holding back his laughter, the five-member team remembered him. Then, Captain Liang shouted again, "Brother Hua shirt. How should we call you? Brother Hua? Brother Hua? Brother Hua." When Wei Han heard this name, he smiled and turned his eyes from the camera viewfinder to look at Rong Qi, who suddenly choked. He raised his eyebrows, as if he was watching a good show. Rong Qi probably didn't expect that a young man in his early 20s would be called brother by brothers and sisters, who were nearly 10 years old. Seeing Rong Qi being humiliated, Wei Han felt inexplicably good. He didn't know what he was thinking when he changed his appearance. Why did he change into a strong man's face? Rong Qi was indeed choked by the name of the five-member team, but after noticing Wei Han's slightly teasing gaze, he was relieved and responded to the five people very happily, "Oh, you are so amazing. You actually know my last name is Hua." "That's right. I am Brother Hua. Brother Hua is me." While responding to the five-man team, he also raised his chin to Wei Han and k'd him, as if to fight back against Wei Han's teasing eyebrow raise. After receiving this counterattack, Wei Han thought for a moment and tried to imitate Rong Qi's tone, using the skill to send a long voice. "Brother Hua, I thought I could see Rong Qi's expression of being choked again, but he was stunned for a moment, blinked his eyes, and looked very embarrassed. A very obvious blush appeared on that dark and rough face. Wei Han was confused and surprised. No. What was he blushing about? What surprised Wei Han even more was that Rong Qi looked at her with shining eyes after a brief embarrassment, and his excited voice came to her mind. "I will change my name to Brother Hua someday." "Wei Han?" ? Rong Qi argued. "Actually, the name Brother Hua is also quite good." Wei Han said earnestly, "Please be normal." Rong Qi. The five-member team was still organizing a farewell party for the two of them, and cheers could be heard from time to time. The people in this team seemed to be quite cool and carefree. Even if there were few responses from their side, the team could still be happy and cheerful. At this moment, the five-member team was shouting at the top of their lungs, "Teacher Ming! Brother Hua! We will definitely vindicate you two on the forum. Teacher Ming, you are my second god. The first is Teacher Xiaowei. Teacher Ming, do you have any idea of making a debut? I recommend you to participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Teacher Wei will definitely welcome you very much. Have you heard of Teacher Wei? Teacher Wei is also my god. Mr. Ming, have you heard of Miss Xiaowei? You and Miss Xiaowei can definitely debut together. Mr. Ming, Brother Hua, will there be a chance to see you two again in the future? Do you two plan to travel on Blue Star? My family has chain hotels all over Blue Star, and there is also a very famous hot spring hotel. Are you interested?" The loud voices of several people never stopped, and they relied on five people to create a big fan meeting for celebrity players. Wei Han and Rong Qi admired the enthusiasm and imagination of these five people. Originally, Wei Han and Rong Qi wanted to sit on the branches and watch the enlarged version of Hua Yu for a while longer, but they were a little burned by the enthusiasm of the five people. They had to hide away temporarily to avoid the five people who were only concerned with seeing them off and not caring about doing the dungeon task. After getting away from the forest where the dungeon monsters gathered, they came to another forest of giant trees. In this forest, there is a very obvious dividing line between each species of giant trees. The dividing line between each giant forest is like a natural road, and only a small amount of hedgehog grass survives on the dividing line. The hedgehog grass that survives in the cracks of the giant tree forest seems to be somewhat different from the hedgehog grass on the grassland outside. The hedgehog grass on the grassland is only green, but in the forest, these grasses are of all colors. However, the color of these grasses should be fixed, and they will not change color due to changes in certain conditions, like the flowers in the sea of flowers. When Wei Han saw these hedgehog grasses that were different from those outside, he also took out his camera to take pictures. When they came to the new giant forest, the first thing they saw was a very huge taro plant. Yes, the trees in this giant forest looked like taro plants. When they came here, it was like coming to a field of taro, but every taro here is at the level of a giant tree. Standing under the tree and looking up, you can see that the leaves of this tree are also shaped like taro leaves, but they don't look as fragile as taro leaves. They are also many times larger than taro leaves. In addition, the petioles are very thick like a century-old tree, and they look very hard and not easy to break. Perhaps because the leaves of this tree will not fall, there are no fallen leaves or flowers on the ground of this forest. It is just bare red and black land. Occasionally, you can see some small insects crawling. The two stood under the tree with their heads raised, and looked at the huge leaves that covered the sky for a while. They found that the veins on the back of the leaves were quite beautiful. Looking down along the veins on the back of the leaves, they found that there were some blue vein-like protruding veins on the branch-like petioles. There was no big taro at the root. I don't know if it is buried too deep underground, or this kind of tree really doesn't grow big taro. After walking around the forest of giant taro trees for a while, the scenery was basically the same. Moreover, because the leaves were too huge, they blocked most of the light, and the environment was very dark. The two of them soon got bored. After that, because they were curious about what the front of the leaves of these giant taro trees would look like, they decided to fly up to the leaves together. The average height of the giant taro tree was more than 60 meters, and it would take a long time to fly up. The higher they flew, the more intuitively they felt how huge the leaves of this tree were. Wei Han even thought that it was not impossible to build a house on the leaves of this tree. After passing through the gap between the two huge leaves, Wei Han and Rong Qi were like two little birds breaking through the cage and came to the vast world outside. The originally dim vision suddenly became bright again, and they suddenly saw that there seemed to be some buildings on the leaves of the giant taro tree. Why, invisible? Wei Han suddenly sent a message to Rong Qi. Rong Qi turned around and saw something strange on the leaves of the giant taro tree. After hearing Wei Han's message, he directly activated the invisibility skill. Soon, two winged figures disappeared in the air. After Rong Qi became invisible, he was about to use the skill to send a message to remind Wei Han of his position, but a notification vibrated in his palm. Wei Han's message came again: perspective skill, use it to see through the invisibility skill. Then you can see me. Okay. Rong Qi cooperated with her arrangements most of the time. After using the perspective skill, Rong Qi was able to see Wei Han's figure appear in his field of vision in a semi-transparent state. After solving the invisibility problem of the two people, the two of them looked down attentively. At a glance, it was a large and endless stretch of huge taro tree leaves. The colors and sizes of these leaves are different. They are spread out one by one in a slightly staggered manner, stretching to a very far place. In other words, this huge taro tree forest is much larger than they imagined. On each leaf, there are buildings built with unknown materials. The sizes and shapes are varied. Some are simple square shapes, some are made into spherical shapes, some are mushroom shapes, and some are flower shapes. There are all kinds of shapes. No matter how many shapes these buildings have, it is certain that these buildings are not grown from leaves. This is not Rong Qi's dream, where there are strange settings such as houses growing on leaves. These various buildings built according to certain rules on the huge leaves form a very strange town on the leaves, which inexplicably makes the two feel like they have suddenly come to modern society from the primitive world. Wei Han felt strange and new, and even felt like he was back in Rong Qi's dream. At the same time, both of them were very curious about what the creatures living on the giant taro tree would look like. Why did they live on these big leaves? Does this strange civilization still exist in the dungeon world? With such curiosity, Wei Han and Rong Qi lowered their flying altitude after becoming invisible, but did not land directly on the leaves, and began to observe the town on the leaves. After approaching an oval house, the two discovered that the building materials of these buildings seemed to be the leaves or fruits of some giant trees. The leaves and fruits of the giant trees have been processed in some way, but they have done little research in this area, and it is not clear what kind of processing they have undergone. It can be roughly seen that they may have been polished, grinded, and cut. In addition to the various large and small houses that can be seen at first glance, the small objects placed in the yard can also be seen to be taken from certain parts of some flowers, plants, and trees. In other words, when these creatures living on the leaves build houses, they still use local materials and directly use what can be used in the forest. And according to their observation, when these houses were built, they laid foundations on the leaves of the giant taro trees. It seems that the leaves of these giant taro trees are much thicker than they imagined. During the observation process, Wei Han habitually took out the camera to record. While filming, she also used the sound transmission skill to summarize the strange things she observed with Rong Qi. The creatures living here seem to have no trouble traveling. They don't even have transportation. I can't find anything that represents a means of transportation. There are no ladders between leaves of different heights. Because the height of each leaf is not fixed, there will be some gaps between adjacent leaves. Wei Han observed that there are no ladders between some leaves with large gaps. I think it's even more strange that we haven't seen any creatures living here after watching for a few minutes, right? Rong-Chi is more concerned about not seeing any creatures living here. They kept flying at a low altitude, and should have passed a certain boundary of this leaf town, but so far, no creatures living here have been seen. Rong-Chi was a little worried about this. Didn't we just come up in stealth mode, and were discovered by the creatures here? They have already hidden and are preparing to ambush us. Wei Han was silent for a while, and suggested, let's use the perspective skill to see through the house, and see what's going on in the house. You should have heard some movement in the house, right? Rong-Chi was stunned and replied, well, I don't have the skill to strengthen my hearing, but I seem to have heard some very subtle sounds. I thought it was my illusion. However, Rong-Chi's focus was not on the subtle sound, but on the secret surprise in his heart. He had never thought that he could use the perspective skill to directly see through the wall of the house, and see the situation in the house. Because he thought that the perspective skill that Wei Han lent him was only used to see the invisible players, not the real perspective skill. Now it seems that this perspective skill only sees the semi-transparent effect when seeing the invisible skill. If the opponent is no longer invisible, the result may be different. He secretly remembered this and reminded himself that if Wei Han lifted the invisible state, he would also exit the perspective state immediately. The use of perspective skills is to stare at the target for a certain period of time after activating the skill, and inject different levels of mental power into the eyes at the same time. The depth of perspective will be determined by the length of time of staring and the amount of mental power injected. Now they just need to penetrate the outer wall of the house, so they only need to activate the first level of perspective. The first level of perspective requires staring at the target for seconds, injecting the first level of mental power, and then you can see through the outer wall and see the situation in the house. Wei Han chose a mushroom-shaped house, while Rong-Chi chose a morning glory-shaped house. After perspective, it was found that Wei Han's house had layers inside, and the intervals between each layer were also built with leaves of some giant trees after some cutting and processing. The first floor seems to be a place for eating. Some furniture with strange shapes can be seen, but the purpose can be roughly guessed, such as a 5-pointed star-shaped dining table, a mushroom-shaped chair, a tablecloth made of soft petals, etc. There are 2 rooms on the second floor, both of which are filled with some things. One room is filled with some fallen flowers, and leaves that look like they were picked up from outside, which look like they will be used to make some furniture. There is another room that may contain the food of this creature. Wei Han can't tell what it is, but he can only guess based on the fact that the things in this room are all placed in clean containers. Because the first floor is the part of the mushroom cap, the space is very large, so it is divided into 5 large rooms. Each room has a bed made of petals of different shapes, and there is an unknown creature on the bed, which should be the creature that lives on the giant taro tree. Wei Han focused on observing this creature. To summarize it in the simplest language, it is a thin and long frog monster with butterfly wings. Some of these monsters curled up into a ball, with their wings folded up, close to their bodies, and nestled in the bed. Some of them curled up but spread their wings, and the whole monster floated on the bed. However, whether the monsters were lying or floating, they were spitting bubbles. The bubbles were of different sizes, and the pattern of the bubbles was consistent with their breathing frequency. It can be guessed that these monsters were sleeping, but there were a few who probably had sleepwalking or were not so honest when sleeping, so the other monsters curled up with their bodies and wings, but they spread their wings while sleeping and floated up. Seeing that these monsters were all sleeping also answered their previous doubts. Why did they watch for so long, but didn't see any monsters wandering out? After Wei Han finished looking at the monsters here, he went to the house chosen by Rong-Chi. As expected, he saw that the monsters in the house over there were also sleeping. However, the monsters on Rong-Chi's side were all sleeping very honestly, and there was no monster floating on the bed, with wings spread out. Of course, seeing that these monsters all had wings also answered Wei Han's doubts. They all had wings, so they could just fly wherever they wanted to go, and of course they didn't need any means of transportation. 2 houses had been randomly checked, and there was no need to check the situation in other houses. With 2 samples, Wei Han could already determine the situation through hearing. They walked around a long circle, and walked around the giant taro forest, that is, they walked around the town built, and lived by the butterfly frog monsters. They were very surprised to find that all the butterfly frog monsters in the town were sleeping. Wei Han and Rong-Chi found a relatively tender giant taro tree as the landing site. With strong doubts, they looked up at the light blue sun in the dungeon that was about to fall into the horizon. Compared with a few hours ago, the light was much darker now. The sun in the dungeon is about to set, and now it is barely daytime in the dungeon. Rongqi began to speculate. It can be roughly speculated that the monsters living here are nocturnal creatures? They sleep during the day and are active at night? Wei Han retracted his gaze and replied, "We can observe it again. If it is the sun in the dungeon that is setting now, then we can roughly speculate how long a day in this dungeon will be based on the length of time we have been in, and the changes of the sun during this period of time?" Rongqi thought for a while. "We have been in this dungeon for 8 hours. When we first came in, I noticed the position of the sun. It was about noon, and it would set in 8 hours. That means there are 8 hours in the afternoon in this dungeon? Maybe more than 10 hours in a whole day? I don't think it is ruled out that the movement speed of the sun in the dungeon is uneven. For example, it might take 4 hours to run from sunrise to noon, and then 8 hours to run from the middle to sunset." Wei Han half-jokingly said, "Some fantasy works have such settings." In the few minutes, when the two were concentrating on analyzing, the light around them dimmed rapidly at an abnormal speed. As the light dimmed, the surrounding situation seemed to be quietly changing. Both of them soon discovered that after the sun set, the surroundings darkened too quickly, as if the lights were suddenly turned off, and the light disappeared completely. There was no transitional stage of dusk or evening in between, and it came directly to midnight. Wei Han looked up at the dark night sky. As she looked, she communicated with Rongqi. "I didn't see any planets like the moon. There are some stars, but they seem to be very far away, emitting light that cannot be seen by normal human eyes." She looked up at the night sky, while Rongqi was attracted by the changes in the town, and the leaves of the taro giant tree after dark. Now he was looking at the scene under the giant leaf with his perspective eyes. He called Wei Han in an amazed tone. "Wei Han, look, there are many things glowing in the giant tree forest. The butterfly and frog monsters have also woken up. Their wings are also glowing, and they seem to be flying into the forest. Should we go down and take a look?" The town, which was silent when the light was bright, suddenly came alive after the night fell. Houses of various shapes all emitted various monochromatic lights. The light was not strong, and the brightness was just right, just like the colorful lights exhibited at the Lantern Festival in the real world. Now Wei Han and Rongqi also felt like they were participating in a super large ancient Lantern Festival. No, the Lantern Festival in this copy gave them a stronger experience than the Lantern Festival on the Blue Planet. Because the Lantern Festival in reality has gradually become a holographic projection Lantern Festival with the advancement of technology. Although the holographic projection Lantern Festival has played many new tricks, it is not as impactful as the real Lantern Festival scene. Wei Han took out the camera and waved his wings. "Let's watch the Lantern Festival first. I take some pictures, and then we go down after watching." "Okay." Rongqi stared at Wei Han's translucent figure and followed her pace. Looking down at these colorful lanterns from high in the sky is an excellent visual experience. The houses that don't move are static lanterns, and the butterflies and frogs that come out in full force act as dynamic lanterns. They wave their glowing wings, gather together, and then fly in a certain direction together, which is a natural light show. What Rongqi said just now was not accurate enough. The wings of these butterfly frog monsters not only glow, but also have different patterns on their wings. After glowing, the patterns appear, and these patterns are very ornamental. Wei Han admired and filmed while taking pictures. As he filmed, he followed the butterfly monsters back to the forest from the town on the leaves. The forest was another scene. After Rongqi followed Wei Han down, his eyes lit up. The first thing he saw was some small dots of light slowly floating out from the petiole of the giant taro tree. After these dots of light floated out, they spread all over the dark forest like fireflies in summer. This made Wei Han inexplicably hypocritical. No wonder there are no stars in the night sky. It turns out that the stars are all in the forest. Looking up along the petiole, it is an even more amazing scene. The veins on the back of the huge leaves of the giant taro tree are also emitting a faint light. Because the veins and patterns of the giant leaf are very complex, after emitting a faint light in the dark environment, there is an inexplicable sense of mystery. Day and night are completely two different worlds. Rongqi was stunned for a long time when he saw it for the first time. After being amazed, Wei Han immediately started her filming work. Every time she went to a new place, she always wanted to leave something. Filming short films and taking photos are the simplest and most direct memorials. While observing the scenery, they did not forget to observe the habits of the butterfly frog monster. After the butterfly frog monster flew from the leaf to the forest, it flew very clearly in a specific direction. However, they also saw that some butterfly frog monsters were more naughty. They wanted to pick up some glowing grass and flowers on the road, but they were bidden. The forest at night was obviously much more lively than during the day. Wei Han and Rong Qi followed the butterfly frog monster and flew all the way. They saw many magical creatures that also emitted faint light on the road. The overall feeling was like there were all kinds of fireflies everywhere. Some creatures glow with their wings. Some creatures glow with their tentacles. Not only do they glow, but they can also have various light-emitting modes, such as flashing, gradient, and breathing. Some creatures glow with their eyes. It seems that in this copy, as long as it is a nocturnal creature, it will definitely glow. The butterfly frog monster flew for dozens of minutes, and came to the vicinity of a circular lake. The magical thing is that there are no giant trees around the lake, only some giant luminous crystals standing on the ground. This circular lake is also emitting faint light. The light is light blue, and the shape is a very standard circle, absolutely correct. Wei Han compared it with a compass when flying in the air. It is estimated that the diameter of this circular lake is 500 meters, which is a very large circle. Seeing this standard circular lake emitting light blue faint light, Wei Han said another pretentious thought. So the moon is here. The giant luminous crystals around the lake emit a variety of colors of light, which are very complex and colorful, which is very different from the low-key light blue of the lake. However, it is precisely because of this contrast that Wei Han inexplicably sees a bit of the bright moonlight from the light blue light of the circular lake. Before the two of them finished admiring this full moon lake in the sky, they heard a strange sound coming from the side of the lake, which sounded a little like a rooster crowing. Rong Qi immediately took out a telescope to observe the situation on the ground. It was those butterflies and frogs that were calling, and while calling, they knocked on the luminous crystals like knocking on the door. I have an outrageous guess. Why do their calls sound so much like they are courting? Because Wei Han has the skill to assist, he doesn't need to use a telescope. At a glance, he can see that the butterfly frog monsters are making strange calls to the crystals, occasionally knocking on them, and after knocking, they seem to use the crystals as mirrors to adjust the patterns on their wings. The fact that the patterns on the monster's wings can be adjusted surprised Wei Han even more. The patterns on the wings of this creature can be adjusted manually? They are not born like this. While Wei Han was amazed, he dived down and took a camera to take pictures of this bizarre scene. Rong Qi almost couldn't keep up with Wei Han's landing speed. After finally landing next to her, he also stared at the butterfly frog monsters, who were manually changing their wing patterns, and said in agreement, "You are right, their patterns can be adjusted manually, it's really outrageous. I think the way they adjust the wing patterns is like putting on makeup. Do you feel that way?" Rong Qi continued to guess. Seeing how carefully and seriously these butterfly and frog monsters arranged their patterns, accurate to every turn and even every small section of brightness, and not colliding with other monsters' patterns, Wei Han couldn't help but agree after listening to Rong Qi's speculation. Your description is indeed very vivid. More and more monsters made strange noises. Fortunately, one of them had a skill to shield, and the other had plugged his ears before. Otherwise they would have been annoyed to death by the strange noises of these monsters' feet. Because they were really curious about what these monsters were going to do, the two of them didn't even bother to appreciate the huge crystals emitting various colors of light around the lake. After the strange cries of the butterfly frog monsters continued for a while, Wei Han suddenly looked at the calm lake surface. Rong Qi also looked over after her and asked uncertainly, "There seems to be some sound coming from the lake? Is something coming out?" As soon as he finished asking his question, Wei Han didn't need to answer it. A new batch of butterfly frog monsters flew out of the lake and gave the answer. The wings of these butterfly frog monsters don't glow, but they have some glowing tentacles on their heads. These tentacles also have different shapes. Some are bent into a heart shape, some are tied into a very complicated knot, and some are woven into a net. According to the fact that the pattern of the wings of the butterfly frog monsters with glowing wings can be manually adjusted, the shape of the tentacles of the new batch of butterfly frog monsters can probably be manually adjusted. However, it is not uncommon for the shape of the tentacles to be manually adjusted. It is still more strange that the pattern on the wings can be manually adjusted. In order to distinguish these two monsters, Wei Han thought that the ones with tentacles should be called tentacle frog monsters. After the tentacle frog monsters flew up from the lake, each of them seemed to have a very clear goal, flying straight to a butterfly frog monster. After that, the two monsters flew happily for a while, making strange sounds to communicate with each other, and then hugged each other. It was an indescribable scene to see what was going to happen next. Rong Qi covered his eyes awkwardly, and began to feel the heat slowly creeping up his cheeks. Wei Han frowned and observed that, after the two monsters hugged each other, their bodies seemed to be slowly melting. Rong Qi didn't dare to look at the monsters, but glanced at Wei Han from the corner of his eye, but found that Wei Han was looking at them seriously, and asked in surprise, You are still staring? Noticing that Wei Han's expression was wrong, he overcame his embarrassment and glanced at the monsters. He found that after the monsters hugged each other, their bodies melted half, and the upper bodies that did not melt began to reshape their lower parts like needing plasticine. Originally, I thought these monsters came here to seek mates, but now it seems that these monsters seem to have some more magical habits or abilities. Are they changing their own forms in this way? This behavior of the monsters made the two people feel very puzzled and confused. After watching for a while, they found that these monsters pinched the melted lower half into various shapes. What seems more normal to humans is to pinch the lower half into two long legs and a thin waist. Some pinched a long tail, and the shape of the whole monster looked even stranger. Others pinched into the shape of tentacles of frog monsters, springs, geometric bodies, multiple claws. In short, all kinds of strange shapes. Only Wei Han and Rongqi can't think of them. There is nothing that these monsters can't pinch. It seems that these monsters come here to find their other half, melt half of their bodies, and reshape their bodies to make their shapes even more strange. Wei Han and Rongqi observed for a while, and after coming to a conclusion, they got bored and chose to change places to see other scenery. They did not plan to return to the forest this time, but wanted to go back to see if the flowers and grasslands they had seen before would also glow. After confirming all this, they would consider which direction to fly next. While flying towards the flowers, Wei Han also took some photos of the night scene of the forest. When he arrived at the edge of the forest, he could see fireflies everywhere from afar. The grasslands did not glow, but some faint light spots would emerge from the grass. Wei Han approached and poked a small light spot, and found that these small light spots were the same as those that emerged from the tree trunks in the forest, like some small bubbles, which should be formed by the plants in this copy blowing bubbles after falling asleep. Through this observation, Wei Han has basically confirmed that many creatures in this copy will spit bubbles after falling asleep, and the plants seem to be creatures with normal work and rest. They don't seem to be active at night. Although the sea of flowers does not emit light, Wei Han still took pictures of the fireflies all over the sky. After taking the pictures, the two found that there was a very obvious light in another direction. They were really curious and rushed over immediately. The two flew for about 40 minutes. After arriving, they found that the bright light was a waterfall, a very majestic waterfall. They didn't know what the liquid surging down this waterfall was. They only knew that the waterfall emitting white light turned into a flowing rainbow after falling. The colorful light swung around and around, drifting little by little to the distant river, and this river was just like a ribbon spread on the ground, shining brightly. Some water droplets splashed from the waterfall also emitted a bright white light, like crystal pearls, appearing and disappearing in the night sky, as if the Milky Way was reflected on the earth. They stayed at the waterfall for a long time, until the sun came out in the copy. The darkness was suddenly dispelled by the strong light, and the two immediately realized that the sunrise in this copy might not be as gentle and beautiful as they thought. In fact, Wei Han was still thinking about taking pictures of the sunrise in this copy, but the sudden strong light directly extinguished her idea. Then, they put on sunglasses and looked in the direction of the strong light. Only then did they roughly understand why the dawn of this copy would also be like turning on the light suddenly, from darkness to brightness. Because now there are two suns rising from the horizon, and the distance between the two suns seems to be very close. Just by looking with the naked eye, you can feel the hugeness of these two stars. They seem to be hanging directly in the sky, and are about to fall to the ground. Rongqi stared at the two suns for a while wearing sunglasses, and almost had a fear of giants. He had been walking in the giant tree forest for so long yesterday, but he didn't have this fear. What's wrong with this copy? Is there one sun yesterday, two suns today, and one sun tomorrow? Rongqi didn't dare to stare at it anymore, and muttered. Wei Han looked at the two suns, and felt them for a while. These two suns are like fakes, and I don't feel the temperature rising for the time being. But it would be nice if this copy really has one more sun every day. I really want to take a picture of multiple suns hanging in the sky. Rongqi, the two packed up their things. Considering the changes in this sun, they planned to see if the creatures in the copy had some other characteristics because of the appearance of the two suns. The light was too strong, so they had to wear sunglasses the whole time, otherwise they couldn't see anything clearly. The creatures in the dungeon didn't seem to be affected by the addition of a sun, or rather, they seemed to be quite used to it. Out of curiosity about this phenomenon, Wei Han and Rongqi decided to stay a little longer and visit other places during this time. Wei Han didn't forget to draw a map the whole time. Yes, Wei Han was seriously making a travel guide, and he also planned to see if he could sell the travel guide after the trip. The video shot can also be put on the video platform after editing and adding music, which should also make some money. Even if it doesn't make money, Wei Han also likes to share his own works very much, hoping that the audience can also see these beautiful scenery. The day of two suns seemed particularly short. After only 2 hours, the two suns had risen to the sky at noon, and after another hour, the two suns set. After the two suns set, the dungeon world did not fall into darkness again, but the familiar light blue sun came online, and this light blue sun really walked for 4 hours in the morning and 8 hours in the afternoon, as Wei Han joked. After this light blue sun set again, the dungeon world ushered in the night again, and the night lasted for 12 hours. After the night was over, two suns rose again, not the sun they thought. When Wei Han saw that there were still two suns, he looked quite regretful. According to this rule, they roughly guessed that in this dungeon, two suns came out first, then one sun came out, and then it was night. So a day in this dungeon has a stage. Most of the creatures in the dungeon are active after night. I don't know if it's because the sunshine time is really too long, and there are two strong light stages of the sun, which causes most creatures to have the ability to emit light after night falls. While observing the daily time pattern of the copy, Wei Han and Rong Qi also took the time to observe the butterfly frog monsters that they couldn't understand. These monsters seemed to go to the lake regularly to find their partners to change their forms. After changing their forms, they didn't go on a date the next night, but used their new forms to pick up huge dead leaves and some huge fruits. It seems that they deliberately changed their forms just to make it easier to work. I can only say, it's really a creature that people can't understand. Because of their curiosity, they stayed in this copy for nearly 5 days. After basically figuring out everything they wanted to understand, the two clicked the button to leave the copy. After leaving this A-level purple copy, they planned to open a room to rest for half a day, and look for the next copy to travel during the rest time. Wei Han did not forget to give feedback to the poster. As a result, when he opened the player forum page, he was overwhelmed by the posts on the homepage calling out Mr. Ming and Big Brother Hua. Chapter 152. At this time, about 1/3 of the posts on the front page of the player forum mentioned Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua in the title, and the specific style is as follows. Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua, the scenery of this A-level red dungeon is unique. Don't miss it if you pass by. I heard that posting a help post may summon a big guy. It's like this. We encountered some difficulties in the B-level purple dungeon with a great view. Is it possible to make a wish? Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua. Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua, did the two big guys show up today? Did my apology today reach you? I really don't know why those two people are called big guys by you. Have you never seen big guys? Those two people are obviously giants. Do you understand? Ming teacher and Hua big brother. Ming teacher and Hua big brother, are you two still human? Of course not. You are gods. Ming teacher and Hua big brother, are you very powerful? Do you dare to click on my post to see me list your fatal flaws? Are you annoying? It's been a few days, and you are still crazy about Ming teacher and Hua big brother. How can Ming teacher and Hua big brother see that I like their posts? I advise you to be more self-aware and delete them so that I can post them. In addition to the titles that mention Ming teacher and Hua big brother, you can also see that some people mention Wei Han's account with the ID Don't Touch My Camera. The style of the titles is similar, all of which are fancy ways to attract attention and want to summon the big brother to appear in the forum again. Through the two names of Ming teacher and Hua big brother, it can be basically determined that the host with the ID Everyday Trash Dungeon must have told the relevant things about them in the forum after leaving the dungeon. Their encounter in the dungeon fermented on the basis of the popularity of the original post, causing the names of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua to bring a small wave of popularity in the player forum, and this popularity seemed to last for a long time. After a few days, there are still so many posts calling for Teacher Ming and Brother Hua on the front page of the forum with huge traffic. Although Wei Han saw these posts, she did not plan to reply to them one by one. So many people were calling her. If she had to reply to every one of them, then she would have nothing to do next. She just realized a little bit later that it seemed that she had accidentally created a new vest. Puff. Rong Qi's laughter suddenly came from the other side, suddenly interrupting Wei Han's thoughts. Wei Han looked at Rong Qi sitting on the sofa, a little confused. Did you see anything funny? The hotel room they booked this time was a relatively large suite with a double bed and a very soft sofa. Rong Qi chose the sofa, and Wei Han sat on the bed. The two kept their distance from each other. They said they were busy with their own things, but in fact they were just looking at their phones. They agreed to completely relax for an hour before talking about business. After hearing Wei Han's question, Rongqi realized that he was looking at the forum, and couldn't help laughing. Not really. I just scrolled through a few pages of the player forum, and found that 90% of the posts talked about you. Yes, that's right, they all talked about your vest? Rongqi replied carefully, except for those who tagged our 2 new vests. Most of the rest were counting down when Teacher Wei would start live streaming, and a small number of them were discussing Teacher Xiao Wei and the hope of all mankind. The situation Rongqi described was not an exaggeration. On the surface, it seemed that netizens in the forum were discussing the affairs of several popular players, but Rongqi, who was an insider, thought that almost the entire forum was discussing one person. The remaining 10% of the posts were discussing other topics, and some discussions about Beidou Xingyue were also mixed in. Although the current forum situation was because each of Wei Han's vests happened to be active for a period of time, and the popularity has not faded, it can be said that it was difficult to see this situation during the peak period of the 2 top players. Listening to Rongqi's explanation, Wei Han looked down at the posts on the front page of the player forum again, and shifted his focus from Mr. Meng to Brother Hua. Relevant words shifted, browsed other posts, and indeed saw that other posts mentioned Teacher Wei, Teacher Xiao Wei, and what hope? 10 days left, Teacher Wei, please start live streaming. It would be great if you could start live streaming in advance. 8 million versus 7.89 million. Comparison of the number of reservations. Qianwei, Hoban and Sun, the number of reservations for Teacher Wei's live streaming has steadily exceeded the 2 top streamers, predicting the broadcast situation. The believer is willing to exchange 10 pounds of fat for Teacher Xiao Wei to appear in Teacher Wei's live streaming room. I vote, please go in. What difficulty dungeon do you think Teacher Wei will enter next time he starts live streaming? Teacher Xiao Wei, Hope, Teacher Meng, who of these 3 people do you hope can participate in Teacher Wei's live streaming? Teacher Xiao Wei confessed to me. Teacher Wei must marry me. Hope pinched my chin and asked me why I didn't choose her. Teacher Meng said that as long as I accept her, we will hold it in the dungeon. Wedding, monsters have to give money to our wedding after taking a look at it, hee hee. A teacher named Wei confessed her love to me, and pursued me passionately. I heard that she is very popular. What should I do, friends? It seems that I have to use my electronic cyber water gun to wake up some daydreamers today. Aren't you curious why Beidou Xingyue hasn't signed Teacher Wei for so long? Any player with some strength and fame will generally be signed by Beidou Xingyue when they just emerge, right? Guess what level of difficulty the 2 top streamers will enter when they start broadcasting next time. Teacher Wei has announced that she will broadcast live for 5 days. It is found that the broadcast date coincides with that of the 2 top streamers. There is no sign of changing the date until now. Is Teacher Wei determined to go all out? Wei Han swiped his fingers on the virtual screen, expressionless throughout the whole process, only showing a little doubt when he saw the title of some netizens' dreaming posts. She only looked at it for a while, and then stopped scrolling down. Instead, she clicked on the help post posted by Tianyan Chuang Lotzi Dungeon in the hot posts. This process was very fast, because even after so many days, there were still many people who came to the help post sent by Tianyan Chuang Lotzi Dungeon to check in and push this post up. After clicking on the post, looking at the dozens of lines of the post, Wei Han hesitated for a moment. Did she need to write her feedback to the host in the post? Would it be better to say it directly in the private message? After a little thought, Wei Han chose to send a private message to the host, but found that the private message failed to send, prompting that the other party had set to refuse to receive all private messages. It may be because the post was too popular, and there were too many netizens who sent private messages to the host, so the host directly closed the private message channel. Wei Han had a deep understanding of this. Before her live broadcast closed the private message channel, after logging into her account, the number of private messages loaded alone could make her super performance mobile phone slightly stuck. Therefore, as long as the account is a little popular, Wei Han will resign himself to not receiving any private messages when he finds that his backstage is flooded with private messages. Unable to send a private message to the poster for feedback, Wei Han almost did not hesitate and returned to the poster's post and carefully typed the text in the reply box. Don't touch my camera. Thanks to the poster for the photos. The scenery in this dungeon is really good, especially the night view, which is a feast for the eyes. Players with strength can enter the dungeon and complete the dungeon task to experience it, and they will never regret it. Since the original poster's private message is closed, I cannot give feedback through private messages, so I have to post it in the thread. I am very sorry that it has affected everyone's reading of the thread. Wei Han came here just to give feedback to the original poster, so after posting this reply, she temporarily exited the forum app. Rongqi had also ended the stage of meaninglessly browsing the forum, and put down his phone almost at the same time as Wei Han. After putting down his phone, Wei Han stood up and walked over to the sofa, and finally dragged the single sofa next to the coffee table, ready to discuss with Rongqi the various discoveries about the icons on the monsters in the dungeon. In order not to affect the mood of playing, they tacitly did not discuss in depth about the planet icons found on the monsters, and decided to analyze them when they came out of the dungeon for review. Now we start to deal with this issue. The first thing is to compare the planet icons on the monsters meet pad with the overall map of the A-level purple dungeon, Undead Paradise A zone. Yes, Wei Han still insists on doing his best to draw a full map of the dungeon every time he arrives at a new dungeon. However, this work is usually not smooth, because many dungeons seem to have some kind of barrier set up. This barrier is similar to the isolation barrier in the puzzle dungeon. This barrier can weaken her skill strength to a certain extent and prevent them from unlocking a wider dungeon map. They cannot penetrate that barrier. So far, Wei Han has only completely drawn the full map of the Mushroom Forest dungeon, the full map of the Minesweeper dungeon, and the full map of the Undead Paradise dungeon. Arrange the map sizes of the 3 copies from small to large. The smallest is the Mushroom Forest copy, followed by the Undead Paradise copy, and the largest is the map of the Minesweeper copy. The new discovery seen by the Eye of Truth made Wei Han want to go back and see if there is a planet icon on the other monsters, but considering that they will go to a new copy next, she decided to check the monsters in the new copy first. In fact, Wei Han basically knows whether the icon of the undead monster is consistent with the icon of the full picture of the copy address. After all, she recorded the patterns on both sides. The comparison work was still done by Rongqi holding a computer. Just from the naked eye, you can see that the patterns on both sides are completely different. It can't be overlapped. Based on the planet pattern made from the full map of the copy, I turned every direction to avoid mistakes. It is completely different from the planet icon drawn on the monster's meat pad. There is no place that can be overlapped. Rongqi stared at the virtual screen and pulled the monster's planet icon aside. The result is already here, and then they need to deduce it based on the currently known information. Rongqi saw Wei Han folding his hands and supporting his chin, as if in deep thought, so he carefully asked softly, "First of all, we should discuss why these monsters also have system icons bound to unknown games." "No reason, we are players, monsters are also players." Wei Han looked like he was in deep thought, but after Rongqi spoke, he responded in a second. Rongqi was stunned by her overly certain tone. "So sure?" "Yeah." After Wei Han responded, he immediately gave an explanation. "I told you, I used a poor translation skill to take a quick look at what was on the virtual screen after the monster icons were clicked on. It turns out that the player system is almost the same as ours. They also have player numbers, player levels, and player skills. They also have tasks to complete, and even their history records. Monsters can be transferred between dungeons, which is a consensus in many people's minds, because many of us regard monsters as NPCs. But what if monsters are not NPCs, but players? Can it also explain why we encounter the same monsters in some dungeons?" Rongqi listened to her analysis carefully, and realized that she had not finished speaking, so he listened attentively throughout the whole process. "We can also not make a conclusion directly, just assume that both monster NPCs and monster players exist. We can ignore monster NPCs, and just regard them as props needed for the game system to operate. But the existence of monster players needs to be paid special attention to, because the positioning and concept of players and NPCs are completely different. Players mean that we are the same as monsters, and no one is nobler than the other. Why? Why are there monsters as players? Where do these monster players come from? According to the information we know so far, the blue star icon on our palms represents our initial world. The initial world is the world we are in before entering the first copy and activating our player identity. Then the planet icon on the monster player should also refer to the monster player's initial world." Wei Han stared at Rongqi and said almost word by word, "The initial world of the monster player. This sentence sounds really strange. What do you think?" Rongqi just followed her words and speculated, "The initial world of monster players. So just like us humans, we live on the blue planet. If nothing unexpected happens, the blue planet is the initial world of all human players. If humans are replaced by monsters, it means that these monster players live on the planets corresponding to their system icons. To put it more concretely, these monsters are real. Aliens, creatures?" After stumbling over the last few words, Rongqi was surprised at what he said. He repeated in surprise, "Aliens, creatures? Do aliens really exist?" Wei Han did not directly respond to this sentence, but said quietly, I think every copy we arrived at after passing through the portal is real. Perhaps, everything is not a virtual existence like the game program we thought. These speculations were too wild, and Rongqi calmed down by pressing his chest. The room was quiet for a while. Rongqi said very carefully, then we need to find more evidence and continue to explore in depth. It is also possible that the existence of monster players is a trick to confuse us. Wei Han nodded, agreeing with Rongqi's words. Yes, it is also possible that the existence of monster players is just a trick to confuse us. Perhaps this type of monster is just a special NPC. I will carefully observe the dungeon monsters I encounter next time. Remember to call me when you need my help. Rongqi reminded seriously. Okay. Wei Han said while clicking on the blue star icon in his palm. Do you want to come and see what the dungeon biological atlas unlocked this time? Maybe there is the butterfly frog monster that we don't understand. Wei Han received the notification congratulating her for unlocking a new page of the illustrations after she came out of the dungeon. She had clearly entered the dungeon using a sightseeing ticket and had not received any missions in the dungeon, so there was no such thing as completing a mission. However, for the item dungeon creature illustrations, it seemed that the player's use of the dungeon sightseeing ticket would be considered as passing the dungeon, and the creatures encountered by the player on the way to the dungeon would be unlocked. When Wei Han saw the notification, she carefully considered the wording of the notification. It was obvious that the notification did not congratulate her for passing the dungeon, but only congratulated her for unlocking a new page of the illustrations. Rongqi was indeed very curious about the little monster. Wei Han also said that she did not see the planet icon on the butterfly frog monster when she used the Eye of Truth. He stood up and walked a few steps towards Wei Han, then supported himself on the handle of the single sofa with one hand, bent sideways, and kept his head half at arm's length away from Wei Han, without deliberately getting close. Then, he lowered his eyes to look at the virtual screen above Wei Han's palm, and said softly, Then let's take a look. The Dead Heaven Area A copy has appeared in the catalog. This time the catalog is quite long, but it's normal. They have been moving in this copy, and have been encountering new creatures. From the names in the catalog, they can't quite guess what kind of thing it corresponds to, so they have to turn the page to the Dead Heaven Area A volume, and then flip through the pages one by one. The order of each creature in the illustration is not based on any specific classification, but simply arranged in the order of time when the player encounters a certain creature. So when the two opened the first page, they found that the first page was the light blue flower they encountered at the beginning. The illustration named this flower, Little Blue Flower That Changes Color in the Wind, which is simple and crude, and also reveals a hint of perfunctory. There are some other small creatures between the small blue flowers and the yellow trumpet flowers, which seem to be some small insects, all of which are the prey of the small blue flowers. After the two of them mastered certain rules, they turned directly to the page of the butterfly frog monster. Wei Han turned it by estimation, but he didn't expect to turn it correctly. This copy creature, which they secretly called the butterfly frog monster, was named Butterfly Feather Thin Frog B in the illustration book. According to the introduction and description, this thing is actually a kind of male bee parasitic on the leaves of giant leaf tree. Those with tentacles flying out of the round light blue lake are females, and females need to live in the light blue lake. Although this creature has males and females, it does not need to reproduce through courtship and other processes. The reproduction of this creature only requires the individual to split, but the number of splits here is limited and not controlled by the individual's will. When the number of splits reaches the limit, the lifespan is over. The connection between males and females is that every once in a while, they hug each other, melt the lower parts of both sides, and mold the lower parts into a more convenient form for work, which is probably a change of skin. Those drones change the wing patterns not to attract the opposite sex, but just to mold a new wing shape to match their new form. Although they have read the introduction in the illustrations, Wei Han and Rongqi still feel that it is the same as not reading it. The idea is still that this thing is too strange. It is a bit difficult to find the meaning of the existence of this creature. After reading this strange little creature, Wei Han and Rongqi both paid attention to the time, and did not continue to read. Next, they have to see where the next stop of the tourist copy is. This time, their goal was still a higher difficulty dungeon. They still collected some information from the internet first. Rongqi sat back on the sofa on the other side, and sifted information on the forum with his mobile phone. Wei Han was looking at the posts on the bounty section. Rongqi clicked into the player forum, looked at it for a while, and suddenly said, "You reply in the post." Now everyone in the post is replying to you like crazy. Don't worry about it. Wei Han certainly knew that many people replied to her. She received a reply notification here. Although she turned off the notification sound and didn't hear it, the 99+ message prompt was still there. What kind of dungeon are we going to enter this time? Is it the same as the last dungeon? Do we want a beautiful scenery? Rongqi exited the post of the original poster and asked again. You can choose one, It's just a little more distinctive. The beautiful natural scenery has been seen. If there are some special scenes. Wei Han spoke slower and slower, his finger swiped on the virtual screen, stopped at a help bounty for an S-level red dungeon, and then clicked in. Rongqi just happened to see a help post for an S-level red dungeon. Urgent. I heard that posting here might be seen by a big shot, so I came. S-level red dungeon, begging for help from a big shot. Seeing this title, Rongqi also clicked indirectly. The OP's ID is very short, just a word Ka. Ka frowny face are there really big shots here? I came here because of the reputation. I heard that there seems to be a big shot who can treat an A-level purple dungeon as a tourist attraction. Anyway, I will first tell you about the situation of my dungeon. It would be great if a big shot could show some mercy, hands folded. Ka frowny face, picture, this is the description of the dungeon task panel, picture, this is my dungeon record proof. The first picture the OP sent was the task description panel of the S-level red dungeon he entered. Dungeon address. Portal maze S01 entrance. Task. Next to S01 entrance is S01 exit. Please enter the maze from S01 entrance, and leave the maze from S01 exit. Note. Please enter S01 entrance within 5 minutes. After the host sent the proof information, he continued to talk about the situation he encountered in the dungeon. Ka, let me first talk about what happened in this dungeon. We entered the entrance within the specified time, and then after we entered the entrance, 2 identical portals appeared in front of us. The system popped up instructions for us to choose one. Ka, we discussed it and decided to split into 2 teams, and each team went one way. We thought that we could keep in touch with each other throughout the process, so that we could know what was going on both sides. But after we entered the portal we chose, we found that we could not contact the people on the other side. Then, we received another pop-up instruction from the system, which asked us to choose one of the 3 portals, without time limit. The problem was that we didn't see any portals at all. Chapter 153. The host may be editing a longer message. After sending the current few replies, no new comments from the host have popped up. Many people have already tagged the host in the post, "Don't touch my camera" or "Brother Hua." After several floors of comments, some netizens began to ask and analyze the host's comments, and most of them are waiting for the host's follow-up. Rongqi is also waiting for the host's follow-up. According to the information currently provided by the host, it is not known whether the scene in this copy is special, and whether it can attract Wei Han to enter the copy. He is full of curiosity about the words, portal maze. If Wei Han does not choose this copy this time, he will consider exploring it himself later. Rongqi just thought about this when Wei Han's voice came. I saw a bounty post here, S-level red copy, portal maze? Bounty post? Rongqi subconsciously repeated the word. What's wrong with the bounty post? Wei Han glanced at him and continued, it was posted by a netizen with the ID Ka. Oh, I saw it. Many people in the bounty section asked him to post in the player discussion section. Did you see the post posted by this poster in the player section? Rongqi was stunned for a moment after hearing her question, and nodded. He soon realized why the poster said that he came here because of his reputation. It was probably because he was persuaded by the replies to the bounty post after posting it. This was a misunderstanding of netizens. In fact, the bounty section was their main focus. Wei Han glanced at the bounty post again and said, no wonder the poster didn't even fill in the remarks here. Because the information posted by the poster on the bounty post was not complete, Wei Han learned that the poster had also posted on the player section, so he went to the player section interface. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw that the poster's post was at the top, and the number of replies was refreshed almost every second, and the discussion was already very heated. It was at this time that Wei Han discovered that among the 99+ notifications that were ignored on her account, many netizens had tagged her in the posts. In order to see the information posted by the poster most directly, Wei Han clicked on Only See the Poster and quickly scanned it. Now everyone squatting in the post is waiting for the poster's new message, and Rongqi is no exception, so he waited quietly for Wei Han to check the situation without making a sound to disturb him. While checking whether there are any speculations worth paying attention to in the replies, he waited for Wei Han to take the initiative to discuss. After Wei Han read the information currently provided by the poster, he checked all the replies from netizens. In many replies to the preliminary discussion and analysis of this copy, some people speculated on the possible reasons for the disconnection in response to the poster's practice of dividing his group into two teams and entering two portals respectively. My morning and evening. I think if the other team encountered a problem in the dungeon, they would also post a message like the OP, but we don't seem to have seen any other bounty posts or help posts about the portal maze. No brainstorming, my thoughts are rather pessimistic. Although the OP has not yet explained what kind of loss of contact it is, I suspect that the situation of the other team is not optimistic, and the OP probably needs to be prepared. Catheading, But I don't understand what the OP's main appeal is now, and the information he provided is too little. I am now curious about why the OP entered such a difficult dungeon. Could it be that he deliberately went to a difficult dungeon with the mentality that there is a big boss to back him up? Later, anyway, there are roughly a few possibilities. Later, first, the worst case scenario is that the two portals represent a way out and a way out. The OP's side is the way out, and the other side is the way out. Later, second, a slightly better situation is that the team over there just encountered a more difficult situation after entering the portal, resulting in a temporary loss of contact. Later, third, a better situation is that they just happened to enter a place that blocks signals through the portal. At present, everything is normal, except for the loss of contact with the outside world. Wei Han read very quickly. Even though netizens kept sending new replies, she finished all the replies within 2 minutes. Rongji noticed that her eyes had moved away from the virtual screen, so he asked, "Have you finished reading it? What do you think?" After that, he refreshed the virtual screen of his phone, and found that the host had not sent any new messages. He was a little confused. The host hasn't edited the next message for so long. Did something happen in the dungeon? No idea. There is too little information now. Wei Han sat next to Rongji with his phone and enlarged the virtual screen. Let's watch it together later, so that we can discuss it at any time. Maybe the host did encounter something. It is normal to encounter emergencies in the dungeon. If everything is calm, the players will be more scared. Wei Han hesitated for a moment, clicked on the reply box, and typed a word squat, then clicked send. Rongji had been struggling whether to reply or not, but now that he saw her leaving a message, he also sent a squat after her. Their two accounts have attracted much attention in the forum. When everyone was chasing after Teacher Ming, they also quickly realized that Brother Hua was the netizen with the ID I lost convincingly. After the two of them appeared, the popularity of the post was directly pushed to another level. After Wei Han's reply, many netizens quoted it, and left very excited words. Ghosts and monsters, come quickly, surprise. I found a living Teacher Ming? Welcome to play in my dream. Fuck, I really succeeded in summoning you. Is it too late for me to find an S-level red copy, or an A-level purple copy right now? Art should not be grounded, let me sort it out. According to Teacher Ming's reply, Teacher Ming should have come out of the A-level purple copy today. So is he looking for the next copy to travel to? How many copies are in Teacher Ming's travel plan? Is this a question? Anyway, Teacher Ming may not reply, so I asked boldly. I count to 3. Don't forget our strongman, Brother Hua. According to Brother Hua's previous record, Brother Hua seems to be more active. Teacher Ming may be more silent? Teacher Ming's messages are few and far between. Which side is the real world? That makes sense. Brother Hua is more likely to reply to messages, so the right thing to do is to provoke Brother Hua. My moon is broken. ? You are really rebellious. Less than 3 minutes after Wei Han and Rongji replied in the post, the number of replies in the post doubled, and the number of messages was still increasing crazily. The rapid refresh of comments almost buried the new replies posted by the OP after he came back. About 5 minutes after the OP last spoke, the OP came back to continue updating. This time, the OP updated a lot. Friends, I'm back. I'm very sorry. I encountered some emergencies just now. I will try to finish talking about the environment we are in, and what happened just now. Thank you very much for your enthusiastic replies. After I finish speaking, if there is still time, I will carefully check your replies. The previous message said that the portal we entered allowed us to choose one of the 3 portals to enter, but the problem is that we didn't see the portal. I was too anxious to speak just now, and forgot to tell you what kind of place we arrived after entering this portal. It's like this. After we passed through the portal we chose, the place we arrived at looked very much like a ruins after the decline of civilization. The surroundings were all filled with indistinct white fog. The only clear thing in sight was a strange building that looked very dilapidated. The building seemed to have no traces of any civilized biological activities. At a glance, the weeds spread from the outside to the gate of the building. This building is very large, and its shape is like a huge egg. There are 3 in total, large, medium and small. The height of the largest one is estimated to be more than 100 meters, and the height of the smallest one is estimated to be several dozen meters. From a distance, it looks like 3 giant eggs with many holes in the eggshell, lined up in a neat row. A small part of the bottom of the giant egg building is buried underground. The giant egg building has a very huge arched gate, and a staircase leading to the gate is built outside the gate. In fact, the stairs can only be seen vaguely, because the stairs are also covered with vegetation. We were not really sure that there were stairs until we stepped on the stairs. Frowny face. In addition to these plants growing close to the ground, there are also huge climbing plants growing wildly on the outer walls of these 3 abandoned egg-shaped buildings, forming a spectacular green wall. This climbing plant is in bloom, and we saw a light purple flower wall. It was a very comfortable, dreamy, and just right purple. To be honest, if we were not worried about how to find the portal, we would have liked to stop and admire the magnificent flower wall. I have never seen such a large flower wall. Frowny face. Because the spectacular scenery was too exciting, we digressed. Let's get back to the point. Let's talk about what we did after we saw this abandoned strange building according to the new reminder popped up by the system. Frowny face. The situation outside the building is clear. Except for those plants that are growing very well, there is white fog with very low visibility. No portals can be seen. Frowny face. The first thing we thought about was that the portal we chose for the mission should be inside the building. There are a total of 6 people in our team, but we did not choose to act separately again when facing the 3 gates of the 3 domes because we were worried about encountering the previous situation. Frowny face. We directly follow the order from left to right and plan to explore one by one. The smallest building is on the far left. Before we stepped into the door, we hesitated for a while, worried that the system would set a trap for us, such as the entrance of this building is a portal, even though this door doesn't look like a portal. Oh, I forgot to mention that the doors of these buildings are only door openings, and there are no remaining doors. After hesitating for a while, we stepped into the door together with courage, and we didn't feel teleported. The door of the building is not a portal. What surprised us even more was the scene inside the building. Before entering the building, we thought that since these buildings look so big, the internal space must be very large and complicated. We really couldn't find a portal in such a large building without using a hovercraft. Frowny face. But we were wrong. The internal space of the building was indeed very large, but the internal structure was not complicated at all. There was no hall or room inside. There was only a tall pillar in the middle, from the ground to the top, and a spiral staircase around the pillar. There was nothing around. Through the broken holes, we could directly see the white fog outside. Frowny face. In other words, we could see the situation inside the building at a glance. Although the stairs were very high, we only needed to take out the telescope and take a quick look to know whether there was a portal on it. So after confirming that there was no portal here, we immediately rushed to the 2nd and 3rd dome buildings. Frowny face. As I mentioned at the beginning, the interior of the 2 buildings also had the same pillar and the extremely long spiral staircase. At first glance, there was no portal at all. Frowny face. We circled around the building again, and the fog seemed to have dispersed a little. We could vaguely see the situation further away, but we still didn't see any portals or anything like portals. Our mission was stuck here. Frowny face. Before posting the help post, we decided to climb the stairs in the building. We only had this step left to try, and we really got into trouble climbing the stairs. Frowny face. We just climbed to the top, but after we stepped onto the last step, in the blink of an eye, we were back to the bottom. We also carefully confirmed that we were not transferred from the first building to the bottom of the 2nd building, we just returned to the bottom of the same building. Frowny face. Perhaps the last step is a portal, which is used to teleport us back to the first step. After we thought of this, we wanted to climb to the top again to conduct some experiments, but the accident happened during our 2nd climb. As we were climbing up, someone disappeared. It was silent, without any movement, without any signs, just suddenly disappeared. Frowny face. After we found that someone suddenly disappeared, we looked around and were very confused. There was nothing around, nothing was visible, and there was no place to hide. Our 2 team members disappeared suddenly, and we had no idea how they suddenly disappeared. Frowny face. We tried to contact them, and the call went through, but they didn't answer. This is different from the situation of the teammates, who were separated before. The teammates in that group couldn't even communicate. There was no signal directly. Frowny face. Faced with this situation, whether to continue climbing up or go back to the ground, The four of us had some disagreements, so it took some time, which caused me to not come up immediately to explain the situation. Ka frowny face. Now we can't make a decision. 2 people think we should continue to climb, and 2 people think that the stairs become weird the second time we climb, so it's safer to turn back. In the end, no one can convince anyone, so we decide to rest here and see what the big guys on the forum think. Ka frowny face. Finally, I'd like to mention that I'm the one who thinks we should continue to climb. The long speech of the host finally came to an end here. In fact, during the host's speech, many netizens also replied to the host, but the host focused on explaining his situation in the dungeon in one breath, typing attentively throughout the whole process, and didn't care. The 4 players in the dungeon sat on cushions, lined up on the spiral staircase, either refreshing the forum or continuously calling the 2 partners who had just disappeared. Now that the original poster has finished speaking in the help post, it should be the time for netizens to speak, but at this time, netizens are frantically tagging 2 people, and the comments after tagging the 2 are also weird. Dreaming every night. Don't touch my camera. I admit defeat. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, come quickly. Have you seen it? There is such a big flower wall to see in this dungeon. Let's go hiking together. Is Teacher Ming still watching? This kind of flower wall that only appears in dreams must not be missed. Eat more meals. Teacher Ming, are you still watching? Come back soon. Everyone seems to not pay attention to the accidents that happened in the dungeon, but only see the spectacular scenery mentioned by the original poster. If Wei Han and Rong Qi did not appear in the post, netizens would still be happy to discuss it, but after finding that the 2 big guys have already paid attention to this post, everyone pays more attention to the actions of the 2 big guys. Compared with the strange phenomena in the copy, netizens want to know whether the 2 big guys will respond to such a copy situation, and if so, what kind of response will they give to the original poster? At this time, Wei Han and Rong Qi were still carefully thinking about the content said by the original poster, trying to find some rules about this copy from this information. Just when the 2 finished reading and were about to reply to the original poster, they found that the original poster had posted a new message. We just contacted the 2 people who disappeared. They said they have entered the next stage? It seems that what they are facing now is to choose a portal among the 4 portals. To sum up, we entered the portal maze from the initial entrance of S01, and arrived in a white space, facing 2 portals, and had to choose one. After the 2 choice one, it was 3 choice one, and then 4 choice one. It felt like this? Ka frowny face. They said they had no idea how they passed through the 3 choice one portal. They didn't see anything like a portal until their vision changed. But when the scene changed, their system popped up a new reminder, asking them to choose one of the 4 portals to enter. Ka frowny face. Their 4 choice one task had a time limit, but the time limit was quite long. But the new scene they went to seemed to have a lot of monsters. Just now, they were attacked by monsters as soon as they arrived there, and they were busy dealing with the monsters, so they didn't answer our call. After clearing a wave of monsters, they had the opportunity to contact us. But now they are facing the same problem. They can't find the portal. Ka frowny face. From our current experience, the difficulty of this portal maze seems to be finding the portal to the next stage. And we have no idea of the correct route to pass the level. We are completely unsure of how to choose the portal correctly. Does anyone have any ideas? I saw Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua that you have been calling. I was busy entering the dungeon before, and I don't know what these 2 big guys are about. Are these 2 big guys the reason why some friends persuaded me to post here? I'm really sorry. I will try my best to make up for it later. I didn't expect that this OP had no idea about Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua. Enthusiastic netizens explained to the OP. Of course, Wei Han and Rong Qi's reply to the host was also sandwiched among many replies at this time. Wei Han and Rong Qi were already curious about this dungeon, and now they learned more information from the host. They found that this dungeon was simply a great choice for travel, and they couldn't wait to set off immediately. For ordinary players, this dungeon has to choose portals again and again, just like a dungeon with a small dungeon under it. The difficulty is desperate, and they just hope that the number of choices can be as few as possible, so that they can find the exit quickly. But for Wei Han and Rong Qi, the setting of this dungeon is like a very large tourist city, which has a lot of small attractions to choose from. As long as you wander around this big city, you can see all the scenery that you need to go to many places to see at once, which directly saves you from traveling on the road. And every time you choose a portal, there is a surprise of opening a blind box. They have no idea what kind of scene they will see next. It can be said that they can be full of expectations for the next stop throughout the journey. However, their decision to set off is one thing, and some things still need to be discussed with the host in advance. Wei Han's reply to the original poster was a vaccination for the original poster. Don't touch my camera. Hello, original poster, my companions, and I decided to go to the dungeon you are currently in. However, the possibility of us meeting you is very low. According to the characteristics of this dungeon, it can be determined that at different times, after entering the portal, the location you are teleported to is different. I lost with conviction. That's right, so it's very regrettable that we can't provide you with military assistance. At most, we may just check the scene over there through the video connection, and provide you with some suggestions for finding the portal or choosing the portal. Don't touch my camera, maybe I have to trouble you to check the private message. Communication in the post is not very convenient. After reminding the original poster to check the private message, Wei Han did not return to the post to speak. Instead, Rongqi was still reading the replies of netizens, but he only read for a while before being called up by Wei Han to pack up his things and go to the website that aggregates the portals to see where the portal of the nearby portal maze is. Wei Han provided some of her analysis and thoughts to the OP through a private message. Don't touch my camera. Hello, I think your two companions must have encountered a transparent portal. The reason why I thought of the transparent portal is that Wei Han had obtained a transparent portal dungeon experience ticket in the Beach Kite dungeon, and knew that there was a transparent portal that was invisible to the human eye. Chapter 154. According to the description of the transparent portal dungeon experience ticket, Wei Han believes that the transparent portal dungeon may have many unpredictable and unknown risks, so she has not planned to use the experience ticket until now. And because the number of people who can pass the transparent portal dungeon experience ticket is 5, in order to maximize the role of the experience ticket, Wei Han hopes to be able to get 5 people together, and will never use various tickets together unless it is absolutely necessary. Originally, in addition to her and Rongqi, the other 3 positions were reserved for Shirley, Zhang Xian and Wu Shan, but now Wei Han is not sure whether those 3 people will accept her invitation. Finally, considering the strength of those people, if the transparent portal dungeon is very dangerous, she still takes them with her. When she does not have the absolute strength to protect them, she is just harming people. So the transparent portal dungeon experience ticket can only be put aside for a while, and continue to wait for the right time to use it. The idea returned to the present, and after Wei Han sent the first private message, the host immediately replied, Forgive my short-sightedness, is the transparent portal you mentioned what I think it is? Is it a portal that we cannot see with our naked eyes? Don't touch my camera, yes. Based on the information you provided, I will now tell you my analysis and speculation. Perhaps it can broaden your thinking. If you trust us, you can also try it as appropriate. Okay. Please go ahead, I will quietly receive your message and will not interrupt you. Don't touch my camera, my companion, and I guess that the portals you need to choose are indeed located in 3 buildings, and they are likely to appear randomly on the spiral staircases in the buildings. When you climb from the bottom to the top, you stepped on the last step and returned to the bottom. My companions, and I think you didn't really return to the bottom. Don't touch my camera, you should have climbed up to the space where the portal really exists. So when you climbed again, you encountered a transparent portal that would randomly appear on the spiral staircase. This kind of portal cannot be seen by the naked eye, so people who encounter it will pass through it without noticing, and passively pass through the portal to the next stage. Don't touch my camera. If our speculation is correct, there may be several settings for the 3 portals in this scene. Don't touch my camera. The first one is a more cruel setting. There may be a limit on the number of people passing through each portal. When the limit is reached, it will be automatically closed, and players need to compete for the right to enter the portal. However, at present, this possibility is relatively low, but it is very likely to appear in the subsequent portal selection. Wei Han and the host mentioned that all speculations were discussed with Rongqi. They discussed with each other when they were reading the post information together. In addition to the number of people who can pass through the portal, there is also a limit on the number of times you can pass through it. For example, a portal can only be opened once, and players need to pass through it once, otherwise they will be trapped in the same place forever. There are also portals that limit both the number of people who can pass through, and the number of times they can be opened. If a group of people enter the portal at the same time, and exceed the number of people, there may be a great risk. Combining these situations with the current situation of the OP, it is possible that there is a portal in each of the 3 dome-shaped buildings, but whether these portals are one-time, and will automatically disappear after someone passes through, or can be used multiple times, as long as the players repeat the process of climbing the stairs, they can open the portal multiple times. It is uncertain. To verify various speculations, players need to verify them bit by bit. The next step for the host and others is to continue to climb up or go back down. According to the two different choices, some current speculations can be verified. In order to explain the situation clearly and wait for the feedback from the host, Wei Han is like an internet addict. From being reminded by Rong Chi to leave the hotel, to taking the suspension car to arrive at the dungeon portal, she held her mobile phone and typed text throughout the whole process. It was rare to see her holding the mobile phone throughout the whole process. Rong Chi couldn't help staring at her many times while busying around. She was very entangled and wondered, are she so compatible with the host? Or did the host encounter some new situation? How could he talk for so long? The suspension car has stopped near the dungeon portal. Now, he waits for Wei Han to finish talking with the host, and then he can enter the dungeon immediately. Rong Chi leaned on the back of the chair with his hands folded on his chest. After struggling for a while, he decided to stand up, walk towards Wei Han, stand behind her, and stare at her virtual screen. Wei Han just glanced at him, but did not stop him from looking at the virtual screen of her mobile phone. Did you find anything new? We talked for so long. Rong Chi asked curiously. Wei Han typed the last message, you're welcome. I wish you a smooth journey. Try to stay calm and don't panic. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can observe more, think more, speculate more, make bold guesses, and verify carefully. Her conversation with the host has come to an end. It's not a new discovery. It just took a little longer to wait for the host to take action to verify. After Wei Han sent the message, he could finally exit the private chat interface of the forum. After the virtual screen interface returned to the mobile phone desktop, Wei Han's hand hovered over a small seal icon. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still clicked it. This is currently the most common communication software on Blue Star. Almost everyone usually uses this software for online communication. After Wei Han logged into his account, he saw a lot of unread messages, all of which were sent to them by Shirley and others in the dungeon. Some were about what they saw and heard in the dungeon, new discoveries, and inquiries about their recent situation. Wei Han clicked on the photos one by one, and read them one by one. Finally, he sent a message to remind them to concentrate on the dungeon, complete the tasks well, and not be careless. If you come back, remember to tell them. They were basically some trivial reminders, but Wei Han was very serious and never tired of it. While giving these instructions, Wei Han also explained to Rong Chi what she had gained from communicating with the host. The host named Ka listened to our advice and made some attempts. The 4 hosts finally chose to go back and walk down. As a result, when they returned to the first step, they were at the top of the spiral staircase in the blink of an eye. They continued to walk down from the top, and this time when they returned to the first step at the bottom, there was no sudden transfer to the top. Then, they began the second climb, climbing from the bottom to the top. This time, it was the same as when they first climbed to the top. After stepping on the last step, they suddenly returned to the first step. They climbed up along the first step again. This time, they did not encounter the sudden disappearance of team members throughout the whole process, and they arrived at the top very smoothly, which means that they did not encounter the transparent portal again. However, when they stepped on the last step, they returned from the top to the bottom, but this time, they found that the spiral staircase had become higher. They immediately ran to the entrance of the building, and found that they had come to the dome-shaped building in the middle, not the first dome-shaped building on the left. After several attempts at the spiral staircase in the first dome-shaped building, it can be basically determined that to find the portal, you need to climb from the bottom of the spiral staircase to the top. When you return from the top to the bottom, you will enter the space where the transparent portal exists. If you climb from the bottom again, you may encounter a transparent portal that appears randomly while climbing the stairs. The 4 people including the host climbed the spiral staircase of the first building many times, but did not encounter a transparent portal again, which means that the portal of the first building disappeared after teleporting 2 team members, and would not open again. The host and others finally climbed to the top of the spiral staircase of the first building, but came to the stairs of the second building, which can also prove this speculation. Finally, the host and others conducted a verification on the spiral staircase of the second building. During their second climb from the bottom, everyone was prepared to suddenly encounter a transparent portal and passively enter the choose one of 4 stage. The result was just as they predicted. When the 4 people were about to climb to the top again, 2 more people disappeared silently while climbing the stairs. Fortunately, the host was not among the disappeared people. The host and another teammate did not panic after the 2 teammates disappeared this time. They climbed to the top of the second building very calmly, and stepped on the last step of the stairs as expected, and came to the inside of the third building. At this point, There was basically nothing for Wei Han to do. The answer to the puzzle for the host and others at this stage had been revealed. Because the host and others had been divided into 3 groups, each side encountered different situations. It was almost impossible for Wei Han to coach them one by one, so the contact between Wei Han and the host ended here. It was also for this reason that Wei Han gave the host such instructions, hoping that the host and his team could find a way to solve it on their own in the future. Rongqi listened to her quietly and pinched his chin thoughtfully. Then the answer to this spiral staircase is actually quite simple. The host and his team were so flustered when they encountered an emergency that they forgot to think calmly. Many players will do this. So in the dungeon, psychological quality is also very important. Wei Han looked out the window. It's time for us to enter the dungeon. The two got off the car one after another, and Wei Han took the hover car back to the skill space. Portal maze. The closest entrance to the dungeon was at the gate of an abandoned factory where few people visited. It coincidentally overlapped with the gate of the abandoned factory. The portal of this dungeon was twisted into the shape of a Mobius strip, and a wide variety of portals were carved on the special material frame of the portal. Wei Han took out his camera and spent nearly half an hour just thinking about this portal. While Wei Han was taking pictures of the strange relief portal on the portal, Rongqi was also using his camera, relying on his completely unsophisticated shooting skills to try to take pictures of Wei Han's appearance when taking pictures. After half an hour of tossing, the result was that Wei Han's camera was full of photos of the portal, and Rongqi's camera was full of photos of Wei Han. Wei Han put away his camera, and found Rongqi putting away his camera as well. He asked curiously, "What did you take?" Rongqi just smiled at her and said, "Nothing. Go into the portal quickly." He refused to say anything, and Wei Han did not ask him. They walked side by side to the portal, and stepped into it at the same time. After their vision returned to normal, they were in a dark world with only 2 circular portals emitting light. They both used the dungeon sightseeing ticket in tacit agreement, and then a reminder came from their palms. The dungeon address was a bit strange. It said, "Dungeon address, Portal Maze Sightseeing Entrance." Chapter 155. Seeing this special entrance address for sightseeing tickets, Wei Han and Rongqi subconsciously looked up at each other, blinked at the same time, and then tacitly lowered their heads to continue reading. Congratulations! The copy sightseeing ticket was used successfully. Welcome to the sightseeing entrance of the Portal Maze. Please enjoy it here. I wish you have fun and enjoy it. The following instructions are almost the same as the last time you entered Dead Heaven Area A. There is no explanation of the difference between the sightseeing entrance and the entrance entered by normal players. Wei Han stared at the instructions on the panel, compared it with the task panel of the original poster in his mind, and guessed. The first difference that can be confirmed is that the icon system does not require us to enter the entrance within 5 minutes. I thought of this too. Maybe this is a special setting for the sightseeing entrance? Rongqi immediately responded that he and her ideas were basically the same. Wei Han did not reply, but walked towards the 2 circular portals in front of her that were emitting white light, and tried to use the light-emitting skill to illuminate the perimeter of the portals, to see if there were decorative walls at the entrance and exit portals, and whether there were some subtle differences. But the light she emitted with the light-emitting skill did not illuminate anything, except for the light of the 2 portals, and the graphic virtual screen. All other lights seemed to be swallowed by the darkness here. Rongqi also discovered this, and worried about accidents, so he followed Wei Han, and came to the 2 portals, whispering to her, "This seems to be a more special space." Wei Han nodded, then pointed at the 2 portals. The one on the right is the entrance. The left side is the exit. Rongqi looked closer, and found that the 2 portals were in the shape of vortexes that were not easily noticed. The difference between the 2 portals was that the vortexes rotated clockwise or counterclockwise. The vortex at the entrance rotated clockwise, while the exit rotated counterclockwise. "Go in together?" Rongqi suggested. "Yes. The portal is big enough, we can go in side by side," Wei Han replied. So, the 2 stood side by side as before, stepped out at the same time, and entered the entrance of the maze together. As the OP said, after passing through the entrance, they came to a white space. They had just come from a completely dark space, and their eyes narrowed because they were a little uncomfortable. Just now it was a black world, and now it was a white world. There were only 2 identical rectangular portals standing in front of them. Every few seconds, a circle of red ripples would swing from the middle, and the frequency of the ripples of the 2 portals was the same. These 2 portals are the most similar portals to real doors I have seen so far for 4. It was square, and the door frame seemed to be made of ordinary light-colored wood. It was about 4 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. In comparison, it was larger than the door of the room, but smaller than the main door. However, it was enough for 2 people to walk through side by side. After the 2 of them adapted to the light in this space, they were carefully observing the 2 portals, and suddenly they felt burning in their palms. This surprised the 2 of them. They thought that after they used the dungeon sightseeing ticket, as long as they entered the entrance, they would be left to fend for themselves, and there would be no system explanation. The 2 of them immediately stopped observing the portal and checked the notification. They were a little curious that after they used the sightseeing ticket, they didn't even have any tasks. What notification would the system give them now? Warm reminder: as a tourist, you have the preview permission in this instance. You can view the addresses to which all portals lead. After inspecting the destination of each portal, you can make a choice. Note: the inspection time for each portal is 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, the portal is a 2-way portal. After 3 minutes, the return portal is closed, indicating that you have selected the destination of the current portal. After reading the 2 notifications, Wei Han immediately took out her camera. When she looked at Rongqi, she found that Rongqi seemed to have the same idea as her. He also took out his camera. She didn't expect Rongqi to be more and more enthusiastic about photography. She took the time to read the long letter left by Wei Han, the love brain in the parallel world, and recently she happened to see that Wei Han, the love brain, complained about Rongqi's behavior of taking pictures all the time in the letter. Just now, at the entrance of the instance portal, she was taking pictures, and he didn't know what he was taking pictures of. He seemed very involved. "I'm taking pictures on the left, and you're taking pictures on the right?" Wei Han asked, looking at the camera in his hand. Rongqi nodded, "No problem. But my shooting skills are very poor. It's enough to get a rough idea. It's for seeing the situation, not for taking good pictures." Wei Han didn't mind. "Okay." Rongqi adjusted the camera parameter seriously. The current cameras are smaller in size, but more powerful than before. In fact, people with ordinary shooting skills can also rely on equipment to change their fate. At most, they will be criticized for being soulless. Wei Han's camera parameters have always been fixed, and do not need to be adjusted deliberately. He waited for Rongqi quietly for a while. "You must keep time, and never exceed the time." After Rongqi fixed the camera, he gave a reminder before Wei Han spoke. In fact, Wei Han was about to give the same reminder, but he didn't expect him to remind her first. This made Wei Han feel a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. Maybe it's because she usually reminds others, and rarely gets reminded by others. After the 2 of them were assigned, they split into 2 groups and entered a portal each. After Wei Han passed through the portal, he looked back and found that the portal was still behind him, and did not disappear. If it is a one-way portal, it will generally disappear directly after the transmission is completed. After confirming the status of the portal, Wei Han spread his wings and flew into the air, becoming an emotionless shooting machine, and didn't bother to observe what was here, just taking pictures first. He quickly took a bunch of photos, and quickly returned to the portal, and just went out at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Rongqi was already waiting for her in the white space, guarding directly in front of the portal on the left. Wei Han didn't expect him to get so close, and almost bumped into him. Fortunately, he immediately took a few steps back, so that the 2 of them didn't have a nosebleed. Then the 2 compared the photos on both sides, and discussed which portal to choose. The photos on Rongqi's side showed a very dull desert. At first glance, it was difficult to find any living things, not even a wild grass. It had a desolate feeling of a doomsday world hundreds of years later. In some photos, there was a yellow sand, and it was hazy everywhere. It can be guessed that the wind blew up the sand in the desert, and coupled with a dim light, just looking at it made people feel breathless. The scene on Wei Han's side is a little similar to the scene of the second game of the fishing competition, Water World. At first glance, the scene in the photo is bright, and the ground is covered with a shallow layer of very clear water. Because the water is very clear, you can see the bottom directly. The water depth is less than 1 meter. Some relatively short strange plants grow in the water, and the roots of some strange big trees are also soaked in water. Some fallen leaves float on the water, and some sink into the water. It looks like the initial state of a water world. The world has just begun to be covered by a shallow layer of water, and it has not yet progressed to the point where the whole world becomes an ocean. Because the water quality is too clear, everything looks very artistic. Wei Han also found that the water in this scene is very dense, and people can stand directly on it. When she just passed through the portal, she found that the touch under her feet was wrong. She did not use any skills, but stepped steadily on the water surface. Comparing the scenes on both sides, the result is clear at a glance. Of course, they want to go to the shallow water world for a visit. After all, This kind of scene is difficult to experience in reality, and Wei Han can also take many special effect photos in this scene. In order to match the scene of the shallow water world, the two also searched their respective skill spaces and got a lot of props, such as skates, snowboards and skis, and ancient wooden boats that may be used for posing. They said that vacation travel is vacation travel, and they are serious. After getting ready, the two entered the portal on the left at the same time, and came to a new scene covered with a shallow layer of water. After Rongqi passed through the portal, the first thing he did was to look at the soles of his feet. He also found that the touch of his feet was very strange, as if he was stepping on a non-Newtonian fluid. He could feel that when he was still, he seemed to sink a little bit, and the process was very slow. He lifted his feet and took 2 steps, and found that this clear water seemed to have some non-Newtonian fluid characteristics. When he moved, the water seemed to become harder. Wei Han also discovered this after standing for a while, and said in surprise, "I didn't stand on the water for a long time just now. I didn't expect this water to have this characteristic. It seems that it's not just a matter of density." Rongqi moved his feet while looking at the almost transparent water. He felt it was amazing when he looked at the photos taken by Wei Han, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. He found that the water here was clearer than in the photos. What was in the water could really be seen clearly, as if the water didn't exist. If you look more carefully, you can see that the strange plants under the water are actually shaking very slightly, indicating that the water is actually flowing slowly. Some plants that were originally ordinary, when covered by water, look several levels higher in appearance. It's amazing. Rongqi squatted down and stared at a cluster of small white flowers under the water. This flower looks like a daffodil, but the stamens in the middle are light blue. He couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the underwater plants through this layer of water is like looking at something in a crystal ball. What kind of strange substance is this layer of water? We can try to dig some up and see later. Wei Han was also looking at some underwater plants at a close distance. They felt like they were stepping on a layer of transparent glass, and there was another world under the glass. This feeling was really amazing. After watching for a while, the notification of the icon system arrived as expected. The two stopped watching and checked the notification this time. Warm reminder, there are 3 portals at the current address. You need to find the 3 portals, and then you can use the preview permission to select a portal to enter and continue. After reading the notification, they scanned the surrounding plains, and found that they had encountered the same situation as the poster. There were no 3 portals that they could see directly within their field of vision. Chapter 156. From this situation, we can know that in this copy, as tourists, they have obtained permissions that normal players do not have to a certain extent, but the maze version they experience is not a pure crack version, and some answers will not be directly displayed. If they want to move forward, they must also explore through some clues in the current scene like normal players, to find the location of the portal. After Rongqi realized this, he looked at the scene in front of him with a little more seriousness, no longer in a playful mood, and even thought about where to start. And Wei Han lowered his head for a few seconds, and when he raised his head again, he had already used the skill, Eye of Truth. That's right, although they did not obtain the permission of the cracked version in this copy, the skill, Eye of Truth, that Wei Han saw from Bai Qingchuan in the parallel world is itself a cheating artifact, which directly omits all the steps of answering questions and hits the answer at a glance. In Wei Han's current vision, the light is still bright, and the surroundings are still a very open plain. There are a few forests in the distance, and behind the forests are rolling mountains. With the current vision, there is no answer for the time being, and all the scenery that can be seen is normal. Wei Han thought for a while, and took out the wings of the flying skill. Rongqi was caught off guard and almost scared. She looked at her carefully for a few times. "What are you going to do?" "I want to use the skill to see the portal directly." Wei Han replied honestly, "The portal we have in this scene should also be a transparent portal, which cannot be seen with the naked eye. We can either spend time like the original poster in the thread, doing time-consuming and laborious exploration, or just use skills to look at the answer like now." After a pause, she said confidently, "I think whether we are here to play or really explore the dungeon, since we can take shortcuts directly, why should we waste time and effort to follow the normal process? Maybe we can't find the door in the end after following the normal process." After hearing this, Rongqi was stunned, then nodded seriously and agreed, "Yes, you are right, that's the truth. In the dungeon, cheat when you should." He cooperated and agreed so much that Wei Han was a little confused. "Okay, I check it out in the air." After saying this, Wei Han rushed directly into the air. The flying skill that Wei Han lent to Rongqi had not been taken back yet, so Rongqi also lifted his wings and flew into the air after Wei Han, hovering next to Wei Han. In the photos taken by Wei Han just now, Rong-chi had already roughly seen this land from a bird's eye view. When he looked at the photos, he was madly struck by the beauty and harmony of the pictures. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt like he was in a famous landscape painting. Looking down from the sky, the layer of clear water covering the land should have other characteristics. At this time, the water surface was like a mirror, imprinting the blue-green sky and the layers of clouds in the sky on the land, and perfectly blending with the grassland and flowers under the water. In fact, he had no doubt that if he took out a telescope and looked down, he could find their reflections on the water surface. From the visual effect, this is not simply a symmetrical mirror effect, but it gives people the illusion that there is a sky under the water, or a grassland flower sea in the sky. On this plane, it seems that the Earth has disappeared. Looking up is a normal sky that is almost the same as the blue planet, and looking down is a wonderful sky like a fairy tale world. On some static lakes with very good water quality on the blue planet, a similar picture can be presented by finding a specific angle, but there is no such a large lake on the blue planet, and the lake surface on the blue planet is neither as quiet as the water here, nor can it support people standing steadily on it. Looking at the scenery below, Rong-chi seemed to have inexplicably experienced what it would feel like when a bird soars in the sky. Now he feels as if he has become a bird, flapping his wings while admiring all the natural scenery, free and happy. The portal is not here. Wei Han's voice came from the side, and soon pulled Rong-chi out of that mysterious state. Rong-chi immediately came back to his senses, remembered the business, and asked Wei Han seriously, "How is it? Is the situation not optimistic?" Wei Han held the camera in his hand and began to look for various angles, and replied, "It's not that it's not optimistic, it's just that the portal is not in this area. Maybe we need to go to the direction of the woods to have a look. You play here for a while, I take some pictures." After Wei Han entered the shooting state, he only had the camera in his hand, and the scenery in front of him in his mind, and didn't care about anything around him. It may also be because at this stage of the portal maze, the difficulty is relatively low, and no threatening monsters have appeared yet. The difficulty is only focused on how to find the portal. This is why Rong-chi was able to take pictures of her with his camera. He didn't really intend to take pictures of her, but after picking up the camera, the focus of the viewfinder would unconsciously fall on her. After taking pictures, he found that she was in every picture. Or it can be said that it was because her strange poses during the shooting were too eye-catching, and he couldn't help being attracted. So he has given up struggling now, which is why he really doesn't want Wei Han to see the pictures he took. She will definitely be angry if she sees the pictures he took. It's too easy to take pictures here, so the shooting didn't take up too much time. The most time-consuming shooting was when Wei Han tried to put the camera underwater to shoot, and at the same time, he studied the water here and confirmed that this water can be touched directly, and will not cause any harm to humans. This water will not even produce wetting, and will not adhere to solid surfaces. That is, this water will not wet their clothes, hair, or bodies at all. If you want to put your hand underwater, you must ensure that your hand does not shake or move around, otherwise you will feel that the water has become hard and it is difficult to go deeper. But it is much easier to move underwater than to sink into the water. It can be said that there is almost no resistance. No matter how you move, you will not feel that the water has become sticky or solid. It took Wei Han a lot of effort to put the camera underwater. She sank into the water, and half of the camera was still stuck on the water surface. It was fun to see her slowly sinking into the water without moving. Rong-chi followed her example, found a clean spot, and lay down directly, looking at the sky motionlessly, feeling himself slowly sinking. When Rong-chi sank into the water while lying on his back, Wei Han had already finished shooting underwater angles, and returned to the surface of the water. When she found Rong-chi sinking into the water, she slowly walked over, stood on the surface of the water, and took a photo of Rong-chi. Rong-chi reached out to the side, and picked a few blue-stamen daffodils, then sat up suddenly. Perhaps because his movements were too big, he actually succeeded in throwing up some very crystal-clear water droplets. Wei Han didn't put down her camera. She took several more photos, and found that the reflection of water droplets was very interesting. She wanted to take more photos, so she said to Rong-chi, "Can we do it again? Then we can see how to make some water droplets. I have to find some more angles, some angles that can't take photos of your front. Then take photos of the reflection of water droplets." Rong-chi was stunned, and the action of handing the flower to her paused, nodded and said, "Of course. This flower." Wei Han suddenly noticed the flower in his hand. "Oh, this flower is quite interesting, isn't it?" Rong-chi hurriedly said, fearing that she would see his original intention of giving the flower to her. Just now, it was white petals and blue stamens underwater, and now it has become blue petals and white stamens. Wei Han took the initiative to reach out and took one of them. Do the flowers in the copy have some kind of strange color change mechanism? Hearing her say this, Rongqi also turned his eyes to the 2 remaining flowers in his hand, and found that the flowers had indeed changed color. Now I even think that it is not a rare thing for flowers to change color. He turned the flower stem and held his other hand on the water surface and grabbed a handful of water. It was like grabbing a handful of transparent pearls. As he grabbed the water droplets rolled down one by one. Some rolled back into the water and merged with the water surface again, and some fell on the flowers. There were a few water droplets stuck on them. Wei Han was very satisfied with this, and kept saying to Rongqi, "Yes, yes, it's okay, that's it, do it again." So, Rongqi began the hard work of cooperating with Wei Han in the shooting. In the empty sky, only the following conversations could be heard occasionally. Wei Han, "Yes, yes, yes, that's right, wait, raise your hands a little higher." Rongqi, "How about this? Should I stand up a little bit?" Wei Han, "Slightly." Bend your legs or do a horse stance to this height. Can you try to control the speed of the water droplets a little bit?" Rongqi, "I try my best." After a while of silence, Wei Han's voice sounded again. "I think the flowers here are very suitable for making wreaths. After thinking about it, I think I should make up a photo album for you. What do you think of the theme of flowers and handsome men? It seems a bit vulgar. If you can change to a boy's face. It seems not possible. Your muscles are quite obvious. If you change to a boy's face, you will be a muscular man with a baby face. This contrast is weird." Rongqi said seriously, "I think the theme can be suit thugs." Wei Han was shocked. "This is the first time you didn't refute my suggestion to take a photo of you. Have you finally figured it out?" Rongqi, After finally finishing the photos related to water drop refraction, the 2 began to relax officially. The first project was water skiing. Both of them put on skates, and had a secret water skiing competition on this huge water stage. As they competed, they unknowingly slid to the edge of the woods on the edge of the grassland. It was time to change the scene. The 2 took off their shoes, took out the wooden boat, and tried to go boating in the forest. Contrary to their expectations, the wooden boat was very stable here, and there was no sense of obstruction when moving forward. It was very smooth. The only drawback was that it was difficult for the oars to reach the water. The wooden boat was not swimming, but sliding. Wei Han wanted to create a beautiful scene of boating on the clear water among the trees. He needed someone on the boat to show the comfort in this scene, so Rongqi had to be on the boat, and she was outside the boat to find various angles to shoot. Rongqi cooperated with her throughout the whole process. He would pose in any pose she asked him to pose, and he could immediately take out any props from his skill space. The state between the 2 people could be seen at a glance that they were taking photos, even like taking some portraits. Both of them were a little involved, and they didn't notice at the first time that some people were slowly approaching while they were shooting. The group of people was a group of people who came in before Wei Han and Rongqi. They had been in this forest for a long time. Suddenly, they heard some movement here, so they came over bravely to see what was going on here. As a result, after arriving here, a group of people looked at the 2 people. One was sitting on a wooden boat and posing with a paddle, and the other was holding a camera and shooting on the thick branches above. They looked like they were taking a photo or a short film. For a moment, they were a little doubtful of their eyes. Chapter 157. In order to see the faces of the 2 people clearly, the group of people who suddenly came over continued to close the distance and entered the red alert range of Wei Han and Rongqi. The 2 people who were originally very focused also became alert at this time, almost at the same time. Wei Han remained motionless on the branch and secretly transmitted a message to Rongqi. "Someone is approaching from behind you. Change your appearance and vest. We will change to the faces of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua." She also completed the transformation in an instant during the transmission of the voice, changing from Teacher Wei's face to that of a quiet and weak student. Rongqi was currently using Ding Lu's face. After Wei Han's reminder sounded in his mind, he also changed to the so-called Brother Hua tough guy face within 2 seconds. The speed of the 2 people changing vests was very fast. From coming to their senses and discovering someone approaching to completing the transformation, the whole process took only 3 or 4 seconds. The group of people who were still closing the distance only took a few more steps forward. Because the group of people were walking behind Rongqi, and Wei Han was on a tree with leaves blocking his view, the 2 of them had already changed their vests, so the group of people could not see their faces clearly. Rongqi found that Wei Han did not give any further instructions. Hearing the footsteps of the group of people getting closer and closer, he asked Wei Han in confusion, "Don't we need to do something?" "No, just change your appearance and face. Wait for them to come over, contact them, and see if we can exchange some information." Wei Han still maintained the shooting posture, and the whole person was like a sculpture, motionless. Just looking at the current performance of the two people, it is impossible to tell that they have been communicating secretly. One would only think that they are too unvigilant, and are unaware of the fact that someone is approaching them. The team that approached the two stopped about 2 meters away from them. The leading female player hesitated for a few seconds, looked back at the 5 team members, and then asked, "Hello. Excuse me, you should be players too? Can you chat with us?" The female player's tone sounded a little uneasy and uncertain, as if she was worried that the two people who appeared in front of them were just illusions or baits of monsters. At the same time, she was a little alert. After listening to the female player's question, Rongqi did not act rashly, and waited for Wei Han's instructions. Wei Han pretended to hear someone's voice, and then noticed the other person. At this time, he moved the camera a little, kept lying on the branch, and looked down at the team. There were a total of 6 people in this group, 3 men and 3 women, with a very balanced gender ratio. The current team leader was a short-haired young female player standing in the front. The other 3 men and 2 women did not look old. The average age was only 20, which was the same age as Wei Han and Rongqi. These people are dressed maturely and have young faces, but their temperaments are relatively calm, and they all look like players with some strength. This is not surprising. This is an S-level red copy. If you don't have some strength, you will just die. At this time, everyone in the team secretly glanced at them, and their curiosity about them was not directly printed on their faces, but written in their eyes. There is no way. The style of these 2 people is really weird. The players in this team even wondered, could it be that these 2 people were not taking photos or short films as they thought, but were using this method to find the answer to the current scene? Otherwise, it is really hard to explain why the person lying on the tree as a photographer is a girl who looks gentle and weak, instead of the man who looks thick from behind. The roles are completely reversed. The man with a broad back is more like a photographer. Shouldn't the person who should be photographed as a model be the gentle girl lying on the tree trunk? When the team was confused, a female voice came from above. "Well, we are indeed players." Wei Han had quickly observed the team and immediately replied, throwing out another question, "Excuse me, who are you?" If you don't mind, of course it's convenient to chat, so what do you want to talk about?" Wei Han showed great friendliness, and even flipped down from the tree, like an acrobatic, spinning 3.5 times in the air, and finally landed steadily on the water. This action made the 6-member team even more stunned. The eyes looking at Wei Han changed, and they no longer regarded her as a weak little girl who needed to be protected. Wei Han had a good control of the distance. After coming down from the tree, she was just able to stand next to the wooden boat. She patted Rongqi on the shoulder, and signaled Rongqi to turn around. Rongqi immediately understood, turned around slowly, and greeted the 6-member team with a wild and tough face. "Hello." The 6 people had never thought that the broad and strong back would turn around to reveal this ferocious face. They couldn't hold back their fear and surprise and confusion on their faces. The 6 people looked at Wei Han, and then at Rongqi, and were more certain that what the 2 people had just done was not filming, but looking for the answer to the mystery. The 6 players were stunned for a while before they came back to their senses, and greeted the 2 of them one after another. After the captain waited for the team members to finish greeting, he asked politely, "Can I ask what you were doing just now? If it's not convenient to answer, forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask anything." This was exactly the question that the 5 team members behind the captain were very curious about, and all 5 of them immediately pricked up their ears. Wei Han smiled calmly and blinked just. Taking photos or videos. This answer almost made the 6 players on the opposite side pop their eyes out. One of the younger female players blurted out, "Are you serious?" The captain immediately turned around and looked at the girl, who then covered her mouth weakly and shrank back guiltily. The captain turned around and apologized to Wei Han, "I'm sorry. My teammate was a little offended." "So are you really taking photos and videos here? Maybe it's because some of your plans are not convenient to disclose. I can understand." Wei Han shook his head. "There is no plan that is not convenient to disclose, just taking some pictures. You see, the scene here is very artistic, isn't it? It's easy to get the effect when shooting." She introduced it almost with her hands and feet. "Imagine that this is a forest immersed in water. The water here is clear, and you can see the bottom. Because of the cover of the leaves, the sunlight is scattered one by one, as if it has a shape, and it falls down, and there are dots of light on the crystal water. At this time, someone was paddling a wooden boat very comfortably, looking lazy and leisurely, and then stretched out his hand to touch the water lightly. That kind of picture is very beautiful. She nodded seriously. The six-member team was stunned. The captain seemed to hold on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked with some struggle, "Oh, I think I understand. So that big brother is a photographer? Is he teaching you how to pose?" The 5 people behind the captain heard this, and nodded without authorization, showing a look of sudden enlightenment. Yes, how could they forget that the photographer also has the responsibility of guiding the model or teaching the model to pose? Obviously, the big brother sitting on the boat is the photographer. He is just teaching the model how to express that feeling. And the model girl probably just wanted to see what effect the pose would have from the perspective of the photographer, so she climbed up the tree with the camera. The 6-member team finally figured this out, and they were almost happy on their faces. But Wei Han, who was identified as a model by them, asked back inexplicably, "Why do you think he is a photographer?" Wei Han rarely showed an offended displeasure. "He is my exclusive model, I am the photographer." She seemed to be emphasizing her identity, and deliberately shook the camera in her hand. The process of teaching him to pose is over. After Wei Han finished explaining seriously, the expressions of the 6-member team froze, and even remained silent for 5 or 6 seconds. After a while, they looked horrified and expressed their opinions. "No, it's already strange to take photos or videos in a copy. Why is such a quiet and cute girl a photographer? The strong man is actually an exclusive model. I feel a little. This world is so magical. Why do I feel that the originally peaceful and beautiful picture is broken after I imagine this big brother's face? So why do we have to take pictures in the S-level red copy? Isn't the first priority to hurry up and complete the task?" After the 6-man team started the complaining mode, they seemed to forget that the person they complained about was standing in front of them, and they just complained to their heart's content. Wei Han and Rong-Chi were also speechless. Rong-Chi even doubted his life. Is it so difficult to understand that he is a model? Wei Han was thinking whether it was impolite for her to interrupt the 6-man team's complaints now. It seemed that they could complain for a long time. "Okay. Stop talking. People are still here. You are so rude." In the end, it was the captain who was in charge, who raised his voice, and stopped the 5 team members from complaining intensively. The 5 people gradually calmed down, and took the initiative to apologize to Wei Han and Rong-Chi quite frankly. "Yes, sorry. We were too surprised. Well, blame our habitual thinking. But we really didn't expect that someone would be so leisurely in the S-level purple copy? Are you really not doing these things to find the portal in this scene? Can you see something different through the camera?" Some team members still find it hard to believe. How can someone be so leisurely in the S-level red copy? "No. We are really just taking pictures, and we have no other intentions." Wei Han explained sincerely, "You won't see any special scenes through the camera lens. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Some of the 6 people in the team actually took out the camera to try, and then quickly put the camera down again, confirming that there was indeed nothing special to find through the camera lens. The captain still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, "Do you two know how to find the 6 portals hidden here? That's why you are so relaxed." Wei Han noticed the key words in the question, and she pretended to be puzzled and asked back, "6 portals?" Chapter 158. In fact, Wei Han had already guessed that this team of 6 was in a different stage from them in the portal maze. After realizing that the 6 portals seemed to be information deliberately revealed by the captain of the 6-man team, Wei Han directly followed the other party's meaning and raised questions to bring up the topic. After receiving Wei Han's counter-question, the captain of the 6-man team was stunned for a moment, and replied in a tone that was even more puzzled than Wei Han. "Well, yes, is there any problem with the 6 portals?" While the captain was replying, Rong-Chi, who seemed to be quiet and silent, was discussing with Wei Han through the skill of voice transmission. "If this person is not lying, then it means that they are in a different stage from us? After we came in from the entrance, we just experienced the first 2 choice, and in the current scene, we have to choose 3. But they have progressed to 6 choice? In the current scene, they need to find 6 portals?" Rong-Chi put forward his own ideas. Wei Han also pretended to think, while responding and supplementing Rong-Chi through voice transmission. "If the other party is not lying, then it is indeed as you said. But this leads to a very critical question. Do our needs to find portals overlap? Or are they unrelated? In addition, there are some other questions. For example, in this portal maze, doesn't the difficulty continue to increase as the player goes deeper? Does the difficulty also increase when opening blind boxes? Is it determined by the portal chosen by the player? Based on this discovery, it can also be deduced that we may encounter other batches of players in this portal maze next. It seems that the number of players who quietly enter various advanced dungeons is more than we thought. Among the questions raised by Wei Han, the most critical one is the one in the first paragraph. After listening to it, Rongqi felt embarrassed. Wei Han was still answering the doubts of the captain of the six-man team at the same time. How should I say it? This is indeed an unexpected situation for us. Our requirement is to choose one of the 3 portals. May I ask, how many times have you made a choice? Wei Han directly told them the information on their side truthfully. At this time, sincere information exchange can find the answer to the question faster. She didn't want to use the black fishing rod to directly spy on people's hearts. After all, when using this skill, the changes in her appearance are quite obvious. It is impossible to do it silently. If you are not careful, you will scare people, and you may be regarded as a monster. This time, the answer given by Wei Han directly stunned the 6 people. Obviously, this answer greatly exceeded their expectations. Afterwards, the 5 people discussed in a low voice. How could this happen? Let me think, this seems to be our 5th choice? This question is a bit difficult. For them, they need to find 3 portals, but we need to find 6 portals. So here, are there a total of 3 portals? Or 6 portals? Or 9 portals? So they have only reached the 2nd choice now? According to the rules we have discovered so far, choosing 1 out of 3 is the 2nd choice, right? Is this portal maze serious? People from completely different batches can unexpectedly meet each other, Do we still have hope of meeting Yu Mingchen and the others again? It's meaningless to worry about these things now. Isn't the most important thing to find the portal of this place first? How long have we been delayed here? I'm confused and have no idea at all. But fortunately, after those monsters suddenly retreated just now, no new monsters appeared. That kind of monster is really endless. If you don't get killed by the monsters, you will be exhausted to death. These members of this team seem to be a little heartless. They once again conspired loudly in front of Wei Han and Rongqi. Even if Wei Han and Rongqi wanted to pretend that they didn't hear it, they couldn't. The team leader was embarrassed, coughed hard twice, and explained to Wei Han embarrassedly, they are like this. Having strength is one thing, but they are indeed too heartless, careless, and a bit foolish. I'm so sorry, I made you laugh. After hearing the team leader cough hard twice, the 5 people gradually stopped talking and finally took a few steps forward. One of the short-haired boys generously suggested, it seems that we have encountered the same problem now. Why don't we exchange information honestly now, and see if we can find anything? Wei Han originally planned to do so, and from the loud whispers of the 5 people just now, she also had more doubts and questions, and was thinking about how to ask clearly. The 2 sides reached a consensus, and the 2 sides started an in-depth conversation about this copy, exchanging information and analyzing the copy. Through the conversation, Wei Han and Rongqi also roughly understood the experience of this team after entering this copy. When they first entered the dungeon, the team had a total of 11 people. When they first had to choose between 2 options, they did not adopt the strategy of splitting up into 2 groups, but instead everyone chose the same portal together. They did the same thing for the next 2 choices, but when they chose the 4th one, the portal they chose suddenly closed and disappeared after the 6 of them passed through it, and the 5 people behind them separated from them. When they first arrived here, they were still able to keep in touch with the 5 people behind them, and knew that after the 5 people found that the first portal they chose was closed and disappeared, they chose another portal to enter, and go to another place. While they were still in touch, they also learned that the progress of the other 5 people was relatively smooth, and the answer was relatively simple and direct. The portal was directly presented in the visual range, but the process of reaching the portal was a little difficult, and they needed to go through 5 levels and 6 generals to overcome all obstacles on the way. But after the other 5 people completed the stage of choosing 1 out of 6, their contact with the other side was suddenly cut off. Now they have been stuck in this stage for nearly 10 hours, and have not found a breakthrough, let alone contact with the other 5 people. They don't know what the 5 people encountered after reaching the stage of choosing 1 out of 7. In fact, although they also came to the shallow water world, the experience of the 6-member team was somewhat different from that of Wei Han and Rongqi. As soon as the 6 arrived here, they encountered some monsters, like translucent slimes. This monster has no specific shape, and can change its form at will. It can also turn into water, and hide in the layer of water covering the surface and move quickly, even achieving the effect of teleportation. The attack method is generally to pinch a part of the body into the shape of a sharp weapon, and suddenly rush out from underwater at various unexpected angles and speeds to attack the target. Obviously, This is the home ground of the translucent slime monsters, and they have an absolute advantage here. Therefore, the 6 people just arrived here and didn't understand what was going on, let alone appreciate the beautiful scenery. They were attacked by these monsters lurking in the water and forced to fight. At first, it was all thanks to someone in the team who quickly made a spherical protective shield to prevent the attacks of those monsters, so that all the members were not injured. This kind of monster is extremely difficult to deal with, and has the same characteristics as water. Even if it is cut into several pieces, these translucent jellies can be gathered together again, as if they can't be killed or killed. Until those monsters seemed to sense something, as if they received an order to go off work, they suddenly retreated collectively. They didn't want to fight at all, and left very cleanly, so they got a little rest time. After the monsters suddenly retreated, they were worried that the monsters were cheating, so they remained on guard at first and didn't dare to relax at all, so they naturally couldn't appreciate the artistic conception here. Seeing the big tree, they only thought whether the monster was hiding in the layers of leaves, waiting to launch a sneak attack. Looking at the clear water of the slow world, they were even more afraid that the monster would suddenly attack from the bottom of their feet, and they would have no place to hide. They were terrified all the way here, including when they heard the faint human voice coming from this side. They were worried that the monster was simulating the human voice to attract them closer. They came here with such a nervous mood, so they were so shocked and unbelievable when they saw these 2 people taking pictures leisurely. Faced with the absurdity of this picture, they even tended to believe that it was an illusion created by the monster at the first time. If the team leader hadn't given up and wanted to try to communicate and really confirm the situation, they would have turned around and ran away long ago. Now exchanging information, the 6-member team was even more shocked to learn that they had not encountered any monsters since they came in. Knowing this, they immediately understood why the 2 were so relaxed and comfortable, and even took a short video here, posing with props and so on. It turned out that it was because these 2 people didn't encounter those difficult monsters at all after they came in, so they thought there was no danger here. The 6 people were secretly sweating in their hearts. It was really that the ignorant were fearless. No wonder these 2 people were so fierce. They were really worried that these 2 people were so fierce. Did they not even know what difficulty level of the dungeon they entered? Thinking of this, the captain of the 6-person team took out the airs of a senior and asked the 2 people with a stern face, "So this is the situation. Before starting the next discussion, please allow me to ask you a question. Well, do you really know what level of difficulty level of the dungeon you are in? This is an S-level red dungeon. Even if you didn't encounter any monsters after you came in, you shouldn't be so relaxed. You are lucky this time. You just happened to encounter a monster that went off work inexplicably, so you are safe." The captain had some words of reprimanding. As Rongqi listened, he felt something was wrong and felt complicated. Wei Han replied sincerely, "Thank you for your concern. But I need to correct one thing. We know that this is an S-level red dungeon. We chose it on purpose. We know it well, and nothing will happen." A sincere answer, like a powerful weapon, choked the captain of the 6-member team. Then, Wei Han asked politely, "Excuse me, can I ask, how long ago did those monsters you encountered suddenly disappear?" Before the team leader could reply, a female team member behind her answered, I remember. I just checked the time at that time, and it has been 2.5 hours now, if it is accurate to the minute." Another male team member said cheerfully, "Hey, you seem to have come here at about the same time, right? You are so lucky that you came here just when the monsters were off duty. Why don't we have such good luck? We fought those monsters for a long time, and although we were not injured, we were really exhausted. Some people were also very worried. If the monsters suddenly retreated and temporarily went off duty, then we have to beware of the monsters coming back. Please, we have to work hard to find a portal that can be selected before the monsters reappear." The team leader originally kept a relaxed expression and listened to the words of the team members. As she listened, she didn't know what she thought of. Her expression turned into suspicion, and her eyes looking at Wei Han and Rongqi suddenly changed. "If I remember correctly, the 2 people in front of me mentioned that they came here 2.5 hours ago? The monsters suddenly retreated at the same time. Is it really just a coincidence?" Chapter 159. When the team leader seemed to realize something, and looked at Wei Han and Rongqi with a look that showed he had reacquainted them, Wei Han and Rongqi were also thinking about something because of the 5 team members' answers. The 5 team members thought that the 2 of them were silent because they were reflecting or afraid, so they persuaded them in a friendly manner. Someone persuaded them. Now we don't know why the monsters suddenly retreated, and we don't know when the monsters will reappear. You should also put away your playful mood. After all, This is not a good place to take pictures, right? Someone warned the two of them seriously, like the team leader. You didn't come in and find that there were no monsters here, so you thought that the S-level purple dungeon was nothing special, so you relaxed? I tell you, it is often this kind of mentality that is most likely to fail in the dungeon. Another person continued seamlessly. Do you know Teacher Wei? People like Teacher Wei dare not slack off in the S-level red dungeon. Unless you two are stronger than Teacher Wei, how dare you play in the S-level red dungeon? After mentioning Teacher Wei, someone also mentioned another person. Or, do you know Teacher Xiao Wei? Forget it, these are not important. The important thing is that if you are not strong enough, it is best not to be self-righteous and underestimate any S-level red dungeon. Listening to the 5 team members rushing to persuade, Wei Han's expression did not change, as if they were not referring to her vest, but some unrelated person. Rongqi could not be as calm as Wei Han, and his expression, which seemed calm at first, became a little subtle and awkward. The team members misunderstood his expression change as the embarrassment after being stabbed in the heart. Several people still felt that the young man was teachable, but the female player looked quiet and weak on the surface, but she was actually a thorn in her heart. But what the team members didn't understand was why the team leader's expression was so uncomfortable, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. The last team member made a summary and proposed with a serious expression. Next, why don't you just act with us? You really need to change your attitude of not taking the dungeon seriously. As soon as this was said, Wei Han and Rongqi hadn't said anything yet. The team leader suddenly got up and reached out to cover the team member's mouth, as if the team member had said something wrong and confused the other 4 team members. Team leader, what are you doing? That's right, why are you suddenly startled? Wait, is there a monster nearby? The teammate suddenly lowered the second half of the sentence into a breath, and it was because the surroundings were very quiet that he could hear what he said. Because of the latter part of the sentence, the other team members followed suit and quickly formed a formation. Several people immediately formed a circle with their backs to each other, guarding the surroundings, and at the same time frantically hinted to the team leader to let go of the hand covering the 5th team member and quickly join the formation. Watching the actions of these 4 team members, the team leader felt both relieved and a little complicated. How could she make these team members realize that the monsters that had been attacking them since they arrived here were probably retreating in a hurry because of the appearance of the man and woman in front of them? How should she hint to make the team members realize that these 2 people in front of them might be better than Teacher Xiao Wei and Teacher Wei? If they say the wrong thing and offend the boss, it might cut off a possibility of survival. From here, we can see that these people have been concentrating on adventures in the S-level dungeon these days, and have not been online much. I don't know if there are new hot players on the player forum recently. The interaction between the 6-member team made Wei Han and Rongqi also cast curious eyes. In fact, when the 5 team members were frantically opening the microphone, the 2 were also discussing secretly using the sound transmission skill. Rongqi immediately noticed the subtle change in the team leader's attitude towards them, and the tone of the sound transmission to Wei Han was very firm. The team leader must have thought of something. Wei Han didn't care about it, and replied lazily, "She should think that after we got here, we scared the monsters away from a distance. Do you think this possibility is high?" To be honest, Rongqi seems to be a bit exaggerated. Wei Han, I don't know, but I hope this possibility is 0. What do you think is the possibility of us finding this kind of monster? Is there any hope of finding this kind of monster? Rongqi slowly typed a question mark. He even drew a text expression with one eye larger than the other, as if stunned. Wei Han, don't you think this kind of monster is very malleable? If it is used properly, it can create many creative scenes? I wonder if feeding pigments to these monsters will change color. Rongqi carefully considered the facial expression in Wei Han's previous voice transmission, and answered the question irrelevantly. Actually, you know whether those monsters were scared away by us, right? Rongqi sighed secretly, and suddenly felt that it was not an exaggeration for those monsters to be scared away from a distance. After being pointed out by Rongqi, Wei Han finally let go of his laziness and indifference, and his voice transmission tone showed a bit of resentment. I am not a demon. Why do these monsters change color when they hear me? Why do they avoid me like snakes and scorpions? Rongqi, why don't you take a look at what you said before? Seeing that she really wanted to find these monsters, Rongqi also analyzed seriously. As long as we want to find them, we should be able to find them. The place is so small, where can they hide? We can ask these 6 people where they fought with the monsters, and then you can use the skill absolute 0 near there. You should not have forgotten that after we find the monsters, we still need to check whether the monsters have planet icons, right? Finally, Rongqi reminded tentatively. After hearing this reminder, Wei Han choked up very slightly, and then sent a voice transmission to Rong-chi and said with certainty, "Of course, I didn't forget. How could I forget such an important thing? That's right, this is the real reason why I want to find the monsters." Rong-chi, He was a little happy and a little excited. So she would feel guilty but still be tough? He got to know a new side of her. 4 of the 6 were on guard. 1 was covered by the captain's mouth, while Wei Han and Rong-chi were communicating secretly. The sudden silence between the two sides showed that they were looking at each other in bewilderment. For a while, there was only the sound of leaves blowing in the breeze in the forest. Finally, Wei Han broke the silence after releasing a subtle, absolute zero, to detect, "There are no monsters, not a single monster." The tone was very firm, and there seemed to be a bit of disappointment in the firmness, as if the absence of monsters was such a regrettable thing. This made 5 members of the 6-member team doubt that they had heard it wrong, but when they thought about this girl who looked quiet, but was actually rebellious, they were not surprised that she would speak in such a tone after finding out that there were no monsters. Only the team leader seemed to have verified some guess, and looked at Wei Han with an expression full of respect. One team member asked Wei Han in a low voice, "How do you know there are no monsters?" His tone was a little unconvinced, and he was obviously questioning her words. There were also team members with less patience, who scolded in a serious tone, "Little sister, now is not the time to act cool. You two can hide in the circle we have surrounded, and we will do our best to protect you. Don't commit suicide." The more the team members spoke, the more complicated the team leader's expression became. Finally, the team leader couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, "I have important things to notify you. You check your phone." Wei Han was originally going to reply, but after hearing the words of the team leader, he stopped temporarily, and quietly continued to communicate with Rong-chi and whisper to them. After hearing what the captain said, the 5 team members were very puzzled. In the dungeon, they never took out their phones except when they needed to contact their teammates. Now the captain could have just said something to notify them, so why did he use his phone to notify them? If you can't confirm that the surrounding environment is quiet, you can use your phone in the dungeon, but this is a taboo in the dungeon. Did the captain really believe what the girl said? Did he think there would be no monsters around? Some people also found that the captain's behavior had been strange since just now, which made people completely confused. His expression looked wrong, and he inexplicably rushed up to cover someone's mouth. Now he even asked everyone to use their phones without knowing whether there were monsters around. "Captain, is it possible to use your cell phone now? Where is your vigilance?" Some team members educated the captain in turn. Someone also found the blind spot. "If there is something, can't we just say it? Wouldn't it be faster?" The captain frowned hard, almost gritting his teeth, and said word by word, "Don't talk nonsense. Show me your cell phone." The 5 people looked at each other, and seeing the captain's attitude, their obedience to the captain still prevailed. Although they were puzzled, they still took out their own cell phones. The captain immediately used his own cell phone to edit the message. "Captain Lihua, why are you so slow? Since you mentioned that the monsters retreated at about the same time as they arrived here, why didn't you realize that the monsters suddenly retreated because they noticed the appearance of these 2 people? Captain Lihua, Blue Star is so big, what's so strange about the existence of players who are stronger than us? No, should I say stronger than Teacher Wei, Teacher Xiao Wei and others? Most of them are low-key, hidden masters who don't like to be noticed. As a player, the worst thing you should do is to judge people by their appearance. You should all take this sentence to heart. Secondly, you should not form a preconceived impression and form a stereotype. Captain Lihua, should we all burn incense and worship Buddha when we meet such a good-tempered and easy-to-talk boss? You should be more careful. You don't understand my hints, and always say something unpleasant. The reason why the captain can be the captain is because he can always be the first to notice certain information at critical moments and make a more correct choice. Therefore, these messages from the captain also completely woke up the 5 team members. The more the 5 people read these messages, the more shocked they were. Their expressions changed from confusion at the beginning to shock with some enlightenment. Finally, they looked at Wei Han and Rong-chi as if they had known them all over again. We offended you just now. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry." Soon, some team members began to apologize. "I'm sorry. We seemed to be a little too anxious just now. We said some unpleasant words. Can we act with you next?" Someone asked weakly. Wei Han and Rong-chi could probably guess that the team leader must have realized something, and woke up the 5 team members through the phone just now. The 2 didn't care much about it, but they didn't think of acting with this group of people. Wei Han declined politely. "Sorry. We have no plans to act with others. And I don't think you want to join us either." Because we need to find the portal first, and then go find the monster you mentioned. The 6-member team, whose understanding of Wei Han and Rong Qi had been refreshed, almost fell to their knees when they heard her words. Chapter 160. Listen, is this human talk? Normal players would rather stay away from monsters, but they actually took the initiative to find monsters. The 6-man team suddenly realized the gap between them and the real bosses. And they did not ignore the fact that the bosses talked about how nice the weather was today, and downplayed the fact that they found the portals, as if they found portals without any clues, and they did not feel distressed at all. Thinking about all these things, the 6-man team also overturned their previous shallow and one-sided misconceptions. These two were able to be so leisurely in this dungeon, making a scene that they didn't know whether it was a photo shoot or a short video shoot. Obviously, it was not that they thought that the ignorant were fearless, but that the two of them really had enough strength and the confidence to use this place as a resort. As for the two bosses taking the initiative to find monsters, they didn't dare to ask more questions. They only guessed that the bosses had their own plans and deep intentions, which were not something they could speculate and ask. If they could get the boss's advice here and find the locations of the 6 portals, they would be very lucky. When the 6 people thought of this, they suddenly realized that the boss had not mentioned whether he would take them with him to find the portal. For a moment, the 6 people were like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and the excitement in their hearts cooled down. The 5 team members all looked at the team leader, hoping that the team leader could come forward to turn the tide. The team leader carefully reviewed all the words and actions of their team after meeting the 2 bosses, trying to analyze the probability of them being sentenced to death by the boss. However, before the team leader could figure out a result, he heard the boss's clear voice again from the front. Do you want to find the portal with us? It shouldn't take a long time, and it won't delay you for long. The 6-member team, who were worried, really wanted to kneel down to her. They realized again that the gap between them and the real bosses was also reflected in the level of thinking and pattern. Because of their inherent thinking, they misunderstood the 2 bosses and offended them a lot in the process, but the bosses didn't seem angry. Now they took the initiative to take them through the current predicament, and even made such a considerate supplement that they would not delay them for a long time. Her expression looked light, but inexplicably gave people a gentle feeling, which made people feel close. For the first time, the 6 people realized what it meant to be strong and gentle. The team leader was still thinking about how to beg the bosses to take them with them, but now he was a little worried and asked weakly, "Is it okay? We might be a drag." The boss took the initiative to take them, which was exactly what they wanted, but the team leader showed a retreat. The 5 team members behind her did not show any disagreement, but had the same trepidation as the team leader. Inexplicably, they had a worry that the bosses liked them, but they would disappoint the bosses. Wei Han didn't seem to care much about the change in the way the 6-member team looked at her. She had quietly used the skill, Eye of Truth, shifting her gaze to observe the surroundings, and replied nonchalantly, "No. We are just looking for the portal. There is no need to hold us back. Just don't join us in looking for monsters." Only Rong Qi knew that Wei Han was using skills to cheat. The 6-member team looked at Wei Han's actions, a little confused and a little worried, and immediately rushed to ask, "Excuse me, did you notice anything? Is there any danger around? Do you need our help?" As they talked, they took a defensive posture and were alert to the surroundings. Wei Han did not respond to these people. She jumped up and jumped onto the tree. She looked down and seemed to think it was not high enough, so she continued to jump up. In just a moment, she had almost jumped to the top of the tree. From her skill of jumping quickly to the top of the tree, the 6-member team once again refreshed the gap with the boss. They had no idea what the boss was going to do, because the boss had not replied just now, and they did not dare to say anything more, and they did not even have the courage to ask the boss's partner. They just stood quietly under the tree, waiting for the boss's instructions. In the eyes of the 6-member team, the boss was doing serious work now, and it seemed that he needed to concentrate. They wished that they could even slow down their breathing, fearing that their existence would affect the boss, and even the air they breathed was tense. However, in fact, Rong Qi, who was wearing a tough face, looked silent at this time, but he had never stopped chatting with Wei Han in private. Wei Han would also tell Rong Qi directly about his discovery on the treetop. Now Wei Han was saying to Rong Qi, "Just as I thought, the portal in this scene is also a transparent portal, hidden in the shallow layer of water covering the surface. According to the description of the transparent portal copy experience ticket, it can be known that the transparent portal cannot be directly observed by the human eye, but if there are special means, the transparent portal can be seen in a semi-transparent state." Wei Han now sees the portal scattered in the forest through the Eye of Truth, which are semi-transparent because they are soaked in a clear liquid, and they look like a few illusory reflections. In order to determine whether these portals are really just reflections, Wei-Han also looked up at the sky, but did not see any portals in the sky, which confirmed that the answer to this stage did not increase the difficulty of reflection. Now she can see a total of 9 portals in her field of vision. The specific location distribution looks quite random, but from the shape of the portal, it can be seen that these are 2 different portals. 6 portals are arched, and the remaining 3 portals are elliptical. Obviously, they correspond to different stages. It is just unknown whether the player can enter the portal that does not match his stage. After Wei-Han saw the answer directly through cheating, she slowly looked for a normal solution. When the answer is already known, it will be easier to deduce the process. Wei-Han noticed that the shape formed by the sunlight, after being blocked by branches and leaves and sprinkled on the water surface, perfectly overlapped with the portal below. Wei-Han looked at the sky again and noticed that time was always moving, but the sun in the sky moved very slowly, and the angle of the light would not deviate very much. If the player does not have any cheating methods and cannot use skills to directly see the answer, they can also use these hints to find the shape of the light and determine the location of the portal. This indirect method can be used to see the transparent portal. The slow movement of the sun also gives the player a very long time limit. It is best for the player to find the shape of the sunlight hitting the water as soon as possible before the angle of the sun's deviation becomes larger and larger. After Wei-Han and Rong-Chi finished their analysis, they took out their cameras and photographed the locations of all the portals. After they were done, they jumped down, causing all the 6 members of the team to cover their eyes and not even dare to look. In fact, Wei-Han had a skill that allowed her to jump down from a high place without any problem. She was like a feather, lightly falling back onto the water surface, without even a ripple on the water surface. After the 6 members of the team found that they did not hear any movement, they tentatively opened their eyes, and found that the boss had stood in front of them again intact. Before the 6 people could digest the shock in their hearts, Wei-Han imported the photos she had taken into her mobile phone, and by enlarging the virtual screen of the mobile phone, several people around her could see the content of the photos she had taken. The 6 people quickly saw the content of the photos. When Wei-Han took the photos, she deliberately blurred the surroundings to highlight the portal shape formed by the light and shadow. Seeing that these lights and shadows formed a very obvious portal shape, the 6 people's eyes almost popped out. The portals formed by the light and shadow you see in this photo are where the portals are. Wei-Han took the initiative to explain. As you can see, there are a total of 9 portals, and they are divided into 2 shapes. 6 portals of the same shape are chosen by you, and the other 3 portals of the same shape should be chosen by me and my partner. At present, I don't know what will happen if you choose the portal of our stage, or we choose the portal of your stage. If there is a chance, we will try it later. Now I suggest you just choose the 6 portals you should choose. Go and choose the portal you want to choose. I wish you good luck. The portal has been found. It's time for the 6-man team to move on. From the time Wei-Han said he wanted to find the portal to now finding the portal, it took only 5 minutes at most. The 6-man team was stunned again. They thought that for the boss, it might be very easy to find the portal in this scene, but they didn't expect it to be so easy. They thought that what the boss said would not delay them much. The time here is at least in hours. Who would have thought it was in minutes? The answer is now in front of them. They think the answer is just like that, but when they didn't expect this, they had no idea, no clues, and had been groping for so long. They knew very well that it was the most difficult to find a breakthrough before the answer was revealed. As a result, the boss just climbed up the tree and took a few glances, and got the answer directly. In the process of solving the puzzle, the most time-consuming thing was climbing up and down the tree and taking pictures. They didn't know how the boss did it, but their admiration for the boss increased again. Now facing the answer in front of them, the 6-member team came to their senses, and thanked them with red eyes. Someone finally found an opportunity to ask about the 2 people. Thank you. How should we call you? You have helped us so much. If we don't even know your name, it's really rude. Yes, how should we call you too? How can we repay you? Wei-Han was too lazy to deal with these titles, and replied perfunctorily, the titles are all fictitious, but if you can get out of this copy alive, you will naturally know. Well, okay. Can we trouble you again? Which of these 6 portals do you think we should choose? The team leader asked nervously with courage. Wei-Han spread his hands. I don't know about this either. I don't have any suggestions. You should not give the right to choose to others. This is about whether your next road is easy or not. Others can't make decisions for you. You are right. Blame me for being careless. The team leader was not surprised to get this answer. She looked serious and clasped her fist to Wei Han. Then we will say goodbye here. The other team members also said goodbye. Two big guys, I hope we can meet again. Your kindness, we will never forget it. Even if I want to repay your kindness, we must get out alive. Under the leadership of the team leader, the 6-member team chose a portal closest to them, and lined up one by one, waiting to sink into the portal. It seems that they also know that the water here will not cause harm to humans. Wei Han and Rong-Chi were also watching them enter the portal one by one. Some of them kept sitting cross-legged and slowly sank into the water. The first part of the body that entered the water soon showed a sudden disappearance effect because it passed through the portal. Some of them sank into the water by lying on their front, facing the water. Some of them lay on their side, supporting their heads with one hand, raising their eyebrows and sending small glances to Wei Han and Rong-Chi. The last team member was the most amazing, and he kept a motionless upside-down posture to pass through the portal. The process of the 6 people passing through the portal lasted about half an hour. After the 6 people passed through the selected portal, the 6 arched portals did not disappear. Chapter 161. To avoid any accidents, Wei Han used her skills to stare at the 6 portals when the 6 people left. Otherwise, she would not have noticed that the portals did not disappear after a long time. Rong-Chi, who was standing next to her, also found that her eyes stayed in the direction of the portals, as if she had found something unusual and stared at them for a long time. Now that there were no outsiders around, Rong-Chi asked directly, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" The 6 portals did not disappear. I thought the 6 portals would disappear directly after they left. While Wei Han was speaking, a figure exactly like her gradually appeared beside her, from vaguely translucent to gradually solidified into a solid body. The clone Wei Weiwei was split out, maintaining the same movements and expressions as Wei Han, and was directly copied and pasted with the original body. Seeing her use the split skill, Rong-Chi probably guessed her intention and asked with some concern, "Are you sure you want to do this? If something unexpected happens, will it cause damage to your main body? Does he have to prepare various healing skills first?" "It doesn't matter." Wei Han thought for a while, and explained to Rong-Chi, "When I got skill upgrade points through dungeons recently, I used the upgrade points on 2 skills. Split is one of them. Now this skill has been initially upgraded, and has increased its degree of freedom." Rong-Chi was still a little confused. But Wei Han's explanation was not over yet. She continued, "So now I can create a clone with lower strength, and if it dies suddenly, it will not cause much backlash to me. The original split individual is fixed to 1/10 of the original body's strength, and the impact on the original body is relatively large." Wei Han made a rough estimate. "The strength of the split individual this time is about 1/10 of my strength. If the individual encounters an accident when operating outside, the backlash on me is only equivalent to cutting off a finger." She said it lightly, and even described it as only, which made Rong-Chi frown in disagreement. He was in a very bad mood. He knew rationally that a powerful skill like split, when the skill was broken, the backlash could be suppressed to the equivalent of cutting off a finger, which was already a very light backlash. He also knew that Wei Han was not an ordinary person. She didn't care about this kind of pain at all. But pain doesn't mean it doesn't exist if you don't care subjectively. Deep down in his heart, he didn't want her to suffer any pain. Maybe he should go to the skill market to look around. His current savings are enough for him to choose some skills that are just needed. He heard that there is a skill that can transfer damage. Using this skill, if combined with a medium healing skill, it can be used to perform a very despicable attack, known as the self-harm flow. Players of the self-harm flow will use the skill of transferring damage to transfer the damage suffered by themselves or their teammates to the enemy, creating a manual rebound damage effect. When players of the self-harm flow want to actively attack, they usually do not attack the enemy, but attack themselves, actively cause damage to themselves, and then transfer the damage to the target. If the skill of transferring damage fails, the player can immediately use the healing skill to heal his own injury, and then look for the opportunity for the next attack. This solution is more useful in lower-level dungeons. After all, there are generally no very strong monsters in lower-level dungeons, let alone monsters with special abilities. The health of monsters is relatively low, and physical damage can still be effective against monsters. However, in dungeons of a certain difficulty, this method seems a bit useless, because after a certain difficulty, the monsters in the dungeon have become stronger, and there may be situations where physical attacks are invalid, health is doubled, etc. Players who use the damage conversion skill may kill themselves without breaking the monster's armor. Rong-Chi wants this skill, not to do the same operation. Others want to use this skill to transfer damage to other people, but he wants to transfer all the damage and pain suffered by Wei Han to himself. In short, he wants to bear all the damage and pain for her. Anyway, he has so many healing skills, even if there is only a trace of blood left, he can heal himself back. Although he knew that Wei Han had read all his skills, which was equivalent to being able to simulate all his skills with skills, and also equivalent to having the same number of healing skills, Wei Han's mental power and Wei Han's ability should be used in more useful places. He was very willing to act as a human mental power charger for Wei Han and share some of her pressure. Even if it could reduce her burden a little, he was willing to go all out. Anyway, his attack skills were locked, which was the biggest role he could play at present. Thinking of the locked attack skills, Rong-Chi was always worried. Because he had Wei Han to lead him, his upgrade speed could be called very fast. But how did the player who locked his attack skill manage to suppress his player level? The more likely explanation is that while they were growing, the huge force hidden in the dark was also growing rapidly. The difficulty lies in that they have no way of knowing how many strong people there are on the opposite side, and whether their abilities are above or below Wei Han, or are they equal. Now that he found that skills can be upgraded, Rong-Chi has another worry. If the player who locked his attack skill also upgraded his skills, and upgraded the skill that locked the skill, then would the opponent be able to sense the life status of the player whose skills he locked? If this possibility is very high, then his locked skill is a time bomb. Maybe the underground force has already discovered that he is still alive, and even ambushed in the dark to observe and spy on them, and who knows when it will suddenly appear and wipe them out. What's wrong? Your face suddenly looks so ugly? Wei Han's voice sounded beside him, instantly pulling Rong-Chi's thoughts back. Rong-Chi realized that when he was immersed in his thoughts, Wei Han had already asked Wei Weiwei to enter the portal. Now Wei Weiwei was standing upside down and slowly sinking into a portal. After Rong-Chi came back to his senses, he raised his hand and stroked his face to make himself more sober. He did not intend to hide the question he had just thought of. Now that Wei Han asked, he told him directly. Wei Han seemed to be distracted when she heard it, and there was a vague figure next to her. After Rong-Chi finished speaking, he pointed at a clone next to Wei Han, whose height was only as high as her ear tip, and said in surprise, "Is this also created by the split skill? Why does it seem to be a little shorter than you?" Wait, no, can you create more than one clone with this skill now? He was so shocked that he didn't even bother to wait for Wei Han's reply. He was attracted by the much smaller Wei Han next to him, and asked questions one after another. Wei Han was also looking at the new clone next to him. This was also a new effect of the split skill after upgrading. It seemed to be called Matryoshka Split. The clone split by Matryoshka Split would be like matryoshkas, with their bodies shrinking proportionally one by one, and the strength of each clone would also weaken as their bodies shrink. Matryoshka Split and normal split can be used at the same time if the user's mental power is strong enough. So Wei Han would first split a Wei Weiwei, and then try to split a Matryoshka clone that only reached her shoulders. Because it was proportionally reduced, the Matryoshka clone now looks like a small adult woman, giving people a feeling of being petite and cute. The effect after the skill upgrade? Wei Han replied, in addition to the freedom of setting the clone, a new function called Matryoshka Split is also provided. According to the theory, Matryoshka Split allows me to split new individuals without limit, but these individuals will be proportionally reduced in size according to the order of splitting, and their strength will also weaken with the size of their bodies. This effect can be used simultaneously with the normal split. If the doll clone dies, the backlash on me will be lighter, probably like having my hair pulled out violently or being pricked by a needle. This is also my first time trying it. I will see if I can split more later. Wei Han's tone sounded eager to try. Of course, she did not forget to give her opinion on the concerns mentioned by Rong-Chi. The player who locked your attack skills must have help from his side, otherwise it would be impossible to suppress your level all the time. As for how strong the opponent's lineup is, whether there are people stronger than me, and if so, how many players are stronger than me, and all kinds of problems, it is meaningless for us to worry about them now. Whether the opponent has already discovered that you are still alive, and has made strategies such as secret observation, we can wait and see whether the protective shield will be violently broken again. In fact, I think the force you mentioned should not realize that we did not die in the Mushroom Forest dungeon. But it is hard to say in the future. She patted Rong-Chi's shoulder. What we can do now is to work hard to improve our strength. Since your attack skills will be locked, the burden of improving strength falls on me. And my strength improvement currently falls on two aspects. Rong-Chi was listening seriously, but when she patted his shoulder, he began to be distracted. Seeing that she had to raise her hand to pat his shoulder, he began to think divergently. Should he bend his legs a little to make it easier for her to pat his shoulder? Wei Han was still breaking it down and analyzing it with him. First, I need to improve my player level, so I have to enter the most difficult dungeon and get enough upgrade experience points. Second, thanks to the exclusive item Black Lotus, as long as I have seen the skills, I can simulate them. So I need to see more skills. Well, what can I do? Rongqi found that he didn't seem to have anything to do here. Wei Han thought about it seriously. I think it should be, stay by my side, accompany me all the time, in case I encounter an emergency, and can't get away alone? Rongqi smiled. That's nothing. You are already strong enough. What other situations can you not get out of? Of course there are. If I am trapped in the Black Vortex dungeon again, I am afraid that only you can find a way to get me out. You are much more important than you think. Wei Han said, as a matter of course. Besides, you are my exclusive model. If you don't stay with me, what can I shoot? Well, don't dwell too much on things that haven't happened yet. Look, my team. While talking to Rongqi, Wei Han had used Matryoshka Split to split 6 smaller clones of Wei Han. The first one to split was as tall as the ear tip of the original Wei Han, the second one to the earlobe of the original, the third one to the chin of the original, the fourth one to the shoulder of the original, the fifth one to the middle of the upper arm of the original, the sixth one to the upper part of the waist of the original, and the seventh one only to the middle of the waist of the original. These nesting doll clones not only shrank in height, but also in size. Each one had the same face as Wei Han. From the original to the seventh, it was like a transition from a normal person to a short person, then to a dwarf and a mini-man. So many Wei Hans of different sizes were lined up in front of Rongqi, and she was dumbfounded. I split 7 for now, and it seems that I've reached the upper limit of the current skill level. Wei Han felt a little sorry. She could actually continue to create clones, but she was stuck by the upper limit of the skill level. She had to continue to enter the dungeon, get more skill upgrade points, and continue to upgrade the skill she wanted to upgrade, so that she could split more small clones in the future. Rongqi was still in a daze. Wei Han did not let the clones move. He came over and looked at Rongqi curiously. Are you so surprised? Did I scare you? No. Rongqi found that she was a little close, and took 2 steps back. I suddenly feel that in that underground force, even if there are players stronger than you now, with your growth rate, it is still uncertain who will be the strongest in the future. Wei Han blinked and suddenly laughed. He was not modest at all and said arrogantly, Yes. That's right, I am destined to be the strongest in the future. When the time comes, I will be the first and you will be the second. We will be invincible in the dungeon, ha ha. Rongqi, that's too exaggerated. What do you plan to do with these clones? Rongqi really couldn't continue to talk nonsense with her, so he quickly brought the topic back to the point. He also took the time to look at Wei Weiwei, who entered the portal in a handstand position. The portal that Wei Weiwei was going to enter was next to the portal chosen by the 6-member team before. At present, Wei Weiwei's head has disappeared, and her neck is also slowly disappearing. All the clones plus the main body, there are a total of 9, which means that I will be responsible for checking the situation of each portal. Change your face back and clean yourself up, and we will continue filming later. Wei Han quickly arranged the work and put the filming video in the same position as the exploration copy. Rongqi, if you need my help, remember to tell me. He resignedly changed Ding Lu's face back, took out a comb, mirror and other tools from the skill space, and even moved out the wardrobe. Wei Han was very satisfied with his move. We can find some wigs someday. Wait, you seem to have the skill to change your hairstyle. Then you can change into an ancient costume, and then use the skill to change your hairstyle to match the costume. We can shoot the feeling of an ancient nobleman boating. I found that your body shape is also very good. It should be very suitable for this setting. Rongqi. She thought of other wonderful uses of his hairstyle skill. Okay. Then I try. He was very willing to cooperate, and did not refute, and began to search for reference hairstyles on his mobile phone. But his main thing was to find the skill to transfer damage. It would take some time for Wei Han and all the clones to enter all the portals to check the situation, which was enough for him to find the skill to transfer damage. Rongqi went straight to the skill trading area of the forum section, searched for keywords, and after some screening, he quickly found a skill called Pain Transfer, and directly offered the highest price and successfully purchased this skill. The icon on the palm of his hand popped up a reminder. Rongqi successfully received the skill, and directly put it into the skill bar, injected mental power, and activated it first. After the skill changes hands, it needs to be activated before the new owner can use it. Pain Transfer. When using the skill, the user can choose to transfer his own pain or accept the pain of others. However, the user's transfer of his own pain is limited by the skill range, while accepting the pain of others has no distance limit. Rong-Chi just figured out how to use the skill, and chose the mode of use this time to accept the pain of the designated player. When he looked up, he found that Wei Han and all the clones had disappeared and entered the corresponding portal. He took a deep breath, suppressed his worries, and planned to choose the right clothes first. Wei Han wanted to see his ancient costume. Fortunately, he bought all kinds of messy things before, and bought a set of moon-white flying fish clothes with golden dark patterns. It has been hanging in the closet, and has never found a chance to wear this set of clothes. While she is away, he can change his clothes without any worries. Maybe he can give her a small surprise when she comes back. Makeup and hairstyle can be done after changing clothes, but now he has to change his clothes first. Rong-Chi's bony hands began to unbutton the light-colored shirt, and when he touched the second button of the shirt, his fingertips suddenly felt a piercing pain. Then, his scalp also felt a piercing pain as if a hair was pulled out forcefully. He was just realizing that something was wrong, and suddenly frowned, and covered his left ring finger fiercely. His ring finger was obviously intact, but at this time it felt like it was being crushed. All signs show that all the clones of Wei Han, including Wei Weiwei, had problems after passing through those portals. Chapter 162. After realizing this, Rong-Chi put down everything he was doing without saying a word, and went straight to the portal chosen by Wei Han's original body. He didn't remember clearly what portals Wei Han's many clones had chosen, but he remembered the portal chosen by Wei Han's original body at a glance. He didn't have the patience to pass through the portal in the conventional way of standing still. Instead, he endured the severe pain in his fingers, and took out a large iron shovel from the skill space and dug at the water surface. The shovel was swung out of the shadow. They had just experimented and found that using a sharp tool could easily dig out these transparent waters, like scraping jelly. When he dug only halfway, he found that the shovel seemed to be swallowed by something, which meant that he had dug to the portal. Rong-Chi threw the shovel aside and rushed forward without saying a word. As a result, when he fell and was about to touch the portal, a white hand stretched out from the air and pressed against his broad shoulders. This hand was very cold, with long fingers and distinct joints. The nails were cut flush with the fingers. There was no decoration on the nails, only a healthy light pink color with a faint luster. From the temperature of this hand, Rong-Chi knew that it was Wei Han's hand, and he was not surprised by what happened next. After the hand held Rong-Chi, it suddenly pushed him up with great force. The force was so great that Rong-Chi, who was about to fall towards the portal, stood up straight. After Rong-Chi stood firm, she looked at the half hand that Wei Han stretched out, and her mind got hot. She bent down and reached out to hold her hand, and then pulled it up, directly pulling Wei Han from the other side of the portal. After being pulled up, Wei Han looked very calm, as if he was not surprised at all that Rong-Chi would do this. He also pulled Rong-Chi back, because she was falling backwards due to excessive force. Rong-Chi didn't care that she was about to fall, and her eyes were only glued to Wei Han, fearing that she was injured. "I'm fine." After reading the worry in Rong-Chi's eyes, Wei Han replied, and found that he was able to stand firmly, and quickly withdrew his hand at the same time. At this moment, Wei Han found that the top two buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, and from the neck down, a large area of skin was exposed. The red peace lock pendant hanging on his neck was completely visible, next to his collarbone, and contrasted with his skin color. Wei Han didn't mean to stare at his muscles, but felt that the red peace lock pendant was very familiar. After careful recollection, she remembered that she had seen something similar in Rong-Chi's dream scene. Rong-Chi also quickly noticed that Wei Han's eyes were fixed on his chest. His face changed again and again, but he finally resisted the urge to cover his chest with his hands. He looked like he was showing off openly, but explained in an awkward tone, "I didn't mean to unbutton my clothes. I was just planning to change clothes." Wei Han was more open and honest than him, and pointed to the red piece locket on his neck and said, "I saw this in your dream. When you dreamed that you were divided into 7 people, you wore this." As she spoke, she suddenly realized, so the source is here. You wore such an ornament in reality. It turned out that she was staring at the ornament he was wearing, not. Rong-Chi couldn't tell whether she was relieved or felt an inexplicable loss. Without waiting for Rong-Chi to hesitate for 2 seconds, Wei Han turned the topic to the main business, moved his eyes upwards, looked directly into Rong-Chi's eyes, and asked calmly, "What skill did you use on me? All my clones are gone, but I didn't receive any backlash." Rong-Chi was stunned for a moment, and answered very straightforwardly, "The skill, Pain Transfer, can transfer the damage and pain you suffer to me." He was not surprised that Wei Han came to ask him as soon as he found something unusual, because he didn't want to hide it, so he told the truth. Wei Han seemed a little surprised, blinked twice, and then said helplessly, "Logically, I should say thank you. But it seems that saying thank you to you will make you think that I am encouraging this behavior. If you want to share my burden in this way, then I suggest you use this skill at a critical moment. Now that the clone is broken, I can still bear the backlash." Wei Han pondered for a while. Of course, it is best not to use it if possible. If I suffer pain other than backlash, it can only be a very urgent situation. If you transfer the damage I suffered to yourself, I am afraid you will not be able to bear it. In other words, Wei Han did not refuse Rong-Chi to use this skill. She was very grateful in her heart, but she hoped that Rong-Chi would think more about himself when using this skill, and not use this skill lightly. This attitude was almost the same as Rong-Chi expected. He pretended to be sincere and nodded vigorously, as if he was listening to the teachings. "Okay, I remember everything you said. I know it." In order to prevent Wei Han from extending the topic, Rong-Chi immediately changed the topic and asked, "So what happened to your clones? Your clone was destroyed. This should be the first time? Not to mention the 7 clones that came out of Matryoshka Split, they all seem to be relatively weak, but how could Wei, who has 5% of your strength, also get into trouble? The locations of these portals are so dangerous? This is the most critical question." Until now, his hands are still aching, thinking that if he hadn't suffered this backlash, it would be Wei Han who was enduring the pain. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. Before answering Rong-Chi's question, Wei Han looked behind Rong-Chi. The first thing he saw was Jing Jing standing on the water. The mobile wardrobe on the top was full of clothes of various colors, and some other small ornaments and props were placed in the empty space below. Now there was a moon-white flying fish suit on the wardrobe that was taken out separately, and there was a pair of black boots next to it. A few rays of sunlight fell on the suit through the gaps between the layers of leaves, reflecting the golden dark patterns, which was very beautiful. Wei Han immediately realized that Rong-Chi had just said to change clothes, and he thought he wanted to change into this suit. The clothes are nice. Wei Han was distracted, and his reply was irrelevant. Seeing that she was not nervous at all, Rong-Chi didn't know what to say. When he felt the severe pain, he was worried to the point that his heart was about to jump out. Wei Han retracted his gaze, and found that Rong-Chi's eyes were becoming more and more resentful, so he put away his playful heart, moved 2 steps to the side of the portal, and talked about the situation of the 9 portals. Wei Han's experiment verified a very important thing, which is also the reason why Wei died. That is, players cannot cross the stage to enter the portal that is not within their choice range. The 6 arch portals are for the 6-person team to choose. They can enter, but they will be strangled by mysterious power within a few minutes after passing through the portal. It should be the system's punishment for not following the rules. Wei and the other 5 nesting doll clones were all wiped out by mysterious power within a few minutes after passing through the arched portal. They didn't even have time to struggle, and died very suddenly. Wei Han and the other 2 nesting doll clones entered 3 oval portals respectively. The reason for the death of the 2 nesting doll clones was very simple. It was just because they were the 2 smallest nesting doll clones, the weakest and the most vulnerable. Therefore, after passing through the portal, they were slightly bumped and died directly. So the 2 of them could only choose from the 3 oval portals. Although the 6 arch portals existed, they were not the ones they could choose. This result made Wei Han feel very sorry, because after looking at the situation of all the portals, there were really 1 or 2 locations that made Wei Han very excited. When Wei Han talked about it, his face was full of regret. What a pity. There is a portal leading to a very wonderful place. Maybe there is something with strong gravity in the sky, which attracts water droplets, fallen flowers, small stones, fallen leaves, and other light objects on the ground to rise into the sky, but the speed of rising is not fast. It feels like it is slowly floating. Standing on the ground and looking at these scenes, it's spectacular. There is another place where there are rainbows everywhere. I even saw 9 layers of rainbows. And the color ratio of those rainbows is not fixed. Some seem to have more red, some have more yellow, and some have more blue. Some have only 2 colors, and some have 7 colors. Because there are not enough cameras prepared, and the clones are too weak, her clones can't even take 1 or 2 photos, which makes Wei Han very sad. Wei Han clenched her fists, learned from the pain, and reflected seriously. I have to buy a batch of cameras so that each of my clones can have a camera. In addition, I have to practice Matryoshka Split more. My clones must not be so weak. Rong-Chi can probably understand Wei Han's feelings. After all, He just listened to Wei Han's description, and was very interested in the 2 places she mentioned. But now there is no way to choose the 6 portals, so he could only comfort softly, "Let's see if we can encounter portals to those 2 places again in the later stages. There is still a little hope. That's the only way." Wei Han sighed. "Among the 3 elliptical portals we can choose, they correspond to a doomsday ruin, a desert, and a cave. I think the ruins are more interesting, because in these ruins, there is a spiral staircase leading to the sky at intervals. I wonder what will be at the end of these spiral staircases. What do you think? Which one do you want to choose?" Although Wei Han already had a preference in his mind, he still asked Rong-Chi for his opinion. The ruins with the ladder. Rong-Chi was also curious about this. After solving these problems, Wei Han's mind returned to filming the video, and he urged Rong-Chi to change clothes. "Go behind the tree trunk, I won't peek at you," Wei Han took the initiative to say. Since she said so, Rong-Chi was no longer shy, and walked behind the tree trunk with his clothes. After changing his clothes, Rong-Chi also changed his hairstyle, turning it into an ancient hairstyle with tied hair, and he also put a jade crown on it. After tidying up his clothes, he walked out slowly, looking at the lively scene in front of him, a little dumbfounded. Wei Han split a few more nesting doll clones, and at present, these clones were either busy setting up the scene or holding some props to find angles. Rong-Chi vaguely recognized that some props seemed to be reflectors, as well as lighting lamps, and some miscellaneous props, such as flowers, fans, potted plants, etc. There was even a little Wei Han, who was only 1.3 meters tall, striding over with his short legs to help him adjust the hem of his clothes. While adjusting, he also reminded him in Wei Han's voice and tone, "There are also rules for how to arrange clothes. You will take the props and follow my instructions to pose. Your temperament is already in place. Pay attention to your expression management when shooting." Rong-Chi, Now it is the nesting doll clones, who are busy on the water, and the original Wei Han has already returned to the tree with the camera. It seems that Wei Han has developed a new way to change the angle. When she needs to change the angle, she will put the camera into the skill space, and then let a designated clone take out the camera from the skill space, and continue shooting. Rong-Chi wanted to complain, is this how she practiced Matryoshka split? Although there were many points to complain about, Wei Han really accelerated the shooting progress and obtained better shooting effects because of these clones. The 2 took videos and photos of boating in the water forest, and stayed in the woods for nearly 3 hours. After confirming that there would be no new content to be filmed, the 2 packed up everything, and set out to find those translucent monsters. Wei Han released a large range of absolute zero while walking, and it was almost effortless to find these monsters. When those monsters were detected by Wei Han's skills, it was too late to escape, and they were directly fixed by Wei Han's skills. After catching these monsters, Wei Han really fed them some pigments that he mixed colors to see if these monsters would appear in other colors due to the intake of pigments. As a result, these monsters really turned into whatever color they took in, and they also remained translucent. Therefore, Wei Han conducted various experiments on these monsters, such as holding certain photos and letting the monsters carve themselves into the appearance in the photos, and also letting the monsters keep a specific shape and not move. In addition, Wei Han and Rong-Chi would take the initiative to mold these monsters into the desired shapes. These monsters were very cooperative in front of the 2 of them, and had no will to survive. Until the 2 had played enough and took the desired photos, they finally let these monsters go, returned to the water forest, found a specific oval portal, and entered. After passing through this portal, they came to the Doomsday Ruins world mentioned by Wei Han. As Wei Han said, here you can see a spiral ladder leading to the sky at a glance. Looking up along the spiral ladder, you can't see the end at all. As the 2 were observing, they felt a burning sensation in their palms, which represented a new notification. When they were about to check the notification, they suddenly saw a portal flashing not far away, and several people walked out of the portal one after another. Chapter 163. Seeing the portal suddenly appearing not far away, and the 4th person walking out, Wei Han and Rong-Chi looked at each other subconsciously, and read the same idea from each other's eyes. How come they met other players after walking 2 steps? Are there so many players who come to the S-level red copy? When the 2 were wondering like this, Wei Han suddenly stretched out a finger to his lips and made a gesture of silence. Rong-Chi immediately understood and kept quiet. This time, before entering the portal and coming here, they used the skill, Disguise, to change into the vests of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua in advance, so they didn't have to worry about being suddenly discovered by those people. The 4 players seemed to be discussing something, and Wei Han wanted to hear what they were talking about. After the fourth person walked out of the portal suddenly disappeared. The last player who came out looked back and said in panic, "Why did the portal suddenly disappear? Yu Mingchen hasn't come yet." "What?" Another male player heard the movement and looked over. He found that the portal they just passed through had disappeared, and he was panicked. "Without Yu Mingchen, we're all dead. Let's see if we can contact him on the phone," the first player said as he took out his phone. The fourth player also took out his phone and flipped through the virtual screen while muttering, "We still can't contact the Lihua team, and we don't know how they are doing. We're missing Yu Mingchen, our main combat force." I said, we shouldn't have so many people come to the S-level red dungeon. Hearing the words Yu Mingchen, Wei Han's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, the 6 people she and Rongqi had met before seemed to have mentioned this name. So they met the 5 people who were separated from the 6-person team? But one of the 5 players named Yu Mingchen seemed to have been separated from the 5-person team for the second time, and was left alone. And from what these 4 people said, this player named Yu Mingchen seemed to be the pillar of this side. Without him, the 4 people fell into panic, as if they had lost their backbone. What a wonderful coincidence, they met the 6-person team in the 6-choice stage in the previous stage, and when they came to the 4-choice stage, they met these players who were in an unknown stage. The 4 people did not deliberately lower their voices. They didn't even need to use the skills of auxiliary hearing. As long as they kept quiet, they could clearly hear the voices over there. Seeing that the 4 people were about to get into a mess, Rongqi looked sideways at Wei Han, who was looking down, and used his skills to transmit his voice to ask her what she was thinking. They are in a state of confusion, and should not have discovered us yet. "What should we do here?" Wei Han replied immediately. "Wait a little longer. If they haven't calmed down yet, we will take the initiative to go over and exchange information with these people." Rongqi had no objection to this, but before he raised his foot, he reminded, "Should we take a look at the notification instructions for this stage first?" Wei Han, "Okay." Since the 4 people were in a panic and had not discovered them yet, it was indeed a good time to check the notification first. Warm reminder, the portal is at the top of the endless spiral staircase, but not all stairs have portals at the top. You need to find 4 portals for you to choose from, and then you can use the preview permission to choose a portal you like to enter and continue sightseeing. This time, the location of the portal was directly informed, but it is not easy to find the corresponding portal. At a glance, looking into the distance, these spiral staircases standing between heaven and earth are spreading one after another into the distance. The portal is at the top of the spiral staircase, but not every staircase has a portal at the top. There are a large number of spiral staircases. If you don't have special abilities, you have to climb one staircase after another to see if there is a portal available at the top. At the same time, because 2 players at different stages meet, there is a pit here. Before choosing the portal, they have to figure out which shape a portal can be chosen by players at which stage. Otherwise, they will violate the rules unclearly, and don't even know how they died. After reading the notice, Wei Han also felt that it was more necessary to take the initiative to meet up with the 4 people. It was unknown whether the 4 people knew about this underlying rule that players could not choose portals across stages. Both of them retracted their virtual screens and quietly approached the 4 players, who were still in a panic. The 4 people completely lost their composure and held their phones to contact the 6-man team that had separated from them long ago, or to contact Yu Mingchen, the player who had not caught up. Wei Han and Rongqi were only a few meters away from the 4 people, but they had not noticed them yet. Their vigilance was too poor. It was not until Wei Han and Rongqi entered a player's field of vision that the player widened his eyes in surprise and pointed at them in shock, unable to speak. Her reaction attracted the attention of others, and the remaining people finally followed her line of sight and saw Wei Han and Rongqi, who were less than 2 meters behind them. The 4 players seemed to be frightened and collectively stepped back several steps, quickly pulling the distance from the 2 back to more than 5 meters, staring at them very vigilantly. "Where did you come from? Are you human or monster?" One of the female players with big braids asked sternly. Wei Han and Rongqi looked at each other and were speechless about the reaction of the female player. They all approached so quietly. If they were monsters, these 4 people would have been successfully ambushed long ago. "Xiaoya, calm down, these 2 people should be human players." Another short-haired female player stretched out her hand to block the big braided female player, as if she was worried that the big braided female player named Xiaoya would act impulsively. Soon, the short-haired male player next to the short-haired female player took over the conversation and explained, "If they were monsters, just now would have been the best time to sneak attack us, and we would have died long ago. They don't seem to have any bad intentions." The 4th player who spoke was also a male player, and he wore a baseball cap. After hearing what the baseball cap said, Rongqi pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled. It seems a bit impolite to conduct such analysis and dialogue in front of us. Are all the people in your team so carefree and heartless? His words made the four of them a little confused, and they didn't quite understand what he meant. Wei Han was much more direct than Rongqi, and said bluntly, "Did you get separated from the other 6 players in your team during the 5-choice stage?" The player called Xiaoya immediately blurted out, "How did you know?" The short-haired female player wanted to cover Xiaoya's mouth, but it was too late, which made the short-haired female player seem a little helpless. "Xiaoya, you have to control yourself." The male player in the baseball cap seemed to be thinking about something, and his eyes when he looked at the two of them were much friendlier. He explained at a moderate pace, "Yes, we were a team of 11 at the beginning. In the stage of choosing 1 out of 5, we were forced to split into 2 teams. There are 6 people over there, and 5 people on our side." As he spoke, he took another deep breath. "Now you see that there are only 4 of us, because the same situation happened as in the stage of choosing 1 out of 5. After the 4 of us passed through the portal suddenly disappeared, and the 5th person was dispersed. The 5th person is considered the captain of our side. Without him, we will be in trouble." After the male player in the baseball cap finished speaking, the male player with a crew cut immediately followed up. "So where did you meet those 6 people? But why didn't you appear with them? Did the same situation happen as on our side? The portal you chose suddenly disappeared after you passed through it? They didn't follow smoothly?" From the question of the male player with a crew cut, it can be seen that these 4 people really don't know the underlying rules. Wei Han and Rongqi were thinking about how to organize their words. The male player with a crew cut seemed to think that his series of questions silenced the two of them. He apologized again. "Sorry, do I have too many questions?" "Fortunately, we were just thinking about how to answer." Wei Han replied calmly, "We did meet those 6 people, just in our previous stage. Our previous stage was to choose 1, and their stage was to choose 1 from 6. We have just experimented and found out a potential rule. The portals that players can choose in each stage are fixed. For example, in the stage of choosing 1, we accidentally met players in the stage of choosing 1 from 6. We can also see the 6 portals of choosing 1 from 6, and we can even enter those 6 portals. But as long as we enter the portal that does not match our stage, we will be wiped out by mysterious forces a few minutes after passing through the portal. We did not find out this rule when we met those 6 people, but in order to avoid accidents, our advice to them is to honestly choose the 6 portals they can choose." Wei Han thought for a while. If you can contact those 6 people later, it might be better to tell them this clearly. The 4 players looked more and more stunned as they listened. Although they were still full of doubts in their hearts, they looked at Wei Han with a kind of subtle respect. Especially the female player named Xiaoya. Her eyes almost popped out of her sockets, and she sounded a little incoherent. This must be very important information. You actually told us like this. We have to pay for it, right?" She subconsciously used honorifics for Wei Han. After listening to Wei Han's explanation, they knew the reason why the 6 companions could not come, and also knew this key important information. He was also deeply aware that the 2 people in front of him were unfathomable super bosses. Xiaoya's incoherent words also reminded others that although the boss's casual remarks were important information, they could not respond with a mentality of taking advantage, but should show a correct attitude. The male player in the baseball cap also immediately said, "Please name a price. Such important information, if we don't pay for it, we really can't rest in peace." The other 2 also nodded vigorously like chickens pecking at rice, fearing that Wei Han and Rongqi would misunderstand their attitude. Rongqi subconsciously looked at Wei Han. Only Wei Han could respond and decide on this. Wei Han thought for a moment and replied seriously, "No need for monetary reward. I need 2 things. First, I need you to tell me all your experiences and information in the dungeon. Second, let me take a look at your skill library." These 2 requests stunned the 4 people. It's not that these 2 requests are difficult, but because these 2 requests are too simple. Such 2 requests are not enough to offset the value of that important information. The male player in the baseball cap pulled the brim of his hat and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that your second request is correct? Don't you want to take a look at our skills and take away 1 skill?" Wei Han shook his head and emphasized seriously, "Just take a look." She emphasized so firmly that she couldn't even get the baseball cap to work. He continued to ask nervously, "Are these the only 2 requests? Don't you have any other requests?" As soon as he finished asking, the others looked at her nervously and expectantly, as if they would be so uneasy if she didn't make more requests. Wei Han felt rather helpless, and after thinking carefully for a while, he finally came up with a new request. Well, if I want to add one more, I hope you can provide some relevant information about the player you mentioned. Chapter 164. Wei Han's third request made the four people in front of him stunned. They exchanged glances with each other, and their expressions looked very hesitant. Wei Han waited quietly and patiently, but Rongqi couldn't help but ask, "Is this request difficult? Can't you tell me?" The male player in the baseball cap immediately waved his hands vigorously to explain, fearing that he would be misunderstood. No, it's not difficult. We are just curious about why you know the name you mentioned. But we thought about it. It should be the Lihua team that mentioned it to you. The short-haired female player helped to add. Wei Han just raised his eyebrows, as if to agree. The Lihua team mentioned by the short-haired female player did mention the name you mentioned, and they did hear about this person for the first time at that time. But she became curious about the individual after hearing the conversation between these four people just now. Seeing these people panicking after they found themselves separated from Yu Mingchen, Wei Han became more curious about this person. This Yu Mingchen seemed very strong, so he should pay more attention to him. Rongqi also guessed Wei Han's idea. In fact, he was a little concerned about this player when he heard these four people mention Yu Mingchen frequently. After a brief moment of confusion, the four players quickly returned to normal. The male player in the baseball cap asked respectfully, "We will do our best to meet your request, but I don't know where you want to start. Do you want to learn about our experience in this dungeon first? Or do you want to look at our respective skill libraries first? Or do you want to learn about Yu Mingchen first?" When these people were moving their arms, Wei Han noticed that the blue star icons on their palms were all jumping. These people had just arrived here and were in a panic because they found that Yu Mingchen was forced to separate from them. Until now, they have not remembered to check the notification. Wei Han suddenly wanted to know the difference between the information notified to normal players and their messages, so she simply sorted them out. Let's take a look at your skill library first. When you look at the skill library, you can talk about your experience in the dungeon at the same time. I also want to take a look at your stage message notifications. Is it convenient? She was so polite that the four people were flattered. They all said in panic, "Of course it's convenient. You provided such important information. Whatever you ask us to do is reasonable." Yes, it just so happens that we haven't checked the new message notifications since we came here. Who do you want to start with? You point out the order, and we will line up in order, and will never fight or grab. Don't say the message notifications of each stage in this dungeon. Even if you want to read all the information in the blue star icon of each of us, it will be completely fine. Compared with the important information you provided, these are nothing at all. These four people are easy to talk to. They are very similar to the previous 6-person team, the Lihua team. Perhaps this is why they got together. Wei Han didn't care who came first, and who came later among the four people, so he let them line up by themselves. After another round of eye contact, the four people immediately lined up in front of Wei Han and Rongqi in the order of the female player Xiaoya with long braids, the female player with short hair, the male player with a crew cut, and the male player with a baseball cap. The player Xiaoya also took the initiative to click on the virtual screen of the blue star icon, temporarily removing the skill of safe, so that others can touch their blue star system without being punished. After she clicked on the virtual screen that popped up above displayed the notification instructions for this stage. The notification instructions for normal players are quite different from those for sightseeing players. Copy address: Portal Maze 10:1. Congratulations on passing the Portal Maze 9:1 stage. The current stage is 10:1. Please keep working hard. Instructions: there are 10 optional portals in the current stage. Please choose one of the portals and enter the selected portal. It can be seen that the copy address of normal players will be updated as the player progresses in the maze. At present, these people have reached the stage of choosing 1 out of 10, and roughly estimated that they may have already surpassed the Lihua team. As sightseeing players, Wei Han and Rongqi only received a warm reminder in the notification just now, and the copy address was no longer displayed. The prompts Wei Han and Rongqi received directly gave the location information of the portal, and also let them know that not every spiral staircase has a portal. But the notifications for normal players are just notifications, and do not provide any prompts. The text description seems to be misleading, only mentioning the 10 portals that the 4 players can choose, which makes it easy for people to think that there are only 10 portals in the current address. Wei Han and Rongqi stared at the several message notifications presented by Xiaoya, thinking while reading, and remained silent for a long time, which made the 4 of them scared. Xiaoya's hands trembled a little, and after a while, he couldn't help but tremble and asked, "Excuse me, is there any problem?" Is it serious? The panic of several people was like when they were being examined by a Chinese doctor, and the doctor's expression became more and more solemn when they were being examined by a Chinese doctor. They were afraid that they had some problems, and would die if they were not careful. No problem. It's fine. Wei Han came back to his senses and made a gesture of invitation to Xiaoya, asking Xiaoya to continue the operation. Please bring up the interface of the skill library, let me take a look. She didn't want others to know the existence of the dungeon sightseeing ticket, so she didn't mention the difference in the message notifications on both sides. Xiaoya continued to flip her blue star icon page obediently. In fact, she wanted to say that the boss could get started directly, and didn't need to be so polite to her. But on the other hand, she felt terrified that this boss was approachable from the bottom of his heart, polite, and good-looking, so beautiful that he seemed not to be a real person. It's not that they haven't come into contact with some very powerful players, but those players would rely on their own strength to be arrogant, always looking down on others, as if they were superior because of their slightly stronger strength. This doubled goodwill made Xiaoya even actively promote every section interface of his Blue Star system. Boss, do you want to take a look at my prop library here to see if there are any props you like? As long as you want it, I will give it to you directly. Oh, by the way, do you want to take a look at my historical dungeon records? Maybe there is a dungeon you are interested in. If you are interested in the dungeons I have entered, I will definitely tell you all the information I know. Or, do you need a guide for the S-level purple dungeon? Although Teacher Xiaowei's price for the guide is very low, if you don't have it, I must give you one. Wei Han was somewhat helpless in the face of such enthusiasm. At the same time, he felt very complicated when he heard Xiaoya mention the strategy of the S-level purple dungeon. Rongqi also laughed secretly in his heart. Almost all the players he met this time mentioned Wei Han's vests, which was enough to see the popularity of Wei Han's vests. No need. If I have other needs, I will take the initiative to communicate with you. Please just turn to your skill library directly. Wei Han emphasized seriously. Xiaoya's hand hovered on her historical dungeon record page, and reluctantly turned to the interface of the skill library. The number of skills in Xiaoya's skill library is not large, but they are all very practical. Judging from the comprehensiveness of the skills, Xiaoya seems to have a more diverse role in the team. Wei Han didn't see any skills that Xiaoya hadn't seen before. She didn't show any disappointment. She just smiled and politely thanked Xiaoya. Thank you for your demonstration. I've seen it. Please take it back. Xiaoya was almost dazzled by the boss's smile. Obviously, the boss in front of her looked like a quiet girl with average looks, but she inexplicably felt that the other party was really good looking. She couldn't take her eyes off him, and was stunned. Xiaoya, get out of the way, it's my turn. The short-haired female player urged from behind. Xiaoya then stepped aside blankly, her face burning, and she began to have a preliminary curiosity about this boss. Are these two bosses taking a low-key route? As long as such good-tempered, polite, and easygoing bosses have entered the dungeon and come into contact with players, they should have spread among the player circle long ago, right? But how come she has never heard of it? Is it because she hasn't been online for too long? Think about it carefully. Because of the big copy refresh recently, the whole team has been wandering in the new copy, and it seems that they haven't surfed the internet for a long time. Xiaoya secretly glanced at the two again, secretly memorized their characteristics, and thought that after leaving this copy, she would post a question on the forum. Wei Han and Rongqi are now reading the task notification of the short-haired female player. When they found that it was the same as Xiaoya's task notification, they directly asked the short-haired female player to scroll down. The skills possessed by the short-haired female player are still the ones Wei Han has seen, but after reading the skills of the two players, he also found that they have some confidence to break into the S-level red copy. From the perspective of skill strength, the skills possessed by these two people are generally quite strong. Following the same process, it didn't take much time to read the notifications and skill libraries of the short-haired male player and the male player with a peaked cap. Wei Han only saw one skill in the skill library of the male player in the baseball cap that he had never seen before, which was the transformation skill, which was more advanced than disguise and quite useful. It was not the fault of these players that they had few skills, but the fault of Wei Han himself that he had too many skills. After doing this, the four of them talked about their experiences. After they separated from the Lihua team in the 4-choice stage, they were still able to keep in touch with the Lihua team when they entered the 5-choice stage, but for some reason, after reaching the 6th-choice stage, their mobile phones had no signal and they could no longer contact the Lihua team. It was one thing that they could not contact the other team, but their mission had to continue. So under the leadership of Yu Mingchen, they passed the 6-choice stage and entered the 7-choice, 8-choice, and 9-choice stages. The 9-choice stage is the previous stage in this scene. They arrived here smoothly, but because the portal suddenly disappeared, Yu Mingchen was left alone. And now they can't contact Yu Mingchen. They have been trying to contact the Lihua team on the way, but they have never succeeded. They have been lucky all the way here. The difficulties they encountered in the selection stage are all setting up some visible portals, but there are many obstacles on the way to the portals. The only thing they have to worry about is how to reach the portals. For example, when they were in the 8-choice stage, they went to a place that was like an upside-down mirror image. There is an upside-down city above this place, and an identical upright city below. There is no sky, but the light is very bright. It is impossible to find the source of the light. There are cities full of strange buildings above and below. In other words, this place has no real up and down, and can only be distinguished by the position of the observer as a temporary coordinate. When the players feel that they are standing on the ground and the city above is upside down, then when they look at the players from the perspective of the upside-down city above, why aren't the players also upside down? In this place, the problem they encounter is that the portal is clearly visible in the upside-down city above. And from the naked eye, the upside-down city above doesn't seem to be very far away from them, but they are like being firmly sucked to the current ground, and they can't fly to the upside-down city above no matter what. They also considered whether the two cities are mirror images, and the clearly visible portal is actually a hint that as long as they go to the same position in the current city, they may also be able to see the portal. But after verification, they found that the portal only existed in the upside-down city above their heads, and they did not find the portal in the corresponding position of their city. In the end, they finally found a breakthrough because of an accident or an unexpected event. Here we have to mention the special skills of their captain Yu Mingchen. Wei Han became excited when he heard about the special skills and repeated, "Special skills?" When Wei Han heard the dungeon experience, he listened quietly and politely throughout the whole process. This was the first time he asked a question out loud. Xiaoyao was a little surprised and looked at each other with the other three. Then they seemed to have reached a consensus. The male player in the baseball cap came forward and said, "Well, Yu Mingchen has a good special skill. You are a good person, and you two are very powerful and friendly. We decided to tell you first, and then apologize to Yu Mingchen when we meet him later." Wei Han did not reply. It is really not good to leak some information about others without their consent. It was her who was too eager and lacked consideration. After thinking for a while, she changed her mind and interrupted the male player in the baseball cap again. It is really bad to leak important information about Yu Mingchen without his consent. I didn't think it through. So, I need to contact him. So I need to at least take a look at his photo and need his contact information. I will try to contact him and ask him directly. Try to minimize the information leakage. Anyway, if Yu Mingchen has special skills that she hasn't heard of, she needs to see the skills to simulate them through Black Lotus, and at least meet Yu Mingchen once. Her words made the four players dumbfounded. The male player in the baseball cap thought he had said something wrong, and hurriedly persuaded, No, that's not what I meant. In fact, Yu Mingchen has a good personality, he should not mind. As long as we explain the reason clearly, he should understand. In fact, it's not that serious. Wei Han said seriously, whether he has a good personality or not, whether he will not mind in the future, that's his business. It doesn't mean that we are right to do this. I'm very sorry. Because of my momentary complacency, I made a bad request. The reward proposed by the boss was already equivalent to charity, and now he directly canceled the request because of his momentary slip of the tongue, and even apologized to them. The four of them inexplicably felt a strong sense of guilt. At the same time, the four of them were full of respect for the two. A real strongman should be like this, not only strong in strength, but personality is the most important. Seeing the boss's firm attitude, the four sighed softly, and then the male player in the baseball cap simply brought out Yu Mingchen's photo, and displayed it on his mobile phone virtual screen. Yu Mingchen rarely takes solo photos. This is a group photo I took with him, when we celebrated after we passed a dungeon. Shall I send the photo to you? The male player in the baseball cap asked tentatively, pointing to a young man, with a bright smile in the group photo. In the photo, Yu Mingchen was hooked by the male player in the baseball cap on the shoulder. Although he was forcibly pulled over to take the photo, he did not show any dissatisfaction in front of the camera, but seemed to be the one with the happiest smile. Yu Mingchen's appearance is also good. His bright smile does not make people feel that his expression is broken or distorted. Instead, this smile is full of infectiousness, with a sunny and energetic vigor. Just from the photo, Yu Mingchen should be a sunny and cheerful person, and he looks like he has a good personality. Wei Han and Rongqi only took a brief look at each other and remembered each other's appearance. No, I just want to see his appearance, so that if we meet him in the dungeon next time, we won't be unable to recognize him. If we don't meet him in the dungeon, we need his contact information. Just give me the contact information. Wei Han explained seriously. Xiaoya respectfully presented Yu Mingchen's contact number. Wei Han took out his mobile phone and casually took a picture of the content on the virtual screen of Xiaoya's mobile phone, and then politely said to Xiaoya, "Thank you, it's done. Thank you for your help." Xiaoya's heart couldn't help but beat wildly just by her thanks. So far, except for some minor omissions in the middle, Wei Han's requirements have basically been met, and the next step is to explore the current scene. Chapter 165. Wei Han and Rongqi felt that they had talked enough. When the atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence, they both looked at the spiral staircases that stretched to the sky. With the experience of cheating in the previous stage, Wei Han's cheating this time was more straightforward. At this moment, she had directly used the skill, Eye of Truth, to stare at the vanishing point of each staircase in the sky. Rongqi glanced at Wei Han distractedly, and seeing her focused eyes, she guessed that she had probably used the cheating skill. Next, it was probably just a matter of waiting for her news. The two of them had quickly entered the next task, but the four-member team had not yet come out of the guild. After a while of silence, they saw the two big guys staring at the surrounding environment intently. They wanted to speak but dared not speak out, for fear of interrupting the two big guys' important matters. They thought of the follow-up solution to the 8th stage, but they hadn't finished talking about it yet. If the boss didn't want to know the part related to Yu Mingchen, he could just skip that part and tell the boss the answer. It didn't matter. Although from the boss's appearance, the bosses didn't seem to be very curious about the follow-up answers. Several people waited patiently. They didn't just stand there and think about nothing when they were free. They noticed that the boss had been looking up at the spiral staircases, so they also looked up, almost stiffening their necks, but couldn't see anything. In this piece of Doomsday Ruins, for some reason, these spiral staircases were intact, and for some reason, these spiral staircases were so high that they went straight into the sky. They couldn't see the end at all. When they arrived at the new location, their main task was to find the 10 portals available. At present, there was no portal in the ruins that could be seen at a glance. In addition, the boss kept looking up the spiral staircase. It was probably because the boss had excellent skills and had mastered some information in advance, and he had a clear idea of the location of the portal. The speculation behind this made it difficult for the four people to accept. This means the portal is likely to be at the top of these stairs that can't see the end. Another problem is that there are so many spiral staircases leading to the sky here. It can be inferred that only a very small number of spiral staircases will have portals at the top. How to accurately select the spiral staircases with portals at the top is also a difficult problem. Of course, the biggest problem is that according to the important information provided by the two bosses, two waves of players at different stages have met in the current scene. That is, there will be two different stages of portals here, and they have to first distinguish which portal corresponds to which side of the player. Considering that the two waves of players are currently in different stages, the big guys are in the stage of choosing 1 out of 4, so there are 4 portals to choose from, and they are now in the stage of choosing 1 out of 10, so there will be 10 portals to choose from. If the shapes of the portals in the two different stages are different, then they only need to find all 14 portals in total, or confirm which portal has more than 5, and then they can determine who should go through which portal. But they are afraid that the task system will suddenly increase the difficulty, and set the shapes of the portals in different stages to be the same, then they will be really uncomfortable. The four people didn't know that Wei Han in front of them had used his skills to count 5 prismatic portals and 1 perfect circular portal in this large area. Both portals were white and emitted a white faint light, which basically confirmed that the prismatic portal was for the 4 people to choose, and the perfect circular one was for her and Rongqi to choose. What made Wei Han a little concerned now was that when she superimposed several layers of skill states on her eyes, and directly saw the situation at the top of the spiral staircase, she saw not only the portal, but also a time counter with a semi-transparent display state hanging above the portal. When she turned her sight to the top of the spiral staircase without a portal, she found that there was also an electronic timer similar to a virtual screen hanging on the top of these spiral staircases. She focused on observing and recording for a while, comparing the timing changes with and without portals, trying to summarize the rules from them. These timings cannot be seen without the Eye of Truth, but the portal is directly presented, and there is no need to use the Eye of Truth as long as the skill, astronomical telescope, can be seen. There seemed to be no specific pattern for these timers. Wei Han only saw the timer on the portal counting down, while the other timers were running forward. However, the time on each timer was not synchronized, and the change in the number of seconds was the same, indicating that the time flow rate on each timer was consistent. She was now planning to see what would happen when the timer above the portal counted down to 0. The portal with the shortest countdown still needed nearly 15 minutes. Wei Han did not intend to keep looking up to stare at it. Although her physical fitness had been greatly improved after her physical fitness was improved, it would not be uncomfortable to look up for more than 10 minutes. But there was really no need for this. Rongqi also realized that she had withdrawn her gaze, so he asked her in a voice transmission, "How is it? Did you find anything?" Just as he finished asking, the four-man team realized that they seemed to have finished their work, and immediately asked in a hurry, "Boss, are you sure there is nothing else for us to do? Why don't you think about it, even if you sign a contract with us and let us owe you 10 or 8 requests?" These 4 people are too honest. They are completely afraid that they will treat the boss in front of them unfairly, afraid that the boss will not take the money, not put forward conditions, and not put forward requirements. Xiaoya really felt bad. "Why don't you take the money? Our money is not enough, so I will treat me as yours first, and I will be at your disposal." Wei Han received Rongqi's voice transmission, and was about to reply to Rongqi, but suddenly heard that the four-man team was still entangled in the previous topic. This kind of honesty also made Wei Han learn something. She said earnestly, "I really have no other requests. If you still feel bad, then my request is that you quickly focus on how to pass the dungeon, instead of holding on to the topic that has already ended." The 4 people's faces were a little hot, like 4 children who had done something wrong, and they all lowered their heads. Wei Han took this opportunity to use voice transmission to tell Rongqi about her discovery in detail. The 4-person team reflected seriously for a while, and sorted out their emotions. When they raised their heads again, their faces were more serious and no longer carefree. It is said that Yu Mingchen, the main fighting force, was gone, but after the initial panic, the few people have calmed down a lot now, and quickly entered the state, and naturally chose a new leader, the male player in the peaked cap. While Wei Han was calculating the time, and was busy with the secret analysis with Rongqi, the player in the baseball cap had already begun to arrange the division of labor for each player. "Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, I remember that you should have related skills such as telescopes. You two should use your skills to look at the top of these spiral staircases first, and try to see if you can directly see the top with the skill of vision assistance." The other name mentioned by the baseball cap was the name of the short-haired female player. Then the baseball cap looked at the male player with a buzz cut, and said while doing warm-up movements, "Ling Quan, wait for the results of the 2 of them to come out, and the 2 of us will be ready to climb the stairs." The player in the baseball cap called Ling Quan was the male player with a buzz cut. He also obeyed the arrangement very well, and immediately started to do warm-up activities to prepare for climbing the stairs later. Wei Han and Rongqi just finished their discussion. When they heard the plan of the 4-person team, they did not intend to interfere, but decided to observe quietly first. There are 2 main observation directions. First, wait for the observation results of the 2 female players to see if the 2 female players can also see the top of the spiral staircase after using the vision assistance skill. Second, after the 2 male players climb the stairs, would these rotating staircases change? What would they see when they stood on the stairs? After the 4-man team was assigned their respective tasks, they concentrated on their own work. They did not pay attention to Wei Han and Rongqi's every move like before. Now they were being observed by Wei Han and Rongqi, but they seemed to be completely unaware. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing raised their heads and scanned the area, then changed positions, and moved to another area to continue observing. Wei Han could probably guess why the 2 did this. They both had the skill telescope, which had a much smaller effective range than the skill astronomical telescope, and could not see a large area at a glance like she did. Ling Quan, the man in the baseball cap and the buzz cut, had been warming up, patiently waiting for the results of Xiaoya and Xiaoqing without urging them. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing changed a few more places, and finally came back here panting after observing for 10 minutes. It might be that the use of the auxiliary vision skill consumed a certain amount of mental energy. In addition to being a little angry, the 2 also had sweat on their foreheads. "We saw it." Xiaoya was the first to speak, and she looked very happy. Xiaoqing was also very excited. After Xiaoya finished speaking, she pointed to a spiral staircase and said, "There is a portal on that staircase. We have seen many of them, and counted 5 prismatic portals, and 1 circular portal. The portal Xiaoqing pointed to is the closest one. It is only 100 meters away from us. The other portals are more than 500 meters away from us." Xiaoya helped to supplement. After getting this result, Peak Cap and Ling Quan immediately analyzed it. Can we be sure that the prismatic portal is for us to choose, and the circular portal is for the two bosses to choose? Where is the circular portal? Let's point it out to the bosses quickly. Ling Quan asked anxiously. It's not that they think the two bosses are incapable of finding the portal, but they think that if they have already found one, pointing it out to the two bosses directly can save them some time. Xiaoya immediately squeezed forward. Yes, 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 I realized that the circular portal was chosen for the boss, so I specially memorized the location. She squeezed in front of Wei Han and Rongqi, and asked in a flattering and nervous tone, Do you want to go over? I can lead the way. Wei Han smiled and declined. In fact, we saw the location of the portal before. Now I want to figure out other things. You can do whatever you want, don't worry about us. After a pause, she asked a question. Did you and your companions only see the portal? Nothing else? Xiaoya shook her head blankly. Yes, only the portal. After saying that, she was a little panicked. Is there anything else? Is it because we are not good enough? No, it has nothing to do with this. You don't have to be so scared. It's normal to only see the portal. Wei Han comforted. It seems that the semi-transparent timer can only be seen by the Eye of Truth. The time is almost up. Wei Han uses the skill again to look at the portal with a countdown of only 15 minutes. Xiaoya and the others also noticed that the boss's sight was drifting away. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were a little unsure, but they found that the boss seemed to be looking at the farthest prismatic portal. They immediately dared not make any more noise to disturb the boss's concentration, and returned to their own plan. Players at different stages cannot go together, and they still have to rely on themselves to pass through one stage after another. When Wei Han looked over, the original 15-minute countdown had just entered the 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, the countdown returned to 0, and the portal at the top of the spiral staircase suddenly disappeared. Chapter 166. In fact, Wei Han had already guessed about this change. It was not surprising that the portal suddenly disappeared after the timer ended. She remained calm, superimposed the skills on her eyes, shifted her sight, and began to search a larger area to continue to verify her guess. The portal should not have really disappeared, but moved to other spiral staircases. Now she expanded her field of vision, and saw more timers on the spiral staircases. As before, the timers on the spiral staircases were long and short, and there was no pattern at all. As she continued to expand the scope of search, the next move of the four-person team began. The man in the peaked cap and the short-haired man Ling Quan walked towards the spiral staircase closest to them with a portal on the top. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing did not intend to be lazy around the boss, and followed the peaked cap and Ling Quan to move together. Wei Han actually paid some attention to the progress of the four-man team. She expanded the scope and searched quickly. Although she did find another prismatic portal, she felt that this prismatic portal was not like the one that disappeared after the countdown just now. If you want to find the disappearance pattern of the portal, it is necessary to find the positions of all the portals, and observe from a global perspective, which will be more intuitive. Wei Han quickly focused, and secretly separated a stealth Wei Wei. What this Wei Wei needs to do is to use the flying skill to quickly transfer in the air, open the skill range of the auxiliary vision to the maximum, find the positions of all the current portals, record the corresponding countdown time, and stay in the air for follow-up observation. As for her main body, she now needs to focus on observing whether there are any changes in the stairs or portal after the peaked cap and Ling Quan climbed the spiral staircase, how they felt when climbing the stairs, etc. Rongqi had long noticed that Wei Han suddenly retracted her gaze from a distance, and also found that she was silent for a while after retracting her gaze, as if she was arranging or thinking about a new plan. He waited quietly for a while, and then heard Wei Han use the skill to transmit the sound to him. Let's go, and see the two players climb the stairs. From Wei Han's return to his senses, to Wei Han's arrangement of Wei Wei to continue collecting and recording information, it didn't take much time in between. The four players had just advanced halfway, and had not yet reached the bottom of the spiral staircase they had chosen. With the speed of Wei Han and Rongqi, they quickly caught up with the four people, and they were still in a silent state. If Xiaoya and Xiaoqing hadn't looked back reluctantly, they wouldn't have known that the two big guys had caught up. To be honest, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were caught off guard and saw the figures of the two a few steps away, and they were almost scared. When Wei Han found that Xiaoya and Xiaoqing looked back at her and Rongqi, she smiled friendly. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing nodded a little embarrassedly, flattered by this. They didn't quite understand the two bosses' plan, wondering in their hearts whether they just happened to be on the same path. They should not be so self-indulgent as to think that the boss has followed them on purpose. 2 minutes later, the group came to the bottom of the spiral staircase with the portal. The peaked Cap and Ling Quan, who were leading the group, stood at the bottom, looking up. The steps of the spiral staircase were quite wide, allowing for people to walk up side by side. Standing at the bottom at a close distance, they could more intuitively experience the huge size of the spiral staircase. It was really high up into the clouds, and the end of the top could not be seen, which made them doubt whether it was really possible to climb to the end. If they could really climb to the top, could they still breathe there? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also looked up. In order to confirm the situation again, they used their skills a little to check whether the portal was still there. After confirming that the portal was still there, they temporarily felt relieved. Wei Han and Rongqi were both watching. Rongqi also had a skill to assist vision, but the picture he saw was similar to what Xiaoya and Xiaoqing could see. Wei Han was mainly observing the timing. She saw the countdown above the portal, and now there were 20 minutes left. Ling Quan's farewell words to the two girls came. Xiangjin and I will go explore the way first. You have worked hard using your skills just now, so take a good rest here. It turned out that the male player in the baseball cap, who is now the team leader, was named Xiangjin. Xiangjin in the baseball cap also added, when we climb to a certain height, we will contact you by mobile phone, and we will tell you the truth about any situation we encounter on the top. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly and gave their instructions. One said, if you encounter danger, turn back immediately and don't be stubborn. The other said, we will also pay close attention to the situation of the top portal. If there is any abnormality, we will notify you as soon as possible. After saying this, Xiangjin in the baseball cap and Ling Quan in the buzz cut stepped onto the first step side by side at the same time. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing stared at the spiral staircase nervously, paying close attention, fearing that they would miss the key changes if they were distracted. Xiangjin and Ling Quan paused on the first step, and then broadcast their feelings of climbing the stairs. The material of the stairs looks like stone, but it feels more like stepping on wooden stairs. Xiangjin stretched out his hand and grasped the handrail of the stairs. The handrail of the spiral staircase was ordinary, and there was no special decoration. It was just a few horizontal bars up and down, plus vertical bars with the same distance. After holding the handrail of the stairs to confirm the material type, Xiangjin continued to explain, it feels like a polished and painted wooden handrail when touched. Ling Quan would help to add some supplements. When you step on the stairs, there is no visible change in the appearance of the stairs. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also responded immediately. We see that the portal has not changed yet. You continue to move forward. After the initial communication and confirmation, Xiangjin and Ling Quan continued to move up. They simplified the code between each other. After stepping on a new step, if there is no abnormality, they will report 1. If they can't feel it after stepping on a new step, they will report 2 to avoid the complicated process of information communication. The 4-member team now clearly shows that they only hope to find a way to pass this stage by their own ability. After their plan was launched, everyone in the team took out their 12 points of concentration and no longer distracted Wei Han and Rongqi. This is good for both Wei Han and Rongqi, especially now that Wei Han is doing 2 things at once. Her main body is watching the 2 male players climbing the ladder, and she is secretly discussing with Rongqi using her skills. Her clone Wei Wei is still invisible, drawing a map of all the portals in the air. In such a busy situation, if the 4-man team keeps talking to her, she probably won't be able to pay attention. After a new exploration, the intelligence has been updated. Wei Wei is moving while expanding the carpet search. Currently, she has found 7 prismatic portals and 2 circular portals. From this, we can see that the number of portals is very large, but the distribution range is very wide. The range has been expanded greatly, but the portals are still not found, and it is not even known whether they can be found. Before finding all the 14 portals that should exist, Wei Han cannot be sure whether the portals will disappear completely or move to other locations after the countdown ends. If the countdown represents the length of time that the portal can exist at this stage, and the portal disappears after the countdown reaches 0, it means that the players have one less option. Then the situation will be very passive. Among the total of 9 portals found so far, the countdown above the portal at the top of the spiral staircase that Xiangjin and Ling Quan are currently climbing is the shortest, with a countdown of 15 minutes, and the 2 male players have been climbing the stairs for nearly 8 minutes. Wei must try to find all the portals before the countdown of this portal ends. Although Wei Han knew that the portal at the top of the spiral staircase might disappear in 10 minutes, she did not notify the 4 people, but just watched Xiangjun and Ling Quan continue to climb up quietly. Although the two climbed the ladder for 8 minutes, they had to try and explore a lot in the beginning, so they only had 4 minutes to move forward at full speed. At present, they have climbed to a height of about 8 floors. They can easily see their figures very clearly by using skills to assist vision, or just using a telescope to adjust the magnification. However, this distance is not suitable for communication through voice transmission. After all, it is not known how long the two male players will climb up. They have to try to retain every bit of physical strength. Shouting loudly is quite exhausting. Xiangjun and Ling Quan's feedback responses will be sent directly to the group. If there is no abnormality, the two will send one to the group. If there is an abnormality, they will send two. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing standing on the ground also divided the work twice. They watched the two people climbing the ladder, and checked the group messages, and checked the portals. The two people would take turns to do these two tasks. When the person who checked the portal felt tired, he could be replaced by the person who originally checked the mobile phone messages. After all, checking the status of the portal requires continuous use of skills, which consumes mental energy. In Wei Han's vision, the countdown above the top portal jumped to 14 minutes. Compared with the height of the entire spiral staircase, the height that Xiangjun and Ling Quan climbed could not even be said to have left. These two people did not have the skills to move directly to a specific location. In the remaining time, it was impossible for the two people to reach the top and go to the front of the portal. Wei flew farther and successfully found the 8th prismatic portal and a circular portal. There are still 2 prismatic portals and 1 circular portal to go. Xiangjun and Ling Quan climbed all the way to the current height and did not encounter any expected abnormal situation. Xiaoya looked at the series of ones on the phone and discussed with Xiaoqing. At present, it seems that nothing abnormal has happened. Everything is peaceful. I am not confident. Are we too nervous? Xiaoqing stared at the portal at the top of the spiral staircase. Hearing Xiaoya's words, he replied distractedly, I don't know. But in the copy, you must not think that you can sit back and relax because of a moment of calm. In short, we must always be prepared and don't relax. As soon as Xiaoqing's voice fell, Xiaoya raised the telescope again to look at the two people on the stairs. This time she suddenly screamed, Where are Xiangjun and Ling Quan? How did they suddenly disappear? They were there just now. Xiaoya seemed a little unconvinced. She kept the telescope facing the spiral staircase and turned around quickly. She looked up and down, but there was nothing. She confirmed that the two people were not blocked and really disappeared suddenly. After hearing what Xiaoya said, Xiaoqi immediately lowered her sight and looked down to find the familiar height, but she didn't find the two familiar figures. What happened? They really disappeared? I didn't see them when I looked up, and I didn't see them when I looked down. Calm down, let's not panic. Although Xiaoqing was shocked, she tried to calm down as soon as possible. Without saying a word, she picked up her phone and said to Xiaoya, Check if there is any new news about them on your phone. This change surprised Wei Han and Rongqi. They didn't expect that the portal hadn't disappeared yet, but the players who climbed the stairs disappeared first. Wei Han and Rongqi looked at each other in tacit understanding. This situation where players suddenly disappeared while walking on the spiral staircase seemed familiar, full of a strong sense of déjà vu. Chapter 167. If I remember correctly, in the post they saw before entering this dungeon, the original poster also encountered a situation where his teammates suddenly disappeared while climbing the spiral staircase during the 3-choice stage. The situation they are facing now is similar to and different from that original poster's experience. The similarity is that both have the element of spiral staircases, and the portals are on the spiral staircases. Players suddenly disappear while climbing the spiral staircases. The difference is that the original poster described the scene he was in as a kind of ruins, and in the scene the original poster encountered, although there were no traces of animals or other creatures, the plants were very prosperous. But the place they are in now is a doomsday ruins, with no grass growing, and no strange creatures or plants. The number and height of the spiral staircases are also very different. The original poster only encountered 3 spiral staircases, and the stairs were inside the ruins building. Although the building is high, the top can still be seen with the naked eye, so it is not difficult to climb to the top of the stairs. Now they are facing thousands of spiral staircases. There are no buildings with complete shapes around them. These spiral staircases exist alone, and each staircase is so high that you can't see the end. After careful comparison, although there are players who suddenly disappear while climbing the stairs on both sides, the players' whereabouts after disappearance may be different. The teammates who disappeared on the host's side directly enter the next stage, But it does not mean that the players who disappeared on their side also directly entered the next stage. The experience of the host they saw could be used as a reference. For example, the player who disappeared while climbing the stairs on their side was likely to have entered the second-floor space door through a transparent portal. Of course, it is also possible that he was teleported to other locations in the current scene. Wei Han and Rongqi made a comparison and analysis in a short time. Wei Han immediately asked Wei Weiwei to observe whether Xiangjun and Ling Quan were seen in other locations. Wei Weiwei maintained a skill strength with a wide field of vision. It was also very fast to verify whether the two people entered the second-floor space door or were teleported to other locations after they disappeared. Soon, Wei Han got the results synchronously. At present, the figures of the two players were not found in the range that Wei Weiwei could see, basically excluding the possibility that the two players were teleported to other current locations. At the same time, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, who were trying to calm down their emotions, also received new mobile phone messages at this time, which were sent by Xiangjun and Ling Quan. At this time, the countdown above the top portal was still 13 minutes. Wei Han had been paying attention to the time gate to see whether the time gate flow rate would differ in each different situation. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were very excited after receiving the messages from Xiangjun and Ling Quan. Xiaoya took out her phone and read the messages, and said anxiously, "Are they typing messages? How come it's been more than 10 seconds since I sent a 2? There's still no second message." Now they are anxious to know where those two people are now, and what's going on over there. Xiaoqing lowered her head and started typing, her fingers moving very fast on the virtual screen. Xiaoya was inspired by this, and also started typing quickly to ask questions. Wei Han and Rongqi just wanted to see the situation of the four-person team, so they also quietly came over. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing only glanced at them when they saw them coming, nodded respectfully, and then continued to do what they were doing. The messages the two girls were editing were actually similar, basically asking about the situation of Xiangjun and Ling Quan, what problems they encountered, etc. There was another reason why the two were so anxious, that is, they were worried about losing contact, and they wanted to race against time to get enough information in the shortest time possible. Xiangjun and Ling Quan's reply made the two girls wait for a long time, about 2 minutes, and the countdown that Wei Han was staring at became 11 minutes. Ling, Xiangjun and I are currently intact, not injured, and not in danger. We are still on the spiral staircase, but when we look down, the scene we see is completely different from before. It's like we have come to another space door. Here, you can't seem to see us, and we can't find you either. Sorry, what I said seems a bit messy. I think about it again, Ilu Xiangyang. Don't worry about what Ling Quan sent. He was too surprised and hasn't calmed down yet. If he can't explain it clearly, it will only mislead you. Ilu Xiangyang. First of all, please rest assured that the two of us have not encountered any danger, nor have we entered the next stage. We have not received any notification from the system congratulating us on passing the 10th choice stage. We didn't feel anything abnormal just now. For us, we were climbing up normally. When we took out our phones to report the situation to you, we found that we couldn't see the ground when we looked down. Ilu Xiangyang, this is completely different from before. We climbed all the way up, and had a very clear view throughout the whole process. We never saw fog, and there was no sign of fog. So we immediately changed the original input 1 to 2. The network here seems to be a bit slow. After we received your message, it took us a long time to reply. Please forgive us. We did not deliberately not reply. All the way to the sun, when we found that we could not see the ground up and down, and it was blocked by thick fog, we looked up and found that there was fog above, and we could not see the road above clearly. However, before we analyzed the result, the fog suddenly dissipated. After the fog above and below dissipated, we saw a completely different scene from before. All the way to the sun, looking down, it was no longer a doomsday ruin, but a vast ocean with unknown depth. I don't know if it was water. Maybe it was not water, but just a light blue unknown liquid. There was an orange flower floating on the water. We couldn't see the specific shape and other information of the flower. Maybe it was an unknown water grass in this environment. This yellow water grass grew a large area, forming a very spectacular and beautiful water flower sea on the light blue ocean. It was really beautiful. Ilu Xiangyang frowny face. I don't have the right camera equipment, but unfortunately I don't know how to take pictures. If I had the equipment and the skills, I would definitely take some pictures for you to see. Ilu Xiangyang frowny face. After looking at the scene below, we looked up and found that the spiral staircase now seemed shorter than before. The top of the stairs was clearly visible. Roughly estimated, at our speed, It should only take another 20 minutes to reach the top. Ilu Xiangyang frowny face, we looked up and began to scan the surroundings, and found that the end points of other spiral staircases were clearly visible. What confused us even more was that here, there was a portal at the top of each spiral staircase. The shape of the portal is rectangular. I don't know what the portal here is for. Ilu Xiangyang, now Ling Quan and I are thinking of climbing to the top first, standing in front of the portal, and then playing rock paper scissors to decide who will enter the portal. We want to see where these portals lead to, and we also want to figure out what's going on here. Ilu Xiangyang, you two should not act rashly. If the two bosses have any ideas, you should listen to them. As long as our signal is not cut off, we will keep in touch with you and inform you of our situation. Ilu Xiangyang, we are now continuing to climbing up from where we are here. The current situation is 1. After reporting the situation over there to Xiangzhen and Ling Quan, they entered the mode of counting 1 or 2 again. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing sent messages to Xiangzhen, they also tacitly did not send any messages to interrupt. Now that they have read the messages, the two of them have let out a long sigh, but still have no intention of replying. Instead, they both turned their heads to look at the two bosses beside them. They knew very well that when Xiangzhen sent the message, the two bosses came quietly and read Xiangzhen's message with them. To be honest, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were completely confused after reading the message sent by Xiangzhen. They couldn't think of anything, and were in a very confused state. They just felt that the current stage was becoming more and more confusing, and completely lost the ability to think. When they looked at the two bosses, they found that their expressions were solemn and thoughtful, as if they had some ideas, unlike them. Xiaoya immediately asked anxiously, "Two bosses, do you have any ideas? To be honest, we are really stupid and don't understand what is going on now." She scratched her hair with great effort. Why did they suddenly disappear and move to such a place? Why can they see that the spiral staircase has become shorter at their current location, and there are portals on each spiral staircase? What will happen if they enter those portals? Xiaoya now has almost 100,000 Ys, and there are really too many things that she can't figure out. They didn't even understand many situations in the current ruins, and now two teammates were teleported to another strange place. The difficulty increased dramatically, making them feel huge pressure. There were no monsters encountered at this stage, but they felt that it would be better to let them kill monsters. The questions mentioned by Xiaoya were also what Wei Han and Rong Qi were thinking about. Unfortunately, Wei Han didn't know the exact answers to all the questions. For some questions, there was not even a direction for guessing. Facing Xiaoya's inquiry, Wei Han could only give some of her guesses. Before coming to this dungeon, my companions and I did some intelligence gathering on the Northwest Wind Player Forum, and happened to see a host asking for help. The three-choice stage that host was in was somewhat similar to the situation we are facing now. My companions and I took a little reference to the situation of that host, and came up with some guesses. Your two companions should have just passed through a transparent portal, and went to a second-level space gate in the current stage. But where exactly is this second-level space gate? What will you encounter inside? And how to get back here? These are not known to us for the time being. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing still didn't understand after listening. Wei Han looked at their expressions and suggested, "You can go to the forum to check first. I remember that the host's ID is a single-word card." Although Xiaoya and Xiaoqing really wanted to go to the forum and read the post mentioned by the boss, they still felt that now was not the time to look down at their phones to read the post. They still needed to keep in touch with Xiangzhen. I'm afraid we have to wait a while. We need to keep in touch with Xiangzhen and check on his situation. Xiaoqing said awkwardly, "Thank you for your advice. We will definitely go and check it out later." Wei Han thought for a while and suggested again, "If you don't mind, you can share a mobile phone to read the posts, and lend us the other phone to contact your companions. We kind of want to communicate directly with the two people over there." Xiaoya and Xiaoqing waved their hands and said, No, how could we mind? Do you mean to cooperate with us? It's our honor that you are willing to help us." After that, Xiaoqing took the phone and operated it for a while, then wiped his phone carefully, and finally held it with both hands and presented it, explaining, "Pinch the ear to turn it on, and pull the ear to light up the screen. The current interface is the group chat interface. You can directly enter the question if you want to say anything." Xiaoqing's phone is in the shape of a little rabbit pendant, made of soft metal, and also made a furry effect. It can be seen that this shape is customized. Wei Han nodded to her, took the phone, pulled the rabbit's ears, and the virtual screen lit up, showing that it was indeed the group chat interface. Xiaoqing had just explained the matter clearly, and told Xiangzhen and Ling Quan that the person behind this account was not her, but the two bosses. After handing the phone to Wei Han, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were a little curious about what she would say to Xiangjun and Ling Quan, and they didn't immediately go to the forum to read the posts. Wei Han handed the phone to Rongqi, and sent a voice message to Rongqi, asking Rongqi to type. Rongqi didn't mind at all, and felt that he finally had work to do, and was happy. He listened to Wei Han's voice transmission and typed Wei Han's words. Hello. I have something to tell you, because I have a certain skill that can see some things that normal players can't see. So we just found that there is a countdown above each portal, and there is a positive timer at the top of each spiral staircase. The portal you chose before has a countdown of 9 minutes. I suggest that you try to reach the top of the stairs on your side within 9 minutes, because after the countdown reaches 0, the corresponding portal will disappear, and I'm not sure whether the portal on the stairs you are currently on will also disappear at the same time. Seeing these two messages, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing both widened their eyes in shock. Both of them used their skills to look at the portal in the sky again, confirming that they could only see the portal, and there was no timer. It turned out that the boss had been staring at it before. He was not observing the portal as they thought, but was looking at the time gate above the portal. However, no matter how surprised the two were now, they did not dare to interrupt the boss's thoughts. Now the boss looked very focused. The two girls looked at each other, thinking that they could not understand it now, so they should take a look at the post mentioned by the boss first. Xiaoya enlarged the virtual screen of her mobile phone, and found the Northwest Wind Player Forum that she had not visited for a long time. As soon as she went there, she saw a large number of posts mentioning two titles that they could not understand. What kind of fierce teacher, and what kind of flower brother? Chapter 168. The page now appears in front of Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. A quick glance shows the following. Mr. Ming and Brother Hua should have entered the dungeon of the portal maze, right? I am offering a large sum of money to players in the portal maze, who come out and say hello if they encounter Mr. Ming and Brother Hua. Another reason to work hard to become stronger. If you don't become stronger, you can't even chase stars. Damn it, I also want to enter the S-level red dungeon. Don't Mr. Ming and Brother Hua consider traveling to a dungeon with a lower difficulty. 9 days left. I have never felt that time would be so torturous. Mr. Wei's live broadcast is almost killing me. Today, I am also trying to connect Mr. Ming and Mr. Wei. Mr. Ming's appearance is really timely. If Mr. Wei can find Mr. Ming to participate in the live broadcast, I think even if Mr. Wei enters a dungeon with average difficulty, the dungeon will definitely attract a lot of traffic, and will not lose to those two so-called top streamers. Please ask Mr. Ming to watch Mr. Wei's live broadcast. Will Mr. Ming choose a simpler dungeon for the next stop? Is it true that no players in the portal maze have encountered Mr. Ming and Brother Hua? Or are there really few players entering this dungeon? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were completely confused. They looked at the date several times, and were very sure that they seemed to have not been online for half a month. Not half a year? The titles that mentioned Mr. Wei also made them a little confused. They knew Mr. Wei, and their entire team were all true fans of Mr. Wei, but now they seemed to not understand what these people were talking about. What's the matter with Mr. Ming and Brother Hua? Did Mr. Wei start a live broadcast preview? There had been no news about Teacher Wei before, so everyone thought that instead of waiting in vain, it would be better to enter the dungeon to improve their strength and surprise others. So the whole team reached a unified opinion, and began to concentrate on the dungeon. The players of the whole team had a consensus that in the dungeon, unless there were special circumstances, surfing the internet was not allowed by default. Unexpectedly, they missed the live broadcast preview released by Teacher Wei this time. The two stared at the title post that mentioned Teacher Wei, only paying attention to the words they focused on. After realizing this, they put the business behind them for a while, just covering their mouths to block the screams that came out of their mouths, and quickly checked Teacher Wei's comment live account. The two people made a low and restrained cry, whispering to each other, "Ah, the live broadcast has really started. It started 6 days ago. We didn't know about it until now." Xiaoqing urged anxiously in a low voice, hurry up and make an appointment. Send a message to others. Let them hurry up and make an appointment. Oh my god, we shouldn't have entered the dungeon. Damn it, why did it happen after we entered the dungeon? We almost missed it. We must go out before Teacher Wei starts the live broadcast. Xiaoya immediately operated her mobile phone, clicked on Comment Live, logged in to her account, found Teacher Wei's page, confirmed the appointment for the live broadcast, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoqing's mobile phone is now used by the big boss, but Xiaoqing is also anxious to make an appointment, so she borrowed Xiaoya's mobile phone to log in to her comment account and repeated the appointment operation. After both of them made an appointment successfully, Xiaoya first switched the interface back to the group chat interface, entered a line of text, copied it, and sent it 3 times. I am Xiaoya, everyone. Teacher Wei is live streaming. Hurry up and make an appointment. All staff, X3. Wei Han and Rongqi were using Xuqing's phone to keep in touch with Xiangjun and others through group chat, and they were caught off guard by seeing 3 consecutive messages. After seeing the content of several messages, Rongqi was silent for a while, then used the skill to transmit the sound, as if he was holding back a smile and said, "Oh, the members of this team seem to be fans of Teacher Wei." Wei Han is already very accustomed to this situation, and there is no surprise on her face. She is still so calm, as if Teacher Wei is not her main guest, but just an insignificant stranger. She also reminded Rongqi to concentrate. Concentrate on typing text, don't worry about some insignificant things. Rongqi looked at the messages received on the interface. I don't want to care, but it seems that for them, it seems that it is more important to make an appointment for Teacher Wei's live streaming as soon as possible. You see. After Xiaoya sent the message, Xiangjun and Ling Quan both replied with a received. It seems that they really need to make an appointment for Teacher Wei's live broadcast first. After a while, they didn't show up again. Wei Han, Are you asking them if they started to play badly because they realized that they couldn't reach the top within 9 minutes? Wei Han remembered that Xiangjun mentioned that the spiral staircase they were on now would take another 20 minutes to reach the top at their speed. Wei Han actually wanted to give some suggestions on speeding up, such as why bother climbing up with just your feet? Why not try to use some means of transportation? Since they are all players of this level, there must be some means of transportation in the skill space that can be used. Wei Han said so, and Rongqi really asked so. 10 seconds later, Xiangjun replied, Hello. Ling Quan and I are now riding the floating airship. We are sprinting towards the top portal with all our strength. It is currently estimated that the travel time can be shortened to 8 minutes. We will probably catch up. Yilu Xiangyang. I didn't want to use these tools at first. I wanted to keep these tools so that if I encounter monsters that I can't deal with, I can drive the airship to escape. It turns out that they have thought of this method, but there are various other considerations. Now that the boss mentioned the countdown, they have to use it when they need to hurry. Perhaps because they are now riding the airship, the two of them are temporarily idle. Ling Quan also bubbled after Xiangjun finished speaking. He stated in a very serious tone, Boss, I don't agree with what you said just now. We went to make an appointment for Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Not a bad behavior, it is very important to us. The importance can be ranked before the copy task. We can choose not to play the dungeon, but we absolutely cannot choose not to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast. I hope you don't misunderstand me. Yilu Xiangyang, yes, Ling Quan is right. We are very grateful for your stay and help, but please don't judge our love for Teacher Wei at will. Yilu Xiangyang, pictures? These are some photos I took with my mobile phone. Please take a look and see if you find anything. Wei Han felt a little choked. She also heard Shirley and others mention that her fans under several pseudonyms were fighting on the internet, but how to say it? She is now wearing the pseudonym of Teacher Ming, and was slightly criticized by the fans under the pseudonym of Teacher Wei. This feeling is still quite strange. Rongqi, like watching a good show, used his skills to make a text expression of spreading his hands, which looked a bit teasing. Wei Han responded with silence, stretched out his hand to click on the picture on the virtual screen, and zoomed in to view it. Xiangjun's photography skills were indeed not very good, because he was moving quickly, and the photos he took were blurry. One could only roughly see that there were large areas of light blue in the photos, and there were blurry orange-red clumps on the light blue. The photos he took of other spiral staircases were also blurry, and he took a spiral staircase with a double image effect, verifying that Xiangjun's mobile phone camera used to take the photo was astigmatism. But he seemed to think that it was better to have photos than not, and sent one after another, all of which were blurry enough to hurt his eyes. Wei Han became more and more silent as he looked at it. He thought Rongqi's photography skills were bad enough, but he didn't expect it to be worse. From these blurry photos, Wei Han only saw one message, that in the scene where Xiangjun and Ling Quan were currently, the heights of all the spiral staircases were not uniform, some were higher, and some were lower. While Wei Han and Rongqi were being blinded by the photos sent back by Xiangjun and Ling Quan, Xiaoya and Xiao Qing suddenly came to their senses after watching Teacher Wei's class for a while, and then they remembered that they had forgotten the main thing. Xiaoya slapped her face, looked at the two big guys who were concentrating on communicating with Xiangjun and Ling Quan with a guilty look, and immediately whispered to Xiao Qing, Stop, stop! We can't watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast analysis post anymore. Let's hurry up and check the post that the big guy mentioned. Otherwise, we won't understand what the big guy said. After being reminded, Xiaoqing also remembered the business. She said with some regret, "You are right. I still want to make up for the class of that teacher Ming and brother Hua. I suspect that these two people were pushed out by Beidou Xingyue. They suddenly appeared, which is really suspicious. I saw many people tied teacher Wei and this teacher Ming together. Maybe they are stepping on teacher Wei to get attention." Wei Han, who has a keen hearing, accidentally heard the conversation between the two. "Wei Han, please don't be so ridiculous." Xiaoya hurriedly stopped Xiaoqing from thinking about it. Although she also had this guess, it was obviously not the time to dwell on such things. They have to work hard to get out of this copy now, so that they can watch teacher Wei's live broadcast in peace. The two girls hurriedly searched the historical posts of the user with the ID of Ka. When the results came out, they stared at the number of replies, and were dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. More than 200,000 replies? The S-level red copy is very attractive, but there shouldn't be so many people watching, right? Xia counted and was shocked by the popularity of this post. Xiaoqing directly clicked on the post and clicked to only see the original poster, reminding, "Okay, we mainly look at what the original poster said, and the number of replies has nothing to do with us." Xiaoya nodded vigorously, calmed down, and carefully read the original poster's speech, and learned in detail about the three-choice stage the original poster was in. Seeing the original poster mention strange buildings and spiral staircases, as well as climbing to the top of the stairs and suddenly returning to the bottom, and then the teammates suddenly disappeared while climbing the stairs, they finally understood why the boss said that some of the information mentioned by the original poster could be used as a reference. The host didn't reply much, and basically described the situation in the dungeon. They also quickly scrolled down, wanting to know how the host finally figured out the situation he encountered. As a result, they suddenly saw that the host also mentioned the two people Ming teacher and Hua brother, and the reply of a netizen with the ID of "Don't touch my camera" looked very arrogant. "Don't touch my camera," and I lost convincingly. These two people should be Ming teacher and Hua brother mentioned by netizens. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing had a strange premonition in their hearts at this time. They looked at each other subconsciously, and then continued to scroll down. After "Don't touch my camera" mentioned private chat with the host did not send any messages for a long time. During this period of time, he should be busy discussing the situation of the dungeon with "Don't touch my camera" through private messages. When the host appeared again, the host first expressed his gratitude to "Don't touch my camera." "Ka, thank you very much for Mr. Ming's advice. We have now successfully entered the 4-choice-1 stage, but it's a bit regrettable that the 6 of us were forced to separate at the 3-choice-1 stage. The 4-choice-1 stage seems a bit difficult at the moment, but I will keep Mr. Ming's advice in mind, make bold guesses, and carefully verify. Ka, I just saw that everyone seems to be very curious about the answer to the 3-choice-1 stage, so I will do a good deed and explain the situation of the 3-choice-1 stage in detail. Ka, it's like this: when we first climbed to the top, we stepped on the last step but returned to the first step. It should not be because there is an invisible portal on the last step connecting to the first step, but after we reached the top, we entered another space, and only in this space can we encounter the real portal. Ka, hello everyone, it's been a long time, and I have solved the 4-choice-1 stage. We have now successfully reached the stage of choosing 1 from 5, and we actually met a small team of 6 people in the stage of choosing 1 from 8. Ka frowny faced the small team of 6 people said that they met 2 big guys, a girl who looked very quiet and weak, and a tough guy who looked big and strong. They said that these 2 people actually took photos in the dungeon, just like traveling in the dungeon, completing the task easily, and the monsters were scared away by them. In summary, the 2 people they met are Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, right? Ka frowny face after reading your comments, I am so sad, I feel wrong. Do you think we will be able to meet Teacher Ming and Brother Hua next? Ka frowny face. What's even more sad is that our 2 teams are stuck in the current stage, and don't know what to do. We saw a total of 13 identical portals, in the shape of ordinary arches. There are no monsters, and there are no problems or obstacles that prevent us from reaching the portals. They are directly presented in front of us, forming a circle in the hall of the current building. Ka frowny face. This situation looks like a trap, doesn't it? We don't dare to choose at all. We can't figure out why this happens. Should we choose randomly? Or should we find the difference between these portals? But we spent a lot of time and compared them carefully, and didn't find any difference between these portals. Ka frowny face. Thank you for your concern. Our two teams are currently trying to find a solution, and we have common topics. We can chat about Mr. Ming and Brother Hua from time to time. I wonder what stage Mr. Ming is in now, and whether he will meet other players. The more Xiaoya and Xiaoqing saw, the more their eyes popped out, and Xiaoya's hand holding the phone began to tremble. The two looked at the two big guys over there blankly, and then looked at the few replies behind the original poster. If they guessed correctly, the two big guys were Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. The four of them seemed to be the lucky ones that netizens envied very much. What Xiaoya and Xiaoqing cared about more was that the six-member team that the original poster met must be the partners that they had separated from before. But Xiaoya and Xiaoqing soon realized another problem. The original poster had been posting replies online all the time. The six-member team that met the original poster must have been able to go online, so why haven't they received any response from their partners until now? Did the six partners stop looking at their phones after failing to contact them? These current discoveries made Xiaoya and Xiaoqing feel a little confused. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiaoya decided to ask the original poster about the situation of their companions. Combined with the important information that Mr. Ming initially revealed to them, the host and his friends are at different stages, but now the portals they can choose are set exactly the same. If the host and his friends don't know that important information, and don't have enough confidence to gamble on their luck to make a choice, they will definitely die if they accidentally choose the wrong portal. The consequences are so serious. Although Xiaoya's hands are still shaking, her expression is very serious, and she inputs the text meticulously. The monster is here. We are players in the 10-choice stage in the same dungeon. Host, the 6-person team you met is likely to be our companions, who got separated from us in the 4-choice stage. Now we have two things to discuss with you. In order to prevent my information from being drowned, I would like to mention that we met Mr. Ming and Brother Hua. Please check the private message and talk to me in detail. Chapter 169. Wei Han and Rong Qi were still battling with the blurry, old-fashioned photos sent by Xiangjin. For a moment, they didn't notice that Xiaoya and Xiaoqing had been looking at their phones for longer than expected. After Xiaoya sent a reply, she sent a private message to the poster, then switched the post viewing mode to view all replies, and added a filter condition to view only fixed user messages. This way, she could only view the conversation between her and the poster without being disturbed by other netizens' messages. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were checking the poster's reply, they paid special attention to the time of the poster's reply. They knew that the poster's most recent reply was just a few minutes ago, and thought that if they left a message now, the probability of getting a reply from the poster would be very high. Of course, by checking the poster's series of replies, combined with their initial understanding of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, the two roughly knew why this post was so popular. And based on the popularity of this post had actually been floating up before, and appeared on the first page of the forum. When they searched for this post just now, they felt that the title of the post was very familiar. It turned out to be the super hot post that has been pushed to the top. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing can even speculate that Xiaoya's reply can push the popularity of this post to another level. After all, many people are looking forward to players who have met Teacher Ming and Brother Hua in the same dungeon to come out and share their experiences. 2 minutes have passed since the message was sent. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing have been refreshing their interface, and the reply from the original poster has not been refreshed yet. They don't want to miss the original poster's reply, and they can't switch to the post viewing mode, so they can only continue to wait patiently. Just as Xiaoya and Xiaoqing speculated, Xiaoya's message quickly attracted the attention of many netizens after it was sent. Just as Xiaoya mentioned in her message, if Xiaoya did not mention that they met Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, her message would be drowned in the numerous replies, and would not attract much attention. But the effect of adding this sentence was different. The fans of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua arrived at the scene almost at the speed of light. While replying to Xiaoya to ask for more details, they also liked Xiaoya's reply crazily, pushed Xiaoya's reply to the front row, and helped her to frantically tag the host, so that her message could be seen and replied by the host in the first time. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing did not need to exit the current post viewing mode, and they could see the unread messages in the upper right corner rising crazily. They both swallowed their saliva subconsciously, and had a more substantial understanding of the popularity of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. Xiaoya whispered to Xiaoqing, "This is too exaggerated. They were already famous when they met this OP. Ah, this makes me so curious. What did they do to be liked by so many people?" Xiaoqing was worried about another problem. I'm really worried that I see Teacher Ming's fans come out to make trouble. It seems that anyone can come to drag down Teacher Wei. Fortunately, Teacher Wei is about to start a live broadcast. After Teacher Wei finishes the live broadcast, he will definitely be able to throw those people off. Xiaoya secretly glanced at Teacher Ming and quickly made a shushing gesture, asking Xiaoqing to be more careful when speaking. Look at you, you become more irritable than me when you encounter Teacher Wei's affairs. Keep your voice down. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard it. And actually, Teacher Ming and Brother Hua are also very nice people. I think it should have nothing to do with Beta Xingyue. Xiaoqing pinched her chin and felt the same way. The temperament of those two people is completely different from the usual style of Beta Xingyue. So these two big guys are really here for charity? It is also possible that the titles of those posts we saw before about traveling to the dungeon are not a joke? Maybe they are really traveling in this dungeon? Xiuya asked tentatively. Xiaoqing, impossible, absolutely impossible. Not far away, Wei Han and Rong Qi, who were just taking a break and could hear everything, said, eh? Seeing that the topic was getting farther and farther away, Xiuya quickly brought the topic back. Why hasn't the host replied yet? Xiaoqing casually refreshed the page on the virtual screen, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes. The host Ka's reply quickly brought the two back to the main business, and they immediately stared at the host's message. Ka, monsters are coming, sorry, the reply is late. I just asked those 6 people, the situation is a bit strange. To avoid leaking too much, let's talk in private messages. After seeing the reply from the host, Xiuya immediately switched the interface to the private message interface. The message she just sent had not received a response, but she could see the prompt words that the other party was typing above the private message box. At this time, the interface showed the 2 messages Xiuya had just sent. Monster Naming Lai, host, can you help me check the code with the 6-member team? The code is pear flower. See if it matches. If it does, then they are the 6 teammates who got separated from us. If it does, can you ask them to check their phones immediately? We are almost blowing up their phones here, and we have new information to tell them. Monster Naming Lai. Also, the 2 people we met should be the Teacher Ming and Brother Hua that everyone is talking about. When they talked to us before, they mentioned to us that they had met a small team of 6 people. Teacher Ming and Brother Hua are also working with us to solve the current stage of the puzzle. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing stared at the chat box nervously for a while. The prompt that the other party was typing flashed for nearly 2 minutes, which made them wonder if the host was so entangled. Was he writing and deleting and writing again? Just when the 2 were thinking about whether they should send another message to urge him, the host's message finally came. It turned out that the host took so long to type not because he was entangled, but because he was really editing a long question. Fortunately, although the host's message was long, it was well segmented, so it didn't look dense and difficult to read. Ka, in fact, the first time I saw your message, I mentioned your message to the 6-person team. After they saw the message, they recognized your ID. They said you were Xiaoya? They also saw the private message you sent to me. There is no need to exchange secret codes. It has been confirmed that the 6 people we met here are the 6 teammates, who were separated from you in the 4-choice stage. So now I will explain the strangeness I just mentioned. According to your respective statements, you should have been trying to contact each other. Yes, that's right. The 6 people we met have also been contacting you all the time. It's not because they don't look at their phones to concentrate on the dungeon task. But the problem now is that you don't seem to have received any messages from each other. This reminds us of the situation with our lost companions, which may be the same as yours. We have not stopped contacting our companions, and perhaps our companions have not stopped contacting us, but it is very likely that we cannot receive messages from each other. In addition, there is an even stranger phenomenon. They seem to not be able to see the post I sent on their phones. They showed us their forum interface, and there were no posts related to Teacher Wei, nor any posts sent by me, nor any posts related to Teacher Ming or Teacher Xiaowei. It was completely different. It's strange enough that there are no recent hot topics. We looked carefully and found that there are some things on their forum interface or mobile phones that we can't quite understand. But this situation doesn't seem like their mobile phones are infected with viruses, which is really very strange. So, I want to ask one more question. They should really be your companions, right? Why can you see my posts and reply to my posts, but the content on your companions' mobile phones is so different? And your companions don't seem to know when their mobile phones became like this? Is this the reason why the team can't contact each other after they are separated? But what is the principle? I'm sorry to ask such an impolite question. I just thought that if this is also a breakthrough, maybe if we exchange more information, we can slowly find a way to pass the level? Fortunately, now you should be able to use me as a medium to pass messages between you and your companions. If you have anything to say to your companions, you can send it to me. Your companions are watching, and I will also convey their responses truthfully. Finally, if you really meet Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua, please tell them about our situation. Sorry for bothering you. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were quite surprised. They didn't expect the host to input so many words in such a short time. It seems that the voice-to-text function must have been used. The series of messages sent by the host made the two more and more confused. How could such a thing happen? Why couldn't the separated teams contact each other? Why did Lihua's mobile forum have a different interface from theirs? The host's question, "They should really be your companions, right?" made the two people feel creepy. Did the host suspect that the six were not human beings, but some kind of monsters in disguise? But seeing the host's calm look, it didn't seem like that. Could it be that the person with the problem was the host himself? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing only hesitated for 10 seconds, and then they took their phones to find Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. At this time, the countdown above the portal at the top of the spiral staircase in front of them had entered the last 10 seconds. Xiangjun and Ling Quan had suspended contact with Wei Han a minute ago, and were now rushing towards the portal at the top. Fortunately, Wei Weiwei had found all the portals a minute ago, a total of 14 portals, not one missing, 10 prismatic portals, and 4 circular portals. This result temporarily shows that after the countdown above the portal ended, the portal did not really disappear, but moved to the top of another spiral staircase. It is still uncertain whether there is a limit to the number of portal transfers. It is also possible that the portal will eventually disappear after a certain number of countdowns and multiple transfers. So Wei Weiwei will stay at a height where the panoramic view can be included in the field of vision, mark the position of each portal, and observe the transfer pattern of the portal. Wei Han and Rong Qi's current attention is basically focused on the actions of Xiangjun and Ling Quan. When they heard Xiaoya and Xiaoqing weakly call to Mr. Ming, Brother Hua, the first thing they did was to silence them, and ask them to wait a moment. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing really covered their mouths subconsciously, and looked at the two eagerly. When there were only seconds left in the countdown, Xiangjun and Ling Quan put the airship into the skill space, and jumped towards the portal. Because of the advice of the two big guys, they changed their previous ideas and entered the portal together. Wei Han stared at the countdown to 0, and the portal flashed and disappeared again. She also shifted the main perspective to Wei Weiwei. Wei Han could see that a prismatic portal appeared at the top of a spiral staircase in the distance, and the countdown above the portal became hours. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also used their skills to observe because of Teacher Ming's sight looking up. When they found that the portal disappeared, they exclaimed, "It really disappeared." There was nothing strange about the portal disappearing. The question now was, what happened to Xiangjun and Ling Quan who rushed into the portal in the first layer of space? Chapter 170. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were holding their phones, and wanted to discuss the situation with Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. When they saw the portal disappear, they panicked. The portal really disappeared, but where are Xiangjun and Ling Quan? Did they successfully reach the portal of the first space just now? If they did, where did they go after passing through the portal? Xiaoya murmured anxiously, and quickly used the visual assistant skill to scan aside, thinking that Xiangjun and Ling Quan would come back here. After Xiaoqing saw her thoughts, she also used the visual assistant skill, first exploring the spiral staircase that Xiangjun and Ling Quan had climbed, and after finding nothing, she turned to check other places around. In fact, Wei Weiwei had already searched, and did not see Xiangjun in any corner of the ruins. The two people did not come back after passing through the portal of the first space. So now the main thing is to check whether Xiangjun and Ling Quan can still reply to messages. Rong Qi was staring at the phone that Xiaoqing lent them to contact Xiangjun and Ling Quan. Wei Han also noticed Xiaoya and Xiuqing's actions, coughed lightly, and gave a reminder, "Don't look here, I have confirmed that they did not return here after passing through the portal of the first layer of space. My companions are currently waiting for active contact from their 3-year mobile phones." After being reminded by Wei Han, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing only calmed down a little, but did not completely relax. After all, they have not yet fully confirmed the situation of Xiangjun and Ling Quan. Yeah, that means they have arrived successfully. Xiaoya caught the key point and then asked weakly, "You are Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua, right? We saw the relevant posts when we were browsing the forum just now. By the way, there are some follow-ups to the post by the original poster Ka." When Xiaoya mentioned the last sentence, her tone unconsciously became a little excited. Wei Han listened quietly for a while, and was also a little curious about the follow-up of the post mentioned by Xiaoya. She wanted to ask about it, but she saw that the news about Xiangjun and Ling Quan had popped up on the virtual screen of Xiaoqing's mobile phone, so she had to say, "Let's take a look at the situation of Xiangjun and Ling Quan first, and we will talk about the question you mentioned later." When they heard that there was news from Xiangjun and Ling Quan, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing immediately looked at the virtual screen standing in the air, and the news about Xiangjun and Ling Quan had indeed popped up on the group chat interface above. "Yilu Xianyang, sorry, I kept you waiting for a little while. We are still in the first layer of space you mentioned. After we passed through the portal just now, we arrived at another spiral staircase, about 3 steps away from the light blue water surface. Yilu Xianyang frowny face, this place is not far from the spiral staircase we were originally on. We looked over there with a telescope and saw that the portal at the top of the spiral staircase had really disappeared. Yilu Xianyang frowny face, what should we do now? Should we continue to climb up? There seems to be nothing else we can do except continue to climb up. Or we can try to transfer to other spiral staircases through the airship? Oh, and there is this light blue ocean. It looks quite deep. Now we look at it from a close distance and find that we can't see the bottom. Yilu Xianyang frowny face, please give us some advice. We are willing to cooperate with your arrangements 100%. After Xiangjun said this, it seemed that everyone had unknowingly obeyed Wei Han's command. Wei Han quickly read the message sent by Xiangjun and quickly gave the first suggestion. I want to compare your location with the layout of the spiral staircase here to see if they overlap. Can you take a small airship to a high altitude and take a photo at a suitable distance to see the overall location of the small spiral staircase? Rongqi's typing speed is very fast. He can type whatever Wei Han said. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were stunned beside him. They didn't expect that there was really someone who could type so fast. Considering Xiangjun's touching shooting skills, Wei Han added, you take a small airship to a high altitude and find a height that can take in all the spiral staircases in a small area. Don't look for any angles or make any adjustments. Just use the default settings of your mobile phone's built-in camera. After determining the height, press the shooting button and you're done. Rongqi agreed in his heart while typing. Those shots that seemed to be carefully looking for angles were really not as good as taking them casually. After these 2 messages were sent, Xiangjun replied, yeah. Ling Quan replied, it may take some time for us to fly to a sufficient height. Maybe you need to wait a moment. Wei Han asked Rongqi to reply with a yes, and then seamlessly looked at Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, saying that they could take some time to learn about their findings in the post. Can you tell me what you found just now, or should I check my phone myself? Wei Han asked in a gentle voice, taking out his phone at the same time. After Rongqi replied to Xiangjun's message, he had already taken out his own phone. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing saw that both bosses took out their phones, and they nodded and said, yes. Teacher Ming, why don't you check your phone? It's much clearer to read the follow-up in the post directly than we can tell you orally. Oh yes, the host you mentioned, Ka, just had a private chat with me. After you read the follow-up reply from the host, you can read the private message from the host. Xiaoya didn't forget to add this. While Xiaoya was talking, Wei Han and Rongqi had already clicked on the post directly, chose to only see the host, and scrolled down to see the host's reply. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were also observing whether the phones of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua could display the same post interface as theirs. When they found that the same post was displayed on both of their phones, they breathed a sigh of relief. This consistency of information should indicate that there is no problem with the 2 bosses, right? Wei Han and Rongqi read it quickly understood the new problems currently encountered by the host, and also saw the host's reply to Xiaoya's message. What else did the host say in the private chat? Wei Han had a certain understanding of the information from the current host, and wanted to see if the host provided more information in the private message. When Xiaoya heard this, she immediately turned on the virtual screen of her mobile phone and directly presented the long paragraph of text replied by the host in front of Teacher Ming. When Wei Han started to read, Rongqi also came over to read with him. The 2 of them finished reading almost at the same time, and nodded to Xiaoya to indicate that she could put the screen back. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing saw that the 2 big guys didn't even frown after reading all the information, and they couldn't tell anything from their expressions, which made people feel panic for some reason. After struggling for a while, Xiaoya still took the courage to ask, just these messy situations now, Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, what do you think? Do you think there is a problem with the host? Or is there a problem with the 6 people the host met? Or are there no problems on both sides? But why can't the 6 people see the same post on their mobile phones, and can't contact us? Xiaoqing was not calm either. After Xiaoya asked a barrage of questions, she also asked, how should the host choose the portal now? I thought that the portals that players at different stages can choose are different, but now the portals that players at different stages can choose are made the same. Is it really only possible to open a blind box? If we can't find a solution to this problem, then if we encounter the same problem in the future, we will be stuck. Wei Han listened to the two girls very seriously, without urging them, nor showing impatience because of the two girls' too many questions, and did not interrupt. After they finished speaking, Wei Han thought for a moment, and began to answer the questions one by one. I don't quite understand how you can associate whether there is a problem with the host or the 6 people the host met. Now we are so far away, and cannot have actual contact. I can't be sure whether there is any problem between them. As for why the mobile phone interface content of the host and the 6 people is completely different when they are at the same address and everyone can access the internet, I do have an idea here, but it's not convenient to tell you now. The different states of the host and the Liwa team in contacting the outside world reminded Wei Han of the experience in the final stage of the fishing competition. When she entered the parallel world she chose, the information of all her electronic devices was synchronized to the current parallel world, so a lot of different information appeared on her own device. It is impossible to contact her original companions. If the contact information of the companions in the parallel world is the same as that of the original companions, then only the companions in the parallel world can be contacted. If the contact information of the companions on both sides is different, then no matter which side of the companions can be contacted. Combined with the information provided by the host, Wei Han's initial idea is that the host and the 6-person team seem to be in the same space, but in fact the 6-person team is already in a parallel world, and the address they are at is likely to be the overlapping state of the two worlds. In order to verify this conjecture, Wei Han needs the host to cooperate with her to do a small experiment. Before contacting the host, Wei Han must first resolve the concerns raised by Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, there is actually a very direct and convenient way to solve your concerns. Although I don't recommend this approach at all. Wei Han looked up at the two people with a serious expression. As long as you understand that the existence of the portal is to give players choices, you can think of using the elimination method. To kill all the players in another stage, the portal corresponding to the players in that stage should also disappear, and the remaining portals are the portals that players on your side can choose. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing heard half of it, they broke out in cold sweats. After thinking deeply, they had to admit that this was indeed an idea. Even though they didn't know whether this would work, if the players were pushed to a corner, they might not necessarily start killing each other. But this way. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were both a little speechless. Wei Han shrugged, don't panic. Even if you want to, you have to have the corresponding conditions. I'm going to have a private chat with the host next. Relax for a while. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing didn't quite understand what Teacher Ming meant, but because Teacher Ming mentioned this idea, their thoughts were indeed messy, and their moods were inexplicably low, and they all hung their heads. Rongqi asked curiously with a skill, will you tell them about the parallel world? Wei Han had already opened the private chat window with Netizen Ka, but she didn't expect that Netizen Ka had sent her a greeting message 2 minutes ago. Rongqi's question rang in her mind, and she typed while replying with a skill. It shouldn't be, it may hide this world view and explain it in another way. Wei Han edited the text and sent a message. Hello, I saw your follow-up in the post and the chat record with you Xiaoya. I want to ask you a question first. Have you tried to touch each other with the 6-member team? The host replied immediately. It seems that he was waiting in front of the chat window. Ka, Teacher Ming. I didn't expect to see you again. I'm so happy. Hello, we didn't try to have any physical contact with those people. It feels weird. We are not familiar with each other. Who would touch each other for no reason? And how should I put it? Although we all look like players, players have to be wary of each other. Even if we want to get close to those 6 people, they might be misunderstood as wanting to sneak attack them. Ka, so do we need to try to touch each other now? Teacher Ming, do you doubt that we can't touch each other? But each of our portals can be touched. Although the host and his companions did not try to have physical contact with the 6-member team, they both carefully checked each portal. Don't touch my camera, yes. It's normal that the portals can touch each other. The question is, can you touch each other? Can you please try it? Ka, okay. I will explain it to the 6 people. Please wait a moment. After Xiaoya and Xiaoqing calmed down, they also came over to watch the conversation between Teacher Ming and the host. They found that after Teacher Ming discussed this issue with the host, both of them looked at Teacher Ming and then at themselves with a look of doubt in their lives. Wei Han was waiting for the host's response. Seeing the two people's actions, he took the initiative to explain, no need to look at it like that. We can touch each other here. Otherwise, We can't use the mobile phone you borrowed. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing both touched their noses weakly, and didn't dare to ask new questions. Although they couldn't understand Mr. Ming's operation now, Mr. Ming should be able to think of ways to prevent players from killing each other and identify portals at different stages, right? Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly understood why Mr. Ming and Brother Hua suddenly became popular and had such high popularity and discussion in the forum. At the same time, they also had the same idea as many netizens, that it would be great if Mr. Ming and Brother Hua could participate in Mr. Wei's live broadcast. The host's actions were very fast. After only a few dozen seconds, he gave a reply with the results. Oh my god. If you hadn't mentioned this, I wouldn't have realized that we couldn't touch the 6 players, and the 6 players couldn't touch us. But for us, the other party is clearly in front of us. What would Mr. Ming, tell me quickly, is it that one of us suddenly died and turned into a ghost without realizing it? Am I a ghost? Or are they ghosts? Chapter 171. Faced with the result given by the OPE, Wei Han and Rong Qi were not surprised. Compared to this, they were more surprised why the OP would associate it with ghosts. The worldview has not expanded to the direction of demons and monsters, right? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, who followed them to check the OP's reply, focused on the first half. Xiaoya couldn't believe it, it's actually true. Does Teacher Ming have any predictive skills? He can even guess this? So amazing. I seem to be relieved suddenly. If they can't touch each other, then they can avoid killing each other. Is this the real reason why Teacher Ming mentioned that there must be corresponding conditions? Xiaoqing also felt that her eyes were opened. After Xiaoya sighed, she asked, they can't touch each other, it must not be the reason the OP thinks, right? I remember that there never seemed to be any ghosts or monsters in the dungeon, they were all normal monsters? Xiaoqing recalled carefully, I have been through many dungeons, and I have learned about many dungeons, but I have never seen any dungeons with ghosts, souls, or monsters. So is it the setting of the dungeon, that they can't touch each other? Or are there other reasons? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing have been whispering to themselves, and neither of them took the initiative to talk to Wei Han or Rong Qi, for fear that their louder voices would affect the thinking of the two big guys. In fact, Wei Han and Rong Qi are not thinking or discussing now, and they are just speechless about the OP's guess about whether it is a ghost or not. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were discussing in a low voice, Wei Han had already clicked the input box, entered text, and replied to the OP. Don't touch my camera. Okay, I roughly understand the situation. I have a guess and idea here. I will pop up a video call for you next. See when it is convenient for you. The message of the host is still replied in seconds, and he directly replied, it is convenient for me now. Or I will pop up a video request for you. The function of the forum private chat window is also quite complete. It fully supports players to start video calls in the private chat window, and players do not need to add contact information separately. After receiving the reply from the host, Wei Han clicked the icon button representing the video call request. The host acted very quickly and answered it immediately. Two heads squeezed together appeared in the camera on the opposite side. It seems that they should be the host and the host's partner. The host is a young man with a very upright appearance, while the host's partner is a thin boy with glasses. His face looks relatively immature, and may have just reached adulthood. Behind the two people is a portal emitting a white glow. Behind the portal is a white wall with a very distorted window on the wall. As soon as the two people in front of the camera saw the picture clearly, the excitement on their faces became more obvious. The thin boy even shouted to Wei Han and Rong Qi in excitement, Teacher Ming. Brother Hua. Aye. Hello. Maybe because of excitement, the boy spoke loudly, which directly attracted the attention of Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. Originally, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing put their heads together, and didn't notice that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua had already moved on to the next step. Teacher Ming? Are you going to video chat with them directly? Xiaoya looked at the screen in surprise, and realized that two groups of people were videoing. Xiaoqing immediately thought of some other key points, and asked weakly, can we use the camera to talk to our teammates? Wei Han glanced at the screen and deliberately replied, no problem on my side, you have to ask them to call your teammates over. As Wei Han expected, on the screen, the host immediately asked in confusion, no need to call them over. Aren't they already in front of the camera? Do you want to take another closer look? The host's voice began to tremble with the last sentence, and it sounded like he would cry in the next second, don't tell me you didn't see it. The host's original guess was something supernatural, and now that he found that the players in another stage could not form images through the lens of the electronic device, he suspected that he and his partner had seen a ghost. Although the poster was so scared that she looked like she would cry at any moment, and her face was visibly pale, Wei Han nodded and replied in a matter-of-fact way, "Yes. We did not see anyone other than you and your companions in front of the camera." No one noticed that after Wei Han finished speaking, a shallow, colorful ripple flashed across the surface of her black eyeballs, just like a shallow ripple flashing across the calm water surface, and then it returned to calm in a moment. This was the performance of Wei Han using the special permanent prop, the colorful fishing rod. To be honest, she almost forgot about this prop. Just now, she pondered for a while, and suddenly remembered that the function of this prop could come in handy. The colorful fishing rod has similar functions to Tan Ning's black fishing rod, but Tan Ning's is a skill, while Wei Han's is a special permanent item with no limit on the number of uses, no need to consume a huge amount of mental power, and a more targeted effect. The black fishing rod requires the user to see the person being observed directly, so it will not work for live broadcasts or video calls. However, the observation range of the colorful fishing rod can be extended to users observing the person being observed by watching live broadcasts, video calls, etc. If the spacetime where the observer is located does not overlap with two or more spacetimes being observed, the item can also be effective. If you want to identify objects in overlapping spacetimes, just set the observation mode. Moreover, when using the colorful fishing rod for observation, the observer will not have completely black eyes, like when using the skill black fishing rod. The observer will only have colored ripples flashing on the surface of the black eyeball. If you don't stare at the observer's eyes, you generally can't see it. Of course, even if it happens to look at the observer's eyes, it may not think of this aspect. It will only think that it is the light from a certain direction that forms a reflection on the observer's eyes. In addition, when the black fishing rod observes the character in another time and space, it will appear as a black silhouette, and the entire appearance information of the observed object cannot be seen. But the colorful fishing rod can choose the viewing mode, and supports different mode effects for different targets. The observed target in the field of view can present a silhouette of any color, or it can present an effect that is completely consistent with the naked eye vision. At this time, Wei Han chose the same visual effect as the naked eye. On the screen of the video call, several people stood behind the host and his companions. The expressions of those people were very confused. Their sights were not focused on anyone on their side. They seemed to be trying to find the focus of their sight in the picture. It can be inferred that Xiaoyao and Xiaoqing's teammates could not see them on the other side of the camera through the video lens. Of course, when Wei Han saw the faces of these people clearly, he found that these 6 people were indeed faces that he had met once. This observation result is enough to prove that the host and the Lihua team are not in the same time and space. Since the players in the 2 stages are indeed not in the same time and space, the props can be used to distinguish the portals. The portals can be touched by players in 2 different stages. This also inspired Wei Han, and Wei Han immediately came up with a guess to correct the previous idea. Whether players in different stages can touch each other is not direct evidence to prove whether the players in the 2 stages are in the same time and space. Even if players in different stages can touch each other, it does not necessarily mean that they are in the same time and space. If you want to determine whether 2 players at different stages are still in the same time and space, the most direct way is to try to contact each other through mobile phones to see if the call made by your mobile phone can make the other party's ringtone ring. You can also check whether some information on the electronic devices of both parties is consistent. As long as there is a difference, it means that the 2 ways of players are no longer in the same time and space. After understanding this, you can also understand why after the team members are dispersed, after a certain stage, they suddenly cannot contact the teammates on the other side. It seems to be just an ordinary portal fork, and it seems to lead to one magical scene after another, but in fact some portals lead to a flat world. I just don't know if in the setting of this copy, if a player chooses the portal to the parallel world, will he exchange worlds with his parallel world self? If this copy has such a setting, I really can't imagine whether the real world will suddenly become a mess. After Wei Han answered the question, she thought about it while secretly discussing with Rongqi using skills to make a preliminary summary. The 2 fell into a brief silence, and unexpectedly, everyone else was silent. Xiaoyao Xiaoqing, the host and the host's companions, the 4 people, stared at each other across the camera, and they didn't know whether it was because they were unfamiliar or because of the current weird situation. They were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound first. In Wei Han's vision, the 6 people squeezed behind the host, and the host's companions also maintained a weird silence, trembling in confusion, and looked more frightened than the host and the 2. The discussion between Wei Han and Rongqi came to an end for the time being. She asked the host helplessly, "Why don't you say a word?" The host and his companions looked over tremblingly. What should we say? Teacher Meng, you are not afraid at all? The camera can't capture it, then no it's not. The host's trembling words were suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. The person who spoke was Captain Lihua. Are you really talking to Teacher Ming? Why don't we see anything? The screen is black. You don't scare us. If you scare us on purpose, we can't touch you now, but it doesn't mean that we can touch you suddenly later. Don't mess around. The host's tears were about to burst out, and he turned around stiffly like a puppet, with a sad face. You, don't speak suddenly, you are the one who is scaring me. In Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's eyes, they could only see the host looking at the air and talking to the air, which made them subconsciously tighten their clothes a little, and they always felt cold in their hearts. Wei Han was surprised to find that her colorful fishing rod could actually let her hear the voices of the six-person team. This prop was more powerful than she thought, allowing her to ignore the barrier between time and space. After calculating the time, Wei Han felt that she could not let them continue to play. In addition to solving the problem with the host, she had to continue to track the situation of Xiangjun and Ling Quan and solve the mystery at the current stage. Wei Han cleared her throat to attract the attention of the poster. When she found that the poster was looking at her eagerly, she said seriously, "The current situation is really not what you think of as ghosts. To be honest, it can be understood that it is because you and the people in another stage are in different time and space. If you trust me, you can move the camera to each portal, and I will tell you which portal cannot be selected and which portal can be selected. Since the overlap of time and space has been confirmed, you can distinguish them by switching the viewing mode of the observation target portal to the coloring mode." Mr. Ming's words shocked the players. Xiaoya widened her eyes, in different time and space. How did you come to this conclusion? Xiaoqing swallowed her saliva. Mr. Ming. Maybe there are many very powerful skills or props. But Mr. Ming said that he could tell them how to choose the portal because through the camera, you can find out which portals are invisible, and which portals can be seen. The host did not ask any more questions, and immediately said excitedly, "Okay. Thank you. Teacher Ming." The Lihua team standing behind the host did not understand what happened, but seeing the host so excited, they secretly guessed that Teacher Ming must have come up with a solution. That was Teacher Ming, the woman who could find the answer to the mystery in just a few minutes when they were at a loss. Wei Han had already switched the mode, nodded to the host and said, "Then let's get started. As soon as possible, don't waste too much time." The host immediately turned the camera around, picked up the phone, and turned to the portal behind him. This portal can be seen directly from the beginning of the video. After Wei Han switched the mode, this portal became a blue arched door silhouette in Wei Han's field of vision, indicating that this portal is not the one that the host can choose at this stage. The portals that the host and her companions can choose were marked as red silhouettes by her. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing thought that Teacher Ming could identify the portal because the camera could not capture things in another time and space. Seeing that this portal could be photographed, they were still secretly guessing that this portal was chosen by the host and his partner. The next step was to wait for Teacher Ming to give the same answer. But Wei Han said, "This portal is not for you to choose. Please make a mark so that you don't make a mistake later." The host's partner immediately took out a pen and drew a number 1 on the floor in front of the portal. Rongqi was a burly bodyguard background bored quietly throughout the whole process. No matter what Wei Han said, he didn't interrupt. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing heard that Teacher Ming actually gave an answer that was completely opposite to their guess. Both of them couldn't control their emotions. They stared at Teacher Ming with unbelievable eyes, and their expressions were very complicated. At this time, the host had moved to the next portal, which was also blue. "This portal is not for you to choose either." Wei Han answered faster this time. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing looked at the clearly visible arched portal emitting a faint white light in the picture, and then looked at Teacher Ming's calm expression. Their expressions became even more terrified. Chapter 172. The changes in Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's expressions in front of the camera were quite eye-catching. In fact, the host and his partner had already noticed the strange behavior of the two girls, but seeing that the two girls didn't say anything, and now was the critical moment for Teacher Ming to help them, the host and his partner pretended not to see it. After Teacher Ming confirmed the situation of the first portal, the host and his partner quickly went to the third portal. The Lihua team also followed the host's actions throughout the whole process. Just now, they asked the host's partner what the number written down meant. The host's partner said that this was a mark. The portal that the Lihua team could choose was marked with number 1, and the portal that the host could choose was marked with number 2. The host's partner also briefly talked about the fact that Teacher Ming wanted to help them identify the portal just now. The Lihua team had received help from Teacher Ming in the previous stage, and they also had an unusual trust in Teacher Ming. Therefore, after learning about this, they followed silently, and did not dare to disturb him. After asking the host about the meaning of the number mark, the Lihua team looked at the first two portals marked with number 1, and then saw the third portal marked with number 2. After carefully comparing these portals, they found that they still couldn't see the difference. The whole team couldn't help but wonder how Teacher Ming could tell this time. They wanted to find out every inch of each portal here, but still couldn't find the slightest difference. How did Teacher Ming manage to distinguish them through the lens? The Lihua team thought for a while, and their thoughts unconsciously matched those of Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. They thought that Teacher Ming should have taken advantage of the fact that the lens could not present objects from another time and space, so the portals that Teacher Ming could see through the lens were the ones that the host could choose, and the portals that could not be seen were the ones that they could choose. The Lihua team thought more and more that this was possible, and even thought considerately that they would have to remind the host later. If Teacher Ming encountered the same dilemma, and the host could still contact Teacher Ming, they should remember to repay Teacher Ming and help him distinguish the portals at different stages. Unconsciously, they had arrived at the fifth portal, which was blue in Wei Han's vision, and was also for the Lihua team to choose. At this time, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's expressions could be described as painful struggle, and the words hesitant to speak were almost written on their faces. Their performance made the host and his partners, who originally wanted to pretend not to see their abnormality, panic inexplicably. Even though Teacher Ming had mentioned the real reason why they and the Lihua team could not touch each other, the two were still very scared. What did the two girls see? Why did they show such strange expressions? The host and his partner moved to the sixth portal. They looked calm on the surface, but they were actually almost unable to hold back their curiosity about the two girls' current performance. This is for you to choose. Wei Han took a look and gave the result. But Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's expressions were stunned at this time. They seemed to be a little doubtful about life. Why can 6 portals appear in the camera screen in a row? According to their thinking, the host and his partner are in the stage of choosing 1 out of 5, and their partner is in the stage of choosing 1 out of 8. The portal that the host and his partner can choose can appear in the camera screen, and their partner cannot be captured by the mobile phone camera, so only 5 portals can be seen, and the remaining 8 portals cannot be seen, just like they cannot see their partner through the camera screen. But now they are counting 1 by 1, and this is indeed the 6th portal they can see. Could it be that their thinking direction was wrong from the beginning? The only ones who cannot be seen by the camera are players in another time and space, and the portals will not be subject to this restriction? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing just kept doubting their lives, a little numb, watching the 7th, 8th, and 9th portals appear in the camera screen. The two finally let out a long sigh. It was so thrilling. They almost misunderstood Teacher Ming, and almost made a joke. It turned out that it was just that their kung fu was not good enough, not that Teacher Ming had any dark thoughts. Until this time, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's expressions returned to calm, and the eyes they looked at Teacher Ming were more full of admiration than before, which made the host and his partner even more confused. The OP and his partner were listening to the answers given by Teacher Ming and marking them, wondering what was going on with the two girls. Finally, the stage of the last portal was determined, with 8 portals marked 1 and 5 portals marked 2, which was just the right number. The OP watched his partner mark the last portal, bowed solemnly to Teacher Ming, and expressed their gratitude. Teacher Ming, thank you so much. The people from the Lihua team also asked us to convey their gratitude to you. Teacher Ming, if you need any help, you could always send me a private message on the forum. In order to repay your kindness, I must get out of this dungeon alive. The Lihua team also said the same thing. They asked us to tell them that they will work very hard and ask Xiaoya and you to work hard too. Whoever reaches the finish line first will wait for everyone at the finish line. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were called out, and they immediately responded, don't worry, Lihua and the others. We may be able to reach the finish line earlier than you. We are now at the stage of choosing 1 out of 10. Xiaoqing talked to them about business. Lihua and the others can't seem to see us, right? Please tell us, we are currently at the stage of choosing 1 out of 10. But Captain Yu got separated from us at the stage of choosing 1 out of 9. And Captain Yu has also lost contact with us. Please try to see if you can contact Captain Yu. Wei Han and Rongqi looked quiet, but in fact they were just using their skills to transmit voice and secretly chat, waiting for Xiaoya, Xiaoqing, and the owner to exchange information. The host turned around and chatted with someone, then continued to help pass the message. They said they have been trying, but they can't contact Captain Yu. Oh, I knew it. Xiaoya sighed, but Captain Yu is very strong. Maybe by the time we reach the end, he has already waited for us and is impatient. Then let's not waste time talking about it anymore. We are still waiting for the 1 out of 10 stage to be resolved. Come on, everyone. Xiaoqing noticed that the two big guys were silent, worried that they would talk too much and waste too much time. The host nodded repeatedly, but from the host's appearance, it seemed that the host had something to say, but didn't know how to start. "Host, do you have anything else to ask?" Xiaoqing noticed this and asked proactively. The host was a little hurried, and after struggling for a second or two, he still asked weakly, We saw that your reaction was a bit strange just now. Excuse me, did you see something? Cough cough? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were confused for a while, then their faces turned red with shame. Xiaoya, well, it's nothing. I almost had a huge misunderstanding with Teacher Ming. We thought that the way Teacher Ming identified the portal was to see if the camera could show the portal. We thought that the portal you can choose can be seen by the camera, and the portal our partners can choose cannot be seen by the camera. Xiaoqing's explanation was more frank, so when Teacher Ming pointed to the portal, we could see at the beginning, and said it was for our partners to choose. That one. After Xiaoqing finished explaining, Xiaoya immediately turned to Teacher Ming and kept apologizing. Teacher Ming, we are really too shallow, we actually maliciously speculated about you like that. We really shouldn't. Sorry, Teacher Ming, we are so bad. Xiaoqing also wanted to slap herself a few times. I'm really sorry. Teacher Ming, we are really too ignorant. We took it for granted. In fact, when we knew that both players of the portal could touch it, we should have realized that the portal could be captured by the camera. Wei Han and Rongqi were thinking that if they spent too much time in this dungeon, they might have to go out early, or they would have to cut a tourist dungeon. Otherwise they would not be able to catch up with the date of the live broadcast. Suddenly, the two girls apologized frantically, and their secret conversation was interrupted. Wei Han was only focused on helping the host to distinguish the portals, and he really didn't pay attention to the reactions of the two girls. He was also confused by their crazy apologies. Why are they apologizing for no reason? The words of the two combined explained the reason, and Wei Han still felt amused. Can we say that the people in this team are really inexplicably honest? This is not a big deal. Why do they make it seem so serious? This little thing. Is it worth your special apology? Wei Han deliberately kept a straight face, but you should indeed strengthen your observation and analysis of the details of the copy, and can't take it for granted. I'm going to end the call here. Have you finished your message? Thank you. Teacher Ming. Thank you for not remembering the mistakes of the little people. We are really ashamed. We still have a lot to learn. Xiaoya immediately clasped his fists to express his gratitude again. Xiaoqing replied, Teacher Ming, we have finished our work here. Wei Han nodded, turned his eyes to the host, and finally gave the host a few more words of advice. If you encounter the same situation again, and you can still contact me, you can ask me for help again. I will check private messages at a certain time gate frequency. If you can't contact me, let the other party try to contact me. If the personnel of several parties can't contact me, then I hope you can think carefully, because if you choose the wrong one, there is only one way to go. Even if two waves of players at the same stage meet, and find that the portals available for selection on both sides are the same, it does not mean that you can choose any portal at will. If you choose a portal that is not available for your own time and space, you will be directly wiped out by mysterious forces a few minutes after passing through the portal. When Wei Han was giving these instructions, in order to synchronize the words so that the Lihua team could hear them, the host basically repeated every sentence Wei Han said. At the end, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also remembered that they had been talking to the host for so long, but they had not mentioned this most crucial and important information. The host fell into a unified silence. They thought that if there was really no other way, they would just ignore it and choose randomly. There should be only a little punishment at most. They didn't expect that they would die if they made a wrong choice. Now, they understand how lucky they are. The host asked with a trembling voice, if we really can't contact you, and no matter how carefully we choose, we can only open a blind box, what can we do to struggle? If both of you can touch each other, you may have to fight to the death. After all the players on each side die, the corresponding portals that can be selected should disappear. Wei Han's expression was also very serious. After a pause, she said the plan that could be tried in the first situation, if you can't touch each other, and there is no time limit for choosing a portal, then you can only see who has sufficient supplies, and who can survive more. Whoever can survive to the end will know what the correct answer is. I hope you can tell this information to everyone you meet. These words are not only for the host and others, but also for Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, and they should also let the people in the Lihua team know. Finally, the host nodded heavily. Okay, I got it. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you again for your help. The next stage may become more and more cruel. I hope you can all hold on. I'm going to end the call here. See you again. After Wei Han finished speaking, He simply clicked to end the call. When Rongqi said the last few words to the host, she turned her attention back to the virtual screen of Xiaoqing's mobile phone. At this time, Xiangjin's latest news had popped up on the screen. They had risen to the right height and, in accordance with teacher Ming's instructions, took a photo that could take in a panoramic view of the spiral staircase in an area. After Wei Han ended the call, he immediately looked at the photo that Rongqi had clicked and enlarged. Using the spiral staircase where the portal had disappeared as a reference coordinate, Wei Han looked at the picture while comparing it with the picture sent by Wei Weiwei. It turned out that each spiral staircase of the two space gates could be matched and completely overlapped. Without hesitation, Wei Han asked Wei Weiwei to use the colorful fishing rod to observe the whole situation from above. The scene that appeared before his eyes surprised Wei Han. Chapter 173. The scene that appeared in Wei Han's vision at this time was completely different from what she expected. In her expectation, she should see 3 layers of overlapping time and space. They are currently on the first layer. Xiangjin and Ling Quan mistakenly entered the second layer while climbing the stairs. On the second layer, Xiangjin and Ling Quan had passed through another portal, so they entered the third layer through that portal. So in the preset mark of the props, she only set the mark colors of 3 layers of time and space. Because she was too lazy to worry about it, she directly referred to the color arrangement of the copy difficulty. The first layer is green, the second layer is yellow, and the third layer is orange-red. Therefore, if there are really 3 layers of time and space as she thought, then what she will see is a piece of green with yellow virtual scenes and orange-red virtual scenes. Several colors are intertwined, which will be a little messy, but not so messy that it cannot be distinguished. But in fact, in addition to green, yellow and orange, Wei Han could see gray everywhere, which meant that in addition to the 3 layers of spacetime marked with colors, there were other overlapping spacetimes that were not marked with colors, and the position of the spiral staircases in each layer of spacetime was the same. In this case, Wei Han had no way of estimating how many layers of spacetime overlapped, but for normal players, the more overlapping spacetimes, the more troublesome it would be. Wei Han thought about it for a while, and decided to stack them up one by one, first adding the red color representing the 4th layer of spacetime, and continue to use the Eye of Truth to observe during this process. After adding the red mark, another layer of red virtual scene was superimposed in the field of vision, which was also semi-transparent. I don't know if it's because Xiangjin and Ling Quan entered the second layer of time and space, thus turning on some kind of switch, and now what I can see with the Eye of Truth is somewhat different from what I saw before. Originally, Wei Han's only reward through the Eye of Truth was the countdown on the spiral staircase and the countdown on the portal, and she didn't see any other information. But now Wei Han saw that the positions of all the portals for players to choose have changed. It doesn't mean that the portals are not on the original selected stairs, but that the portals have basically fallen from the top of the spiral staircase to other positions on the spiral staircase. Some are higher, some are lower, and the heights are staggered. There are no portals at the same height. There are 4 colors that mark different time and space, which become translucent in Wei Han's vision, and the rest are still gray. From this, it can be roughly inferred that each optional portal is in a separate layer of time and space. In addition, she also saw Xiangjin and Ling Quan, who were marked in orange. The 2 landed on a spiral staircase in the 3rd layer of time and space at this time, guarding in front of the portal at the top, and should be waiting for her instructions. In other words, Xiangjin and Ling Quan did enter the 3rd layer of space and time after passing through the portal in the 2nd layer of space and time. Wei Han first took a quick look at this change, and then conducted in-depth observation and analysis. The most noteworthy thing is that among all the portals with marked colors, the green one on the first layer is a prismatic portal, and only this portal is still located at the top of a spiral staircase in the distance, the highest position among all the portals. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all circular portals, all located at a relatively low height. No, it should be said that because all the spiral staircases in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time and space are not very high, these portals located at the top of the spiral staircases in different time and space seem to be located at a relatively low position. These portals are not transferred to the bottom or middle of the spiral staircase, but the portals are originally located at the top of the spiral staircases in different time and space, and the heights of these spiral staircases are not very high. It is very unfortunate that Xiangjin and Ling Quan are currently guarding in front of a circular portal, which corresponds to the marking color of the 3rd layer of time and space, a translucent orange-red. In other words, in the 3rd layer of time and space, these 2 people may choose any other portal except this circular portal. Wei Han's fast-moving brain paused for a moment, and used the voice transmission skill to transmit to Rong Qi, send a message to Xiangjun and Ling Quan to remind them that they cannot enter the portal in front of them, which is not for them to choose. Please ask me, what shape does the portal in front of them look like in their eyes? And see if there are any other changes in other portals around? Rong Qi had been preparing to receive instructions from her at any time. When she heard her voice transmission, she immediately started typing. Xiaoya and Xiao Qing didn't know what Teacher Ming was doing when he suddenly fell silent. They just felt that Teacher Ming's expression was very serious, and he must be doing something very important. They didn't dare to disturb him, and even breathe lightly. When they saw that Brother Hua started to operate Xiao Qing's phone again, they immediately took out Xiaoya's phone and opened the group chat message. The situation seems to be a bit tense now. After the matter of the host was resolved, they were not in the mood to log into the forum to watch the fun. Rong Qi's message was quickly replied by Xiangjun. Yilu Xianyang. Hello, we just looked around and found that it is indeed different from the photos we took. We saw that the original rectangular portal has now become prismatic and circular. The portal in front of us is prismatic, Yilu Xianyang. We see it as a prismatic, but it is actually circular. It turned out to be like this. This is too cunning. Teacher Ming, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have been. So what should we do now? If you need our cooperation, please tell us at any time. Wei Han actually felt unworthy of Xiangjun's thanks. After all, when Xiangjun and Ling Quan were in the second layer of time and space, the information she could see was still very limited. She gave the two people the suggestion that the portal might disappear, and they should rush through the portal before it disappears. Fortunately, the portal was not a circular portal disguised as a square portal, or the level setting of the second layer was different from that of the third layer. Anyway, fortunately, nothing went wrong. After giving a reminder to Xiangjun and Ling Quan, Wei Han planned to continue to ponder and analyze the settings in this scene address, and asked the two to wait a little longer. Wei Han set the mark color for the fifth layer to purple, and a part of the gray in the field of vision was immediately covered by purple, and the portal on the fifth layer was also revealed, which was a circular portal that was not too high. In other words, the 4 circular portals for her and Rong Qi to choose from have been determined, and these 4 portals are located in the second to fifth layers of space and time respectively. After finding all the 4 circular portals, Wei Han also sorted the portals from low to high, and found that they could really be arranged, but this high and low order did not seem to have a direct relationship with the space and time order. The circular portals in the second layer of space and time are higher than the portals in the third layer of space and time. Finding all the portals that she and Rong Qi can choose is not the end. Wei Han silently recorded all the current discoveries, and continued to mark the space and time layers. According to this, the color needs to be subdivided, otherwise the color will not be enough. So, before continuing to mark, Wei Han had to go back and modify the color settings. The first layer is still green, the second layer becomes yellow-green, the third layer is yellow, the fourth layer is orange-yellow, the fifth layer is orange-red, the sixth layer is red, the seventh layer is rose-red, the eighth layer is red-purple. And so on until the 14th layer. The world that Wei Han can see has become a mess of colors. Although the overall visual effect looks very confusing, Wei Han has figured out the general situation a little bit. Except for the prismatic portal in the first layer of time and space, the other portals available to Xiaoya and others are all in the 6th layer of time and space and below, and all the prismatic portals are higher than the circular portals, and all the prismatic portals can be arranged in order from low to high, and there are no 2 prismatic portals with the same height. There is no direct connection between the number of time and space layers and the height position of the prismatic portals. Among the prismatic portals, the highest portal is on the 1st layer, and the lowest portal is on the 9th layer. Wei Han even arranged the heights of the circular portals and the prismatic portals, but there was nothing new to discover. Combining this discovery with the experiences of Xiangjun and Ling Quan, we can make some conclusions. First of all the portals that can be seen on the 1st floor, only one actually exists on the 1st floor and is located at the top of a spiral staircase, with the farthest physical distance. Moreover, the countdown above this portal is also the longest, lasting hundreds of hours. Each of the other portals is in a different time and space, and the way to enter the second time and space seems to be to climb the stairs first. During the process of climbing the stairs, you may encounter a randomly appearing transparent portal. This kind of transparent portal that appears randomly on the stairs will send the player to the second time and space. After entering the second time and space, the player may need to enter the portal before it disappears in order to successfully reach the third time and space. Wei Han speculates that all the portals that Xiangjun and Ling Quan saw when they entered the second time and space may disappear after the countdown of the corresponding portal on the first floor ends. When it comes to the third layer of time and space, the difficulty continues to deepen. The main difficulty of this layer may be misleading. The initial scene will make the player think that he is still in the second layer of time and space, and that he is only physically transferred after passing through the portal. Then the scene changes, and two kinds of portals that confuse the eye begin to appear. If the player uses the experience of the second layer to deal with the third layer, then he will be fooled. It can be seen that the difficulty and method of going to the next layer of time and space are slightly different for each layer of time and space. At present, it can be seen that the further down, the higher the difficulty may be. Wei Han can see that there are still monsters in several layers of time and space that players need to use force to deal with. Moreover, Wei Han estimates that this is likely to be a one-way route. Xiangjun and Ling Quan, who are now in the third layer of time and space, can no longer return to the first layer of time and space. They can only continue to go down until they reach the prismatic portal they want to choose and enter the next stage through the portal. The question now is, can Xiangjun and Ling Quan really choose any of the other portals except the circular portal? Is there a most suitable choice among all the choices? Wei Han thought it was worth a try, so she thought she could give Xiangjun and Ling Quan directions and let them go directly to the corresponding location, the spiral staircase, where the prismatic portal on the fifth layer of time and space is located. However, before giving directions, Wei Han needs to find it again after the countdown returns to 0, and the real moving trajectory after the portal disappears. Chapter 174. Now that we have more information, we can no longer use our previous ideas to summarize the law of portal disappearance, otherwise, we can only get a wrong conclusion. To find the movement law of portals, we need to stop temporarily and wait for the countdown of some portals to end. Now the portal with the shortest countdown still has more than 20 minutes, and there is still an hour, more than an hour, more than 2 hours. The cumulative process takes too long. This made Wei Han a little hesitant. If there is a potential, invisible time limit in the third layer of time and space where Xiangjun and Ling Quan are currently located, and she delays their best time for action because she wants to observe the law, then it will not be worth the loss. While Wei Han was observing, the other three stood aside very quietly. Xiaoya and Shaoqing did not dare to speak, and even Qin Ming felt that it was an offense, but Rongqi could receive Wei Han's voice transmission from time to time. Now Wei Han suddenly remained silent for a long time, which made Rongqi a little worried. He first observed Wei Han for a while, trying to see her emotions from her micro-expressions. After staring at her for a long time, he could only see that she seemed a little entangled, so he tried to use his skills to send a voice to her and ask, "What's wrong? Have you made any new discoveries?" After receiving his voice transmission, Wei Han seemed to have just come back to her senses and pulled herself out of her thoughts, and also seemed to have just remembered that she could discuss it with her companions. So, Wei Han sorted out his thoughts a little in his mind, and told Rongqi all his discoveries and ideas just now. When they were communicating secretly, Xiaoya and Shaoqing were very obedient and acted as background boards, not saying a word, and they were definitely not curious about what the two big guys were doing in silence. In order to kill their boredom, they just took out Xuqing's phone again and chatted with their partners, who were now in the third layer of time and space. Xiaoya and Shaoqing had a lot of topics to talk about with their two partners. After all, Xiaoya had just had a simple communication with the partners, who had been separated before through the host as an intermediary. After telling Rongqi all the information he had obtained so far, Wei Han asked him without any hesitation, "So what do you think? Should I let those two people move on? Or should I wait for me to find a pattern first? Or should we let those two people choose?" Rongqi listened very carefully throughout the whole process. Even if Wei Han asked him for his opinion right after he finished speaking, he could immediately give his own insights. "Rongqi, I found a problem. If your guess about the route is correct, they are walking down a one-way road and can no longer turn back. How can the two female players, who are staying with us now meet up with the two male players? Do you think they can reach the two players if they don't take the same route?" Rongqi, the four of them came together. If there is a way to continue walking together, they should not want to separate, right? Maybe we can ask them what they think first. If they want to walk with two partners, then they have to wait until we figure out all the settings for this stage. Otherwise, they can't find a way to meet up with their companions. Rongqi, maybe you have thought of these. If you haven't thought of these, I hope what I said can give you some inspiration. Rongqi's point did give Wei Han some points that she neglected. There are still many problems and situations that are not understood now. They can indeed try and make mistakes, but they can no longer let normal players try. If the route is different every time, then one more player trying means one more player is lost, which increases the difficulty of reunion. Therefore, Wei Han decided to use the upgraded skill, Matryoshka Separation, again to let her clone make some attempts. Using this skill, Wei Han did not want to be seen by other players, so she thought of a way. Xiaoya, Xiaoqing, my clothes are a little dirty. I need to change clothes. Can you please carry me and don't look at me first? Wei Han raised his head calmly and looked at Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. In fact, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing put their heads together and looked at Xiaoqing's mobile phone virtual screen, and they didn't dare to look at Teacher Ming a few times throughout the whole process. Now, it was because of hearing Teacher Ming's voice that they raised their heads and took a look. After hearing what Teacher Ming said, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing turned around without even thinking about it, and took out the blindfold from the skill space very consciously, and said very cooperatively, "Okay, we will never peek. Teacher Ming, please rest assured." "Yes, Teacher Ming, please rest assured. Please change your clothes at ease. We will help you to be alert to the surroundings," Xiaoqing added. Before the two girls turned around, Rongqi actually turned around faster than the two of them. As a result, after he turned around, he received Wei Han's voice transmission. "You don't have to turn around. I don't really want to change clothes. I just need to use the split skill to let my clone do some experiments." But Rongqi insisted on not turning back, and replied with a voice transmission, "No, how will you let those two girls see me? My current appearance cannot stand the test." Wei Han didn't understand his persistence. Anyway, she didn't need his help to release the clone, so he let him do it. It was not a big deal. Wei Han began to hold her breath and concentrate. Her mental power surged, and soon several figures from large to small appeared on her left, from vague shadows to semi-transparent, and finally solidified into entities. She released 3 clones in total, and asked the 4 clones to climb the spiral staircase with a circular portal on top. She deliberately left one, because she was worried that the entrance was a one-time entrance. If all 4 entrances were triggered, she and Rongqi would have no entrance to choose. After the 3 clones set off and walked far away from the player's naked eye, Wei Han changed a coat and said to Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." Xiaoya and Xiaoqing slowly turned around and secretly glanced at Teacher Ming, but did not speak. They just wondered in their hearts. Teacher Ming said he changed clothes, but just changed a coat? Or did Teacher Ming have many sets of the same clothes? The two secretly calculated and felt that Teacher Ming would not lie. It must be that Teacher Ming's wardrobe is full of the same clothes. Maybe it's because Teacher Ming is too lazy to match clothes. After guessing this, both of them secretly laughed, thinking that they had discovered the childish and cute side of Teacher Ming. Only Rongqi saw that Wei Han had only changed a coat, and complained through voice transmission, "You really don't even pretend. Aren't you afraid that they will ask out of curiosity?" Wei Han was now multitasking, but she seemed to be distracted for just a little bit. After receiving the voice transmission from Rongqi, she only delayed her reply for 3 seconds. "What's the big deal? If they ask, I just say that the clothes in my closet are all the same." Wei Han's answer was justified, which actually coincided with Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's guesses. However, Wei Han looked at Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's current appearance and didn't think they would have any doubts about this. They seemed to have made their own associations, or maybe they were not curious about it at all. No matter what the two girls were curious about now, she had to explain the current situation to the two girls. She explained the situation to the two girls, and Rongqi would explain it to the two boys. It just so happened that the 4 clones didn't need to worry too much now. 3 were on the road, and 1 remained invisible and floated in the air to make some necessary observations. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing had already noticed that Teacher Ming suddenly looked at them several times. Xiaoya immediately took the initiative to ask, "Teacher Ming, do you have anything to say to us?" Xiaoqing also looked at her expectantly. "Teacher Ming, do you have any instructions?" Wei Han cleared his throat slightly, began to erase some skills that were inconvenient to tell, and told the two girls about the new discoveries here. The most important thing was the overlap of time and space, and the real location of the optional portal. Only by knowing this information can we understand the meaning of the entrance and route. All the portals they can see in the spacetime they are currently in can be regarded as some entrances, from which they enter the second, third, fourth, and other overlapping spacetimes until they reach their destination. The checkpoints they pass through along the way are the corresponding routes. Choosing different entrances may mean choosing different routes, and it is also likely that the destinations they will eventually reach will also be different. How these routes will work will have to wait until Wei Han finishes the experiment to know. For her, can she directly choose the circular portal in the second layer of spacetime when she goes to the second layer of spacetime? For Xiangjun and Ling Quan, as long as they have walked through the first 5 layers of time and space and reached the 6th layer of time and space, can they directly choose the portal of the 6th layer of time and space? And they don't need to go down any further. After saying all this, seeing the solemn expressions of the two girls, Wei Han still directly presented the option she provided. See how you choose. You should choose a spiral staircase with a prism on the top to climb the stairs, and see if you can trigger a new entrance. Or wait until we figure it out before you make plans. If you wait for the results from our side, your two partners in the 3rd layer of time and space may have to wait for a long time, and I don't know if there will be any changes in the middle. Wei Han spread his hands. You should think carefully, and make a decision after thinking it through. Of course, you can also act freely, regardless of my suggestions, as long as our actions do not interfere with each other. Xiaoya and Xiao Qing are also having a hard time choosing now. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Qing picked up the phone to communicate with Xiangjun and the others. After a while, Xiaoya and Xiao Qing replied seriously, "We are willing to wait for you to figure it out before following your arrangements. We are willing to bear all the consequences, and will never blame you." Wei Han smiled at the two friendly. "Thank you for your trust. I think your choice should be right." This is not Wei Han bragging. It took more than 10 minutes to explain to Xiaoya and Xiao Qing. This time was enough for Wei Han's 3 clones to reach their respective destinations and take preliminary actions. After all, when he pinched these clones, Wei Han equipped them with acceleration skills. Now Wei Han's 3 clones have triggered the randomly appearing transparent portals on the way up the ladder. Through these randomly appearing transparent portals, the 3 clones did not enter the same layer of time and space. Number 1 entered the 4th layer of time and space, Number 2 entered the 2nd layer of time and space, and Number 3 went directly to the 5th layer of time and space. This seems to be a little different from the situation where Xiangjun and Ling Quan went down layer by layer. Wei Han had to go deeper. These overlapping time and space did not reduce the skills very much, and she could still accurately control them to continue to move. But the main body had to hang up for a while. Wei Han used the skill to transmit sound to Rong Qi and focused on controlling several clones. In fact, even if Wei Han did not say hello to Rong Qi and asked Rong Qi to help her manage the account information, Xiaoya and Xiao Qing would not dare to talk to Teacher Ming easily. Now they have confirmed that when Teacher Ming is not talking, he is using remote skills to do big things, although they don't know what super remote skills they are. They must keep quiet and must not disturb Teacher Ming. Wei Han now directly controlled the 2 clones to rush to the circular portals in their respective time and space to see if the 2 clones would directly enter the next stage after passing through the circular portals in their respective time and space. Another clone randomly selected a portal to enter to see how this would be different from the routes of the other 2. These clones were not strong, and the time and space they arrived at were all covered with light blue oceans. Wei Han had to take out 3 small airships from the skill space and let them drive the small airships to the target portal. Wei Han also did not forget to pay attention to the environment and difficulties of each clone. The problem encountered by Number 2 in the 2nd layer of time and space was different from that encountered by Xiangjun and Ling Quan before. Her target portal still had a long countdown, but this circular target portal was shrinking little by little. So Number 2 needed to rush through the portal before the portal shrank to the point where it could not accommodate a person. The problem encountered by Number 1 on the 4th layer was that the light blue water surface was gradually rising, and some monsters jumped out of the light blue water. These monsters were very aggressive. Number 1 had seen that after some shorter spiral staircases were submerged, the portals above also disappeared. So Number 1 needed to avoid the monsters' attacks and rush through the portal quickly before the water surface submerged the target portal. Number 3 was on the 5th layer of time and space. She did not encounter the problem of rising water levels, but on the 5th layer of time and space, the water level was close to the top of the spiral staircase. Some of the lower spiral staircases were only a dozen centimeters above the water surface, and the higher ones were still 2 or 3 meters. However, after observing for a while, Number 3 found that none of the spiral staircases were completely submerged. At Number 3, the monsters that jumped out of the water would not attack her. These monsters would jump up and try to jump into the portal. As long as a monster successfully jumped up and entered the portal, the corresponding portal would disappear, which means that all portals are disposable. There were so many monsters that the portals almost disappeared in batches, so Number 3 had to rush on the road while preventing these monsters from taking away her target portal. These problems were still a little difficult for the 3 clones, But fortunately Wei Han was now concentrating on assisting the clones, and finally the 3 clones arrived at their target portals at the same time. Wei Han also let the 3 clones enter the portal at the same time. A few seconds later, the result was just as Wei Han expected. The 2 clones that passed through the circular portal did not go to the next stage. Chapter 175. On the ruins where many spiral staircases reach the sky, it is extremely quiet at this time. Several players are trying to slow down their breathing. There is no wind around, and everything seems to be still. Since realizing that Meng Laoshi is really using super skills that they don't know about to secretly carry out some kind of investigation and action, Xiuyao and Shaoqi now dare not even play with their mobile phones, and only concentrate on keeping themselves quiet. Rongqi is much more relaxed than the 2 girls, but because Wei Han told him in advance that her main focus is now on the clones. Seeing that Wei Han's original body is now hanging his head, as if he has encountered a problem, he is still a little worried. But now even if he is worried, he can only do the things that Wei Han has told him to do first, and he can't disturb her, so as to relieve her worries and be able to focus more on solving the current mystery. Now Wei Han is recording the new positions of the 3 bodies. Number 1 is in the 4th layer of time and space, and went to the 2nd layer of time and space through the circular portal. Number 2 went to the 4th layer from the 2nd layer through the circular portal. Number 3 randomly selected a portal. After passing through the portal, he did not go to another time and space, but just moved in the original time and space. Wei Han recorded the results and immediately let the 3 clones continue to act. As her proficiency in Matryoshka Split improved, the clones created by Matryoshka Split were no longer as fragile as before. This was also a good opportunity for Wei Han to exercise her skill proficiency. While letting the 3 clones continue to act, Wei Han also needed to observe whether the problem encountered by number 1 in the 2nd layer of time and space was the same as the problem encountered by number 2 in the 2nd layer of time and space. After number 2 went to the 4th layer of time and space, did he encounter the same problem as number 1 in the 4th layer of time and space? Because number 3 did not go through the transfer of time and space layers, he continued to randomly select a portal to enter, and see what the result would be. In the 5th layer of time and space where number 3 was, the circular portal in this space and time was ranked 3rd among all the circular portals in order from low to high, which was the 2nd highest. The height of the spiral staircase, where it was located, was 1 floor above the water. It was quite difficult for the monsters in the water to jump over this portal. In a short period of time, no monster would reach the circular portal, so Wei Han arranged for number 3's clone to do the experiment without choosing the circular portal first. The time and space layers of number 1 and number 2 were equivalent to being exchanged, but the scene now presented in front of number 1 and number 2 was not the same as when the other party left. When number 2 left the 2nd layer of time and space, the circular portal in the 2nd layer of time and space had shrunk to allow only 1 person to pass through, but number 1 now saw that the circular portal not only still existed, but also did not disappear, and had returned to its normal size. Looking around, you can see that the portals on the other spiral staircases are in normal condition, and none of the portals are shrinking. When number 1 left the 4th layer of time and space, the water level kept rising, and was about to flood the circular portal on the 4th layer of time and space. But now number 2 came to the 4th layer of time and space, but found that the water level returned to its original state, the circular portal did not disappear, and the current water level did not show any sign of rising. Now it seems that number 1 and number 2 will not encounter any obstacles that prevent them from rushing to the circular portal, so Wei Han lets the 2 clones continue to run directly to the circular portal in their spacetime. Number 3 is in the 5th layer of spacetime, and continues to randomly select a portal to enter. The result this time is that number 1 and number 2 rush to the portal without any obstacles, and successfully enter the portal, go to the new scene, and enter the next stage. Wei Han marked the height sequence of the portals selected by the 2 clones. The height sequence of the 4 circular portals from the 2nd to the 5th layer is, from low to high, the 3rd layer, the 2nd layer, the 5th layer, and the 4th layer. In other words, the circular portal that number 1 passed through is the 2nd lowest in height, the 2nd layer, and the circular portal that number 2 passed through is the highest in height, the 4th layer. And number 3 is still spinning in the 5th layer of spacetime. After randomly selecting a portal, he is still in the original layer of spacetime, and has not jumped to other layers of spacetime. Wei Han temporarily let number 3 continue to try, because she seemed to have discovered something from number 1 and number 2, and she wanted to analyze it a little. In the first layer of spacetime, which is the spacetime where Wei Han's body is currently located, all the spiral staircases are so high that the top cannot be seen, but if you use the skill of visual assistance, you can see that some spiral staircases have prismatic and circular portals at the top, a total of 14, for circular ones and 10 prismatic ones. Then Wei Han used the skill to observe and found the spacetime stacked up layer by layer, a total of 13 layers stacked down, plus the first layer, a total of 14 layers. In each spacetime scene, the layout of the spiral staircase is the same, but the height is different. The 14 portals are evenly distributed in each spacetime layer. Each spacetime layer has only one portal for players to choose, which is located at the top of the spiral staircase corresponding to the position of the first spacetime layer. Because the height of the spiral staircase in each spacetime layer is different, the height position of each portal is different. However, the height of the portal position does not seem to be related to the number of spacetime layers. It is not that the portal in the first spacetime layer is the lowest and the second lowest, nor is it that the portal position in the first spacetime layer is the highest and the portal position in the second spacetime layer is the second highest. In addition, the circular portal is in the front row and the prismatic portal is in the back row. As for why the first spacetime layer is a prismatic portal, it is still a mystery. Wei Han's original idea was that the portal at the top of the spiral staircase they saw on the first floor was like representing the entrance of each portal. As long as they climbed the corresponding spiral staircase, they would encounter a randomly appearing transparent portal and be randomly sent to a certain spacetime layer. As for which layer of spacetime the player's destination would be the circular portal, it was unpredictable. But now, after observing the destination of number 1 and number 2, Wei Han turned back and paid attention to the entrances chosen by number 1 and number 2. The spiral staircase that number 1 climbed seemed to overlap with the second lowest portal in the second layer of time and space. And the spiral staircase that number 2 climbed overlapped with the spiral staircase, where the highest circular portal was located in the fourth layer of time and space. Is it not a coincidence that number 1 and number 2 were able to successfully enter the next stage through the circular portals in the second and fourth layers of time and space? Is there a possibility that the destination has actually been set from the beginning, and the only difference is what route the player can take to reach the destination? After coming up with this guess, Wei Han saw that the time was almost up. So she asked number 1 and number 2 to return from the next stage and remember what kind of scene was connected to the two portals as a reference. Number 1 and number 2 can be dismissed directly. Next, she will let number 3 go through the circular portal in the fifth layer of time and space. The spiral staircase that number 3 chose in the first layer of time and space overlapped with the circular portal in the third layer of time and space, and the height position of the portal in the third layer of time and space is the lowest. If her guess is correct, then number 3 will go to the third layer of time and space after going around in circles. But the problem now is that Xiangjun and Ling Quan are also in the third layer of time and space, and the two of them just happen to be guarding in front of the circular portal in the third layer of time and space. Wei Han is a little embarrassed. She doesn't want those two people to see her clone. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Han asked number 3 to guard the circular portal in the fifth layer of time and space. She sent Xiangjun and Ling Quan away first. Anyway, these two people probably couldn't choose the circular portal, so they could just find another place to stay. Therefore, the work of guiding Xiangjun and Ling Quan had to be done in advance. Wei Han switched the main perspective back to the main body and slowly raised his head. As soon as he raised his head, he met Rongqi's slightly worried eyes. His eyes could directly see his thoughts, as if asking her what was wrong and whether she felt uncomfortable. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also paid attention to Teacher Ming's movements throughout the whole process. Now Teacher Ming finally raised his head, after being motionless for more than 10 minutes. Both of them became more nervous and almost fainted from holding their breath. Let Xiangjun and Ling Quan move from their current position and fly southeast. It will probably take more than 10 kilometers. Wei Han said directly to Rongqi, and then she explained, I seem to understand a little bit, but I need more attempts. After you let them fly over, they will stay where they are. Rongqi typed immediately, without asking any more questions. The two of them had already developed an extraordinary tacit understanding. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing watched the two big guys start the next move immediately, and did not dare to interrupt. It seemed that the two big guys were very busy now. And seeing that the two big guys seemed to be a little bit confused, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were very worried. They always felt that if there were no two big guys, they didn't know how long they would spend here. What's more, they were even more afraid that they would spend a lot of time and still couldn't figure it out. Wei Han didn't point the direction for Xiangjun and Ling Quan to fly casually. In fact, she also secretly recalled the time and space layer and the height position of the portal corresponding to the spiral staircase when the two players climbed the stairs. The direction pointed to may be slightly closer to their destination, but it is not yet certain, and she needs to continue the experiment. After arranging the direction of action for Xiangjun and Ling Quan, Wei Han did not forget that the countdown on a certain portal was almost 0. She had to observe whether there were any changes that were not visible in the entire dozen layers of time and space after the portal disappeared. After confirming that Xiangjun and Ling Quan had flown out of the distance, where they could not see the circular portal, Wei Han immediately let the number 3 clone in the 5th layer of time and space enter the portal. After number 3 passed through the circular portal in the 5th layer of time and space, he came to the 4th layer of time and space clock. In the 4th layer of time and space, the scene was restored, and a new level appeared. It seemed that some poisonous rain fell from the sky. Wei Han didn't let number 3 waste time on the level. He directly gave number 3 some powerful skills to use, so that number 3 could quickly reach the circular portal of the 4th layer of time and space. After passing through this circular portal, number 3's clone finally arrived at the 3rd layer of time and space smoothly. Similar to the situation after number 1 and number 2 arrived at the end, after number 3 came to the 3rd layer of time and space, it was calm and there were no obstacles, no difficulties or levels. Number 3 could come to the circular portal unimpeded. After passing through this circular portal, number 3 also successfully entered the next stage. This result is almost consistent with Wei Han's guess after observing number 1 and number 2. Number 3, who also successfully entered the next stage scene, needs to use the 3-minute preview permission to see what the scene behind the circular portal is like. Wei Han can temporarily shift the main perspective to observe the countdown. The portal whose countdown is about to return to 0 is a prismatic portal, and the physical distance in the 1st layer of time and space is a bit far from Wei Han. If we were to locate it by the number of layers and height of space-time, this prismatic portal is located on the 7th layer of space-time, and ranks 5th among the 10 prismatic portals in terms of height from low to high. Wei Han kept the visual state of skill stacking, staring at the countdown to 0, and then saw the prismatic portal corresponding to the top of the spiral staircase on the 1st layer of spacetime disappear, and then saw the 7th layer of spacetime and the 9th layer of spacetime swap, but the prismatic portals of corresponding heights in the 2 layers of spacetime did not swap synchronously. The original portal on the 9th layer of spacetime ranked 2nd in height from low to high. After the 2 layers of spacetime swapped, it now became the 2nd in height of the portal position on the 7th layer of spacetime, and the portal on the 9th layer of spacetime ranked 5th in height from position. Then I saw a prismatic portal appear at the top of a spiral staircase on the 1st layer of spacetime, and a new countdown appeared on the prismatic portal. Finally, on the 9th layer of time and space, the 5th prismatic portal from low to high also moved to the top of the new spiral staircase, overlapping with the sky-high spiral staircase on the 1st layer of time and space. I don't know whether it is a new entrance or a new destination. At this point, the change after the countdown returned to 0 ended, but this process was actually very fast. If it weren't for Wei Han's fast reaction speed and the assistance of skills, it might not be clear. This process is more complicated than Wei Han imagined, but Wei Han has gained some new ideas and directions from it. Chapter 176. Before starting to integrate information and conduct in-depth analysis, Wei Han waited for the time limit of the preview authority of number 3 to expire. 2 minutes later, after number 3 clone recorded the scene connected to the corresponding portal, Wei Han removed the existence of number 3 clone. Now only Wei Weiwei is still working, and the main body can already regain most of its mind. Thinking about the current complicated and trivial discoveries, Wei Han let out a long breath before starting a discussion with Rongqi, which directly scared the 3 people around him. Rongqi immediately panicked and asked her directly through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Is the problem serious? Tell me first. I find a way." Xiaoya and Xiao Qing looked at her with a breath of air, so nervous that they didn't even dare to ask, secretly worried that Xiangjun and Ling Quan would never come back. Or were they all completely finished? There was no hope to get out of here? What kind of epic problem did they encounter that made Teacher Ming sigh? Teacher Ming couldn't solve the problem. Why are they still struggling? Just raise the white flag. Wei Han glanced at Rongqi and replied through voice transmission, "It's not that the problem is serious. It's just a little complicated, plus it's very troublesome, so it's a bit tiring to think about it." Hearing her reply, Rongqi's heart was finally put down, and she said with a little smile, "It's okay, I will listen to you carefully and patiently, no matter how incoherent your words are, no matter how chaotic the order is, I will try to sort it out with you bit by bit. However, before you start to analyze, you may need to calm the emotions of the 2 female players. They seem to be frightened by your sigh just now." Rongqi looked at her, turned his eyes, and pointed at Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, who dared not breathe and whose faces were flushed. Wei Han, what are these two girls thinking? She was just a little tired inside. Do you have anything to ask? Wei Han followed Rongqi's advice and looked at the two nervous girls. Why are you so nervous? After being asked, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing took a few deep breaths, and their faces could not return to normal. The two pushed and shoved for a while, and finally Xiaoqing pretended to be calm and asked, Teacher Ming, is the situation very serious? Is it possible for Xiangjun and Ling Quan to come back? Or do we still have hope to enter the next stage? Wei Han looked like she hadn't thought about it at all, and replied directly, Not serious. But they really can't come back. Of course you have hope to enter the next stage. These answers confused Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. Why did this answer sound strangely contradictory? Xiangjun and Ling Quan couldn't come back. So what hope did they have to enter the next stage? Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's faces, which had turned liver-colored just now, turned pale in an instant. Xiaoya even trembled and asked, So, Mr. Ming, are they both in danger? Damn it, damn it. We will carry their dreams and their wills and continue to move forward. Did I say they were in danger? Wei Han was full of question marks. They can't come back because the route to the portal is a one-way route. You can only move forward, you can't turn back. Okay, it's my fault. I didn't mention this to you before, because I hadn't verified this guess at that time. Now it has been confirmed. Wei Han verified this after the number 1 and number 2 clones returned from the circular portal. Her clones could not find the route back to the first layer of time and space, so they could only cancel the skills directly, and make the clones disappear on the spot. After Teacher Ming said this, Xiaoya and Xiaoqi immediately blushed and whitened, looking very ashamed, and apologized repeatedly, not even daring to raise their heads. Seeing this, Wei Han sighed again and said helplessly, Wait a moment, I will discuss and organize all the information with my companions first. I have roughly understood the operation settings of this stage. Xiaoya and Xiaoqi immediately raised their heads and said in unison, Okay. You are busy. We will never disturb you too. At this time, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing's moods were revived. They felt gloomy and desperate just now, but now they felt that life was full of hope. At the same time, they also raised their high respect for Teacher Ming. Teacher Ming is so good and so strong that they can't help but waver. They are the die-hard fans of Teacher Wei. They have made up their minds to like only Teacher Wei. Wei Han didn't understand the strange entanglement of these two girls. She and Rongqi walked a few steps to the side, slightly distanced themselves from the two girls, and communicated with the sound transmission skill. The first half was basically Wei Han talking, and Rongqi occasionally replied 1 or 2 syllables, which meant that he was listening attentively. Later, Rongqi began to respond, and then the two of them discussed back and forth. With Rongqi's help in discussion and organization, Wei Han's thoughts became clearer. Finally, after a 20-minute discussion, the two of them basically sorted out the answers to this stage together. In fact, from the overall perspective, the setting of this stage is very much like a nesting doll maze in the portal maze, or it can be said that it is very much like a small miniature of the portal maze. In this stage, the portals that players can see with their naked eyes in the first layer of time and space can be regarded as the entrances to the small maze, not the portals for players to enter the next stage. The portals distributed in each layer of time and space that cannot be seen directly by the naked eye and require special skills to see are the end or exit of the small maze. That is the real portal for players to choose. All players have to do is to make every effort to reach the selected portal before they can enter the next stage. The countdown above the portal representing the entrance should refer to the binding time of the current entrance and exit. When the countdown returns to 0, the corresponding entrance and exit will be refreshed and the position will be transferred. Considering the binding status of the entrance and exit, combined with the different choices made by Wei Han's several clones, they encountered different routes respectively. After discussion, Wei Han and Rongqi guessed that after the entrance and exit are refreshed, the route will also be refreshed. To sum up, the conclusion is that this small maze at the current stage is still a moving maze that changes randomly from time to time. When players choose the entrance, they are also choosing the endpoint, but the route in the middle will be very changeable. Wei Han has not yet found the law of route changes from all the current observations. After integrating all the information and summarizing the basic answer, Wei Han and Rongqi also found a question that needs to be solved urgently during the discussion. The question is this. Xiangjun and Ling Quan had just set out on the journey to the portal when they encountered the refresh of the entrance and exit. After the refresh, the exit corresponding to their entrance had moved. At that time, Wei Han did not think of using skills to check, and failed to record the corresponding exit position in advance, let alone which 2 layers of time and space were exchanged in their refresh. So now they cannot know which layer of time and space their current destination will be the prismatic portal. Or does their destination still exist? Or does the countdown still represent the effective duration of the destination, and when the time is up, the exit and the destination no longer exist? If you do not reach the destination within the time limit, you will be trapped in the maze forever. If this is possible, then Xiangjun and Ling Quan are in trouble. However, Wei Han thinks that this possibility is relatively low, because when refreshing, it is the number of layers of time and space that moves, and the portal does not really move. What can be used to locate the portal is perhaps the height order of the portal position. If this speculation is true, then Xiangjun and Ling Quan's destination has not disappeared. It's just that after the refresh, how long and tortuous the 2 people need to go to reach the destination is unknown. But this is better than the destination no longer existing. At least there is a glimmer of hope. Wei Han couldn't give such an irresponsible conclusion to the 4 people. If they take a tortuous and long route without knowing whether the destination still exists, then this journey will be full of despair and darkness for the players, and they may not be able to persist halfway because of despair. So Wei Han needs to spend some more time to speculate on this point. She will still create 3 clones this time, and choose the entrance of the prismatic portal to enter. She will explore how the end point changes after the refresh, and whether the players on the old route can still reach the end point. In order to release the clone smoothly, Wei Han asked Rongqi to use the excuse of changing clothes to let the 2 girls turn around. Rongqi really planned to change clothes, so he also set up a temporary changing room. In order to give Wei Han more time to use his skills, he moved slowly, making the 2 girls wait for a long time with their backs turned. They secretly complained in their hearts that they really couldn't see that Brother Hua, a grown man, couldn't change clothes as quickly as Teacher Ming. After complaining about this topic, the 2 girls began to not understand. Didn't Teacher Ming and Brother Hua want to analyze the situation? Why did they suddenly change clothes now? Although the 2 girls didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask more. They just followed the arrangements of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. After the 2 girls turned around, Wei Han moved a little further away from the 2 girls and released 3 clones again. After the 3 clones were separated, they moved in one direction, where there was a prismatic portal entrance with a countdown of about 30 minutes. This portal is currently located in the 10th layer of time and space. In order from low to high, the location height ranks 7th among the 10 prismatic portals. Wei Han's experiment requires 1 clone to enter the entrance before the countdown ends, 1 clone to find the newly appeared entrance after the countdown returns to 0, and the 3rd clone to go to the entrance of the portal where the exchanged layer of time and space is located. Rongqi was taking so long to change his clothes that Wei Han's 3 clones had already run away, and he hadn't put down the temporary changing room yet. Wei Han waited patiently for more than 10 seconds, then used his skills to urge him. "You're not ready yet? I'm done here." Rongqi finally came out of the temporary changing room. He actually changed into a white suit. With his burly figure and his fierce face, Wei Han always felt like a beast wearing a suit. She just raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything. She pointed to the temporary changing room and asked him to pack up his things. Then she walked toward Xiaoya and Xiaoqing. Because of the new experiment, they had to wait a little longer. Wei Han had to confirm that Xiangjun and Ling Quan could wait. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were bored, they were actually chatting with Xiangjun and Ling Quan on their phones. Xiangjun and Ling Quan had been in the 3rd layer of time and space for a long time, but they had not encountered any danger in the 3rd layer of time and space for the time being. It seemed that the problem in the 3rd layer of time and space was the confusing game of the portal. When Xiaoya and Xiaoqing heard that Teacher Ming said apologetically that they needed to wait a little longer, they were flattered. Even Xiangjun and Ling Quan said that they were now the ones who were clinging to the thighs. No matter how long the boss asked them to wait, they would wait without complaint. The boss didn't need to apologize for any emergencies at all. After explaining the situation to several people, Wei Han took a single sofa and pretended to close his eyes to rest, but he was actually concentrating on practicing controlling the 3 clones. Clone number 1 had already climbed the ladder, and after climbing the ladder for nearly 20 minutes, it triggered the entrance and opened her maze route. Number 2 and number 3 were on standby, and would also take action in more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the countdown returned to 0, the entrance chosen by number 1 disappeared, and the 10th layer of spacetime where the final portal was located was swapped with the 12th layer of spacetime. The prismatic portal that was originally ranked 7th was located on the 10th layer of spacetime, but now it is located on the 12th layer of spacetime. The prismatic portal that is now ranked 4th is located on the 10th layer of spacetime. Number 2 went up the spiral staircase of the new entrance, and the final destination was the prismatic portal ranked 7th on the 12th layer of spacetime. Number 3 went to the prismatic portal ranked 4th on the 10th layer of spacetime. If Wei Han's guess is correct, then number 1 will eventually go to the prismatic portal ranked 7th on the 12th layer of spacetime. The experiment has begun, and Wei Han's eyeballs are rolling rapidly under her eyelids. In order to save time, she is letting her clone move as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, Wei Han, who got the result, slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes were clear. Chapter 177. The results were basically consistent with Wei Han's guess. All 3 clones arrived at the originally expected destination. Number 3 arrived first, and the journey took only 10 minutes. Number 2 was second, and it took 15 minutes to reach the 12th floor, the 7th ranked prismatic portal. Number 1 finally arrived at the 12th floor, the 7th ranked prismatic portal, and the time it took was double compared to number 2. It took half an hour just to wait for number 1 to reach the destination. From the time number 1 took, it can be seen that number 1's route is indeed the longest. In fact, number 1's route is much more complicated than that of number 2 and number 3. In the middle, it went back and forth between 2 layers of time and space, and went around for several times before continuing to move forward. After this experiment, several previous guesses were confirmed. After the entrance and exit are refreshed, players who enter the maze route through the old entrance will not miss the destination. The focus of the players on the old route is the same as the refreshed destination, but the route that the players on the old route need to go through to get to the refreshed destination will be more complicated and longer. It can also be inferred here that the complexity of the old route will be superimposed with the number of refreshes. From the entrance to the exit, it is difficult to find the nearest route. The nearest route may exist, but it is impossible to find a pattern in a short time. Entering the maze route from the entrance of the circular portal, you will never randomly go to the time and space below the 6th layer, inclusive, so the route to the circular portal will be relatively simple. Entering the maze route from the entrance of the prismatic portal, the first 5 layers of time and space will go in a straight line. The straight line here means that the player will go from the 2nd layer to the 5th layer in order. It is not until the 6th layer that the maze route will officially begin and start to shuttle in disorder in each layer of time and space. There are more layers of time and space from the 6th layer onwards, so the route will be more complicated, longer and more difficult. This also explains why Xiangjun and Ling Quan went down layer by layer, while the 3 clones in the first experiment were directly faced with a disordered route, because the circular portal and the prism portal are 2 separate small mazes, and the routes on both sides do not interfere with each other. Players at different stages have different difficulties, which is very reasonable. Through these discoveries, the end position of the previous entrance can be obtained through the refreshed entrance, so that we can know which prism portal Xiangjun and Ling Quan will eventually go to. Although Wei Han did not use skills to see layer after layer of time and space before, she made a special record of where the entrance disappeared and where it appeared. So Xiaoya and Xiaoqing can go to the same end point as Xiangjun and Ling Quan as long as they choose the new entrance refreshed after the entrance of Xiangjun and Ling Quan disappears, and they will reach the end point earlier than Xiangjun and Ling Quan if they are a little more powerful. Xiangjun and Ling Quan's route will be longer and more complicated. While Wei Han was analyzing and summarizing the experiment just now, he had already transmitted his voice to Rong Qi. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing didn't know that the two had finished communicating secretly. When they noticed that Teacher Ming had opened his eyes and slowly sat up straight, their hearts rose to their throats again. Teacher Ming and Brother Hua didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to speak either. Rong Qi listened to her summary silently and attentively, and then put forward his conjecture. If the location of the terminal portal is to be marked in the form of coordinates, for example, the 10th layer of time and space, ranked 7th, is marked as 10, 7, and the 12th layer, ranked 4th, is marked as 12, 4. When refreshing, the previous level changes, and the order of the following levels does not change. If the coordinates are 7, 7, 12, 12, does this mean that the shortest route appears? Wei Han actually had similar thoughts, but she did not say them out loud. Unexpectedly, Rong Qi agreed with her again. She replied with a little regret, "Actually, I have similar thoughts, but if we really want to verify this point, it will take too much time. We have to hurry up a little bit next time. We have wasted a lot of time here, so forget it. Well, even if we figure it out, or it is indeed the same as what we guessed, We don't know how long we will have to wait to get a coordinate with the same number. Rong-chi immediately agreed. In fact, with their abilities, even if they didn't understand anything, they could go directly to the next stage by rushing forward. It can be said that Wei Han figured out the settings here half for their own curiosity, and half to help the four-person team. The secret communication between the two was basically suspended. Wei Han stood up and stretched, as if she had not done anything just now, and was just resting. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing saw Teacher Ming's relaxed attitude, and they didn't know whether they should be relieved or nervous. Wei Han stretched, put away the single sofa, and then turned to Xiaoya and Xiaoqing, and said directly, "I have a bad news to tell you." Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were stunned. They didn't expect Teacher Ming to come up with bad news. What? It can't be Xiangjun and Ling Quan, they... Hearing the bad news, Xiaoya couldn't keep quiet anymore and couldn't help asking. Xiaoqing's face was solemn, and it seemed that she was in the same direction as Xiaoya's guess. Teacher Ming hadn't answered yet, but grief had already appeared in her eyes. Wei Han didn't guess what the two girls thought of, and gave the answer directly. The route that Xiangjun and Ling Quan are going to take will be a bit difficult. You may need to wait for them for a long time at the end. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing were even more confused. Ah! It's like this. Wei Han just said 4 words, and suddenly pointed at Rong-chi. We have asked Brother Hua to explain. Rong-chi, Okay, let him explain it. She has been busy and is indeed tired. Xiaoya and Xiaoqing looked at Brother Hua, still very confused about Brother Hua's behavior of wearing a white suit with a burly figure. When the two looked over, they felt a bit burned. Rong-chi seemed not to notice the indescribable looks of the two girls, and patiently and carefully explained the information that needed to be explained, trying to make the two girls understand what the current stage was like. As they listened, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing also put away their impolite looks, and their expressions and eyes became more serious and solemn. In the end, Xiaoya and Xiaoqing finally understood why Xiangjun and Ling Quan would have a harder time, and why they might need to wait for Xiangjun and Ling Quan for a long time at the end. That is to say, at this stage, we are walking in a maze within a maze. Then after Teacher Ming figured out everything with his mysterious and powerful skills, he discovered that the entrance was refreshed, but the end point remained unchanged. But the route became tortuous and long. This is a rule. After listening to Xiaoqing, she felt like a whole new worldview had been opened up. She gestured with her hands and feet, organizing her words, and trying to summarize. After finding this pattern, we have determined how to reunite with Xiangjun and Ling Quan. We enter the maze route from the refreshed entrance, and the route will be much shorter than the old route of Xiangjun and Ling Quan. They need to spend more time to reach the end. I think I understand it. Xiaoqing also thought of a very critical point. If we can't reach the end before the countdown ends, then the route we take will also add a layer of complexity and difficulty. And Xiangjun and Ling Quan may add 2 layers of complexity and difficulty. Rong-chi added appropriately. Yes, just like every time the countdown is refreshed, the end point will become farther away. If you can't reach the end point within the specified time, then the road will become longer and longer, and the difficulty of the obstacles in the middle will become greater and greater. Xiaoqing gradually caught up with the train of thought, and her expression became more and more solemn, and she discussed back and forth with Brother Hua. Only Xiaoya's CPU was about to burn out, and she still hadn't figured it out. She was stunned, and would occasionally bend her fingers to help herself sort out the information. In the end, Xiaoya gave up struggling, glanced at Teacher Ming, and imitated Teacher Ming, with empty eyes and empty herself. But in fact, Wei Han was not emptying herself, she was just putting the main perspective on Wei Weiwei. Now that the situation is basically understood, Wei Weiwei's work in the air reconnaissance has ended. She can let Wei Weiwei explore the 4th entrance of the circular portal to prepare for her and Rong-chi to enter the next stage. After Xiaoqing made the corresponding notes, he clasped his fists to Brother Hua and expressed his sincere gratitude. Seeing Xiaoya's absent-minded look, he pulled Xiaoya over and asked Xiaoya to bow deeply. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, we will never be able to count on your help. This is our contact information. If you need us, please call us at any time. Even if we are in the dungeon, we will definitely try our best to get out of the dungeon to get to you. Xiaoqing raised a white card with both hands, which looked like a business card. Rong-chi glanced at Wei Han and heard Wei Han's skill transmission. Take it. With Wei Han's words, Rong-chi reached out to take it, and carefully put the business card back into the skill space where cards were stored. Wei Han waited for Rong-chi to take the business card before he spoke. Now that we have figured out the settings for this stage, my companions and I will move on. What about you? We have to set off too. Xiaoqing smiled and replied, I remember which spiral staircase the new entrance appeared on after Xiangjun and Ling Quan's entrance was refreshed. Now that so much time has passed, the countdown above is only more than half an hour, but we don't want to wait any longer. Wei Han saw that Xiao Qing had a firm expression and had made a decision, so he didn't say much. Then I wish everyone a safe journey. The levels on the route will be constantly refreshed, and I can't give you my experience as a guide directly. I can only remind you to pay more attention to observation, don't be impatient, don't be reckless, and stay calm and act quickly. Xiao Qing and Xiaoya were encouraged and said in unison, "Okay." After replying, Xiaoya slapped her head, as if she remembered something very important, and then looked at Teacher Ming eagerly. "Teacher Ming, have you heard of Teacher Wei? She is a photographer who follows the Dungeon Live broadcast. She is very famous and very strong. She will probably start a live broadcast in 9 days. Do you and Brother Hua want to try to participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast?" Xiaoya's eyes were full of expectation, and she quickly added, "Teacher Wei will randomly select some lucky players as temporary teammates. I think if you sign up, Teacher Wei will definitely choose you as a temporary teammate. Really, I think you and Brother Hua can really give it a try. Everyone wants to see you appear in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room." Rongqi never thought that this girl would think about this matter. After listening to Xiaoya's suggestions, he directly complained in his heart, "Why are Wei Han's fans so persistent in letting Wei Han's vest participate in Wei Han's live broadcast?" After complaining, Rongqi secretly glanced at Wei Han a few times, wanting to see what Wei Han's expression was. Sure enough, just as he thought, Wei Han's expression was still as calm as ever, as if the Teacher Wei mentioned by Xiaoya was not another vest of her. When Rongqi thought she was going to fool around, she suddenly pinched her chin and pretended to think. After a while, she replied seriously, "Well, I think about it seriously." Xiaoya and Xiao Qing both clapped their hands happily, and their joy was beyond words. "Great. I look forward to seeing you in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Teacher Wei will definitely make you and Brother Hua look beautiful and handsome. Go!" To watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, to see Teacher Ming in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. After the two girls finished speaking, they happily held hands and jumped towards the spiral staircase in the distance. That was the entrance they were going to climb. While jumping, they turned back from time to time to say goodbye to the two of them, showing a bit of impatience. Wei Han also waved and said goodbye to the two. After they climbed the stairs, she turned around and took Rongqi to the entrance they were going to. Wei Weiwei was also approaching the four-circular portal. Wei Han planned to talk to Rongqi about the scenes connected to each portal while walking, and see which one to choose. Then Wei Han was about to speak when she heard Rongqi ask hesitantly, "Do you really want to let Teacher Ming participate in the live broadcast? Are you kidding?" Wei Han was really not kidding, she said seriously, "I am really considering it. If we can't find enough players who can participate in the live broadcast in the next period of time, then I can only let my clone take over. Fortunately, it can still be split into nesting dolls, and the height of each vest is just different." Rongqi hesitated even more, that is to say, "Teacher Xiao Wei is also coming?" Wei Han tilted his head and thought for a while, staring at Rongqi and said, "Well, Brother Hua and Teacher Xiao Ding are also coming." Rongqi? Chapter 178. While Rongqi was speechless, Wei Han lowered her head and operated it, and transferred the split skill to Rongqi. Then she explained in a voice transmission, "Split returned the property to the original owner. I can simulate the skill, so it is no longer needed. I repeat, if we really can't find a suitable player who can participate in the live broadcast, in order to get enough people, we have to use our vests. So you also need to split yourself. You take the skill and improve your proficiency in 9 days. You should be able to do it, right?" Rongqi received the notification, clicked it, and saw the skill. He felt very complicated. There were too many points to complain about, and he didn't know where to start. He wanted to refute her, and said that this was not a return to the original owner. The split skill was hers from the beginning. If he had eaten the 7-colored mushroom, this skill might not have appeared at all. The worst result might be that he was killed by the mushroom, or he would become a puppet of the mushroom. I also want to tell her that even if she doesn't need these skills, she shouldn't transfer them to him so hastily. After he cooperates with her to complete the live broadcast, he will take the initiative to return the skills to her, but it may not be the case for others. Has she considered these things? If she has considered it, can he regard this action as a sign that she trusts him very much? But after a long silence, Rongqi only said one sentence, "Do you think too highly of me?" Wei Han patted his muscular upper arm. "You have to believe in yourself. Although it sounds narcissistic, I don't think you are much worse than me. Don't belittle yourself. Don't be too nervous. You don't need to be proficient in nesting doll splitting. You just need to master normal splitting. In this way, you can have one for Brother Hua and one for Teacher Xiao Ding. Ding Lu's account doesn't have much traffic, so you can temporarily not use it. So in the next 9 days, let's improve our proficiency in the splitting skill together. You improve your proficiency in normal splitting, and I improve my proficiency in nesting doll splitting, in preparation for not finding a suitable player. Even if we finally find a suitable player, we will both be proficient in skills and improve our strength, so it's not a loss. She actually calculated to this extent. It seems that she is really considering it seriously, not a sudden whim, and not a joke. Rong Qi was overwhelmed with emotions, and corrected his attitude again, and replied seriously, "Okay, I will definitely try my best to keep up with your pace, and not hold you back. Don't worry, I will teach you some skills." Wei Han noticed that Xiaoya and Xiaoqing had entered the second layer of time and space through the randomly appeared transparent portal, so he stopped using skills to transmit sound. Rong Qi did not refuse. "Then I trouble you." "I won't trouble you. You, on the other hand, should be prepared to have your mental strength drained again and again. Time is tight, and there is no one else here now. You should try to activate your skills now, and see how far you can go with your best efforts." Wei Han did what he said, and immediately asked Rong Qi to start practicing skills. Wei Han probably meant to conduct a basic test to see how Rong Qi's foundation was. Rong Qi also quickly understood Wei Han's idea. Although she felt that she was a little too anxious to start right away, she was also right. Time is tight now, and it is best to seize the opportunity to practice and not miss every minute and every second. Even Wei Han, who mastered this skill, also started from not being able to condense a complete human form. He was very clear about the gap between him and her. If he wanted to basically keep up with her progress, he needed to work harder. Rong Qi nodded to Wei Han, slowed down his pace, gradually concentrated his mind, and activated the skill. Then he felt that his mental power was divided into 3 parts, one of which overflowed from his body. After overflowing from the body, this mental power was transformed into a very strange state, as if it had become a kind of energy. He roughly understood that the process of splitting the clone was probably like this. After the skill was activated, the player himself would overflow a certain amount of mental power. After these mental powers were released from the main body, they would be transformed into a plastic energy under the effect of the skill. How to materialize this energy that is invisible to the naked eye, and how to mold the energy into the desired shape are the 2 biggest difficulties. After overcoming these 2 difficulties, at least a physical clone can be molded. In addition, Rong Qi also found that as long as he was skilled enough, the clone could actually be molded into a different appearance from the main body, and it was not necessary to use the disguise skill. This answered the question Rong Qi had never dared to ask. He was actually very curious about why Wei Han later used the disguise skill, and the clone she made was also her disguised appearance, not her true appearance. Because Wei Han never took the initiative to mention this, he was embarrassed to ask, for fear of exposing his ignorance. After realizing what he should do, Rong Qi focused more on trying to find a way to make the invisible energy materialize, and began to try to make the energy into a human outline. As a result, he suddenly groaned as soon as he tried it. Concentrating on making the energy materialize would cause a burst of pain in his head, causing his eyes to go black. When he tried to adjust the energy, he would also feel the same, as if his soul and body were being torn apart at the same time. Although his body looked intact, he could feel the continuous pain. After only a dozen seconds, fine sweat appeared on Rong Qi's forehead, and his originally slow pace stopped completely. It may be because Wei Han is very familiar with the split skill, or it may be because Wei Han is now simulating the split skill, or it may be other reasons. Now Wei Han can't see the energy ball that Rong Qi is shaping with her naked eyes, but she can feel the existence of this invisible energy. After finding that Rong Qi's steps stopped, Wei Han also stopped, but her eyes did not fall on Rong Qi, but stared at the air beside Rong Qi. Half a minute passed, and there was still nothing beside Rong Qi, not even a vague shadow, and Rong Qi's nose was already condensed with big beads of sweat, which seemed to be about to fall off when he kept his head down. At this time, Wei Han turned his eyes to Rong Qi. Rong Qi stood straight, his head slightly lowered, and his eyes closed. He could see that almost his whole body was exerting force, his fists were clenched, and his tense muscles pushed out shapes on his clothes. Some sweat slid down his Adam's apple, and finally disappeared into his clothes. Watching this scene, Wei Han blinked, looked up at the sky, and then took out the camera from the skill space. While adjusting the camera parameters, he moved his position to find the angle for shooting. After finding the right angle, she found that she needed some fill light and lighting props. So she created a nesting doll clone to help with lighting, sprinkled some petals and other things to create a certain atmosphere, and another clone held a computer to do post-production photo editing. Yes, that's right, this is also to practice skill proficiency. While taking pictures, Wei Han was thinking that the theme of this group of photos can be summarized as beasts in suits, which is actually very close to thugs in suits. It is also good to be a series of photos. Now Rongqi has figured it out, he should like it. When Rongqi finally pinched out one eye of the clone, a blurry vision appeared in his mind. Through the vision of the clone, he saw Wei Han doing a split in front of him, and the camera lens was facing above his waist, looking like he was going to shoot the upper body from an upward angle. Rongqi opened his eyes and stared at the camera below. Wei Han saw Rongqi open his eyes through the camera, and she immediately reminded him, "Wipe the sweat off your nose. Don't let it drip onto my camera." Rongqi, He took a deep breath and thought about raising his hand to wipe the sweat off, but his arm didn't move at all even though he had clearly issued an order. Wei Han saw his subtle expression change at the first time through the camera. She moved the camera away, looked at Rongqi, and then looked at Rongqi's side. After Rongqi's 15 minutes of hard work, a vague and distorted figure had emerged beside him. This figure was like a transparent bubble that would soon burst, but at least it could be seen directly with the naked eye. Wei Han smiled lightly, and combined with Rongqi's slightly puzzled expression, raised an eyebrow and asked, "The order issued by your brain is probably confused to the clone. So you clearly issued the command, but your hands did not listen to your brain." After saying that, Wei Han retracted his feet, slowly stood up, and directly put the camera back into the skill space. The several clones around him also dissipated one by one after putting the corresponding props back into the skill space. After hearing Wei Han's explanation, Rongqi exhaled. Wei Han had already put away the camera, and he was too lazy to care whether the sweat would drip down. He maintained the skill and replied with some difficulty, "When the clone is not proficient, this situation will still happen. No wonder when you first started to get familiar with this skill, sometimes you hit yourself inexplicably, sometimes you suddenly lost your voice while talking, and sometimes your expression suddenly became very hideous. So you didn't do that on purpose at that time." His face changed, and he vaguely realized that these were the situations he would face next. Wei Han smiled and patted his upper arm again. "Come on. Don't worry, I'm experienced and will help you." Looking at her smiling face, Rongqi always felt that her smile looked malicious and had a deeper meaning. Soon, Rongqi understood why Wei Han could smile so happily. For the signal that she wanted to use to control the main body was sent to the clone, she instructed, "Imagine the connection between your brain and the clone as a circuit diagram. Yes, a circuit. Your brain is the power supply. Your main body and your clone should be kept in a parallel state, not in series. The signal sent by your brain should not go wrong, and don't take a different approach. There is an extra line between the main body and the clone, which is easy to short-circuit." Listening to her explanation, Rongqi tried very hard to separate the commands for controlling the main body and the clone, but he was still not proficient enough. He wanted to control the clone to walk, but the two hands of the main body were fighting. A chuckle came from his right. One of Wei Han's clones was holding a camera and recording a video, under the pretext of helping him record the training process, so as to facilitate review and summary, find out his shortcomings, and make targeted improvements. He felt that Wei Han just wanted to record the scenes of his embarrassment. But, forget it, it's hard to buy her happiness. Providing her with some jokes can make her happy. At least his black history has a little value. He can only provide her with jokes when he is not proficient in the early stage. When he gradually becomes proficient, there will be no such fun. Because Wei Han asked Rongqi to master the skills in the remaining 9 days, Rongqi's training intensity was even higher than Wei Han's at the beginning. As Wei Han said, he had to consume his mental power in the process of practicing again and again until his mental power was completely drained. But the effect of doing so is obvious. After he consumed his mental power once, except for controlling the clone, there was not much progress. The condensed clone was already translucent. If you look closely, you can see the blurred facial features, which looks more like a person. After Rongqi's mental power was emptied, he couldn't rest, because the tour in this copy was not over yet. They had to keep moving forward. Basically, they took advantage of Rongqi's mental power to rush on the road, and continued to practice after Rongqi's mental power recovered. The healing skills that Rongqi possessed also provided him with a little bit of plug-in here, which could make his mental power recovery speed far faster than ordinary people, which could greatly shorten the time of mental power recovery and increase the number of practice. When Rongqi tried the skills, the scene that Wei Weiwei saw when she went to the four-circular portal was also synchronously transmitted back to Wei Han. Now Wei Han has mastered the scenes connected by the four portals. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something else. Among the four circular portals, the scene connected to the portal with the third highest ranking seems to be the 8th stage that Xiaoya and others have experienced, the city with the mirror upside down. Wei Han and Rongqi discussed it briefly, and for various reasons, they did not choose this scene, but chose the second highest ranking portal. Through this portal, they will arrive at a large arena set up in a huge venue. The audience seats in the venue are empty, and the arena is surrounded by various monsters. Chapter 179. After making the decision, the two rush to the spiral staircase corresponding to the entrance. The entrance they chose will be refreshed in 40 minutes. For ordinary players, 40 minutes is quite tight, but Wei Han and Rongqi reached the end within 10 minutes even though Rongqi's mental power was exhausted and only 30% was restored. If Rongqi had enough mental power, it might be possible to shorten it by a few minutes. After arriving at the entrance, because they had already predicted what kind of scene the portal would lead to, the two stepped into the portal emitting a white glow side by side. After passing through this portal and returning to normal vision, Wei Han found that they seemed to be at the contestant entrance in the venue. Behind them was a long dark passage, and in front of them was a large flat land. It seemed to be the contestant waiting area or preparation area, and the monsters gathered in this area. The strange thing was that the monsters were a distance away from them, forming a semicircle with a radius of 5 meters with them as the center. The stage is located in front of the contestant preparation area. The stage is a regular octagon, and each side has a staircase for contestants to climb onto the stage. The moment the portal of Wei Han and Rongqi was lit up, it attracted the attention of many monsters. The monsters dispersed and waited for the two to come out of the portal, and began to observe the surroundings. Only then did they see that the monsters were a certain distance away from them. Under the light in the venue, the eyes of the monsters reflected a dim light, which made them look more malicious. For a moment, the scene looked like two newborn lambs straying into a wolf's den, as if the two lambs would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. If other players looked up and found themselves being stared at maliciously by monsters like this, they would probably tremble and faint directly from fear. But now it was Wei Han who was surrounded by monsters, so Wei Han's approach was to take out a camera from the skill space. Rongqi, who took out a shoulder-fired rocket launcher from the skill space. Is it really appropriate to take out a camera at this time? It seems that Rongqi is not the only one who complained about this. Looking around, some monsters looked confused after seeing what Wei Han took out, and then turned to mockery. Yes, Rongqi could clearly feel that most of the monsters here seemed to have complex emotions and thoughts, and from their eyes or expressions, they could even see their obvious emotional changes. For example, now he could see from the eyes of most monsters that the monster's behavior of taking out a camera was like saying, "That's it." It seems that these monsters seem to know that what Wei Han took out is not a lethal weapon. These monsters did not act directly when they first appeared, and seemed to be waiting and watching. Now that the monsters saw that what Wei Han took out was not a threatening weapon, Rongqi could clearly feel that some monsters were beginning to stir, probably lurking in the monster group, moving quietly. Moreover, these monsters seemed to be very afraid of his weapons. Now most of the monsters focused on him, ignoring Wei Han, showing a look of contempt for Wei Han, and not taking Wei Han seriously at all. Of course, not all monsters thought this way. A small number of monsters seemed to think that Wei Han's behavior was looking down on them. It was also this small number of monsters that still stared at Wei Han, with a look of inexplicable anger compared to before. Wei Han ignored all the changes of the monsters. When Rongqi looked at her in surprise, she looked back at Rongqi and found that he was staring at the camera in her hand with a look of astonishment. She took the initiative to explain, "Isn't it a pity not to take a group photo when seeing so many strange monsters?" Rongqi seemed to be stunned and blinked. He didn't expect Wei Han to take the initiative to explain to him. However, this explanation is very good, very Wei Han, and it is what she would think. Put away your weapons. Didn't we agree? We chose the scene with monsters to use them to practice skills. Are you going to escape? Without waiting for Rongqi to reply, Wei Han issued a new reminder. Rongqi awkwardly moved the weapon on his shoulder and explained vaguely. "No, it's just that there are too many monsters, and I was thinking about reducing some of them first to make it easier to move." While the two were talking, the monsters were quietly approaching, and the distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that they were afraid of hitting the weapon on Rongqi's shoulder. The monsters didn't dare to move wildly, and pretended that they had no intention of attacking them. Wei Han observed the light and scenery in the venue, as if he didn't notice the monsters' actions, and lowered his head to modify the parameters of the camera. While adjusting, he said to Rong Qi, "No, this number of monsters is just right. Put away your weapons first and wait for me." While Wei Han was talking, a pair of blue-gray wings suddenly spread out from her back, and the wings fluttered twice, and Wei Han was carried into the air by the wings. This change made some of the monsters focus their attention on Wei Han, and their eyes were moving as they followed Wei Han's movements. There are also some monsters that are openly or secretly observing and watching Rong Qi. For these monsters, even if Wei Han shows the ability to fly and his strength seems to be slightly increased, it is still not as threatening as the weapon on Rong Qi's shoulder. If the eyes of these monsters are real, Rong Qi can know what they are thinking without looking at any monster, but Wei Han has given orders in advance. Even if he realizes that these monsters dare not act rashly because of the weapon in his hand, he has to take the weapon back. So, under the gaze of all the monsters, Rong Qi silently put the weapon back into the skill space. After putting it back, he did not take out other weapons. He was empty-handed. The blue star icon in his hand was still jumping gently. The instructions for the current stage have been updated, but now seems not to be the time to read the instructions. The monsters who were more alert because of his actions, and even thought about whether to strike first and prepare for the attack, were stunned. After a moment of silence, the long cries of several monsters broke the silence. The sound of humming and humming echoed in the spacious venue, and the dense figures of monsters began to gather. There were some flexible tentacles on the ground spreading silently, and some vines seemed harmless and jumped up a little bit, but the thorns on the vines could be thrown away at any time. There were also monsters with flying ability that seemed to fly into the air carelessly, but in fact they wanted to quietly surround Wei Han. After Wei Han took out his camera to take pictures, and Rong Qi put away his weapons, these monsters finally started their conservative attack. And it can be seen that their main target is Wei Han in the air. After all, these monsters are still afraid of Rong Qi's weapons. The attacking method of this group of monsters was so conservative that it was strange. Even now, there was still more than 2 meters between the monsters and Rong Qi. So Rong Qi dared to look up at Wei Han's current state, and wondered whether he should remind Wei Han to be careful of the monster's sneak attack. However, just as he was thinking about this, a shadow suddenly hit Wei Han quickly. The speed was too fast, and the naked eye could not even see what it was. Rong Qi didn't even think about it, and instantly transformed into skill wings and rushed towards Wei Han, just thinking about helping her block this attack. However, in the blink of an eye, a slightly cold breeze blew past, and a thin red tube was suddenly sealed when it was 10 centimeters away from Wei Han's arm. At the same moment, the monsters that were still moving became immobile sculptures, and their movements were frozen at this moment. When he felt the breeze brushing his cheek, Rong Qi realized that Wei Han had cast absolute zero, and at that moment, all the monsters' movements were paused. Wei Han has mastered this skill to perfection, and can easily target monsters and ignore teammates, so Rong Qi is still free. He let out a long breath, and then laughed at himself in his heart, worrying about nothing again. This level of sneak attack is simply child's play for Wei Han. He clearly knows it, so why can't he control himself and rush up directly with a blank mind? Wei Han moved his eyes away from the thin red tube and looked at Rong Qi curiously. "Why did you come up? There are monsters attacking you below, can't you handle it?" Rong Qi didn't know how to answer. He was just thinking about nodding randomly to get away with it. Wei Han looked at him thoughtfully, and suddenly realized, "I know. You saw this red tube attacking me. You were worried about me, so you rushed over?" She was so direct that Rong Qi's ears became hot, and red uncontrollably. It was true, but why was he so uncomfortable? He lowered his eyes, and pretended to be indifferent. "I'm just worrying about nothing. I know you can definitely handle it." Wei Han tilted his head and said sincerely, "I don't think it's worrying about nothing. Although I can handle it, there is a slight possibility that I will fail due to carelessness." "Then your actions are very meaningful." Rong Qi was directly amused by her. What was she talking about seriously? He didn't respond and deliberately changed the subject. "The notice for this stage has been issued. Have you seen it?" Wei Han changed her hand to hold the camera and spread the palm of her right hand to him. The blue star icon on it was also jumping, indicating that she had not checked the notice yet. "Now watch it. I will continue to take pictures after watching it. Because of the sneak attack just now, these monsters are just looking at the camera. It is a perfect group photo. After taking the photo, let's see what monster is doing the sneak attack." Wei Han hooked his finger into the palm of his hand, and a new notification popped up. "Warm reminder, In this address, each portal will appear in turn, with a random interval, random existence time, random appearance position, and the number of creatures passing through is 3. The portal in this stage is a mixed portal, which supports players at different stages to pass through. Note, when you use the preview permission to pass through the portal, it will not be counted as the creatures passed. After reading the notification, Wei Han and Rongqi looked at the huge monsters below, and then looked at the limited number of creatures that can pass through the portal, and roughly understood it. That is to say, under normal circumstances, players have to compete with monsters for the opportunity to pass through the portal. As soon as the portal appears, this place will become a scene of chaos, and human players may be eaten alive by monsters. However, now Wei Han and Rongqi have come here, so the scene of chaos is destined not to appear. There will only be Wei Han hovering in the air, taking pictures with a camera, and Rongqi helping her move the monster stone sculptures and arranging them into beautiful formations. There are also paints taken out to color some light-colored monsters, and play coloring games. There are also things like playing with toy models, figuring out the magical functions of some strange monsters, such as the monster that wanted to sneak attack Wei Han just now, which is very strange to humans. The whole monster is a ball of red lines, entangled into a ball. The part it uses to attack Wei Han seems to be its hair, which is relatively thin and hollow, but very strong. Wei Han is actually not too clear. In short, in view of the peculiarity of this monster, Wei Han took out a knitting tutorial book and let this monster knit itself into various things. With the color-changing function of this monster, the knitted items are quite realistic. Because this monster has a strong regeneration ability, the yarn is very strong, waterproof, antifreeze and fireproof, and it is difficult to be cut by swords, so Wei Han naturally let the monster knit several sets of self-defense clothes as local specialties, intending to take them back to give to Shirley and others. The final result is that the monster wished that time could go back and beat itself up for trying to sneak attack Wei Han before. Why did it provoke these two monsters for no reason? After the two of them had tossed all the special monsters, 3 hours had passed, and during this period, not a single portal appeared. After a few hours, Rongqi's mental strength was completely restored. Wei Han exchanged secret codes with him, and planned to use these monsters to practice trumpet. The monsters were secretly praying for a portal to appear soon to send the two Buddhas away, completely unaware that a new round of torture from the two Buddhas was about to begin. After Rongqi's mental strength recovered, he was about to activate his skills, but Wei Han seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned around and looked in one direction. Chapter 180. After noticing Wei Han's action, Rongqi also stopped temporarily, and followed her gaze. The direction Wei Han was looking at was to the left of their current position, which happened to be one of the 8 entrances. In front of the dark mysterious passage, a portal emitting a faint white light suddenly appeared, and then a foot stepped out of the portal. From this foot, it can be seen that the other party is a human. Then half of the body, and then the whole person walked out of the portal. As soon as he walked out, he immediately took a defensive action, probably because he suddenly saw a monster not far away after walking out. From the perspective of Wei Han and Rongqi, they can only see the back of this person, but not his face. From the back of this person, it can be seen that this is a tall man with fluffy and messy hair, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, and he seems to have a good figure. However, Wei Han secretly compared with Rongqi, and felt that Rongqi's figure was more in line with her aesthetics. It seems that from the monster's perspective, they also walked out of the portal in this way, but I don't know how many new players there are in total. Wei Han deliberately kept silent, and sent a message to Rongqi, asking Rongqi not to move, and observe the new player first. Of course, they would not hide actively, but observe openly. After the male player walked out of the portal disappeared directly, indicating that this player had no other teammates, only him. The male player's reaction speed was not slow. After finding that the monsters here would not move, he was confused for a moment, and then he noticed the sight locked on him, and quickly turned around and met the eyes of Wei Han and Rongqi. 6 eyes met, and the air fell into silence. After seeing the male player's face clearly, Wei Han blinked, and sent a voice message to Rongqi to complain. "It's you, Mingchen. Are we lucky, or is this maze too small, or is this maze deliberately sending people to us? Or is it really just a coincidence? We really meet other people every step we take?" In fact, Rongqi had the same idea to complain, but Wei Han said it first, so he silently replied with a text expression of spreading his hands. After Wei Han blinked, Yu Mingchen seemed to have received some kind of signal, or perhaps he suddenly reacted. He suddenly let down his guard and took the initiative to raise a warm and friendly smile to Wei Han and Rongqi, and greeted them with a smile, Hey, hello. Ah, please don't be nervous, I just say hello, there is no other meaning, absolutely no malice. After a pause, he asked politely, excuse me, can I walk towards you? After he finished speaking, Wei Han and Rongqi were about to reply, and heard him add, don't worry, I have no malice, I just didn't expect to meet human players here, and I want to communicate with you. Then, there was a supplement. The communication here means simple communication. We stand at a certain distance, and you say one sentence, and I reply one sentence. As long as everyone is friendly, I will never suddenly take action in the middle of the conversation. Also, I definitely don't mean to get valuable information from you. If the content of the conversation involves valuable information, we can exchange information while taking money. Wei Han and Rongqi really didn't expect that Yu Mingchen would be this kind of style. They were afraid that he would continue to add. So Wei Han immediately took advantage of this gap and said, wait, we have met your partner before, seen your photo, and know your name, Yu Mingchen. Yu Mingchen moved his head in surprise, and then said wait a moment while taking out his mobile phone from his skill space. A semi-transparent virtual screen with self-protection popped up. He operated on it for a while, and suddenly tisk sounded. After he finished, he looked up and saw Wei Han and Rongqi, and immediately explained, don't get me wrong. I didn't say that to you, nor was I impatient with what you said, nor did I deliberately ignore you. I just wanted to see if I could contact my partners, but I still couldn't, so I was in a bad mood. After I got separated from my partners, I couldn't contact them. My phone was also a little strange. I couldn't tell whether it was invaded by a virus program, or some hacker was remotely controlling my phone, or the copy was doing something wrong. Whether it was the content of the forum, the search interface, or the results of searching for some questions, they were all messed up. He spoke very fast, like a string of cannons, ta-ta-ta, ta-ta, ta-ta, without giving Wei Han and Rongqi a chance to reply. You said you met my companions before, so can I ask about them? You name a price. I am willing to pay for all the information about my companions. To avoid misunderstanding, let me explain that I am not saying that the only reward is money. Money is just a representation. I definitely don't mean to solve all problems with money, nor do I mean to show off my wealth. You can make other requests as a reward for the information, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. To avoid misunderstanding, let me explain again. Stop. Seeing that if the two of them didn't stop Yu Mingchen would continue to explain 100,000 words. Rongqi immediately stretched out his hand to make a stop gesture, and directly interrupted Yu Mingchen's spellcasting. If it weren't for special circumstances, Rongqi really didn't want to do such an impolite thing. Yu Mingchen talked without stopping, but he was able to calm down instantly after being interrupted by others. He looked really good-tempered. He was interrupted, but he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he put on an expression of listening attentively. From his performance in just 2 minutes, Wei Han and Rongqi had a preliminary understanding of him and realized that there was a very critical point in talking to this person, that is, before their speeches were finished, Yu Mingchen must not be allowed to speak. So after Wei Han and Rongqi discussed through the secret skill of voice transmission, she cleared her throat, and the first sentence was, listen to us first, don't interrupt us before we finish. Nod if you can, shake your head if you can't. Don't talk. Yu Mingchen's eyes were confused for a moment, but he nodded quickly, indicating that he agreed with Wei Han's proposal. Wei Han secretly complained through voice transmission, this guy is quite easy to talk to. Rongqi said, but it's not easy to communicate with him. Wei Han agreed very much. That's true. So, you come to explain, you know what you can and can't say, right? Rongqi was not surprised that she asked him to be a mouthpiece again. In some things, she would also want to be a little lazy, especially when communicating with others and explaining something. So he said, well, leave it to me. With Rongqi's words, Wei Han felt relieved to do his job. When they were secretly communicating, they were silent for more than 10 seconds, but Yu Mingchen was still waiting patiently, without any intention of urging him. He also seemed to be very measured. He wanted to get closer to Wei Han and Rongqi before, but Wei Han and Rongqi did not answer the question of whether he could get closer, so he was still standing there honestly. Rongqi cleared his throat, and moved a few steps towards him, because he wanted to talk to Yu Mingchen. Yu Mingchen did not seem to retreat or avoid him at all. I don't know if it was because he believed in his own strength, or because he had trusted Wei Han and Rongqi so much in just a few minutes, and felt that these two people would not hurt him. Before the formal start, Rongqi chose to make a false self-introduction. Hello, Mr. Yu Mingchen, I am called Brother Hua, and my companion is called Teacher Ming. We have met all your companions. There should be 10 people in total, but we met 2 groups one after another. In order to prove the authenticity of what we said to you, I will first reveal some information to you. Among your companions, there is a teammate called Li Hua, and there are several members named Xiuya, Xiaoqing, Xiangjin, and Lingquan. When Rongqi said this information, Yu Mingchen's eyes changed slightly, and he flashed a subtle surprise, and then looked at Rongqi and Wei Han with more trust. Okay, then I will tell you the information and intelligence here one by one. We are indeed not giving you information for free. We need to charge some compensation, and the compensation is mainly based on the requirements. If you want to give more money, we will not refuse it. If you can, please nod. If not, shake your head. Yu Mingchen nodded frantically. Then, Rongqi proposed the conditions here. First, Yu Mingchen needed to provide all his experiences in the portal maze, and then Yu Mingchen needed to check the task descriptions of each stage and his skill library for Teacher Ming. After Rongqi proposed these two conditions, it can be seen that Yu Mingchen was very confused about the latter condition. His eyes and face were full of curiosity. He wanted to ask, but he abided by the agreement with Wei Han and kept silent. It seemed that he was also very uncomfortable. But even if he was really uncomfortable, Rongqi still turned a blind eye. After confirming that Yu Mingchen could accept the two conditions proposed, he began to give information. In chronological order, it has to start from when they met the Li Hua team in the 6th choice stage in the selection stage, and then it was a brief exchange with the Li Hua team in that scene, and then past that stage. Yu Mingchen became even more excited after just hearing the beginning. In order to prevent himself from interrupting others carelessly, he even covered his mouth with his hands, as if to remind himself not to speak. It was good that he was so self-conscious. Otherwise, according to the frequency of being interrupted by him 10 times for every one sentence he said, it was unknown when the information exchange would be completed. Wei Han was slacking off on the side, and he could probably guess the reason by looking at Yu Mingchen's reaction. When the Li Hua team exchanged information with them, they mentioned that the Li Hua team could still keep in touch with Yu Mingchen through mobile phones during the 6th choice stage. The two sides lost contact only after Yu Mingchen entered the 7th choice stage. Therefore, Yu Mingchen knew very well what happened to the Li Hua team in the early stage of the 6th choice stage. At the same time, Yu Mingchen must have wanted to know what happened to the Li Hua team after they lost contact with them. Now Rongqi told him about the situation after he lost contact with the Li Hua team, so he was naturally very excited. Rongqi just started it now, and Yu Mingchen could be even more excited. When Rongqi talked about Xiuya and others in the 10th choice stage, Yu Mingchen was so excited that his eyes were wet. He would silently take out a handkerchief to wipe his eyes every once in a while, making it seem as if Rongqi was not providing him with information, but telling him some heart-wrenching and touching story. In addition, Yu Mingchen looked at them with gratitude, as if he had the urge to rush up and hug them. Even if Rongqi deliberately concealed some information about his and Wei Han's strength, Yu Mingchen seemed to realize their strength from the details. With Rongqi trying to shorten the time, he finally finished all the explanations in 10 minutes. After finishing, Rongqi breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that his speech was over. Yu Mingchen took a long breath, rubbed his eyes, and said, "It's finally over. I almost suffocated to death." Well, to avoid misunderstanding, let me explain that the suffocation here is just an exaggerated expression, not that I really want to die. I don't mean to blame you for not speaking. Thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, I said so many thank yous, not to be sarcastic, just to accurately express my gratitude to you. I really thank you very much. You are really good people. His tone became more sincere. You are really good, the dungeon is really full of hope with you. I am praising from the bottom of my heart, absolutely not ironic, although it may sound a bit strange, but I really don't mean that. The good people here mean serious good people, without any derogatory meaning. Wei Han and Rongqi were speechless again. Yu Mingchen's speech continued. And from Brother Hua's explanation, you are still very powerful players, so can I be curious about a question? It's really just pure curiosity. If you feel offended, you don't have to answer. I will immediately withdraw my question and apologize to you. It can be clearly felt that he was very angry just now, and now he is talking retaliatory. Wei Han took a deep breath. Put all other questions aside, our explanation is ended, and we have provided you with the corresponding information. Now it's your turn to fulfill the conditions. Yu Mingchen paused, as if he suddenly came to his senses, slapped his head, still did not show the anger of being interrupted, and said as if waking up from a dream, "Oh, it's my fault. I tend to go off track when I talk. Sorry. I can't get rid of this bad habit." He stated very seriously, "I absolutely don't mean to use words to evade the conditions. I think the information you provided is really valuable. Are you sure you only want these 2 conditions? I think that you only propose 2 conditions, and the reward is seriously disproportionate to the value of the information. I am really curious about one of the conditions you proposed. Can I ask about it? If not, I won't ask. I am just curious. I don't have any other ideas. Wei Han closed his eyes restrainedly. Please show your task description panel. Don't speak for the time being. Thank you for your cooperation. Yu Mingchen stared at Wei Han's expression for a while. Then he stretched out his hand angrily and clicked on the blue star icon that was jumping in his palm. A semi-transparent virtual screen popped up with the notification interface on it. After seeing the first line of text, Wei Han and Rong Qi were slightly stunned. Copy address. Portal Maze 25-1. Chapter 181. 25-1. These words directly indicate that for Yu Mingchen, the current ring scene is already the stage of 25 selections. But Yu Mingchen and Xiaoya and others separated after the stage of 9 selections. A rough calculation shows that Yu Mingchen and Xiaoya and others were separated for more than 10 hours. In these 10 hours, he has actually directly crossed 15 stages. On average, it doesn't even take an hour to pass each stage. At this speed, even if Yu Mingchen is lucky, each selected portal is connected to a new scene with low difficulty. If he does not have enough strength, it is difficult to pass so many stage scenes in such a short time. Yu Mingchen's comprehensive strength can be seen. Wei Han and Rong Qi discussed secretly for a few words, then continued to read on. This time, they just glanced at the rest of the content. The complete content on Yu Mingchen's notification interface is as follows. Dungeon address. Portal Maze 25-1. Congratulations on passing the Portal Maze 24-1 stage. The current stage is 25-1. Please keep working hard. Description. There are 30 optional portals in the current stage. Please choose one of them and enter the selected portal. It can be seen that even when Yu Mingchen reached the 25-1 stage, the notification instructions he received were still similar to those of Xiaoya Xiaoqing and the others. There was no new content, or there was even content that might mislead the players. When Wei Han and Rong Qi just finished reading the notification instructions, they accidentally glanced at Yu Mingchen and saw that Yu Mingchen was also staring at the number of optional portals mentioned in the instructions. There was some confusion in his eyes. He must be wondering why the number of optional portals this time did not match the stage he was in. If you don't know that all portals in this stage are mixed portals, allowing players of all different stages to enter, you will be very confused and puzzled when you see the number of optional portals in this stage. Wei Han and Rong Qi combined their warm reminders, and had no doubts about this explanation. What they were confused about was that Yu Mingchen had already reached the stage of choosing 1 out of 25, but it seemed that there was no sign of reaching the exit or finding the exit at all. Is it because every choice he made along the way caused the route to become longer, or is there another reason? If the portal maze has routes of different lengths and complexities, like the spiral staircase stage, the problem is that Wei Han and Rong Qi have not found a pattern that can be summarized yet. Because of the special nature of the portal maze, players cannot predict where they are in the maze, how far they have walked from the entrance, and how long it will take to reach the exit based on the routes they have already walked. There is no sense of direction here, and there is no way to summarize the skills of choosing a portal based on any rules. Almost all players are in a state of headless flies, and can only leave their fate to luck. Wei Han and Rong Qi can enter and exit it because they use the dungeon sightseeing ticket, but for normal players, they can only go out when they reach the end of the exit, and now no one knows how many stages a normal player needs to go through to reach the exit. Now, he can't find the answer no matter how much he struggles. Let him continue to scroll down. We can't leave them alone for too long. At the end of the discussion with Wei Han, Rong Qi found that there was no result for the time being, so he took the initiative to propose. Wei Han thought so too, and after using his skill to send him to him, he continued to say to Yu Mingchen, "Okay, you can flip up to find the instructions for each previous stage." Although Yu Mingchen didn't understand the two's requests very much, he still cooperated very well. He did whatever Wei Han asked him to do. He stretched out his hand, and quickly flipped up to the notification instructions for his 24-choice stage. Wei Han and Rong Qi basically glanced at it, and Yu Mingchen, with great curiosity, continued to flip up until he turned to the 2-choice at the beginning of the dungeon. Just as Wei Han and Rong Qi thought, the task notification instructions for each stage were similar, and there were no major changes throughout the process, and no extra information would be revealed. Only the instructions for the 25th stage were slightly different, and Yu Mingchen noticed it at the first time, which was not surprising. While Wei Han and Rong Qi were checking the historical mission description, Yu Mingchen's curiosity was once again aroused to the extreme, but he could still hold it in. He stood straight in front of the two people, just acting as a dumb page-turning machine throughout the whole process. The historical mission description has been read, and the next step is to check Yu Mingchen's skill library. Please click on the section of your skill library. We want to see your skills next, Wei Han requested calmly. Yu Mingchen seriously switched the interface to the skill library, and heard the fierce teacher continue to request. Skills are sorted from low to high by level, and then when we say pull down, turn the page down. This time, Yu Mingchen couldn't help it. He raised his hand slightly, making a gesture of raising his hand to speak, staring at the two people with his eyes, so anxious that it seemed that his eyes were about to learn to speak. You want to speak? Then please speak briefly. Wei Han emphasized the word brief. Yu Mingchen nodded quickly, and then asked quickly, Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, nor did I want to deliberately break the agreement at the beginning. I just want to remind you that you can read all the content of my player app at will. If you want to turn the page after reading a page, you can turn the page by yourself. Don't be polite, and don't think I care about these. I don't care at all. I'm not saying that I think it's troublesome for you to ask me to move my fingers. Of course, I am still happy to serve you. I'm just worried that you will need to make voice control to me every time. Signal, will it affect your reading experience? The lag is too obvious. It can easily interrupt your thinking. Oh, I see. You may be worried that I have set up a safe here? I didn't actually buy this skill, so don't worry. Stop, stop, stop! Yu Mingchen started talking as soon as he opened his mouth. Rongqi had to interrupt him again very rudely. We know what you mean. Stop for a moment and listen to us. After being reminded, Yu Mingchen suddenly covered his mouth, revealing a bit of apology in his eyes. What you mentioned does make sense, but it may not be realized. Because we may not be able to touch you now. Wei Han helped to add after Rongqi spoke. She was currently staring at Yu Mingchen's skill library interface. Yu Mingchen didn't have many skills, but they were all very useful. Just by looking at it casually, Wei Han saw a skill she had never seen before called Universal Bubble. The effect seemed to be to release some bubbles with various characteristics, which could trap the target in the bubble. It was quite interesting. However, Wei Han felt that this should not be the special skill mentioned by Xiaoya and the others. The apology in Yu Mingchen's eyes turned into confusion. It was obvious that he couldn't digest what Wei Han said. He tilted his head. Why do you say that? Can I ask this? I'm really curious. If you can't tell me, I can explore it myself. Because we may exist in different time and space. We can't touch each other. Wei Han interrupted him abruptly and gave a direct answer. She was even more confused than Yu Mingchen. Didn't my accomplice mention it when he explained the information to you just now? You can compare our current situation to the situation of the Lihua team and the host. You can try to pat my companion's shoulder and see if you can touch him. Without waiting for Yu Mingchen's reply, Wei Han raised his chin and pointed at Rongqi, and gave Yu Mingchen a suggestion. Yu Mingchen nodded in shame and accepted Wei Han's suggestion. He walked 2 steps towards Rongqi in silence, then said I'm sorry, raised his hand, and tried to pat Rongqi's upper arm. Rongqi stood there, which was also considered to be cooperating with Yu Mingchen. Wei Han guessed that Yu Mingchen might not be able to touch Rongqi, but the result was that Yu Mingchen's hand slapped Rongqi's upper arm very forcefully, and a dull puff sound was emitted, which showed that the two could touch directly. Yu Mingchen took back his hand in surprise, rubbed his palm, and said in shock, Brother Hua, my God, your muscles are too strong. I feel like I slapped on a wooden board. It's terrible. Well, to prevent you from misunderstanding, let me explain that saying it's terrible doesn't mean that your muscles are not good. I mean that your muscles are really great. I envy you very much. I admire you very much. Rongqi glanced at Wei Han, and both of them showed a kind of helplessness in their eyes. Yu Mingchen, this is not the point now. Rongqi sighed heavily. The point is that we can touch each other now. According to our previous discoveries, it is unlikely that we can touch each other. Yu Mingchen blushed with shame and apologized quickly. Sorry. I was only concerned about the safety of my teammates just now and selectively ignored some information. I am really sorry. I will never avoid my mistakes. I reflect seriously. In order to express my sincerity, please propose reflection punishment, but it seems a bit troublesome for you. How come it seems even less sincere? Wei Han interrupted Yu Mingchen in time. We may all need to check each other's mobile phones. Maybe we can find the reason through the changes in the information on the mobile phones. We can touch each other now. I initially guessed there are 2 possibilities. The first is that we are already in the same time and space. If this is the possibility, then the information on my and my companion's mobile phones will be synchronized with your mobile network information. The second possibility is relatively simple. It is just the setting of the scene at this stage. If it is because of the setting of the stage, then our mobile phone network information will not be affected and will not be synchronized. After saying that, Wei Han brought up the mobile phone interface. She also enlarged the virtual screen of the mobile phone a little. The purpose is to let Yu Mingchen see it, and hope that Yu Mingchen can also bring up his mobile phone interface and compare it with her mobile phone interface directly. Yu Mingchen wanted to take out his mobile phone, but now he had to spread his palm to show his player interface, waiting for Teacher Ming to check his skill library. He asked in a flattering way, "Teacher Ming, can you finish looking at my skills first? I know that you must want to extract some useful skills from my skills when you look at my skills, right? You and your partner are good people. You just provided so much key information and helped my companions so much. I should at least give you a skill to express my gratitude. You can choose whatever you like. I will pack them all for you." Yu Mingchen, through the agreement of not being able to speak behind his mind at this moment, and opened his mouth and spoke a long paragraph. "You can take your time to choose. I don't mean to rush you, and I definitely don't feel reluctant to give up any skill. Well, to be honest, okay, I do have a skill that I'm reluctant to give up, but I'm just taking a look. I won't take your skill away. You can stop worrying." Wei Han hurriedly replied. She was a little tired, and even asked Rong Qi to turn the page for her. She stood aside with her arms folded, looking down, and only moved her eyeballs and blinked. Yu Mingchen's skills are all new to Wei Han. Seeing the new skills, Wei Han's fatigue was slightly diluted. Wei Han had to be quick, and Rong Qi was able to quickly turn to the bottom of the skill library. The last skill is called 1/3 Summoning, a summoning skill. Wei Han and Rong Qi both saw it for the first time. They were both a little surprised. Then, they looked at the effect of the skill, and thought that this was Yu Mingchen's special skill. When the player uses this skill and sets certain conditions, he can randomly summon a target object that meets the conditions. The strength of the summoned target is determined by the summoning conditions set by the player. The broader the conditions set for the summoning, the lower the mental power consumed, and the more random the summoned target object is. The strength and ability are all blind boxes. The more detailed the summoning conditions are, the higher the mental power consumed, and the more specific the summoned target object will be. After reading it silently, Wei Han asked Rong Qi to close the interface, and sincerely thanked Yu Mingchen. "Thank you very much for showing up so timely. Many of his skills are exactly what they need now. With this summoning skill, they don't have to worry about not having monsters to train their trumpets. And I don't know if Yu Mingchen himself has noticed that the skill description always uses target object to describe the summoned object. That is, the summoned object is not limited to monsters, which means that more uses can be developed. Yu Mingchen didn't expect that when they said they would take a look, they really just took a look and had no intention of collecting his skills. He was flattered by Teacher Ming's thanks, and in turn bowed to Teacher Ming crazily, saying, Oh, what are you saying thank you for? I am the one who should say thank you. Are you not going to take the skills because I said I couldn't bear to part with them? This is not okay. I'm telling you the truth not to make you kind and soft-hearted, not to take advantage of you. I just don't want to say anything against my will. I'm really not playing the victim. Oh, it's just some skills. I find them later. Take whichever you want. I really feel bad about this. I really don't have the idea of moral blackmail." The man became more and more angry as he spoke, and almost cried. Wei Han and Rong Qi were both so upset by his words. How could they explain it? Did the Lihua team and Xiaoyao learn from him? This team was all honest. How come they didn't seem to have any guard against others after confirming that the other party was a good person? Wei Han rubbed his forehead and said coldly, "First, shut up. Second, look at your phone. Please turn your phone to the player discussion section of the Northwest Wind Forum." Yu Mingchen pursed his lips, as if a little aggrieved. He honestly turned on the player forum interface on his phone, and placed it side by side with Wei Han's phone interface. Rong Qi also took the time to put out his phone interface for comparison. 3 semi-transparent virtual screens of the same size were lined up, and the player forum interface was opened. After that, several people refreshed the interface at the same time and observed the situation of several interfaces. The posts on Rong Qi and Wei Han's mobile phone interfaces are consistent. The homepage is full of discussions about Mr. Ming, Mr. Hua, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Xiaowei, occasionally mixed with discussions about the 2 top streamers Beidou Xingyue, as well as some casual chat topics. On Yu Mingchen's interface, there are no words about Mr. Wei, Mr. Ming, Mr. Hua, or Mr. Xiaowei. The words Beidou Xingyue are seen, but the Beidou Xingyue players, who are being hotly discussed, are not names they are familiar with. Through the differences between the two sides, it can be determined that they are indeed in different time and space, but the current stage settings allow players from different time and space to touch each other. After the confirmation, Wei Han and Rong-Chi were about to put away their phone screens, and Yu Mingchen stared at Wei Han's phone screen like a lost soul. When he found that she was about to put away the screen, he begged, wait a minute. Let me look for a while, please. What did I see? Am I seeing it right? Oh my god. Wei Han and Rong-Chi looked at the forum page in confusion. What did they see? Isn't this normal? Then the two heard Yu Mingchen shouting excitedly, oh my god. Ahmed Ba. Teacher Wei will start live broadcasting in 8.5 days. Wei Han and Rong-Chi, I almost forgot that this person is also a die-hard fan of Teacher Wei. Chapter 182. At Yu Mingchen's request, Wei Han and Rong-Chi secretly discussed and decided to keep Rong-Chi's phone to continue displaying the forum interface, so that Yu Mingchen could continue to view posts. However, Wei Han limited the time and only gave him 10 minutes. Once the time was up, he could no longer stare at the phone. Yu Mingchen was very grateful for this. After confirming that he could talk without any worries, he scrolled through the forum page, found the post he wanted to read and clicked it, while explaining with gratitude and relief. Luckily I met you. It's really great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Teacher Wei had already issued a live broadcast notice. It was so thrilling. If I wasn't careful, I would have missed it. Luckily. It seems that I still have to take time to check my phone when I go to the dungeon in the future, otherwise it's easy to miss important news if the network is disconnected for 10 days or half a month. However, this time I really didn't expect Teacher Wei to issue a live broadcast notice at this time. Obviously, there was no news for such a long time before. I was really careless. Oh, Brother Hua, I'd like to ask, do my teammates know about this? While he kept beeping, his eyes were still fixed on the virtual screen of the phone, quickly browsing the information. Brother Hua, please don't misunderstand me. I'm just worried that my teammates don't know about this, and lack a little motivation to break through the dungeon. I don't want to get to the bottom of it. My teammates are also fans of Teacher Wei. If they want to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast, they will definitely be more motivated. He was also very busy. He just asked this question and then complained angrily. The two so-called top streamers Beidou Xingyue deliberately broadcast on the same day as Teacher Wei. It's disgusting. Oh, I'm really worried. How can Teacher Wei grab the traffic of those two people? Rong-Chi waited for him to finish his complaints before replying to his previous question, but Yu Mingchen really didn't stop, as if he was just complaining the whole time and didn't really want to reply. Yu Mingchen continued to talk to himself. Invite Teacher Xiao Wei to appear on the show. This is possible. I am also looking forward to it. But can this suppress the two people from Beidou Xingyue? It's hard to say. It feels less attractive than Teacher Wei's appearance, but I also think that if Teacher Wei appears on the show because of this, it will be really passive. Why do the two idiots from Beidou Xingyue have the right? Now the number of reservations on both sides is comparable. The fans of Beidou Xingyue are jumping up and down and trying to make up for it. It's so funny. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, these two unfamiliar names appear very frequently. It turns out that they are two players who have suddenly become popular in the forum recently. Huh? Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, wait, isn't this? Yu Mingchen suddenly raised his head and looked at the two people, and then looked at the relevant posts on the forum. His sight shifted back and forth for no less than 5 times, and finally confirmed that the two players he saw being hotly discussed on the forum were the two he encountered now. While Yu Mingchen was confirming this, Wei Han and Rong-Chi almost ignored his gaze the entire time, and the two of them were secretly discussing the skills they saw from Yu Mingchen's skill library. Yu Mingchen's surprised look lasted less than 10 seconds, and soon he patted his face and reminded himself, only 10 precious minutes. These 10 minutes are for Teacher Wei. How can I be distracted? Other things can be understood later. Now I have to concentrate on understanding Teacher Wei's affairs. Wei Han and Rong-Chi didn't pay attention to what he was saying now. If they paid attention to Yu Mingchen's mumbling, they would probably be speechless and complain. When this person talks to others, he always subconsciously supplements and explains. But now he is talking to himself while reading the post. Although he is a little talkative, it is at least within the scope of normal communication. The result of Wei Han and Rong-Chi's discussion is that after parting with Yu Mingchen, Wei Han will try to simulate the summoning skill. The summoning skill is more effective when used in conjunction with the illustration. As long as the mental power is sufficient, it is completely possible to perform a designated summon according to the information in the illustration. For example, when training a trumpet and needing to increase the speed of the trumpet, You can summon a super fast monster to race, or let the monster chase the trumpet. As long as the trumpet can complete the reversal from being chased by monsters to chasing monsters, the training purpose is achieved. For example, according to the combat power of the trumpet, a group of monsters with slightly stronger combat power can be summoned, and the trumpet can fight with the monsters, and the combat power of the trumpet can be improved little by fighting with the monsters. In other words, if this skill is used to train the trumpet, it can be realized that a bunch of free monsters can be found anytime and anywhere to practice with them, which directly saves them the effort and time to find monsters specifically, which is extremely convenient. After this topic, the two also discuss whether to invite Yumengchen to participate in the live broadcast, whether Yumengchen is suitable as a live broadcast player, etc. Finally, the two reached a consensus and thought that they could try to ask Yumengchen if he had this idea. Yumengchen always has to explain and supplement this point when he speaks. Although it increases the difficulty of communicating with him, this kind of personality may have unexpected effects in the live broadcast. At least as long as he is there, there is a high probability that there will be no dull moments in the live broadcast. After discussing it, 10 minutes have passed. Wei Han and Rong-Chi end the discussion very punctually, and Rong-Chi will put away the phone and remove the virtual screen of the phone. Yumengchen is also very sensible. He immediately withdraws when the time is up, without showing too much nostalgia. Or it can be said that he is now quite satisfied, and the words satisfied are almost written on his face. When he turned his attention to Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, he did not forget to thank them again. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, thank you so much. I can't express my gratitude to you in words. I just saw some discussions about you on the forum, so these monsters in this address. They have not moved. Is it your skill effect? It's really too strong. Wei Han hesitated for a moment and nodded, I guess so. She was still thinking about how to word it so that she could ask Yumengchen if he was willing to participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast, but the next moment, Yumengchen changed the subject and asked excitedly, yes. By the way, Mr. Ming and Mr. Hua, you should have seen some suggestions from netizens on the forum, right? I am really curious, just pure curiosity, I just want to ask. If it is not convenient to answer, just pretend that I did not ask anything. I just want to ask, do you know Mr. Wei? Do you have any idea of signing up to participate in Mr. Wei's live broadcast? I see that many netizens hope that you can appear in Mr. Wei's live broadcast room. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that I also hope to see you participate in Mr. Wei's live broadcast. Mr. Wei will draw temporary teammates according to the situation. I think if you and Mr. Hua sign up, you will definitely be selected. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to add, although we say that, we are just hoping, it is a feeling of expectation and anticipation, not wanting to bring pressure and trouble to you, so Mr. Ming and Brother Hua must not feel pressured. If you are willing to consider our proposal, it will be better. If this is really difficult for you, then we hope to have a chance in the future. But I think participating in Teacher Wei's live broadcast basically has only advantages and no disadvantages. Teacher Wei is a professional with strong ability and super strength. He is a rare dungeon live broadcast photographer who does not need player assistance and even often helps players in the live broadcast room to break through the dungeon. Yumengchen became more and more excited. It is not an exaggeration to say that Teacher Wei is the strongest photographer. I am just stating a possible fact, not intentionally pulling down. Other photographers are also very strong and powerful. It's just that I personally like Teacher Wei too much, so based on objective facts, there is still a filter for Teacher Wei. Finally, he stared at Teacher Ming and Brother Hua very sincerely. So, please consider it seriously. It is definitely not a loss. It's really hard for him to drag the topic back in the end. When Rong-Chi heard Yumengchen praising Teacher Wei, she had been secretly observing Wei Han's expression, and found that Wei Han's expression was finally not as calm as usual. She showed some curiosity appropriately, as if she was really interested in the Teacher Wei mentioned by Yumengchen, and her performance was very real. Yumengchen was probably moved by her true feelings. After finding that she showed curiosity, he was obviously more excited, his eyes were shining, and full of expectation. However, Rong-Chi was also very curious about how Wei Han would respond. She did not use her telepathic skills to discuss with him, so he did not know what she was going to do. Originally, they were thinking about how to invite Yumengchen, but now Yumengchen invited them. Moreover, Yumengchen's suggestion had already been mentioned to them by his companions. Perhaps because he was waiting for Teacher Ming to express his opinion, Yumengchen was quiet for a rare moment. Wei Han had organized his words, pretended to clear his cough, and nodded while saying, well, it's like this. Xiao Ya and the others actually proposed this to us before they parted with us. It's just that we don't think this is important information, so we didn't mention it when we explained it to you just now. Yu Mingchen seemed even more excited, and gave a thumbs up directly. Well done. I knew they would not miss this opportunity. Wait, they are sometimes quite unrestrained, that if they lose their sense of proportion when they come into contact with you and offend you, I am here to apologize for them. I don't know what Yu Mingchen thought of again. After giving a thumbs up, he clasped his fists to Wei Han and Rong Qi and apologized inexplicably. No offense, it's just a little misunderstanding, it's harmless. Wei Han probably followed Yu Mingchen's train of thought. After all, he expressed his apology sincerely, and she didn't want to perfunctorily give him a serious reply. After receiving this response, Yu Mingchen felt a little relieved and returned to the original topic, staring at the two of them expectantly. Let's get back to the point. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, since they have proposed this to you, what do you think? I'm sorry that my tone is so anxious, because I really want to know, and I'm looking forward to it. Facing Yu Mingchen, Wei Han gave a very positive answer. We will send a self-recommendation application to Teacher Wei. Do you want to try it too? Maybe you will be selected. On this point, Yu Mingchen was not shy at all. He replied openly, I was waiting for Teacher Wei to start the live broadcast. Ever since I knew that Teacher Wei would randomly draw lucky fans as temporary teammates, you don't know how much I envy the girl named Yang Yuetong. If I can be selected just once, my life will be worth it. This is my lifelong dream. Wei Han. No need, although after remembering that this person is also a loyal fan of Teacher Wei, I know that inviting him to participate in the live broadcast is no suspense, but what he said about being selected once is worth it in this life, and what lifelong dreams are still too exaggerated. On this topic, Yu Mingchen was full of passion to speak, and in the silence between Wei Han and Rong Qi, he changed to envy, jealousy and hatred's eyes, and said with a little envy, Alas, my hope is very slim. I don't know how many people I have to compete with. But you have a great chance of being seen. After all, your popularity is not low. At this time, he did not forget to add, I am not jealous of your popularity. In fact, I really hope that some popular players will appear in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. I just hate that I am still an unknown player. Speaking of this, his tone suddenly changed and turned into worry. Alas, Teacher Wei and the two top streamers of Beidou Xingyue are going to broadcast on the same day. Teacher Wei has only broadcast a few times, and is still a newcomer in the Dungeon Live broadcast industry. If there are players with their own traffic participating in the live broadcast, they should not be afraid of being bullied by the two top streamers. And I don't know if Beidou Xingyue will make trouble on the day of the live broadcast, and find someone to attack the server of Comet Live. Don't think this method is too low level. Sometimes commercial competition is so simple and unpretentious, but you have to admit that this is indeed effective. However, if it is just to find someone to attack the server, I will contact some friends who know this, and they should be able to stop it. I just don't know if Beidou Xingyue will have other tricks. It's really worrying. Alas. Yu Mingchen was worried and sincere, which made Wei Han and Rong Qi dare not be perfunctory. They took the most serious attitude. Even if Yu Mingchen's words were getting longer and longer, they did not interrupt for the time being, wanting to hear him finish his words. Wei Han and Rong Qi deliberately did not interrupt, allowing Yu Mingchen to speak freely. Yu Mingchen really did not stop, and the topic was changed again. I have a very presumptuous request, but I really want to say it. If you are really selected by Teacher Wei, can I ask you to take care of Teacher Wei during the copy live broadcast? Yu Mingchen then explained. If Teacher Wei feels sad because the live broadcast traffic was taken away by Banhua Sunyun, I really hope that someone can comfort Teacher Wei and enlighten Teacher Wei, so that Teacher Wei will not feel sad or think that it is her fault, so that Teacher Wei can cheer up. Wei Han, although I am grateful for his kindness, but how should she answer? Rarely, Wei Han was speechless. Rong Qi nodded meaningfully with a smile on her face. Okay, no problem. If Teacher Wei is sad, I will definitely comfort her. At the end, he smiled and threw the topic to Wei Han, almost holding back his smile, and asked, What do you think, Teacher Ming? Wei Han, Yu Mingchen was successfully led astray by Rong Qi, and now looked at Wei Han expectantly. For this reason, Wei Han had to bite the bullet and nodded, and acted like crazy, and promised very seriously, Don't worry, I promise that as long as we are here, Teacher Wei will never be sad. After making a serious promise, she continued, In fact, I want to say that if Brother Hua and I are really selected, we can recommend you to Teacher Wei. As long as we tell Teacher Wei that you are our friend, Teacher Wei should not refuse, right? Rong Qi was so numbed by Wei Han's show that he quietly sent her a text expression of a thumbs up. Wei Han was busy acting, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Wei Han's remarks just now also made Yu Mingchen speechless. He was so moved that he could not speak. He just looked at Wei Han with more grateful eyes and tears in his eyes. So what do you think? Wei Han showed a little trepidation appropriately, as if he was worried that he had made a bad proposal. After Yu Mingchen realized this, he immediately said very frankly, "Of course I think it's good. In fact, I had this idea, but because of my various concerns, I was embarrassed to bring it up." He was almost excited to dance with joy. "If it's not too troublesome for you, I really hope you can help me mention me in front of Teacher Wei. I am willing to pay you a lot. Whether it's money or skills, or if you put forward conditions to me, I can agree to anything you want." He was frank and clear, not shy at all. Wei Han deliberately made a knowing expression, and made an okay gesture to Yu Mingchen. "Okay, let's put it this way. If we are selected, and Teacher Wei happens to agree that you can join the live broadcast, then I will give her your contact information directly, and let her contact you directly. Is there any problem with this?" Yu Mingchen nodded vigorously. Okay. This is good. This is my contact information, my phone number, my backup number, my backup number, social accounts, forum accounts, my relatives' mobile phone numbers, my companions' mobile phone numbers. He brought up the virtual screen of his mobile phone and listed a long list, muttering to himself, "To prevent various possible accidents when Teacher Wei contacts me, causing me to miss Teacher Wei's call, please put these. Copy all the contact information to Teacher Wei." After listing this long list of contact information, he was afraid of being misunderstood, and continued to explain with a fist, "But I will try my best to avoid all kinds of accidents. If nothing unexpected happens, after I leave this copy, I will hold my phone day and night, just waiting for Teacher Wei's call. Giving out so many contact information is just in case, and it is definitely not meant to be arrogant or to embarrass Teacher Wei. After all, you see, in this copy, didn't everyone lose contact with each other? Many things are unpredictable. If I miss Teacher Wei's contact number because of some random accidents, I will have no hope in this life, and I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life." When speaking, Yu Mingchen seemed to have substituted into the scene of speaking, and he also hit his chest heavily a few times. Wei Han, Rong Qi, The two looked at the time and found that another 20 minutes had passed, and the progress bar was still stuck. It seemed that Yu Mingchen could no longer let go of himself and play freely. Wei Han almost numbly took a picture of the series of contact information provided by Yu Mingchen, and then Rong Qi forcefully changed the subject. "Okay, about Teacher Wei, about the forum, about the live broadcast. All these topics that are not related to the current copy are over. Next, you should talk about your experience after you got separated from your teammates in this copy." Wei Han exited the camera interface of the mobile phone, listened to Rong Qi's words, and also helped to add, "Let's start from the A-choice stage. We want to collect every stage that other players have gone through. After you finish telling us about your experience, we have some key information about the current stage to tell you." They did not mention some settings of this stage to Yu Mingchen, and Yu Mingchen's task description hid this information. Before Yu Mingchen could speak, Rong Qi quickly added, "Try to be brief. No need to give too much additional explanation. We can understand your meaning without your additional explanation, and there will be no unnecessary misunderstanding." Yu Mingchen was very embarrassed, but still nodded, "I will try my best. Then I will start from the A-choice stage. I remember that it was a place where the mirror was upside down." Perhaps Rong Qi's reminder worked. When Yu Mingchen described his experience in the maze, his wording was much more concise, and the basic sentences were the key points. When Xiaoya and the others mentioned Yu Mingchen before, because the A-choice stage involved Yu Mingchen's special skills, which were information, they did not ask him personally, so they did not continue to learn more. They only knew that they found a breakthrough by chance or accident. Now that Yu Mingchen himself told the story, the two of them completely understood the beginning and end of the A-choice stage, and the answer to the mystery. During the A-choice stage, Yu Mingchen led the team and found that they could not reach the portal on the upside-down city above through conventional methods. He thought of using the summoning skill to summon some monsters, and drive the monsters to make some potentially dangerous attempts. As a result, the monster summoned by the skill was stronger than Yu Mingchen, and Yu Mingchen could not subdue it in the first time. Therefore, the monster broke open the door of a building while rushing around. After the monster rushed into the door, it disappeared strangely, and the door that was originally knocked open suddenly returned to its original state after the monster disappeared. When the group was puzzled, they suddenly heard the cry of a monster from above. When they looked up, they found that the monster had actually arrived in the upside-down city above. However, the position where the monster appeared above the upside-down city did not correspond to the position where it disappeared below. Seeing this phenomenon, Yu Mingchen immediately led his teammates to push the door that had been knocked open by the monster, but the doors leading to the upside-down city above seemed to be one time. They opened the same door, but did not go to the upside-down city above. However, the group had a general idea, so they began to open every door they could see in the city. They didn't know how many doors they opened, and finally all of them successfully went to the upside-down city with the portal. To get there, they had to fight the monster summoned by Yu Mingchen first, and then they successfully passed the 8-choice stage. The 9-choice stage was mediocre, and was a very common obstacle problem. Yu Mingchen's 10-choose-1 stage was easier than Xiaoya's and others' 10-choose-1 stage. It was just a puzzle game, similar to the 3D puzzle copy, but different. Players needed to kill some monsters to exchange for the pieces of the portal. For players with insufficient combat power, the monsters in this stage were still difficult to deal with, but it was easier for Yu Mingchen. Because of the skill requirements, he even spent some time trying to get to know more monsters. Then from 11-choose-1 to 24-choose-1, the levels that Yu Mingchen encountered were all easy to pass with a little brain power and enough combat power. This was one of the reasons why Yu Mingchen was able to pass these stages so quickly. The second reason was that he did not meet other players along the way, and did not waste any time because he was busy talking to other players. In other words, unlike Wei Han and Rong Qi, who met other players every time they passed a stage, Yu Mingchen and his teammates separated and passed more than a dozen stages in a row without meeting other players in the middle. Wei Han and Rong Qi were the first wave of players he met. Chapter 183. It is precisely this difference that caused Yu Mingchen to have a completely opposite feeling from Wei Han and Rong Qi in terms of the number of players participating in this dungeon. Wei Han and Rong Qi have met other players in every stage so far, and even before coming to this dungeon, they saw a request for help from OP, so in their opinion, there are many more players participating in this dungeon than they imagined. Yu Mingchen had been separated from his companions, and in the end, he was the only one left. More than a dozen stages passed in a flash, and it was rare to even encounter some monsters in the middle, let alone meet other players. He felt as if he was the only living person left in this dungeon, lonely and lonely. So Yu Mingchen had no one to talk to during these 10 hours, and was forced to remain silent, which really made him a little crazy. According to Yu Mingchen's explanation, this was also the reason why he took the initiative to show his goodwill, and express his goodwill, when he turned around, and saw other humans when he first came to this stage. In addition, Yu Mingchen gestured wildly and explained, "I can't control myself from talking so much now, because I'm too pent up. Really, I don't talk so much normally. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's bad to talk too much, or I'm discriminating against chatterboxes, I'm just worried that it will bore you. But I really can't control my urge to talk now." Going through more than a dozen stages in this dungeon, spending almost a whole day, is completely different from spending more than a dozen hours in the real world. I think the more than a dozen hours in the dungeon feel particularly long and exhausting. Maybe it's because every time I go to a new place, these places are empty, and I can't contact my companions with my phone. I don't know how my companions are doing. The worry about my companions and the loneliness are intertwined, which makes it even more difficult. In the real world, I don't feel anything even if I don't talk to people for 2 or 3 days. Of course, I'm not really that lonely in the real world. It's rare that I don't contact others for 2 or 3 days. Generally, when everyone needs to rest after coming out of a difficult dungeon, they will lie down for several days. At this time, everyone will be idle, and will not waste a little rest time to contact their companions. From the fact that he spoke several paragraphs without pausing, it can be very intuitively felt that he is indeed full of enthusiasm for talking now, and he feels very suffocated. However, looking at his speech, Wei Han and Rong Qi doubted Yu Mingchen's claim that he is not so talkative at ordinary times. His problem is not that he talks too much or too little, but that he always explains and supplements his own speech, as if he is putting several layers of armor on his speech, for fear of being criticized or argued by others. Because of his way of speaking, it is a little more difficult for Wei Han and Rong Qi to dig out useful information from his speech. But there is no way, they can't force people to change this innate character, and sometimes they can get some useful information from his various supplementary explanations. At present, the same time in the copy mentioned by Yu Mingchen and in the real world feels longer in this copy, which makes Wei Han particularly concerned. Mainly because when Yu Mingchen went through those dozen stages, it was equivalent to going to other parallel worlds, or being in other completely different time and space. Wei Han suspected that in this copy, there were indeed settings with different time flow speeds in certain stages. Yu Mingchen felt that the dozen hours were particularly long, which was probably not a psychological illusion, but a fact. Wei Han already had a preliminary idea of how to verify this guess, but he needed to wait until Yu Mingchen finished his speech before taking action. Yu Mingchen's memory was unexpectedly good. After so many stages, he could remember every stage clearly, and the order was not messed up. When describing some monsters, he described them vividly, and even used some monsters that were immobilized by Wei Han's skills, and could not move to make analogies on the spot, for fear that the two of them would not clearly know what kind of monsters he encountered. Rongqi was silent throughout the whole process, and took on the task of recording. Because Yu Mingchen spoke fast, he did not choose to record manually, but directly used the voice-to-text tool to convert Yu Mingchen's voice into text. After that, he would summarize and analyze Yu Mingchen's speech, and only then would he need to type it. Before this process was over, Yu Mingchen had already said tens of thousands of words, and he was a chatterbox. During this process, when Yu Mingchen tried to pull the monster that Wei Han had fixed with his skills, he also made a worrying discovery. Yu Mingchen originally just wanted to find a monster here that was very similar to the one he encountered in the 19-choose-1 stage, but he picked through the monster pile and found the exact same monster here. Because this kind of monster is more difficult to deal with, has a particularly strong regeneration ability, and looks quite unique, like a group of small monsters of different shapes growing on a bare tree. He had a hard time dealing with it, which left a deep impression on him, so he would talk about it separately. When Yu Mingchen found this kind of monster in the monster pile, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. After the initial disbelief, he muttered to himself absent-mindedly, as if to comfort himself. This place is obviously a gathering place for monsters, so it is normal for monsters I have seen to appear. That's right. So there is no need for me to be surprised. Although I have passed through more than a dozen stages, and have not encountered the same monster, it does not mean that this possibility does not exist. Why should I make a fuss? It's just the same monster. This is not the one I encountered. Yes, that's right. It's not the one I have beaten. What's so strange about this? Besides, even if it is really the one I have beaten, it doesn't seem to be worth being surprised, right? Maybe it's because there are not enough monster NPCs in this game, so it was pulled from other studios? The same monsters can be seen in different copies. It's normal to encounter the same monster in the same copy. I don't need to react so much. Yu Mingchen's self-soothing mumbling seems to make people inexplicably worried about his mental state. Combined with his previous remarks, Wei Han and Rongqi both suspected that he had the sequelae of going through more than a dozen stages alone. Of course, worrying is one thing. Rongqi was very serious and responsible in his recording work, and he also took very careful notes of Yu Mingchen's remarks. After adjusting his mood, Yu Mingchen refocused his attention on Wei Han and Rongqi, and continued the previous topic. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to change the topic and ignore you. It may be that I stayed alone in the dungeon for too long. When I had no one to talk to, I kept talking to myself in the dungeon. It was a bit of inertia, and I couldn't change it all of a sudden. Wei Han sincerely suggested, I sincerely suggest that you go for some examinations if some abnormal symptoms have not disappeared after leaving the dungeon. Rongqi helped to add while typing, we are worried about your mental state from the bottom of our hearts. Yu Mingchen scratched his hair. He didn't refute, but nodded in agreement. Alas, I actually feel that I have been alone in this dungeon for too long, and my mental and spiritual aspects are off track. If I hadn't met you, I feel that if I walked a few more stages, I would almost go crazy. Don't get me wrong, I am not using exaggeration here, I mean pathological madness, not an exclamation. It's really strange, it's not even a whole day. He still remembered that Brother Hua mentioned to him that players at different stages cannot walk together. Thinking that after this stage, they will go their separate ways, Yu Mingchen deviated from the topic again and began to feel melancholy. It's a pity that we can't walk the next road together, it's just a short intersection. I don't know if I can meet other people next, and I don't know if I can get out before Teacher Wei's live broadcast starts, alas. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get out? You must be stronger than I thought. I'm not trying to spy on your skills or abilities, I'm just making a reasonable guess. With so many monsters here, you can subdue them all at once. This kind of strength is very terrifying. I really want to ask, if you go out and are selected by Teacher Wei to participate in the live broadcast, and then recommend me to Teacher Wei, can you tell Teacher Wei that if you can't contact me, it means I'm still in the dungeon, so that Teacher Wei doesn't misunderstand me and think that I deliberately didn't answer her call. If it's okay, it would be even better if you could tell Teacher Wei to leave me a spot for the next live broadcast. Am I being too demanding? After he finished speaking, Yu Mingchen put his hands together, made a prayer gesture, and looked at Wei Han and Rongqi eagerly. Now it was his time to speak. Wei Han and Rongqi were patiently waiting for him to finish, and would never interrupt him without urging him. Rongqi was responsible for taking notes, so it was up to Wei Han to give a reply. Acting the whole thing, facing Yu Mingchen's request, Wei Han also pretended to think seriously, and then replied uncertainly, "If we can be selected, we will definitely mention it to Teacher Wei. You don't have to worry about these, it's just a piece of cake. It's just that we can't guarantee whether Teacher Wei can understand your situation." Yu Mingchen was already very satisfied with this answer from Teacher Ming. In response to Teacher Ming's last sentence, Yu Mingchen also defended Teacher Wei very seriously based on his understanding of Teacher Wei through live broadcasts and other channels. "I can tell at a glance that you have definitely not watched Teacher Wei's live broadcasts. Teacher Wei is a very gentle person. She is gentle, calm, strong, and professional. As expected, she will not be angry even if she does not understand." He wiped his nose with great pride. "I have read the analysis posts of the big guys. The big guys can deduce Teacher Wei's personality from various details of the live broadcast. I know Teacher Wei better than the average audience." Wei Han was stunned. Rongqi was a little hesitant to speak, and finally, the two just looked at each other, chose to suppress the complex emotions in their hearts, and continued to act. Wei Han nodded seriously, as if she really had just begun to understand Teacher Wei. "I see. That's much easier. That's for sure, when you meet Teacher Wei, you will have a clearer understanding." Yu Mingchen was full of confidence. "You will definitely like Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei's goodness is far more than what I mentioned. Please recognize Teacher Wei. You have not misunderstood me. What I mean is that Teacher Wei is the most perfect player. Teacher Xiao Wei, and everyone who hopes to be with you, please go away and don't try to touch Teacher Wei." Wei Han looked very surprised. "Oh? That's really exciting. Rongqi, Although he was a little speechless, Rongqi thought carefully and felt that Yu Mingchen was not wrong. Wei Han's good points were indeed far more than what he mentioned. On one point, Rongqi was inexplicably a little naive and thought that in terms of understanding Teacher Wei, he must be one of the people who knew Teacher Wei best. No matter what, he definitely knew more than Yu Mingchen. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was Wei Han's right-hand man, right? Thinking of this, Rongqi secretly curled his lips, as if he thought of something happy. Wei Han caught a glimpse of his smile from the corner of his eye, and was a little curious, so he asked in a voice transmission, "What did you think of? Why do you seem to be very happy?" Rongqi lowered his head to take notes, and secretly replied in a voice transmission, "I just think Yu Mingchen is right." Wei Han, I don't really understand what you mean. Rongqi, no special meaning, you don't need to care. Hurry up and let Yu Mingchen finish his words, and this topic can be ended. According to Yu Mingchen's speech, I think we may need to check the monsters in this stage as a whole. Wei Han, yeah, I was thinking this. Wei Han is not the kind of person who likes to ask questions, and if Rongqi doesn't want to talk about something, she will stop talking directly and won't keep asking questions. Because Wei Han and Rongqi were communicating secretly, they didn't pay attention to Yu Mingchen for a while. The monster arena suddenly fell into a strange silence. Yu Mingchen seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes wandered between Wei Han and Rongqi. "It may be my illusion, but I'm just curious and don't mean to explore. Why do you seem to be hiding something from me? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any thoughts of blaming you. I'm just worried that I said something wrong and offended you." When Yu Mingchen said this, he seemed to be quite nervous. Wei Han quickly replied, "Of course not. You are one of the more polite people we have met. We do have some things hidden from you, but these things are not convenient to tell you, and they have nothing to do with you. The discussion time for this topic has exceeded the time limit, so Wei Han forced the topic to end and dragged it back. Please continue to describe your experience in the remaining stages in detail. If you don't mind the trouble, you can try to find the monsters present and see if there are any other monsters on the scene that you have encountered." Yu Mingchen nodded, and the topic returned to his experience in this copy. Because of Teacher Ming's advice, Yu Mingchen would consciously look for familiar monsters in the monster pile whenever he mentioned monsters in the remaining narration. Sometimes he didn't find the monster he wanted to find, but saw the same type of monsters he had encountered in the previous stages. Yu Mingchen spent an extra 20 minutes to finish the experience of the last few stages. In these 20 minutes, he circled all the monsters he had encountered and could be found in the venue. The types and numbers he finally summarized exceeded Yu Mingchen's expectations. What surprised Yu Mingchen even more was that he identified several monsters, which were the ones he had fought with in certain stages. Yu Mingchen's expression was like seeing a ghost. He was not slow, and from this discovery, he also vaguely realized that it was a bit strange. This seemed to be unable to be explained by the reuse of game monsters NPC. I encountered almost all the monsters in every stage of this dungeon. And I just told you that some monsters seemed to be those I had fought in a certain stage. Yu Mingchen entered the analysis and thinking mode, and the speaking mode was slightly more normal. He said in a deep voice, I think it's a bit strange. The player moves in this dungeon in order to pass through it, find the end of this dungeon, and leave this dungeon. Then why do these monsters also move in each stage of the dungeon? It can't be to increase the difficulty for us players, right? Wei Han and Rongqi have more information, but it is not convenient to tell Yu Mingchen this information at this time, so Wei Han can only vaguely say, well, I don't know about this. We can explore it. The exploration Wei Han mentioned is that she will use the Eye of Truth to check whether these monsters have patterns similar to the blue star icon. If there are patterns similar to the blue star icon on the monsters, then she will have to try to take pictures of the parts with the icon with the camera, and then use the Eye of Truth to look at the photos to see if the Eye of Truth can see the truth in the photos. But she will not let Yu Mingchen know about these attempts. One attempt she will let Yu Mingchen know is a test of the speed of time. After discovering that monsters may have some secrets that human players don't know, Yu Mingchen relied on the fact that the monsters are now helpless. Unable to move, he tried to observe the monster carefully. In order to facilitate observation, he also used his bubble skill. After putting the monster into the bubble, he could switch the angle of the monster by rotating the bubble with mental power, achieving a 360-degree observation effect. But his observation did not find more than some strange structures of the monster. The result of his careful observation of the monster was basically like this. TSK, this monster actually has small eyes on the back. No wonder I think this monster's field of vision seems to be very large, and I can't hide from it. Wait, why does this monster seem to fade? Is it gradually becoming transparent? Only when I saw the chassis of this monster did I realize that its head was facing down, and its legs were facing up. The shape of this monster was already very strange, and it was walking upside down. No wonder the monster's movements looked so weird. This kind of discovery is basically equivalent to no gain. Yu Mingchen looked at it for a while, and was a little discouraged. He returned to Wei Han and Rongqi and sighed, alas, I can't see anything. I'm not being modest, nor am I joking. I really can't see anything. That's right, it's just such a waste. After saying that, he glanced at his watch, because his mobile phone became strange, and now, he doesn't check the time through his mobile phone, but through his watch. I've wasted nearly an hour here by accident. My mission notification said, there are 30 portals to choose from. This is the first time that the number of portals does not correspond to the stage. I don't know what's going on. He glanced around the large venue and then guessed, there is no trace of portals in this venue now, so in this stage, players need to avoid monsters and find portals like playing a high-difficulty hide-and-seek game. While Yu Mingchen was observing the monsters, Wei Han and Rongqi had been communicating secretly and analyzing Yu Mingchen's experience in the dungeon. Now hearing his guess, Wei Han just happened to tell Yu Mingchen the important information about the current stage. Wei Han corrected him in a relaxed tone. That's not the case. We got here before you, and we got some key information with some special tricks. Because of this information, we also know why you can choose more portals at this stage. Yu Mingchen was a little surprised and didn't say anything. Wei Han continued to explain. When my companion explained the situation to you before, he should have mentioned to you that if players of different stages meet at the same scene address, it does not mean that the players can go together, because if a player enters a portal that does not belong to the stage he has chosen, he will be strangled by a mysterious force. This is generally the case, so the portals we can choose are normally corresponding to our stage. However, the scene at this address is quite special. The portals in this scene are mixed portals that support players of all different stages to enter. Therefore, players who enter this scene will have portals beyond their current stage to choose from. In order to prevent being interrupted by Yu Mingchen, Wei Han spoke quickly. Also, the portals in this scene exist in a form that is not hidden, and players do not need to find them. What players have to do is wait for the portals to appear. Currently, there are a total of 30 optional portals, which will appear one after another in a random order, with random time, location, and duration. Each portal only supports 3 creatures to pass through. After hearing this, Yu Mingchen was so shocked that he couldn't retract his jaw. It seemed that he suddenly understood why netizens were so enthusiastic about calling on Teacher Ming to participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Looking at the monsters that almost covered the entire venue, Yu Mingchen roughly understood the difficulty of this scene after listening to Teacher Ming's explanation. With such a premise and a large number of monsters, if the player does not have enough strength to deal with these monsters, then the situation faced by the player can be imagined. If the monster also wants to pass through the portal, then, in order to be able to use the portal that the player can choose, the monster is likely to tie up the player and let the player watch them pass through the portal one by one. If the monster is not interested in the portal, then the player needs to fight with the monster here and persist until the portal appears. If the portal exists for a short time, or the distance is too far, then the player's hope of successfully passing through the portal is also slim. But now these expected scenes will not appear. The extraordinary strength of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua directly used the skills that defied the sky to subdue all monsters in one fell swoop, directly changing the gameplay of this scene. Thinking of this, Yu Mingchen seemed to suddenly understand why some monsters faded. If nothing unexpected happened, it was probably because these two used the restrained monsters as coloring toys and painted some paint on them. Yu Mingchen smiled secretly and suddenly found another key point. Wait, if in this stage, all portals support the selection of players at different stages, does that mean I can choose the same portal with you? At least we can go together to the next stage? Please forgive me for being so excited, don't get me wrong. I really want to stay with you for a while. So can I? The reaction was quite fast. Wei Han didn't mention this point, but he thought of it first. Wei Han didn't mind going to the next stage with Yu Mingchen, that's fine. But we still have some things to verify here. You may need to wait for us. Yu Mingchen said generously that he didn't mind. Anyway, we don't know when and where the portal will appear. There is no way to go directly to the next stage. Just wait. I mean, even if we don't need to wait for the portal to appear, I am willing to wait for you. Maybe you still need me. If you need help, don't be polite to me, just call me. Wei Han thought, the boy is teachable, she really needs his cooperation. She looked at him with admiration. It's good that you have this kind of awareness. We really need your cooperation here. Please turn on your phone again. I want to see some information on your phone. Yu Mingchen didn't expect that he would need his cooperation so soon. He was a little choked, but after he came to his senses, he took out his phone without hesitation and called up the virtual screen of the phone. When he was about to unlock the screen and enter the main interface, Wei Han saw the date and time on the lock screen and suddenly said to him, "Wait a minute." Chapter 184. Wei Han and Rong Qi noticed the time and date on the lock screen, but Yu Mingchen thought they were attracted by the lock screen picture. Before Wei Han could speak, Yu Mingchen excitedly introduced the lock screen picture. Are you attracted by the handsome back picture on the lock screen? This is Teacher Wei's back. Very good looking, right? He pointed at the picture and said, look at how straight the back is, the perfect body proportions, and the simple and plain clothes are all worn with a high-end temperament. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the most handsome back in the entire Blue Star. Yes, you heard it right. In my opinion, Teacher Wei's back is perfect and no one can compare. Just want to compare, just want to pull down. This person's mental state is already worrying. After talking about Teacher Wei, there is a feeling that he is not far from collapse. Wei Han, Rong Qi listened to Yu Mingchen's passionate speech while holding back his laughter. If I remember correctly, it seems that during the live broadcast of Minesweeper, when Wei Han switched the camera, she accidentally let her back flash across the screen. Later, this back picture of her was cut out separately and became the avatar, space background, or desktop theme of many fans. As a fanatical fan of Teacher Wei, it is normal for Yu Mingchen to set this picture as the lock screen picture. However, coupled with Yu Mingchen's praise for this back, plus the fact that the real person is here, from the perspective of an informed bystander, it is inexplicably very funny. Wei Han, with the idea of acting the whole set, even if there are many question marks in her heart, but facing Yu Mingchen's expression of seeking approval, she still seriously expressed her opinion on the back on the lock screen. Well, the posture is upright, the legs are straight and slender, it is really good. Rong Qi, don't be so ridiculous. After getting Teacher Ming's approval, Yu Mingchen was so happy that he was about to ascend to heaven. He was enthusiastic about Amway and suggested with shining eyes, then I will share this picture with you. If you need it, it is very good to use it as an avatar or wallpaper. He explained proudly, this picture has been processed by a photo editing master. The clarity, color, light and shadow have been restored. It's not easy for you to find the same one on the internet. Wei Han fell into an inexplicable self-doubt. Shouldn't she have the idea of acting in a full role? She sighed in her heart and firmly changed the subject. This is a good suggestion, but I want to say that what I saw at first was not Teacher Wei's back on the lock screen, but the time and date on the lock screen. When you occasionally take out your phone, have you never paid attention to the time and date? Yu Mingchen then shifted his attention to the date and time on the lock screen, and explained with a little shame, when I first found that my phone couldn't contact my friends, I felt that the content in my phone was not right. I did pay attention to it, but I thought that the confusion of various information on the phone was a copy setting, or someone was attacking my phone system, so I didn't take it seriously later. You may wonder why I am not surprised that someone would try to attack my phone system, or want to mess with me along the network cable. It's because there are too many running dogs of Beta Xinghua on the internet. I have been polite enough, and those crazy dogs of the water army have been chasing me and biting me. It can be seen that they really have no quality. Sorry, when I talk about those idiots, my emotions are a little out of control. Realizing that he had gone off topic, Yu Mingchen maintained his apology and asked sincerely, "So, is there anything wrong with this time?" While Yu Mingchen was talking, Rongqi also brought up his phone's lock screen interface, which could be compared directly with Yu Mingchen's interface. At this time, the three people's eyes fell on the lock screen interfaces of the two phones, and they saw that the date and time on Rongqi's phone were 5:40 p.m. on September 8, 210. The date and time on Yu Mingchen's phone were 10:15 a.m. on March 24, 215. Wei Han and Rongqi knew about the existence of parallel worlds. Since the last stage, they had been speculating that the players lost contact because they entered different parallel worlds, and wanted to find some evidence to support their speculation. Seeing that the date and time on Yu Mingchen's phone were different from theirs, they immediately thought that Yu Mingchen might have entered a parallel world with a timeline of March 24, 215 in the star calendar when he entered a certain stage of space. But considering that the date and time of the phone can be adjusted through the settings, some other possibilities must be ruled out before making a conclusion. Wei Han did not directly answer Yu Mingchen's question, but asked him, "Have you changed the date and time of the phone?" After discovering that the date and time changed, I thought there was something wrong with the phone and wanted to change the time and date back through the settings, but it didn't work. I changed the time in the settings, and after changing it, it changed back to the original state in a second. In other words, strictly speaking, I did change the date and time settings in the phone. Yu Mingchen thought about it carefully and replied seriously. That's why I thought someone hacked into my phone system, or maybe it was some setting of this dungeon. I don't really understand it. Anyway, it was through this that I realized that my phone was useless. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that my phone was really broken and can't be used, but I think it's useless in this dungeon. After that, except for contacting my partners regularly, I didn't take out my phone to check it again. He spread his hands. Wei Han and Rongqi kept silent tacitly, waiting for Yu Mingchen to finish his words. Yu Mingchen stared at the date and time on the phone with them, and found that both of them looked very serious, so he asked weakly, "So is there really something wrong with the date and time on this phone? I really can't see it. Is there any deep meaning or something? I'm not looking for trouble, I'm just really curious." Wei Han still answered irrelevantly, and made a new request to Yu Mingchen, "Can we take another look at the time on your player app?" Yu Mingchen cooperated with her very blankly, put the phone in his left hand temporarily, and operated it with his right hand to bring up the interface. From the welcome player interface, he could also see the time. The date and time on Yu Mingchen's player system was still September 8, 210, a little after 5 p.m., the same as Wei Han and Rongqi, which also showed that Wei Han did not remember it wrong. In fact, when Wei Han checked Yu Mingchen's skill library and task instructions before, he paid attention to the time on his player system, and took another look just to confirm. Wei Han remembered that when she went to the parallel world, the time on the player system was not synchronized with the parallel world. Things like mechanical watches and electronic watches were not synchronized either, but a lot of information in some electronic devices such as mobile phones and computers was synchronized. After the time comparison, Wei Han began to compare the speed of time on both sides. 1 minute later, Rongqi took the initiative to send a voice message to her. "It takes 1 minute for us to go by normally, but 10 minutes have passed on his phone. The difference in the speed of time on both sides is quite large." Wei Han made an analysis. Yu Mingchen doesn't seem to be very sensitive in this regard. I guess that after he and his teammates separated, the time he spent was based on the speed on his phone, but he was looking at his own mechanical watch, and the time speed of the mechanical watch would not be synchronized, but the time speed on our side. So he would feel that 10 minutes had passed, but when he looked down at his watch, he found that it had only passed 1 minute, so he felt that it was very long and gradually lost his perception of time. This analysis made Rongqi think of a very critical question. If this is the conjecture, then now that we are in the same stage scene, whose time speed is the standard? The time on our side is still running at the original speed, and the time speed on his phone has not changed. Wei Han was also curious about this question. "I want to know too. My current idea is that Based on the encounter between the OP and the Lihua team, I think the setting of the dungeon in this regard may be that when players in different time and space enter the same scene stage, no matter whether the player's time flow speed is consistent or not, they will not interfere with each other. The influence of the time flow speed, the dungeon may handle and coordinate for the players, so that the players can't feel the difference in time flow speed at all, otherwise it should be very chaotic. Yu Mingchen will enter the next stage with us, so we should be able to verify it. Wei Han thought for a while, and said with a little relief, "This is good news for us. We really need enough time to practice now. We need to choose a parallel world scene stage where we can jump to a faster time flow, so that we don't have to worry about not having time to master the skills." Rongqi just thought of this. Yes, I think so too. Our preview permission has 3 minutes, which should be enough for us to confirm whether it is a parallel world and the corresponding time flow. The two secretly communicated, and were silent for a while. Yu Mingchen thought they were concentrating on thinking, so he didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing their thoughts. "Thank you for your cooperation." Wei Han came back to his senses, first thanked him, and then said, "It's alright, thank you for your trouble, now you can take back your Blue Star app interface. We may need to take another look at your phone." Yu Mingchen took back the player app interface at a loss again, not knowing what the two people who stared at his phone and the player app interface silently understood, and wanted to observe patiently again. The reason why they wanted to check Yu Mingchen's phone again was because it was basically confirmed that Yu Mingchen was actually in a parallel world with a timeline of 215 years in the star calendar. They wanted to use Yu Mingchen's mobile phone network to search for major historical events in the corresponding parallel world to see if they could extract useful information for them. So after getting Yu Mingchen's permission, Rongqi stayed where he was and used Yu Mingchen's phone to search and summarize the records, while Wei Han needed to use the Eye of Truth to check the planet icons of the monsters. The two of them acted while waiting for the appropriate portal to appear. Yu Mingchen couldn't understand any of the actions taken by the two. He couldn't understand why Brother Hua used his mobile phone to search for various questions and recorded some kind of information at a very fast speed after searching. His mobile phone was broken now. Are the answers obtained from the search really reliable? Of course, Yu Mingchen couldn't understand Teacher Ming's actions even more. He didn't understand why Teacher Ming would wander among the monsters, stare at certain parts of the monsters from time to time, and take pictures after watching. It seemed that his photography skills were quite professional. Sometimes his hands would lightly tap the air a few times, as if he was performing a kind of magic that he couldn't see. For a while, Yu Mingchen felt that he seemed to be redundant here. While he was crazy curious about the actions of the two, he restrained his curiosity in his heart, and didn't want to disturb the two people's focused actions. After a while, Yu Mingchen found a job for himself, which was to patrol the arena venue, and be careful of the portal appearing in some corners that they failed to find in the first time. The tasks of Rongqi and Wei Han were quite time-consuming. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and neither of them had finished yet. Their expressions became more and more serious. Yu Mingchen just happened to squat when the first portal appeared. Considering that the existence time of the portal was random, Yu Mingchen didn't care whether it would disturb the two people's thoughts, and shouted directly, "Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, the portal appeared. Should we choose this portal?" Yu Mingchen actually wanted to choose. In his opinion, every time it was a blind choice. No one knew what would happen behind the portal. Now the portal appeared randomly, and they waited so long for the first portal to appear. If they didn't choose this portal, they didn't know when the second portal would appear. What if the waiting time for the second portal is longer than the first one? What if it takes days, months, or years? After hearing Yu Mingchen's reminder, Wei Han sent a message to Rongqi to continue with his work while she checked the situation of the portal. Wei Han quickly rushed to the location of the transmission. The first portal appeared in the last row of the audience, above a few chairs. Yu Mingchen didn't expect Teacher Ming to come so quickly, and was a little scared by the speed. However, seeing that Teacher Ming had come over on his own initiative, he thought that this meant that he agreed to choose this portal, so he politely made a gesture of invitation. "Please go in first. Why hasn't Brother Hua come yet? I can be the last. I don't know how long this portal will last. We have to hurry up." Wei Han stopped his hand. "Let me see what's behind this portal first. Don't come over yet. We have special permissions, and can peek at the answer." Yu Mingchen was dumbfounded. The important information they revealed before was enough to cheat, but they could take a look at the answer before making the option selection? He really couldn't figure it out. How did they do this? "After I go over, this portal will not disappear for at least 3 minutes. You can make a decision after I come back. If you want to act alone, you can do whatever you want." After Wei Han said this, he stepped into the portal in front of him. Yu Mingchen certainly didn't want to act alone, so he squatted in front of the portal obediently, counting the time, waiting for Teacher Ming to come back. Now Wei Han's purpose of peeking at the answer has changed. First, he needs to see if the new scene stage is a parallel world. If it is a parallel world, he needs to further see whether the time flow is fast or slow. He will choose it only if it meets the requirements. As for whether the scenery is beautiful or unique, it is no longer a reference. Unfortunately, this portal is not even a parallel world. Wei Han waited for 2 minutes, and found that the content on the phone did not change. He turned around decisively, and returned to the ring scene. Yu Mingchen stared at the portal for 2 minutes without blinking, just to know if this fierce teacher can really turn back. He has gone through so many stages, and has never encountered repeated scenes, so naturally he has never had a way to go back. After passing through the selected portal, the portal will disappear, without exception, and there is no chance to regret. When Wei Han really walked out of the portal, Yu Mingchen's eyes can be described as horrified. Wei Han didn't pay much attention to Yu Mingchen's eyes or expression, but just said, "Thank you for waiting for the portal, but this portal is not suitable." "Can you ask why it is not suitable?" Yu Mingchen said with some concern. "It took so long for the first portal to appear, and I don't know how long it will take for the second portal to appear. I am very worried that the interval between the second portal will be very long." He explained with embarrassment. "I didn't know that Teacher Wei was going to start a live broadcast, and I didn't care. I spent more time in this dungeon as an experience, as long as I could get out in the end. But now that I know that Teacher Wei is going to start a live broadcast, and my phone may not be able to see Teacher Wei's live broadcast in the dungeon, I am really anxious. Maybe you can't understand my feelings, but I don't mean to complain, I just want to know the reason." Wei Han thought about it, and replied apologetically, "Sorry, I should have explained it to you. My companion and I compared the speed of time on both sides, and found that in certain stages of scenes, time may go faster because of changes in time and space. The time on our mobile phone has passed 1 minute, and the time on your mobile phone has passed 10 minutes. This may also be the reason why you feel that it is only a dozen hours, but it makes you feel that time is very long, as if a long time has passed. In fact, you really spent a long time, but because you are looking at a mechanical watch with no change in the speed of time, you think that the long time is just an illusion. My companion and I want to use this to find a time and space with a fast time flow and do some exercises." Wei Han's explanation is also relatively abbreviated, without mentioning some key information. She said earnestly, "I understand your anxiety. In fact, we are also in a hurry. We want to get more time to practice, so we want to find a time and space where time flows faster." Wei Han lowered his head and thought for a while. "If you are worried that you really can't get out before the live broadcast starts, then when we part, I will give you a prop that allows you to leave this dungeon at any time." The prop Wei Han mentioned is the ticket to exit the dungeon. She hopes that Yu Mingchen can pass this dungeon before the live broadcast starts, so that there will be one more wild player in the live broadcast room, which can also reduce a lot of pressure on her and Rong Qi. After contact and preliminary investigation, Yu Mingchen is really suitable to be the anchor player in her live broadcast room. Not to mention, she also saw a lot of new skills from Yu Mingchen that she had never seen before, so this deal was not a loss for her. Yu Mingchen listened carefully, and the more he listened, the more shocked he became. "You are all so strong, but you still have to practice every minute? This is too much. Oh my god, I was caught. It seems that I am not working hard enough, and I am too lazy." After that, he immediately added an explanation. "To avoid misunderstanding, let me explain that I don't mean to say that being a good catch is bad. In fact, I think those who can be a good catch are very powerful. I just want to express my shock and emotion. Whether it is a good catch or a poor catch, I think it is a personal choice. As long as you are happy, it's all good." Wei Han looked up at the sky, and he seemed to have gotten used to his habitual supplementary explanation. Yu Mingchen didn't finish his words. When he mentioned props, he kept waving his hands. "Props and the like are really unnecessary. There is no need at all. I just want to tell you that the reason I'm anxious is not because I want to get something from you. Teacher Ming, the prop you mentioned is so powerful, it must be very precious and very rare. You should keep it for yourself, and don't waste it on me. Such a powerful prop, I suggest you don't even say it, don't let others know. You don't know what some people can do for props." When saying this, Yu Mingchen lowered his voice, and his expression was very secretive. Finally, he said seriously, "If I really can't pass this copy before Teacher Wei starts live broadcasting, it's my fate. You can go to the recorded broadcast after you go out, so don't have any psychological pressure just because I said I was anxious. I choose to go with you. I will bear all the consequences of going with you, and will never blame others. As he finished speaking, the portal suddenly disappeared, which means that the existence time of this portal has expired. Very good, now they don't have to worry about it. Wei Han didn't reply to him, but just looked at him deeply, with admiration in her eyes, and then she continued to check the planet icon of the monster. In the first half of the exploration, she had tried whether the photo could see the planet icon of the monster through the Eye of Truth, and the result was that it could be seen, so as long as she saw the planet icon on the monster, she would take a picture, and her photo library had some seemingly meaningless photos. This is also the reason why Yu Mingchen saw her taking pictures with a camera from time to time before. Yu Mingchen carefully thought about the way Teacher Ming looked at him, which was especially like an interviewer looking at a very satisfied applicant. The recruiter, he couldn't understand what kind of mentality Teacher Ming had towards him. In the ring venue, 3 people were doing their own jobs, and only the occasional footsteps came from Yu Mingchen, because Yu Mingchen couldn't make himself as light as a feather and move quickly without making any sound. The second portal appeared 15 minutes after the first portal disappeared, appearing on the huge ring in the middle of the venue. It was the same process as before. Wei Han put down his work again and checked whether the portal was the best choice. The second portal didn't work either. It was indeed a parallel time and space, but the time flow rate of this time and space was slower than their normal flow rate. After 8 days here, they might not even have a day in that time and space. It could be said to be the worst option. Each subsequent portal followed the same process. The intervals between portals were indeed very random, sometimes a few minutes apart, sometimes more than half an hour apart, and sometimes they appeared at the same time. The duration of existence was also very random, with the shortest being less than a minute and the longest currently exceeding half an hour. Until the 18th portal, nearly 4 hours had passed since the first portal appeared. After checking, Wei Han immediately said that he would choose this portal. After receiving the instruction, Rongqi rushed over with Yu Mingchen's mobile phone and soon arrived at the 18th portal in the middle row of the audience. The 3 stood in front of the portal, and both Rongqi and Yu Mingchen meant to let Wei Han, Mr. Ming, take priority. Wei Han was very straightforward and entered the portal first. Rongqi nodded to Yu Mingchen, letting Yu Mingchen go first, and he would come to cover the rear. The 3 acted quickly and passed through the portal within 10 seconds and entered the new stage scene. After the vision returned to normal, they were on an endless plain. It seemed inaccurate to call it a plain, because the ground under their feet was not grass, but a substance similar to silver white metal, like a huge floor that was directly cast and formed, and spread to the end of the vision. On this flat land, there were countless white high walls standing, of different sizes and heights, and arranged randomly. Apart from these high walls, there was nothing else, no plant-like creatures, let alone monsters. The weather seemed to be very good, with a light pink sky and no clouds, and a huge sun hanging high in the sky. The new stage scene seemed to be very peaceful, but it always made people feel that something was strange. Yu Mingchen didn't figure it out, and a familiar burning feeling came from his palm. The task description of the current stage came. The blue line icons on Wei Han and Rongqi's palms were also flashing, but they chose to come over to see Yu Mingchen's notification first. Yu Mingchen clicked the icon openly, and the interface popped up immediately. The first line read, Copy Address, Portal Maze 24-1. Chapter 185. The 3 of them saw the copy address at the same time. Wei Han and Rongqi were thoughtful, while Yu Mingchen directly expressed his inner doubts. Shouldn't it be 26-1? Why did it go back to 24-1? Wei Han and Rongqi did not reply, but moved their eyes down and read the complete task description. Copy address, Portal Maze 24-1. Congratulations on passing the Portal Maze 25-1 stage. The current stage is 24-1. Please keep working hard. Description: there are 24 optional portals in the current stage. Please choose one of them and enter the selected portal. The task description of the 24-1 stage was seen by Wei Han and Rongqi when they were checking Yu Mingchen's historical task description. Both of them have good memories, and the task descriptions of the 24-1 stages are exactly the same. After Yu Mingchen raised his question but received no response from the 2, he looked through the task notification instructions for the 24-1 stage with doubts, and compared them very carefully, and then he confirmed that the 2 task notifications were exactly the same. Even the task instructions are exactly the same. Yu Mingchen thought about it, and became worried. What does this mean? Does it mean that I made the wrong choice, and returned to the stage of choosing one from 24? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately thought, or does it mean that I am halfway through the journey, counting forward to 25 in the front, and counting backward to 1 in the back? At this time, Wei Han finally replied. Both are possible, and there may be other situations. We can't go with you, and the specific situation needs further analysis. If we can complete the analysis at this stage, we can still help you, otherwise, you will have to explore on your own on the road. After thinking for a while, Wei Han added, the time flow rate in this stage scene is faster than the time flow rate on the blue planet. 20 minutes here is only equivalent to 1 minute on the blue planet. We will stay here for a long time, and will not leave immediately. When you figure out the puzzle of this stage, remember to tell us when you want to enter the next stage. Okay. Yu Mingchen agreed, knowing that they would have to say goodbye again after a brief encounter, and had no objection to Teacher Ming's words. After reading the task notification from Yu Mingchen, it was Wei Han and Rong Qi's turn to read the task notification. The two did not mind letting Yu Mingchen read their notifications together. Instead, after Yu Mingchen found that they had clicked on the blue star icon beating on their palms, he consciously turned his eyes away and raised his hand to cover his eyes tightly. You can put your hand down and read our notification with us. Wei Han noticed his actions and reminded him a little speechlessly. We are checking the notification in front of you, which means we want to share it with you. Rong Qi also helped to explain. Yu Mingchen then put his hand down, turned his head, and looked down at the virtual screen floating above the palms of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. His eyes and expression clearly showed that he was still curious, indicating that he was actually very curious about the task description notification from Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. Yu Mingchen was not that stupid. Through his contact with the two, he could guess that the notification instructions received by the two people were different from the version of normal players. If he could directly read their notifications with the permission of the two, he would naturally not be too polite or shy. At this time, the virtual screen above the palms of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua showed the following content. Warm reminder, this address is a fork in the road. The total number of your optional portals is 10, divided into 2 types, with different shapes. A group of 4 portals is an option to the exit of the portal maze. A group of 6 portals is an option to other more routes. At the current address, all portals are on the white wall. Please choose according to your needs. I wish you a pleasant journey. The text is not long, and it was quickly read, but the shock that this notification brought to Yu Mingchen was difficult to calm down. What is the difference between this and giving a direct answer? This notification also directly explained that when the number of optional portals began to fall back, it meant that the route to the exit of the portal maze began to enter, directly eliminating the previous speculation that it was a fall back. In addition to the most intuitive discovery, there are many points worth pondering. After a minute of silence, Wei Han was the first to break the silence and began to analyze. Combining the task descriptions on both sides, we can roughly guess that the scene stage with a mixed portal is equivalent to the moving middle point in the portal maze. The player may only be able to open the option to the exit of the portal maze after reaching the moving middle point first. Before the player enters the exit option, the player's route is increasing from 2 to N. After the player opens the exit option, the player's route changes to decreasing from N to 2. When it returns to the 2-choice option, it should mean that it is time to choose the exit. N represents the number of portals that players can choose during their progress. Here N can be any positive number greater than 2. For example, Brother Hua and I went through the 4-choice 1 stage and arrived at the arena scene with a mixed portal. The mixed portal scene is a 5-choice 1 stage for us, so if nothing unexpected happens, our normal route is entrance 2-3-4-5432 exit. The two men standing on her left and right listened carefully. Because of the height difference, they were slightly bent over. Rong Qi actually had the same thinking as Wei Han, but he still nodded from time to time, purely to show that he was listening carefully. Yu Mingchen's thinking was a little slow. Occasionally, when he didn't keep up with something, he would frown unconsciously. When he figured it out, he would subconsciously nod, with admiration in his eyes. But when Yu Mingchen arrived at the mixed portal scene, it was a 1 in 25 stage, so under normal circumstances, if there were no accidents, Yu Mingchen's route would be entrance 2-3-4, 23-24-25-24-23, 4-3-2 exit. Comparatively, your route is much longer than ours. From the situation on both sides, we can see that the length of the route and the difficulty of the level of different players are different. Even if the players know the general setting of the dungeon route, they only have a rough idea in their minds, and they still can't plan the route in a targeted manner. At this point, Wei Han said very frankly, the reason why Brother Hua and I have such a short route is just because we are lucky, and it has nothing to do with our permission to peek at the option. We have no way to plan the route. We have been choosing which portal to choose based on our mood and intuition. And considering that the scene stage of the mixed portal may also be random, some players may encounter it when there are fewer portals to choose from. Some players are very unlucky, and even if they reach 3 digits, or even 4 or 5 digits of portals to choose from, they still cannot encounter the middle point. These are all possible situations. Wei Han saw that Yu Mingchen's thinking was a little behind, so she gradually slowed down her speech to give Yu Mingchen enough time to react. This was still somewhat effective. After Wei Han finished speaking, Yu Mingchen immediately raised a very critical question. I roughly understand. Mr. Ming, thank you very much for your analysis and explanation. Based on your analysis and explanation, I thought of a new question. I noticed that in the process of your narration, you specifically emphasized the words normal situation and no accidents. So, do you think there will be any special or unexpected situations? After saying that, Yu Mingchen probably felt that his question seemed impolite and ambiguous, so he quickly added an additional explanation. I just want to discuss it reasonably, not to find fault or argue. If my question makes you unhappy, and you don't want to answer, just ignore me. I am actually thinking carefully about other possibilities. I don't mean that I don't use my brain and wait for you to feed me the answer. Blame myself for being too stupid and always missing the key. The special situation or unexpected accident, I can think of maybe suddenly encountering a difficult level? Are there other possibilities? Wei Han first glanced at him without saying anything, then took back the virtual screen that popped up on the Blue Star app, and then looked at Rong-Chi again. Rong-Chi received her look, and he knew that she was tired again, didn't want to talk anymore, and it was time for him to be a mouthpiece again, without her needing to use her skills to transmit the message. So, before Wei Han transmitted the message, Rong-Chi took the initiative to transmit the message and said, Okay, got it. Let me explain the rest. You can rest and play with peace of mind. Wei Han, She was not speechless about Rong-Chi's answer, but she didn't understand why he spoke to her in a coaxing tone. He must have imagined something strange. I don't want to go play, but I want to see what timeline parallel world this stage is in, as well as other information. Wei Han corrected seriously, after you explain, remember to check if the time on Yu Mingchen's phone has changed. Rong-Chi quickly sent her a text expression that meant K, and then he cleared his cough to attract Yu Mingchen's attention. Yu Mingchen didn't wait for Teacher Ming's reply, and was worried that his question was considered to be nitpicking by Teacher Ming, and Teacher Ming didn't want to pay attention to him, and whether he should apologize or something. Suddenly, he heard Brother Hua's clear cough, and Yu Mingchen immediately looked at Brother Hua with the eyes of a savior, as if he had found a savior. Teacher Ming has something to do first, and I will continue to analyze it with you next. Rong-Chi didn't know why Yu Mingchen suddenly looked at him with strange eyes, so he directly explained his plan. Yu Mingchen let out a long sigh. I thought Teacher Ming thought my questions were too annoying, and didn't want to bother with me. No. Your questions are very good, and they are all very critical questions. After Yu Mingchen said this, Rong-Chi roughly understood what he meant by his eyes just now. Teacher Ming emphasizes normal situations, because there may be emergencies or special situations on the way. Rong-Chi continued to analyze the situation that Wei Han just talked about, and considered special situations and emergencies, mainly inspired by the spiral staircase stage. The route of the spiral staircase stage is irregular. If it goes smoothly, as long as you can walk through each layer of time and space, you can always reach the end time and space. But if it is not smooth, you will go back and forth in certain layers of time and space on the way, and keep looping. From the small to the big, if we compare the various situations in the spiral staircase to the overall portal maze, and combine it with the fact that Wei Han and Rong-Chi can choose to turn directly to the exit of the maze, or they can choose to continue to move forward, then in the portal maze, there may be several stages that are spinning and unable to enter other stages. In addition to spinning in different stages, there is also the possibility of skipping stages. The situation of skipping stages is more complicated. If this situation does happen, then skipping stages is a setting that has both advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes skipping stages may shorten the route and reduce the number of levels that players need to pass, but the biggest possibility is that, most of the time, it is to extend the player's route and increase the number of levels that players need to pass. Speaking of this, we need to mention the 2 choice before the exit. The 2 choice before the exit can be said to be the most critical choice, and the victory or defeat of this copy depends on this choice. If you choose the right one, you will naturally leave the maze, pass the copy, and return to the real world with a reward for passing the copy. But what if you choose the wrong one? What will happen? Will you be sentenced to death directly, or will there be other possibilities of life worse than death? Is there any trick to the 2 choice before the exit? Can you guarantee the right choice? On this issue, Wei Han and Rongqi thought of the task description posted by the original poster Ka. The original poster Ka needs to enter the maze from the S01 entrance and leave the maze from the S01 exit, and the exit and the entrance are placed together. So does the two choice before the exit for players have to choose between the exit and the entrance? Under this premise of speculation, it is equivalent to saying that the right choice is the exit. The wrong choice is to enter the entrance again, open a new route, and also open a big cycle. If we compare it with the numerical route, when n is 5, the normal route to choose the right exit is entrance 2-3-4-5432 exit. The route to choose the wrong exit will become entrance 2-3-4-5432 entrance 2-3-4, new in, 3-2 exit. If the big loop is once, and then returns to the two choices before the exit, and the wrong choice is made again, then it is the second big loop. This speculation that the loop may be opened is actually an optimistic situation. After all, if the player makes a wrong choice, it does not mean that he will die directly. But after making a wrong choice, the player cannot come back directly, and the possibility of being sentenced to death is also very high. Of course, all of this is just speculation at the moment. We still need to wait until that point to know what the actual situation will be. These analyses are made only to make various preparations in advance, so as not to be caught off guard when the situation really occurs. Rongqi's analysis was more detailed. Yu Mingchen suddenly understood after listening to it, and immediately gave an example of his own route. He counted on his fingers and calculated, take my route as an example. In the first half of the route, I walked in the normal order of 234, and walked all the way to 25. The second half of the route to the exit has to go back from 24 to 321. If I can walk smoothly back to the two choices in the normal reverse order in the second half of my route, then it is a normal route with stable performance. If I am unlucky, my second half may jump back and forth in some stages, and the stage levels I need to pass will exceed 24, and the route will become very long. If I'm lucky, I might jump directly from 24 to 2 choice 1, and skip all the 20-odd levels in between. Then it's the 2 choice 1 closest to the exit, which is a very critical choice. It can determine whether the correct choice can pass the level directly, but what will happen if the wrong choice is not known at all? I can only guess that this is to let us choose between the exit and the entrance. Yu Mingchen bent his fingers until they were sore. After making a basic summary, he asked Brother Hua modestly, as if waiting for a teacher to correct his answers, "Is there anything wrong with my understanding? It should be about this, right?" Rongqi nodded, "That's about it. Your understanding is quite accurate." Yu Mingchen let out a long breath. "I feel like my brain is not enough." "Teacher Ming, are you not done yet?" "Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining that Teacher Ming is taking too long. I just want to know if there is anything that Teacher Ming needs my help with. Will it be faster with our help?" Yu Mingchen listened to Brother Hua's class here, and estimated that a long time had passed. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, Teacher Ming was still looking at his phone. He was embarrassed to look carefully to see what Teacher Ming was doing while staring at his phone. Some analysis of the task instructions is also coming to an end. Yu Mingchen thinks that he can start to do some investigation and exploration of the current scene stage, to see where the portal is in the current scene stage. Yu Mingchen looked up at the sun in the sky, which had obviously moved a lot, and glanced at the white walls rising from the ground, and still felt something was wrong. Rongqi also glanced at Wei Han. She was very focused now, and probably didn't want to be disturbed. He retracted his gaze, and said softly, "Don't disturb her yet. I still need to do some verification with you. I need to try again whether I can make direct contact with you. I will pat your shoulder, okay?" While speaking, Rongqi had already raised his hand politely. Yu Mingchen stared at Brother Hua's sturdy upper arms, then looked at Brother Hua's rough face, and finally fixed his eyes on Brother Hua's palm. Brother Hua's hand is not that rough. It looks pretty good. It is a material that can be used as a hand model, but I don't know if it is because of the muscular arms. Yu Mingchen always feels that this pack can make him vomit blood. Yu Mingchen shuddered and suggested in a trembling voice, "Let me pat your shoulder gently. Of course, I don't mean to take advantage of you. I don't think that's the intention. What I mean is that I think, Brother Hua, you look like you can pat my old blood out with one palm. Let me do it. I don't have much strength. I promise that I will pat you, just like tickling you." Rongqi secretly glanced at his arms and palms, thinking that it was not that exaggerated, right? Could it be that this face gave some kind of false power bonus? No matter who pats who, it's just to verify whether they can touch each other directly. So Rongqi didn't mind Yu Mingchen's suggestion, and was very casual. Yu Mingchen really patted Brother Hua's shoulder this time, and his hand really fell on Brother Hua's shoulder, which means that in the current scene, Yu Mingchen can still have direct contact with him. After Rongqi secretly recorded this, he nodded to Yu Mingchen. Thank you for your cooperation. I need to take another look at your phone next, okay? Yu Mingchen took out his phone again, and called up the lock screen interface. He looked at the lock screen wallpaper and exclaimed, "It's amazing. No matter how many times I see this back view, I will be amazed by it. The back view is so amazing, I don't know how shocking it will be from the front." At this time, Wei Han happened to have her back to them. Rongqi subconsciously glanced at her and thought to himself, is her back view amazing? He didn't feel that way, but he felt that he had trained his eyesight to tell whether it was her just by looking at her back. However, the front of Wei Han's true appearance was indeed very shocking. When he first saw her, he didn't dare to look directly at her face, because he would be so beautiful that his heartbeat would accelerate. His thoughts flew away quietly, and he was quickly pulled back to the date and time on Yu Mingchen's phone. In the previous scene stage, the date and time on Yu Mingchen's phone was March 2:15, a little after 10 a.m., but now it has become August 2:14, a little after 3 p.m. Yu Mingchen has never paid much attention to his phone. It was only in the previous stage that he knew to observe some changes on his phone. Now he is looking at the date and time on his phone with Brother Hua, and Yu Mingchen is very surprised. The date and time have changed again? Rongqi did not reply, but adjusted the date on his own phone. Now the date and time on Rongqi's phone are synchronized with the date and time on Yu Mingchen's phone, which is also more than 3 p.m. in August 2:14. This is a discovery that verifies and corrects some previous conjectures. In this scene stage, the time and space of the three of them are synchronized, and it is normal for them to touch each other. In the ring scene stage, they and Yu Mingchen's time and space are not synchronized, but they can touch each other. It should be a problem with the setting of the special scene stage. However, even if their time and space are synchronized now, they cannot cross-select portals because they are in different stages and different routes. In addition, if the new scene stage selected by the player is a parallel world, the date and time on the mobile phone will be synchronized to the new parallel world. So now if you want to continue to check the information of the parallel world with a timeline of March 2:15 in the star calendar, you can no longer find it. Rongqi took out a mechanical watch from his skill space. The watch shows the time flow rate of Blue Star, and the mobile phone shows the time flow rate of this parallel world. Now for him, the speed on the mobile phone is normal, and the second hand of the mechanical watch is almost stagnant. Yu Mingchen had never done such a direct comparison. He stared at the comparison of the timing on both sides in amazement, and patted his head in annoyance. I am so stupid. Why didn't I think of doing this kind of comparison? I obviously found that the time on the watch was very slow, but I actually thought that there was something wrong with my perception. But even if the time here is very slow, I still have to hurry up and get to the exit. No matter what, there is no way to go with Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. Yu Mingchen sighed worriedly. I don't know what the situation will be if I choose one of the two. It's really troublesome. I mean, this copy is really troublesome, not Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. Don't get me wrong. After Rongqi finished the comparison, he suddenly asked Yu Mingchen, "What's your mobile phone number?" Yu Mingchen didn't ask anything, and directly reported his number. After reporting, he found that Brother Hua actually called him directly, and then he rang and the call was connected. Seeing that the call was connected, Rongqi hung up first. Yu Mingchen saw this and roughly understood Brother Hua's idea. Are we testing whether we can make calls and contact each other in this situation? Yu Mingchen held the phone and asked proactively, then should I try to call my companions now to see if I can contact them? You can try. Rongqi nodded. You can keep doing what you did before. Every certain period of time and every time you reach a new stage, regardless of whether the date is refreshed, you can call your companions and try. Maybe you can get in touch with each other. Okay. Yu Mingchen held the phone and concentrated on tapping the phone numbers one by one. Rongqi then took 2 steps towards Wei Han. Wei Han knew it was him, so he was not on guard against him, and did not want to put away the phone interface. Rongqi was not surprised to see the reminder of dialing on her phone interface. She was also trying to see if she could contact her companions outside the dungeon after coming to this new stage of the scene, that is, whether she could contact the original world with a timeline of September 2:10 in the star calendar. The result was that, as expected, every companion could not be contacted. After all, many of the information on their mobile phones were refreshed synchronously. Wei Han was calling his companions while checking the information of the parallel world in this timeline. Did you find anything? Rongqi asked secretly. Wei Han stared at the forum interface on his phone. This parallel world seems to be developing tourism in low-difficulty dungeons, and their forums are all discussing dungeon specialties and the like. I watched for a while, then I applied for a new account and posted a post. You can take a look. While transmitting the message, Wei Han also adjusted the virtual screen and pushed it towards Rong Qi. She really dared to do it. In the ring scene, he took Yu Mingchen's phone and just checked a lot of information. He didn't dare to send any messages with Yu Mingchen's phone. As a result, she now dares to post directly using her own mobile phone. Rong Qi lowered her head and looked at the virtual screen interface. She divided the virtual screen into 3 screens. The one on the left was used for making calls, the middle one was a browser to read some news and information, and the one on the right opened the forum interface, which was exactly the post she posted. Post title: I am a person from a parallel world in a copy called Portal Maze, and I crossed into your world in the copy, so I posted this post you see. If you are interested, you can click in for friendly communication. Rong Qi was numb after reading the title. He thought she would be very direct, but being so direct was beyond his imagination. He looked at the number of replies to the post carefully, and it was already hundreds. No wonder she had been tossing for so long. It turned out that she had been replying to the post. I read it on my mobile phone. It won't affect your use of the mobile phone. Rong Qi didn't think of using her mobile phone to read the post. Anyway, now his mobile phone also has the information of this parallel world synchronized. Wei Han agreed very much. Okay, then you can reply to comments worth replying to if you see any. Rong Qi wanted to ask, what are the comments worth replying to? But seeing that she was multitasking and too busy, she stopped and decided to figure it out on her own. After refreshing the various information on the phone, the software on it was similar, and it can be seen that the software in this parallel world is mainly the same few. Rong Qi clicked on the Zaibeifeng forum app and entered the player discussion section. There was no need to search at all. The first post on the first page was the post posted by Wei Han. Wei Han registered a new account here. The ID is Weiwei001. Rong Qi stared at this ID for a while, but didn't ask her why she didn't try to log into the original account. She thought that she must have tried it before, or had other considerations, so she registered a new account. Speaking of which, it was really outrageous that she could really register successfully. In a few seconds when Rong Qi was thinking about it, Wei Han's post had hundreds of replies. In just a dozen minutes, this post became a hot post. It must be said that Wei Han's post was direct, and the effect seemed to be quite good. Anyway, they just passed by this parallel world in this maze. No matter how exaggerated the remarks were, they would not have any serious consequences if they spoke the truth directly through the mobile phone. They could indeed do whatever they wanted with their mobile phones. Rong Qi guessed that perhaps Wei Han was so bold and direct because of this. The post Wei Han posted seemed to be a prank post, so the front row replies were all meaningless spam, such as squatting in the front row. Oh, a prank? Ha ha, it's already 214 years, is there still such a cliched idea? Basically they were just having fun and didn't take it seriously. These were relatively friendly, and some were sarcastic. Ahaha, I said I was traveling back from the future. It's so funny, which hospital released the OP? Hee hee hee, don't you come up with a better reason? It's so funny, where's the Portal Maze copy? I've never heard of it. I'm a Steen Bun. If you want to find someone to chat with, just say it directly. It's not shameful, but posting this kind of sensational post is shameful. Copy Tourism Development Department. I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to have a friendly exchange with you. I just want to curse at you in a friendly way. Where did the little account come from to go crazy here? And it's a parallel world. It's hilarious. Faced with these mocking replies, Wei Han only picked some to reply, such as the comment that mentioned that there was no Portal Maze copy. Wei Han would reply, because it mentioned information that needed attention. And when Wei Han replied, his tone was very sincere, and he looked very serious. Some new netizens saw that the reply of the host seemed very serious and sincere, so they had a basic good impression of the host, thinking that even if the host came to have fun and act, the host was still very dedicated, and some people didn't need to be so dirty, and the host was obviously always very polite. So some netizens really talked to the host, and helped the host to fight those who spoke impolitely. At this point, the direction of the post was gradually pulled back, and it seemed that the two sides were chatting back and forth. Of course, it is not ruled out that some netizens were fooling the host. For example, Rong Qi saw a netizen vividly saying, "People in our world all take S-level dungeon monsters as pets, and each one is more perverted than the monsters. My pet is an A-level dungeon monster, and it is not even presentable. By the way, what is the situation in your world?" In addition to these seemingly foolish remarks, The replies were much friendlier than Rong-chi imagined. Maybe because the post gradually became quite popular, there were more and more replies, and Wei Han also picked out the replies, and the replies were all very serious. Rong-chi was a little worried for some reason, and couldn't help but remind her through voice transmission, "You should know that some people are fooling you, right? You won't take some remarks that seem to be fooling you seriously, right?" Wei Han was typing seriously, and received his voice transmission in her mind, and couldn't help but look up and glance at him, as if asking him, "Do I look so stupid?" After taking a glance, Wei Han lazily sent a voice message to him, "Your worry is just for nothing. Rong-chi, eh." After that, Rong-chi stopped bothering her, and focused on reading the replies from netizens in the parallel world. For netizens in the parallel world, they might be playing some kind of immersive forum game. Occasionally, someone would sigh out of context and say, "The OP's acting is really good. It really makes me feel like it's someone from a completely different world from us. It's too serious." Every time Rong-chi saw such a sigh, he wanted to say, "What kind of acting is that? Everything is real, okay?" The two of them were staring at the forum replies on their phones, collecting the information they wanted, while Yu Mingchen, who had just walked away to try to call his companions, had finished and walked back. After Rong-chi noticed Yu Mingchen approaching, he turned around and stood in front of Yu Mingchen, leaving some distance for Wei Han. "How is it?" Rong-chi closed the interface of his mobile phone, leaving only the main body of the mobile phone in his palm. "Are there any partners I can contact?" Yu Mingchen's attention was a little attracted by Brother Hua's mobile phone, but he forced his eyes back to Brother Hua's face, and replied with some disappointment, "I still can't contact anyone." "Brother Hua, what are you and Teacher Ming looking at? I'm really curious. If you are taking actions that are inconvenient to tell me, then I will move away. Or should I act alone first?" Yu Mingchen could feel that Brother Hua was deliberately keeping a distance between him and Teacher Ming. No need. After hearing the conversation here, Wei Han took the initiative to put away his phone, and walked a few steps towards Yu Mingchen. "We can pause here first. Now let's see how to find the portal of this copy, and help you enter the next stage." Yu Mingchen was a little embarrassed and asked embarrassedly, "Is this too much trouble for you?" "Well, in fact, I can explore the puzzles of this copy by myself. I am not a useless person who knows nothing. I have gone through so many stages by myself, that's it. You really don't need to suspend your plans to help me. It doesn't matter. And it's not all for you. We also need to figure out how to pass this scene stage." While Wei Han was talking, he had quietly used Eye of Truth to look around, wanting to see the portal directly. Yu Mingchen didn't know that Teacher Ming had such a supernatural skill. He just thought that Teacher Ming was also observing the surrounding environment. He took the initiative to express his feelings. "I feel like something is strange here, but I can't tell." Rong-chi knew that she was using skills, so he took the initiative to take over Yu Mingchen's words. He pointed to the ground and the wall, and looked up at the sun in the sky, reminding, "Shadow. Whether it is us or those walls, there are no shadows under the sunlight." After Brother Hua's reminder, Yu Mingchen remembered to look at his feet, and immediately clapped his hands. "Yes, yes, yes. There is no shadow. The sun is so big, but we have no shadows, and those walls don't cast shadows on the ground. I'm slow, I just feel weird, but I haven't noticed the key point." Yu Mingchen reflected seriously, "I need to be more careful and attentive. I need to learn from Brother Hua and Teacher Ming. So the level of this scene stage is related to shadows?" Rong-chi spread his hands, and now needs to wait for Wei Han's observation results. Wei Han is now using the skill, Eye of Truth, to superimpose the perspective eye, and indeed saw some portals on some white walls very intuitively. No, it's more like portal shadows. The part of the portal that she can see in her field of vision is a black shadow-like silhouette, attached to the surface of the white wall, like a shadow, but when the line of sight moves forward, there is no real object that casts this shadow. Wei Han only looked for a while, then retracted his sight, and then suddenly seemed to see something, forcibly changed the original direction of movement, and moved a few steps in another direction. During this process, his eyes were always fixed on a wall in the distance. Yu Mingchen had no idea what Teacher Ming had discovered. He turned around to look at Brother Hua, and found that Brother Hua also had a serious face, and was looking at a large wall in the distance following Teacher Ming's line of sight. Yu Mingchen also looked over there, but there was nothing on the wall, just a spotless, clean white wall. In fact, in Wei Han's current field of vision, there was a slender shadow on the wall she was staring at. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be her shadow. Chapter 186. Wei Han wanted to understand what was so special about this shadow, so she tried to move it to see if it would produce corresponding movements, that is, to test the current state of the shadow. After all, under normal circumstances, the shadow should not be so far away, and it should not need to be seen through skills. She suspected very much that when they didn't know, the shadow was happily moving freely, shuttling through every wall. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain why there was only her shadow on the wall where her shadow was found, and Rong-Chi and Yu-Mingchen's shadows had not been found yet. Judging from the distance between her, Rong-Chi, and Yu-Mingchen, if the shadow was related to the position, then the shadows of the three of them would appear on the same wall. When Wei Han moved or made some movements, the shadow on the distant wall also made the same movement, and the same movement. At first glance, the shadow seemed to have no other abnormalities except that the position was a little strange. But after Wei Han superimposed the motion capture skill on his eyes, he stared at the shadow for a while, and caught the shadow's movement with a very short delay. When she unexpectedly made some more complicated movements, such as making some shadow gestures to make the shadows of her hands form the silhouettes of some small animals, the delay of the shadow would increase, and the shadows of her hands on the wall had a slight deviation from the shadow shape that her gestures could actually form. These findings are enough to show that the shadows on the wall are very problematic, or to be more cautious, whether it is her shadow or not needs to be questioned. At the same time, it is necessary to explore whether the shadow on the wall will affect them, and what is the matter with the shadow of the portal on the wall. Wei Han does not think that the portal in that state can smoothly transfer them to the next stage. Even how to enter the portal is a problem. Since it is possible to find the shadow corresponding to her, it should be possible to find the shadows corresponding to Rong-Chi and Yu-Mingchen. After Wei Han tried the shadow corresponding to her, he planned to find the shadows corresponding to Rong-Chi and Yu-Mingchen first. It will be more convenient to make comparisons after finding them, and to conduct in-depth observation and investigation. Wei Han's silent behavior made Yu-Mingchen have a lot of question marks in his heart, especially when he saw Teacher Ming staring at the wall in the distance, while making complex hand shadow gestures. The speed of conversion was very fast, and the afterimage could almost be seen. At first glance, it seemed like he was performing some difficult finger dance. He looked at Brother Hua with a head full of question marks, thinking that Brother Hua would be as confused as himself. But Brother Hua looked calm and had no doubts about Teacher Ming's strange actions. This made Yu-Mingchen feel as if he was excluded from the group chat again. There was a magnetic field between the two people, and outsiders could not join or keep up with their tacit understanding. Yu-Mingchen felt that he really couldn't do it. Although he could guess that Teacher Ming must have used a relatively powerful skill to observe and survey, he still couldn't be as calm and composed as Brother Hua. He was madly curious about what Teacher Ming saw when he made such a move and stared at the white wall. What did he see that he couldn't see when he was about to be tortured by the doubts in his heart and couldn't help but want to ask? Teacher Ming finally turned his eyes back to the two of them. Wei Han raised his hand and pointed at the wall he was staring at just now, and said slowly, "I used my skills to see something. Logically, the shadow on that wall should be my shadow, but the position and synchronization of this shadow are weird." Hearing her say that she saw a shadow on the white wall, Rong-Chi was thoughtful, and looked like she had expected it. Yu-Mingchen was more surprised, and after the surprise, he was more puzzled. Wei Han did not wait for the two to respond, but continued to suggest, "You can move around freely first. For example, check if there are any mysteries in these white walls. Anyway, just follow your ideas to see if you can make some new discoveries. I am going to see if I can find the shadows corresponding to you two on other walls. We will summarize everyone's findings later, okay?" Rong-Chi nodded, "Okay. When you are done, let me know at any time." Yu-Mingchen originally had a lot of questions in his mind, but seeing that Brother Hua did not ask anything and directly agreed, he also responded very cooperatively. "Okay, Teacher Ming, you can go without worry. Everyone should be careful and pay attention to safety. Although no monsters have been seen here for the time being, we must remain vigilant and not relax." Yu-Mingchen's last two instructions were completely his personal habits. After all, he was the captain of the team. Every time the team members were to act in groups, he had to make a special reminder. After he finished speaking subconsciously, he suddenly came to his senses. In front of him were two players, who were many dimensions stronger than him. Those ferocious monsters were like toys to them. His face turned red in a second, and he hurriedly explained, "Sorry. I don't mean to guide you, nor do I want to order you. It's just that I used to tell the team members this way, and it has become a habit. I was not careful." Then, he laughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Given the gap in strength between us and you, the person who should pay the most attention to safety is me. Ha! Just treat this as me saying it to myself. Teacher Ming and Brother Hua just ignore me. I hope it doesn't have a bad influence on you. Wei Han and Rongqi listened to him patiently, and then Rongqi smiled friendly and comforted him. Don't think so, we know you are kind. In fact, I and Mr. Ming. The gap in strength between the two teachers is quite large, and I often worry about her without authorization. Ha ha, I can understand your feelings. Wei Han did not say anything to comfort her, but also issued her instructions and reminders. You are right. Everyone should pay attention to safety. Don't relax just because you can't see monsters here now. Always stay vigilant. This is a good habit. Hearing the two people's speeches, Yu Mingchen smiled awkwardly. It's me who is being coy. I will pay attention and try to explore. Wei Han nodded again and walked in other directions. It seemed that he was just walking normally, but his steps were ghostly, and there was a short-distance teleportation effect. With a blink of an eye, he would suddenly move to a farther place. Yu Mingchen stood there and stared curiously for a long time, and he was a little unresponsive. How could he watch and the person drift away? He blinked hard and wondered if his eyes were wrong. Okay, I'm going to act too. Do you want to act with me, or do you want to act alone? Rongqi clapped his hands to bring Yu Mingchen back to his senses. Yu Mingchen replied without thinking, I want to act with you. I'm worried that I'm too dull. If I act alone, I will miss some important information. This scene stage looks like a level that requires thinking. My brain is not very good. Rongqi smiled and said, Don't underestimate yourself. Then let's act together. I want to see what these materials on the ground that look like a whole piece of metal floor are like, and I also want to see what materials these walls are made of. If possible, I also want to draw a rough map of this area, which can be taken by drone. Yu Mingchen was determined to study hard with Brother Hua during this stage. While listening carefully to Brother Hua's plan, he took out a palm-sized notebook and took handwritten notes. He bent slightly and waited beside Rongqi. The picture looked like a mentor with a student. Yu Mingchen even used honorifics to address Rongqi respectfully, took notes, and politely said, Please continue, I will listen carefully. Rongqi, no need. Rongqi led Yu Mingchen to take action like a disciple, and Wei Han was moving between the white walls. These white walls of different heights and sizes were randomly arranged, and they cleverly formed a loose maze on this flat ground. After Wei Han walked out of Yu Mingchen's sight, he began to use the split skill, first releasing Wei Wei, and letting Wei Wei take the camera to the air to take aerial photos in the invisible state. Then use Matryoshka split to split 4 small clones, let these small clones act separately, and check if there are any other abnormalities on these white walls. The main body simulates Eye of Truth to find shadows that can correspond to Rongqi and Yu Mingchen, and also take a close look at the portals on the walls to see if there are any discoveries from a close observation. While conducting various explorations, Wei Han would occasionally look up at the sky, or take time to check the replies on the mobile forum. Wei Han was busy with the adventure in the dungeon, and could no longer stare at the post as before, but the popularity of the post was not affected at all. There were still many netizens in parallel time who left half-true and half-false messages in the post. After the host's reply frequency decreased, many netizens even squatted to be turned over by the host, as if it was a happy thing to be replied by the host. Wei Han himself did not quite understand this trend, so this matter had to be put aside for now. Now let's figure out the answer to this stage. Let Yu Mingchen continue to move forward, and she and Rongqi can practice. When they are resting during practice, they will continue to collect relevant information about this parallel world. Within 10 minutes, Wei Han successfully found 3 different shapes of portal shadows using the Eye of Truth, for fan-shaped shadows, 6 hexagonal star-shaped shadows, and the last one, the hourglass-shaped shadow. So far, 10 have been found. Based on the number of each portal shadow, it can be basically determined that the hourglass-shaped portal is the one for Yu Mingchen to choose. The fan-shaped portal is the exit route option for Wei Han and Rongqi to choose. The hexagonal star-shaped portal is an option for Wei Han and Rongqi to choose more routes. From the observation so far, the portal shadow has no signs of moving and has always stayed at the place where it was first seen. When Wei Han observed the portal closely, he also split number 5 into a small clone and asked number 5 to try to enter the portal directly through the wall. The first time was to let number 5 hit the wall directly without using any skills to see if it would hit the wall or penetrate the wall directly. The result was that number 5 hit the wall directly, and even the main body felt a buzzing in the head, which meant that although she saw the location of the portal directly through the cheating skills, the way to enter the portal was wrong. The second time, Wei Han asked number 5 to use the penetration skill, and have the ability to penetrate the wall to see if he could pass through the portal after passing through the wall. As a result, number 5 only came from the front of the wall to the back of the wall, and did not pass through the portal, which means that this is not the correct way to enter the portal. Wei Han used the Eye of Truth to check the surroundings again, but still did not see any portals anywhere outside the wall. There were only shadows of portals on the wall, which ruled out the possibility of transparent portals. If there were portals that could not be seen with the Eye of Truth, these portals were randomly located in certain positions, and cast corresponding shadows on these walls. Then her multiple clones did not trigger any mechanism when they moved freely here. His train of thought was temporarily interrupted, and Wei Han began to let the clones figure out the materials of the wall and floor, while he continued to look for the shadow corresponding to the player. The shadow of the portal will not move, but the shadow of the player seems to be moving freely. For example, if Wei Han returns to the position before she set out, she can no longer see the shadow she had just seen. These shadows will move, and the speed of the shadows seems to be not slow. Wei Han wants to try to catch these shadows, and she plans to use 2 fishing rod skills to try. After making this plan, Wei Han took a deep breath, simulated the black fishing rod first, and then used the skills that increase speed and agility, and began to race with the shadows in this unformed maze formation. Rong Qi and Yu Mingchen were a bit slow. Just now, they conducted a preliminary investigation on the materials of the floor and walls. Now Yu Mingchen was carrying the big hammer that Rong Qi took out from the skill space, and wanted to knock these walls open to see what the inside of the wall looked like. After Yu Mingchen gritted his teeth and raised the big hammer, he was about to smash it on the wall, and suddenly a black shadow flashed in his peripheral vision. The speed was very fast, so fast that when he looked over, there was nothing, making it seem like it was just his illusion. Yu Mingchen frowned while holding up the big hammer and asked Brother Hua for confirmation. Brother Hua, did you feel a shadow flash by just now? It shouldn't be my illusion, right? What is it? Could it be the shadow that Teacher Ming mentioned? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. No, those shadows. Shouldn't we not be able to see them? Or can we see them now? Rong Qi's dynamic vision is better than his. Or it should be said that, after coming out of the Purple Mist dungeon, his blood is merged with a certain substance in Wei Han's blood, and some of his physical qualities seem to have improved significantly. Because of this difference, Rong Qi could capture more information, so he knew very well. The black shadow that flashed by was not a shadow, but Wei Han moving quickly. If he was not mistaken, she seemed to be holding different fishing rods in both hands, and he didn't know what she was trying to catch. He replied in a succinct way, "It's not a shadow. It's Teacher Ming who is moving. She moves very fast. You can't see it clearly without the skill of enhancing dynamic vision. It's okay, it has nothing to do with us. We are busy with our own things." Brother Hua's answer made Yu Mingchen feel that he knew every word, but when they were combined, he felt that he couldn't understand it. It turned out that the speed of movement just now was really just walking for Teacher Ming. To be honest, Teacher Ming's speed was already far ahead of the monsters. Even the monsters he had seen that were famous for their fast movement speed were probably not even 1/10 of Teacher Ming's. With such a speed, the monster was enough to beat many monsters. Yu Mingchen was actually quite curious. Did Teacher Ming discover something? Otherwise, why would he suddenly start moving so fast? It looked like he was going to hunt something. Rong Qi used a blue whiteboard marker to draw some crosses on the wall for positioning, and pointed at the large and small crosses to remind Yu Mingchen to come back to his senses. Okay, don't worry about Teacher Ming. Do you see this? Just smash it here. If you are tired, take a break and let me do it. Don't be stubborn. Yu Mingchen was pulled back to his senses again. He tightened his hands a little, and after Brother Hua stepped back a little, he smashed down hard at the place where Brother Hua had marked. Both of them were prepared to hear a strong impact sound. However, when the sledgehammer hit the wall, Yu Mingchen felt like he was hitting a very elastic plastic. There was no bang-bang sound when he hit it. The heavy hammer bounced back, and he was almost blown away. Rong Qi was quick and immediately pulled the sledgehammer back, so that Yu Mingchen would not be injured by being thrown out. Without the restraint of the big hammer, Yu Mingchen still swayed several times before he stood firm. He said with fear, "It's a bit dangerous. When I hit it just now, it didn't seem to hit the wall at all. Instead, it seemed to hit a very elastic rubber and bounce back. This is not right. When we touched it just now, we clearly felt that the wall was hard. How come when we hit the wall, it became a rubber-like material?" Rong Qi was already checking the place where Yu Mingchen had hit it with the answer hammer, and found that there was no trace left on the wall. When he touched the wall, he found that the wall was still hard. No matter how hard he pressed in, there was no dent at all. He was busy doing other tests, and didn't pay attention to Yu Mingchen's words for a while. Yu Mingchen didn't care, and came over to see what Brother Hua would do next. His hands were still shaking slightly from overexerting, but he still stubbornly took out his notebook and pen and wrote down the crooked words with shaking hands. Rongqi put the hammer aside, took out a sharp knife from the skill space, and tried to scratch the wall. He found that when the blade passed through the wall changed, and the surface seemed to have turned into a layer of water film. The marks made by the knife on it would soon return to their original state. Yu Mingchen looked at the change and tried to press it. He found that in this state, his fingers would gradually sink into the wall, as if they had touched some liquid. He quickly pulled his fingers back, unable to hide his words, and guessed, "Does it mean that these walls will change their states according to different situations? Why do I feel like these walls are alive?" Rongqi put the knife back into the skill space. Before taking out new things from the skill space, he glanced at Yu Mingchen. "It's hard to say. Maybe it's really alive, similar to a life form that we can't understand. As for whether it is, wait until you get out of this copy and look at Wei Han's copy biological illustrations to know. A life form that humans can't understand." Yu Mingchen pondered this sentence, looked at the strange wall in front of him, and then recalled his rich copy experience, and said in agreement, "It makes sense, I think so too." "So do you have fire skills?" Rongqi wanted to roast these walls with fire next to see if there would be any new discoveries. Regardless of whether these walls are alive or dead, the basic tests are necessary. This is what he learned from Wei Han, or it should be said that people get redder when they are around red, and blacker when they are around black. After spending a long time with Wei Han, he also unconsciously developed similar habits to Wei Han. His fire skills are attack skills, and cannot be used. He originally wanted to take out the musket from the skill space, but he thought that Yu Mingchen might have fire skills, so he asked Yu Mingchen first. Yu Mingchen was a little confused and didn't understand why the topic suddenly jumped to whether he had fire skills. He was stunned for a moment, and nodded a little slowly. "I do have fire skills, but they are not very powerful ones. They tend to attack groups. The skill name is Small Sea of Fire." "Brother Hua, what do you want to do with your fire skills?" Rongqi clapped his hands, somewhat surprised. "Group attack fire skills are even better. Just set a fire and burn these walls." "Ah?" Yu Mingchen was a little stunned, but he still took out the skill seriously, and a small ball of fire condensed above his palm. "Which direction should I set it in?" Rongqi didn't think twice. "Just set it anywhere, as long as it can burn these walls." Yu Mingchen said, "Oh," and put the fire on the wall a little distance away from them. He didn't want to be burned by his own skills. After Yu Mingchen released his skills, a ball of fire suddenly sprang up on the ground, and the fire quickly surrounded several walls in the distance. They observed the changes of the wall from a distance, but after watching for a while, the two found that the fire seemed to be actively spreading towards them. It looked like the walls were counterattacking them. Yu Mingchen suddenly pressed his arm. "Hiss. Is it because the fire is approaching us? I feel like my hand is very hot." "No, it can be said to be hot. If I were still an ordinary person, my arm might be burned." As he spoke, he himself became confused. "But that's not right. The fire is still a little distance away. It hasn't burned me yet. With the strength of this skill, only if the skill fire really burns me will I feel this way. I can't feel the heat so quickly. Did these walls use some tricks, Brother Hua? Should we take any action?" Rongqi was also looking down at his feet. Yu Mingchen felt a burning sensation in his arms, and he just felt a burning sensation in his calves on both sides. It was only a very short-lived feeling, not a counterattack from the burning walls. If it was a counterattack, it should be more intense. "I don't know what's going on yet, but I don't think it's the wall fighting back. There should be something else." Rongqi was only halfway through his words when a barely perceptible cold wind blew by, causing him to subconsciously stop for a moment and look at the skill fire that was still burning. Yu Mingchen was listening carefully when he noticed that he suddenly stopped and looked at the walls that were being burned by the fire skills. He was worried that something had happened, so he immediately looked over, but he was stunned when he looked over. The fire was suddenly put out, and I don't know how it was put out, but once the fire of this skill is released, it is very difficult to put out, and it will burn for at least 20 minutes. This change made Yu Mingchen panic immediately. "Brother Hua, I said these walls would fight back. Now these walls can interrupt my skills. These walls seem to be more difficult than we thought." His words were suddenly interrupted by a female voice from behind. "Don't guess blindly. I put out the fire with my skills. What are you doing here? Why are you suddenly using fire skills?" The two who heard the voice immediately turned around and saw that Teacher Ming had returned, and his hands were slightly raised, keeping a grasping motion, as if he was holding something they couldn't see. Facing teacher Ming's questioning, Yu Mingchen always felt like a child who had done something wrong, and was too ashamed to speak. Rongqi also inexplicably felt guilty, as if he had messed up something and was caught. He touched the tip of his nose and explained in a low voice, because we just made some attempts on these walls, and found that these walls seemed to have some strange characteristics. We thought about whether we could find more discoveries by roasting them with fire. Wei Han stared at Rongqi, then blinked, and then sent a voice message to Rongqi. She sighed for a long time, and then she said, "I think I really led you astray." Rongqi, she said that in the voice message, but in front of Yu Mingchen, she said to Rongqi, "I see, this is a good idea. But when you first try to use fire, you can use fire skills with a smaller skill range, otherwise it is easy to overturn." Yu Mingchen took notes frantically, very seriously. But the most important thing is to make the situation clearer before making these attempts. Your shadows were almost burned by the fire just now. Did you feel anything? While speaking, Wei Han raised her hand slightly. I found the shadows of all three of us. Finally confirmed that our shadows will run, and our shadows cannot be seen directly with the naked eye. Rongqi and Yu Mingchen looked at her hands, and then looked around her, and found that they really couldn't see anything. After confirming that they really couldn't see the shadow, the two turned their attention back to Teacher Ming's question. Yu Mingchen rubbed his arms. Just now I felt a strong burning sensation in my arms, and now I still feel it burning. I thought it was these walls that were fighting back against us. Rongqi looked down at his calves. Just now I felt a burning sensation on both sides of my calves, but now it's okay, just a little hot, no other feeling. So we felt burned because our shadows ran to the burned wall? Rongqi immediately raised the key point. Does the damage to the shadows mean that it will be reflected on us? Wei Han nodded, it should be. However, although I caught these shadows, I didn't find anything else except what you mentioned. Through my skills, the portals I can see are also in the state of shadows. For the time being, I have no idea how to enter the portal. What did you find? Is there anything strange about these walls? What makes you want to burn them with fire? Rongqi explained to her the results of his and Yu Mingchen's experiments. There was not much content, and the report was completed quickly. After learning that the wall would change state when it was attacked differently, Wei Han had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Then we can try to see if we can successfully enter the portal under different states of the wall. Come with me. Let Yu Mingchen try to enter the portal. Yu Mingchen immediately expressed a strong willingness to cooperate. Okay. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. So, under the leadership of Wei Han, Rongqi, and Yu Mingchen followed her for nearly 20 minutes, shuttled between one high and thick white wall after another, and moved to a new location. According to Wei Han, the wall they were facing was 10 meters long, 8 meters high, and 30 centimeters thick. There was an hourglass-shaped portal shadow on it. This portal was chosen for Yu Mingchen. But in the eyes of Rongqi and Yu Mingchen, the wall in front of them was still empty. Of course, Wei Han said that Rongqi and Yu Mingchen could not see anything on the smaller wall next to the shadows of the three of them. In order to let Yu Mingchen accurately grasp the location of the portal, Wei Han borrowed a blue whiteboard pen from Rongqi and drew the silhouette of the portal on the wall. Wei Han also drew the shadow that couldn't run around now, so that the two teammates wouldn't be blind the whole time. After seeing the shape drawn on the wall, Rongqi and Yu Mingchen felt a little more involved, otherwise they really felt like they were blind. The positioning has been done, and the next attempt is to transform this wall into a liquid-like state, and then let Yu Mingchen immerse himself in it to see whether he will pass through the portal or directly penetrate the wall. According to the information provided by Rongqi, it is necessary to scratch the wall with a sharp weapon to transform the wall into a liquid-like state. So Wei Han secretly discussed with Rongqi and asked Rongqi to look for it in the skill space. Finally, he found the 40-meter broadsword that Rongqi bought out of curiosity when he was young and ignorant. The process of Rongqi pulling out the broadsword from the skill space bit by bit made Yu Mingchen's jaw almost dislocate. Compared with this sword, the 10-meter by 8-meter wall looks weak, pitiful, and helpless. The image of Brother Hua holding the sword looked like an ant carrying a leaf, and the person looked like a Lilliputian. Yu Mingchen really wanted to ask, "Brother, why do you have such a thing?" Of course, what made Yu Mingchen even more stunned was that it was a 40-meter long sword. Why could Brother Hua pick it up so easily, and even wanted to make a sword flower? He was so shocked that he reached out and knocked it to confirm that it was indeed a real sword, not a plastic product. The weight of this sword can be imagined. Wei Han thought this sword was very interesting. After watching Rongqi playing with it for a while, he also curiously came over and wanted to borrow it to play with it. Rongqi is now playing with the sword easily, and said with great emotion, When I bought it, I couldn't even lift it, but now I can play with it easily. It feels okay, but it seems not heavy enough, so they must have cut corners, right? Yu Mingchen, eh? Rongqi analyzed it, and handed the sword to Wei Han, reminding him, don't use too much force. It's not so heavy that you need to use too much force. Wei Han took it in silence and weighed it up. Indeed, they must have cut corners. Was it expensive when you bought it? It was quite expensive. I was really a spendthrift back then. Not good, not good. Rongqi learned from his mistakes. I must bargain hard when buying things in the future. Thriftiness is a virtue. Yu Mingchen, eh? Seeing how the two of them could lift the sword so easily, Yu Mingchen almost thought he could do it too. Wei Han held up the sword and moved a little further back. Seeing that the distance was about right, he lowered the height a little. Then, the long sword was suspended above the white wall, as if it could split the wall in half with a chop. How should I put it? The intimidation effect was maximized. Yu Mingchen looked at the wall silently, and then exclaimed in surprise. Why does this wall look like it's about to melt? Am I seeing this right? Under the sunlight, the wall they chose looked like melting snow. There seemed to be liquid slowly flowing down the wall. The edges and corners became softer visibly, the height was shrinking, and even the thickness was decreasing. After the wall melted, it was almost the same as the floor, with the feeling of silver-white liquid metal. Judging from the melting speed, it is roughly estimated that in less than 10 minutes, this wall will be completely flattened. Rongqi and Wei Han are very observant, so they naturally discovered this at the first time. Both of them were a little speechless. Didn't they do anything yet? This wall was scared like this? Yu Mingchen suggested with some concern. Teacher Ming, Brother Hua, do you think? Can we stop? In this state, I should be able to try to pass. Wei Han raised the knife up expressionlessly, raised his chin, and said to Yu Mingchen, come here and tell me your player number. If Yu Mingchen tried to pass the portal directly this time, then she should explain everything before he started trying. Yu Mingchen walked towards her obediently, but when it came to reporting the player number, he suddenly slowed down. Teacher Ming, are you going to transfer that item to me? I said I don't need it. Such a precious item should be kept for yourself, not something that can be given away casually. Wei Han was unmoved. Give me the player number. Yu Mingchen was silent, and after a stalemate with her for a while, he still lost, but before reporting the number, he promised seriously, I will never use this item, nor will I resell it. If we meet again, I will return this item to you. Wei Han lowered his head and operated, choosing anonymous transfer, not caring about his guarantee, whatever you want. After the ticket to exit the copy portal was successfully transferred, Wei Han let Yu Mingchen continue to move, and reminded him, considering the comfort when passing, maybe it would be better for you to wrap yourself with the bubble skill. After Yu Mingchen lowered his head to read the description of the props, his expression was very solemn. Facing Teacher Ming's instructions, he nodded heavily. If I successfully enter the portal this time, then I hope I can see you again. He also realized that if this attempt was successful, it would mean separation. After saying that, Yu Mingchen turned and walked towards the wall that looked very soft. Because of the softening of the wall, the shape of the portal originally marked was a little distorted. When approaching the wall, Yu Mingchen gave himself a bubble skill and wrapped himself in a bubble. While holding the knife, Wei Han used the skill and stared at the state of the portal after the wall softened, which was still in the shape of a shadow. This discovery made Wei Han feel that this attempt might not be so smooth. At this time, half of Yu Mingchen's body was buried in the wall, and soon the whole person disappeared. But he did not enter any portal, but just penetrated directly to the other side of the wall, like using the wall penetrating technique. After he passed through, he immediately went back around the wall, scratched his head and said with a smile, it seems that this is not the correct posture to enter the portal. Wei Han returned the big knife to Rongqi beside him, and replied without surprise, I guessed it just now. Next, I will lead your shadow, and let your shadow overlap with the shadow of the portal. This attempt should be carried out twice, once on the softened wall, and once on the wall of normal hardness. Since this is all related to the shadow, they can indeed try to let the shadow that has been moving freely overlap with the shadow of the portal. Perhaps what they need to do is to let their shadow pass through the portal. Considering that if there is no cheating skill, Eye of Truth, normal players cannot see their own shadows here, perhaps this is the biggest difficulty at this stage. Based on this conjecture, several people did several more experiments, but none of them got the desired results. Letting everyone's shadow overlap with the shadow of the portal also failed to enter the portal correctly, indicating that this is not the correct posture to enter the portal. After many attempts, time passed slowly, and the sun in the sky seemed to be about to set, and the light became much darker than before. It was found that in addition to the changes in light and dark, there was also a layer of cool light blue. Several people looked up at the sky at the same time, and saw a new celestial body rising in the sky, which should be the moon, facing the sun that was about to set. The light blue light came from this moon. The rising moon seemed to bring more than just light blue light. Some dark shadows began to flash in the corner of Yu Mingchen's eyes. He first looked at Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, and found that they had already shifted their sights to the surrounding walls. He immediately looked over, and found that many strange shadows were reflected on the surrounding walls. Chapter 187. In contrast to these shadows, the portal on the wall also appeared. It was attached to the wall, and looked like a mural that would emit a white glow. It looked like it could be entered. But Yu Mingchen was in no mood to care about the portal now. When he saw these shadows, he was shocked and immediately looked in the opposite direction of the shadows. He didn't dare to think about how many monsters appeared to cast such a large number of shadows on the wall. But he looked around and saw nothing. As far as he could see, there were only a few creatures that could move, and there were no monsters gathered in groups. He was completely confused. Why did so many shadows cast on the wall when there was nothing around? Yu Mingchen had many questions. Based on the current anomaly, the first possibility he thought of was that there might be many transparent monsters now. These monsters hid their bodies, but the moonlight in the sky exposed the monsters and illuminated the monster shadows. Based on this conjecture, Yu Mingchen observed the shadows on the wall, quietly moved a few steps to the side, and then used a small skill to see if he could attack anything from a distance. When Yu Mingchen acted on his own, Wei Han and Rong Qi did not move. They were both concentrating on looking at the threatening shadows on the wall, thinking silently. A few seconds later, Yu Mingchen's attack missed, and he did not hit anything. Similarly, his movements and the skills he released still did not form a shadow on the wall. Not only his shadow, but also the shadows of Wei Han and Rong Qi are still in a state that cannot be seen directly with the naked eye. Wei Han was the only one who could see everyone's shadows, know where everyone's shadows were, and control everyone's shadows to avoid other shadows on the wall. Based on the fact that the damage suffered by the shadows when they were moving on the wall would be fed back to the main body, it was speculated that if their shadows were attacked by the strange shadows on the wall, the shadows might not be hurt at all on the surface, but the damage might still be borne by the main body. In addition, Wei Han also wanted to try to use the fishing rod skills to see if he could catch and control these shadows visible to the naked eye, and then study them in depth to find out what these shadows were. From the current situation, it is not known whether it is because Wei Han can control their respective shadows to avoid the shadows on the wall, or there are other reasons. In short, since these shadows appeared, the three have not felt anything abnormal, and they seem to be quite safe. These shadows that appeared on the wall inexplicably, as of now, these shadows cannot directly threaten the players. The shadow of the portal suddenly turned into a glowing wallpaper on the wall. Now what they need to do most is to try whether they can enter the portal now. Wei Han and Rong Qi stared at the densely overlapping shadows on the wall for a while, and then looked at Yu Mingchen, who was still confused. Among the three people, Yu Mingchen was the only one who was out of state. After finding that his attack was completely ineffective, he kept looking around, looking nervous, always worried that there would be invisible monsters that were attacking them in secret. It was precisely because of this state that Yu Mingchen quickly noticed the gazes of the two people, and was a little confused. Mr. Ming, Brother Hua, what's wrong? He still looked very alert. Is there anything unusual? Wei Han thought for a moment, and replied, It's not unusual, but now all the portals have changed their states. Do you want to try again to enter the portal? The possibility of success this time is very high. You can make a careful choice, and pick a portal that you like more. Yu Mingchen was still struggling with the shadows on the wall that looked like monsters. He thought that Mr. Ming looked at him, because she saw some monster in her field of vision. He never thought that Mr. Ming actually asked him to try to enter the portal again. He asked dryly, then, what about the shadows on the wall? They all look like monsters, right? Teacher Ming, didn't you see any monsters when you used your skill? Wei Han shook his head calmly, no monsters, I used my skill to see them. Although there are many shadows on the wall, there is really no monster around us. But these shadows on the wall seem to react to our shadows, and keep trying to get closer to them. But it doesn't matter, I will control our shadows to stay away from other shadows. When she saw the shadows on the wall, the first thing Wei Han did was to use the Eye of Truth to check around. She also wanted to know if there were some monsters that overlapped with their time and space, and were reflected on the wall. But the result was that there was no monster around, and there were indeed no monsters that they could not see around. The shadows on the wall with fangs and claws really appeared out of thin air. There was no monster entity around, and the shadows on the wall seemed to be moving freely. From Wei Han's perspective, these shadows seemed to want to get close to their shadows, but they were afraid to play something. They just kept trying, eager to try, and kept a certain distance from their shadows. They were not too far away, but they did not dare to get too close. Since there were no more problems at the moment, let's continue to find the correct posture to enter the portal. Yu Mingchen was relieved after listening to Teacher Ming's explanation. Then I'm relieved. I don't know how to choose the portal, and I don't know the rules of the portal at all. I will continue to try the portal on this wall directly. Yu Mingchen was referring to the portal where they had been conducting various experiments before. Under the light blue and slightly cold moonlight, the hourglass-shaped portal emitting a white glow also became a little more quiet and mysterious. Yu Mingchen touched the wall and found that the wall was still soft. It might be because Brother Hua had not taken back the 40-meter-long sword, which continued to stimulate the fear of the wall and made it impossible for the wall to return to its hard solid state. Since this is the case, it also facilitates his actions. Yu Mingchen wrapped himself in the bubble skill again and walked straight towards the portal on the wall. This time his figure also sank into the wall very smoothly, but he still penetrated the wall directly, and did not transfer to the next stage through the portal, and turned back from the other side of the wall. Seeing that he was still walking back from the other side of the wall, Wei Han and Rongqi already knew the result without saying more. In other words, this is not the correct way to enter the portal. It seems that the difficulty of this scene stage lies in finding the correct posture to enter the portal. After Yu Mingchen's attempt, the next step is to try to get the shadow to enter the portal. This attempt can only be carried out by Wei Han. After all, only Wei Han can see the shadows of all of them now, and only Wei Han can pull the shadows of 3 people through the fishing line of the skill fishing rod to make the shadows obedient. Rongqi and Yu Mingchen can only watch Wei Han, Mr. Ming, nervously as if he was performing without a physical object, and they don't know how the progress is. What Wei Han is doing now is to pull out Yu Mingchen, who is sticking to her and Rongqi's shadows. Originally, Yu Mingchen's shadow was not so sticky to her and Rongqi's shadows. This shadow seems to realize that she wants to pull it out and press the portal, so it shows resistance. What makes Wei Han a little concerned is that when she manipulates the shadows here and wants to do something, the monster shadows on the wall also become restless, as if they were suddenly injected with vitality, dancing on the wall like a large-scale dance performance. It is also through the activity of the shadows on the wall that Rongqi and Yu Mingchen can have a little reference. The more active the monster shadows on the wall are, the smaller Yu Mingchen's shadow shrinks. It seems that Yu Mingchen's shadow is very afraid of these monster shadows. From this, it is reasonable to guess that the monster shadows on the wall can attack their shadows and cause damage to their shadows. Then the reverse is also true. Their shadows can also attack these monster shadows. Wei Han had just secretly tried to attack the monster shadows on the wall with skills, and found that her attacks had no effect on these monster shadows, and the monster shadows seemed to have no sense of being attacked at all, and seemed to be unaware of her attack. Seeing that the monster shadows clearly wanted to get closer but didn't dare to move, Wei Han even had a wild thought: could these monsters be afraid of her and Rongqi's shadows? Following this line of thought, Wei Han continued to speculate that these monster shadows were afraid of her and Rongqi's shadows, but not Yu Mingchen's shadow. It is very likely that if Yu Mingchen's shadow was separated from their shadows, the monster shadows could attack Yu Mingchen's shadow. After this analysis, Wei Han changed her mind, and no longer forced Yu Mingchen's shadow to be listed separately. Instead, she controlled her and Rongqi's shadows to hold Yu Mingchen's shadow on the left and right. Although the action picture didn't look very beautiful, it could be regarded as a kind of escort. With her and Rongqi's shadows guarding on both sides, it would be much easier to send Yu Mingchen's shadow to the portal. Because the monster shadows were afraid of her and Rongqi's shadows, they took 1 step forward, and the monster shadows retreated 3 steps, making way for them little by little. In less than a minute, Wei Han controlled her and Rongqi's shadows, and moved Yu Mingchen's shadow to the side of the portal. Rongqi and Yu Mingchen had been paying attention to the changes in the monster shadows on the wall. When they saw the monster shadows suddenly make an evasive move, they consciously made way for the portal, and probably imagined in their minds that there were 3 shadows walking on the empty road. Now they could see that the monster shadows that had gathered around the portal just now had dispersed and suddenly retreated quickly, and now the portal was empty. The white wall, which showed a cold tone because the light dimmed, looked darker in contrast to the portal that was emitting a white glimmer, and they were not both white and indistinguishable. Rongqi and Yu Mingchen could roughly guess from this change that Wei Han, Mr. Ming, had brought Yu Mingchen's shadow to the side of the portal. At this time, Wei Han saw Yu Mingchen, who was held by her and Rongqi's shadow, was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to react suddenly, and immediately showed his desire for the portal, struggling to break free from her and Rong-Chi's shadow's control, and stretched out his hand towards the portal. Her and Rong-Chi's shadows showed resistance to this portal. If she hadn't restrained the two shadows with the fishing line of her skill, they would have hidden far away. From the performance of several shadows, it can also be roughly guessed that this might be the correct posture to enter the portal. Then it means that if this attempt is successful, he will really have to say goodbye to Yu Mingchen here. Wei Han didn't want to make it a sudden and unprepared farewell, so he temporarily suppressed the three shadows and shifted his sight from the wall to Yu Mingchen. Yu Mingchen had been staring at the monster shadows that were still waiting for an opportunity to move, even though they were far away from the portal. It took him a while to realize that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua were looking at him again. What happened? Yu Mingchen asked cautiously, in a weak tone, afraid that there was something dangerous, so he didn't dare to say more. We have probably found the correct posture to enter the portal, so if I start trying this time, you may directly enter the next stage. Wei Han said directly. Rong-Chi kindly helped to add, it means that I may have to say goodbye to you here. After Brother Hua explained, Yu Mingchen suddenly understood, oh, so that's how it is. So it means that the way to enter the portal is most likely to let our shadow enter the portal, when the portal emits a white glow. Can I analyze it a little bit? After confirming that the situation was not critical, Yu Mingchen was willing to make additional explanations. I just want to make myself clear about the situation, so that I won't be confused all the time, and exercise my own brain. I don't want to show off deliberately. I just want to ask Teacher Ming and Brother Hua to help me check and see if there is any deviation in the problem-solving process I figured out. Is it correct? Is it okay? Wei Han nodded. In fact, she had already sorted out her thoughts. If Yu Mingchen wanted to check the answer, it would just be regarded as another verification. After getting Mr. Ming's approval, Yu Mingchen cleared his throat and began his analysis and summary. My idea is this. The difficulty of this scene stage is how to successfully enter the portal. If this attempt is successful, then we can reverse the solution ideas for this level. First, sort out the conditions of this attempt. The player's shadow needs to enter the portal in the lighted state. The biggest difficulty here is that the player can't see his own shadow at all. At the same time, the player's shadow will move freely and run around everywhere, which is not under the control of the player himself. On the basis of the biggest difficulty, there are some superimposed difficulties. Even if the player's shadow will take the initiative to find the portal, it is very likely to be besieged by the monster shadow. When the player's shadow is attacked by the monster shadow, the damage will be directly reflected on the player. Considering that normal players may not know the existence of shadows from beginning to end, when players are inexplicably injured, they may not understand what is going on. If you are lucky, you may notice the movement of the monster shadow on the wall before being killed, but you may not be able to see where your shadow is from the siege of the monster. In this case, it is difficult for players to avoid being injured, let alone try to pass through the portal in the right way. Players have no idea where to start. Even if you know that the portal is there, it is difficult to reach it. The level of this stage scene is really beyond the scope for normal players. The more Yu Mingchen analyzed, the paler his face became. He realized that he had chosen this scene with Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. He was really careless. If Teacher Ming could not see shadows and control them with some skills, and if those monster shadows were not inexplicably afraid of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua's shadows, then this stage would not have been so easy. But he thought again, if the other scenes he chose were of the same difficulty, then he should be grateful to be able to go with Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. This also made Yu Mingchen more worried about his partners. Some levels in this portal maze were so difficult that they were almost unsolvable for normal completion. Can the partners have a smooth journey? After listening carefully, Wei Han thought about it. If she didn't use cheating skills, she might not be able to find a breakthrough so quickly. Therefore, Wei Han agreed with Yu Mingchen's summary. Well, it's almost the same as you said. If a normal player does not have some special skills, it will be difficult to deal with such a scene stage. Rong-Chi also praised, so you are actually quite smart. Isn't this a good analysis? You must work hard on the road ahead. Looking forward to seeing you again in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Yu Mingchen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's not that I'm so smart. It's just because Teacher Ming has figured out all the key points. Otherwise I don't understand anything at all. It's Teacher Ming who is awesome. Then please trouble Teacher Ming to let my shadow enter the portal. If it really succeeds this time, I hope that the next time we meet, it will be in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room door. Wei Han nodded at him, and then controlled the two shadows to throw Yu Mingchen's shadow to the portal, and directly threw Yu Mingchen's shadow into the portal. Yu Mingchen, who was standing next to them, suddenly uttered a half-sentence, "Hey, why am I so dizzy?" and then rushed to the portal on the wall, disappearing into the portal with his shadow. Then, the portal emitting a white glow on the white wall gradually disappeared and could not be found again. Wei Han looked at the other hourglass-shaped portals around him with a sense of meaning, and found that the other 23 hourglass-shaped portals also disappeared together after Yu Mingchen successfully passed through the selected portal. This change can be seen with the naked eye, and Rongqi also noticed it quickly. "It seems that he has really entered the next stage smoothly," Rongqi said softly. In this scene, there was no monster, no plants or other creatures, only a strange flat ground, and these white walls that were unclear whether they were dead or alive, so it seemed particularly quiet here. Rongqi just spoke softly, and the sound floated far away. He came back to his senses from time to time, and it was a bit ethereal. Wei Han was not reluctant to part with Yu Mingchen at all. After hearing the effect of Rongqi's words, he had some fun ideas. Anyway, there were no outsiders now. This was their exclusive practice field. They could do whatever they wanted here. Because of the difference in the flow rate of the time gate, their time gate suddenly became much more abundant. So Wei Han thought that before officially starting to practice, he could have some relaxing activities. "Do you still have all your audio equipment with you? Is it convenient to take it out now?" Wei Han suddenly asked Rongqi such a question out of curiosity. Rongqi was stunned by her question. Was the topic a bit too jumpy? Weren't they talking about Yu Mingchen? Why did they suddenly ask about his audio equipment? Although Rongqi was confused, he nodded slowly. "I have them all with me. I put them in one of my skill space doors." "Do you need them?" He thought, maybe she wanted to try some new attacks against the monster shadows on the wall. "I want to sing to relax. Do you want to join me? If you don't want to, then," Wei Han said seriously, "you can start practicing first. You can use my singing as a distraction-free practice. All you have to do is ignore my voice and concentrate on practicing your proficiency in the split skill." Rongqi was very surprised that she would have such an idea. He felt that this was not something she would do at all. "Why did you suddenly have such an idea? I thought you wanted to use your voice to try to see if you could cause damage to the monster shadow." Rongqi was so surprised that he could hardly speak. Wei Han thought about it seriously. Maybe it was because it was so quiet just now, and your voice was gently echoing here. "I thought it was very nice, and I suddenly felt in the mood. Besides, singing can also practice skill proficiency, and the difficulty of practice is not low." "Well, then have fun by yourself. I have to hurry up and practice. My practice should not reach your level for the time being, so I should not join you." Rongqi's ears were inexplicably hot. He would never dare to sing with her. He didn't care about it before, and he didn't know why he was nervous when he thought about singing in front of her. Wei Han didn't force it. "Then you try your best." After that, she went to fish for the monster shadow and control the monster shadow's movements. Her fingers flew, and the corresponding monster shadow would also make some movements. If you don't know the principle, at first glance, it looks like a magic trick. As Rongqi took out the sound equipment, he secretly glanced at her from time to time. He felt that it was more like a strange shadow play than a magic trick, although he couldn't understand what script the monster shadows were being controlled by her. After setting up all the equipment, Wei Han let go of the trembling monster shadows. While taking the microphone from Rongqi, she also took out a high chair with adjustable height. After she sat on it, she adjusted the chair to the highest position, leaned lazily against the backrest, and waited for Rongqi to adjust the volume. After Rongqi had finished getting the equipment ready, Wei Han did not start singing right away, nor did she ask Rongqi to help her with the accompaniment of any songs. She lowered her head and first transformed Wei Weiwei, who also moved an identical chair to sit next to her. Then Wei Han began to practice making the size transition of the Matryoshka clone more natural, and the size difference gradually narrowed. Originally, there might be 7 or 8 clones, and the 8th one might have been the size of a resident of Lilliput. The size difference between each clone was relatively large, so she now needed to narrow the size difference between the clones and transform more doll clones. Rongqi watched the clones gradually appear beside her, and knew that she really wanted to focus on practice, so he quietly went to practice on his own and stopped disturbing Wei Han. Rongqi was really focused, and he didn't notice that Wei Han had more and more clones. The gaps between the gates of these nesting doll clones are much smaller than before. The first one reaches Wei Han's brow, the second one reaches Wei Han's ear, the third one reaches Wei Han's earlobe, and so on until the 12th one is added. The 12th one is more than 1 meter tall. Successfully transforming is the first step, and the second step is to enable these clones to perform basic activities. It was also the first time for Wei Han to control so many clones. He was a little unaccustomed to it, so some short-circuited operations occurred. For example, now there are a few clones vying to be the microphone master, singing out of tune, and making deafening ghost howls. Wei Han, Chapter 188. While she was still having a headache about the clones making a huge noise, a few clones sneaked over to Rong-Chi. The half-clone that Rong-Chi had just condensed was brutally attacked by her clones, and was tossed around like a toy by them. Rong-Chi was concentrating on his practice, and was not affected by the unpleasant singing that resounded through the sky, but Wei Han's clone ran over and almost tore his clone in half, because he was not yet skilled enough to separate the synesthesia between the clone and the original body at any time. Facing this kind of interference, he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. As soon as he left the state of concentrated practice, the mode of blocking out external sounds due to concentration was also lifted. The sound that he had not paid any attention to before was now poured into his ears without any defense. Rong-Chi felt that he was so close to deafness for the first time. He immediately used the sound silencing skill, looked at the several Wei Han clones, who were climbing his not quite formed clone, like a tree, like a naughty child, and then looked in the direction where the sound came from, and just met Wei Han's eyes. Wei Han was rubbing his forehead, as if he had a headache. And she looked at Rong-Chi not because she knew in advance that Rong-Chi would look over, but because she just wanted to see what these clones were doing. After finding her eyes meeting Rong-Chi's, she had no choice but to use voice transmission, explaining with a little headache. It's like this, the instructions I gave to these clones were must not disturb Rong-Chi, but as you can see, because it was the first time I controlled so many clones, it caused a short circuit and swallowed my no, so it became must disturb Rong-Chi, so this is what you see now. The reason for using voice transmission is that the environment on the scene really doesn't support direct conversation, and voice transmission can reduce noise to a certain extent. Seeing Rong-Chi's gaze shift from her face to the clones behind her, who were fighting for the microphone, she sighed and continued to explain. It's also because of the short circuit that these clones receive strange commands, which led to this situation. But don't worry, I should be able to get all the clones in order soon. When I become more proficient, I must let them sing in chorus smoothly. If I can't even let the clones form a chorus and cooperate with each other to complete a song, how can I let the clones fight as combat power, let alone play the role of players in the live broadcast and participate in the live broadcast? Wei Han didn't want to practice in this way. Just now, she wanted to turn the clones out, but it was just a sudden idea. Unexpectedly, this sudden idea was severely slapped in the face. When the number of clones reached 10, she could no longer control the clones properly. The command sent to the clones would be cross-frequency, causing all the clones to be disobedient and act in a mess. One group rushed to grab the microphone, another group ran to find Rong-Chi, another group used the fishing rod skill without permission to torture the monster shadows on the wall, and another group took out the paint and pen that Wei Han had kept for a long time from the skill space and scribbled on the white wall. It can be seen that the actions of the latter two groups are relatively quiet. It is hard to say whether they are destructive or not, but at least they will not affect the main body in Rong-Chi. In the past, Rong-Chi could not understand Wei Han's explanation from the bottom of his heart, but now that he has experienced his own inexperience and the chaos, he can empathize with Wei Han. He wanted to walk over, pat Wei Han on the shoulder, and say to her, "I understand everything. I understand." He stood there and pointed to the side, "But you still need to get them away first. Otherwise, I can't continue my practice here. Should we increase the distance between us a little bit? To avoid affecting each other? At least it seems that we shouldn't be at this distance where we can see each other. The two of them are at different progress now, so there is no need to force them to practice together." Wei Han rubbed his temples, and felt that what Rong-Chi said was indeed reasonable. "Okay, wait for me, I will temporarily remove the skill." As soon as Wei Han finished removing the skill, the few little Wei Hans, who were pestering Rong-Chi's clones suddenly disappeared. Rong-Chi let out a long breath, and took the initiative to walk away. Soon he came to a place blocked by heavy white walls, and he had opened up a distance of at least 5 kilometers from Wei Han. After increasing the distance, the two resumed their own practice. Wei Han transformed into 12 nesting doll clones again, plus Wei. There were 13, and started to do proficiency training again. Because of the experience from last time, this time Wei Han was able to make 2/3 of the clones stay near the speakers. There were still a few who had just appeared and ran towards Rong-Chi without saying a word. When they ran 3 kilometers, they were successfully intercepted by Wei. Wei Han didn't expect that the short-circuit command from last time would be so deeply rooted. Even after creating new clones, there were still a few who received the wrong command. Moreover, after being intercepted by Wei Weiwei, these few would still run towards Rongqi if they were not careful. So she had to at least overcome the short circuit first, so that all the clones could stay where she wanted them to be. Only then will it be possible to make all the clones sing together. As for singing in tune, that is the next problem. Problems must be solved one by one. We cannot let the clone choir reach the level of being able to perform on stage before the problem of singing in tune is solved. We cannot force the clones to do more complicated things when it is difficult for them to do basic activities. Anyway, there is still a lot of time now, and Wei Han has absolute patience to solve all problems. The date and time on their blue icon app is currently September 9th, 210, Xingli, in the early morning, and there is still about a week before the live broadcast time set by Wei Han. According to the difference in the speed of time flow, 1 minute in reality is equivalent to 20 minutes here, which is 20 times the time difference. 1 day in reality is equivalent to 20 days here. After considering the need to let their own vests participate in the live broadcast, Wei Han and Rongqi modified their travel plan and decided to end the trip with this copy. Originally, they planned to use 3 sightseeing tickets each to enter 3 copies. Now the travel plan for the 3rd copy has been cancelled. They will use the next time to train. Considering that they would need some time to prepare after returning to reality, Wei Han and Rongqi planned to stay in the current dungeon for another 5 days, and go out 2 days before the live broadcast. In the 5 days in reality, if Wei Han and Rongqi stayed in this stage scene with a time flow rate of 20 times, it would be equivalent to spending 100 days, more than 3 months. The 2 people's tentative plan is to stay here all the time, but if they encounter some force majeure, they will find another stage scene with a faster time flow rate and extend the practice time again. The long training started like this. Both of them practiced their skills again and again, as if they were back to the novice period. They would keep trying again after failing until they mastered it completely. Both of them emptied their mental strength again and again. When they were exhausted, they just lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and staring blankly at the sky. If they were not so tired, they would take out their mobile phones to chat with netizens in the current parallel world and continue to collect information about the parallel world. With such efforts, Rongqi was able to successfully condense the clone into a physical body after a month, and it could last for more than 5 hours. During these 5 hours, the clone could move like a normal person and could also shape the clone into a completely different appearance from the original body. Rongqi has arranged the identity of the clone. The original body will continue to play the role of Brother Hua, and the clone will play Teacher Xiao Ding in the live broadcast. In fact, it is very good to achieve such results in 1 month, but it is still a little worse than Wei Han's initial results. Now Wei Han has high requirements for him, and needs Rongqi to let the clones participate in the battle, so Rongqi needs to be more proficient. Wei Han's progress is more obvious. At first, he transformed more than a dozen clones, which made him flustered and chaotic. Every day was a different short circuit. He finally pressed more than a dozen clones on the chairs to sing together, but basically everyone sang their own songs, making it noisier than a vegetable market. Later, it got a little better during practice, but the clones still often had problems, such as walking and bumping into the wall without stopping, and not knowing how to turn around the wall. For example, when Wei Han's mind flashed some thoughts like cats and dogs, some clones would think of themselves as cats or dogs. For example, sometimes the clones would suddenly freeze, suddenly there would be no response, and the instructions from the main body could not be transmitted. However, at this stage, the clones can at least be more obedient than at the beginning, and will not be so easily affected by her thoughts. Let the clones sit in a certain arrangement and sing together, and they can basically keep in tune and have a certain degree of synchronization. Letting the clones sing in chorus is just one method of training. To ensure that each of the clones looks like a human being, Wei Han also plans to develop more training projects, such as letting the clones compete, such as cooking competitions, sports competitions, aerobics competitions, exam questions, etc. This made Rongqi stunned, and then he raised his hand to indicate that he also wanted to participate. Rongqi only needs to train 1 clone, so the progress seems to be a little faster. After the first month of practice, he can do the same project with Wei Han. Rongqi's progress can be said to be expected, but Wei Han's progress may be slower than expected because there are too many clones. So the two decided to stay here for about 10 days, and then set out to find a scene stage with a faster time flow. Anyway, they used the sightseeing ticket and could enter and exit at will, and they did not need to go through the entire process of the maze. 10 days in the scene stage passed, and Wei Han and Rongqi embarked on a journey to find a scene stage with a faster time flow. The magical thing is that they stayed in the White Wall Shadows stage for such a long time, and during this period, they did not encounter other players coming, which made them inexplicably have an illusion that there were only 2 of them in such a large copy. During this time, they could not contact the real world through the mobile network, and anyone who wanted to contact them could not dial their phone, and the messages sent to them could not be delivered. So they could not help the host or other players who asked for help. The 2 set out on the journey again, and chose the portal of 6 choice, which represented more routes. When they entered the 10 choice stage, they found that the time flow rate of the 10 choice stage scene was astonishing 50:1 compared with the real world, that is, 50 times the difference. 50 days in the 10 choice stage, only 1 day in reality. They still have 3 days, so they can stay in the 10 choice stage for 150 days, nearly half a year, which is enough for Wei Han to upgrade twice. The 150 days in the 10 choice stage passed in a blink of an eye, and Wei Han and Rong Chi's practice for split was complete. After the first 50 days, when the clones were able to complete basic daily activities, they began to train the clones' combat capabilities, and at first they let the clones fight each other. When the fighting power of the clones is equal, you can finally use the summoning skills to summon some monsters you have seen, and let the clones fight against the monsters. This practice phase lasts the longest. The monsters are also weak at the beginning, and they are strengthened little by little to ensure that the clones can at least deal with the monsters of the A-level red copy. In the process of completing this step, Wei Han is still practicing to increase the number of clones. She trains the main 10 or so, and these are the ones who need to have fighting power. Except for the 10 or so that need fighting power, the rest just need to be able to look like a person. Moreover, she was constantly narrowing the size gap between the doll clones, so that she could easily create clones of any size she wanted. At the same time, pinching different faces for the clones was also an important practice direction. After practicing several modes for more than 100 days, Wei Han relied on a large number of clones to put a perfect end to this trip, with a very lively concert. The dozen clones that were trained were responsible for performing on the stage, and Rong Chi and his teacher shouting also had to perform on the stage. Wei Han and many other small clones formed the cheering audience, responsible for cheering and shouting. Those who didn't know thought this was really a concert, and fortunately no other players came here, otherwise it would definitely cause strange misunderstandings. The time has come to 10 o'clock in the evening on September 14th, 210 of the star calendar. Wei Han and Rong Chi are ready to leave this copy and return to reality. If there is a chance in the future, they may come to this copy again as a normal player. After all, there are still many secrets to explore in this dungeon, and it is also meaningful to be able to connect to the networks of different parallel worlds when entering different stages. As long as you can collect more information from a parallel world, it will be very beneficial. In addition, the scene stages in different parallel worlds in this dungeon will have different time flow rates, which is also very suitable for players to come in for improvement and exercise, and relatively shorten the time for improvement. At this time, the Blue Star app of both of them is in the state of popping up virtual screens. The upper interface is very simple, mainly a Leave the Dungeon button, which is the exit provided by the dungeon sightseeing ticket. As long as you click it, you can directly leave the dungeon through the portal provided by the sightseeing ticket. Wei Han and Rong Chi pressed the button to leave the dungeon at the same time, and each entered the corresponding blue portal, and then returned to the entrance of the portal they had entered before, the gate of the abandoned factory. For the two, they had spent half a year in the dungeon. Now they returned to reality, and there was also an inexplicable sense of sudden realization, a little subtle feeling. It turned out that only a few days had passed in reality, and nothing had changed much. After returning to reality, the two restored the appearance of Teacher Wei and Ding Lu, and their mobile phones were automatically synchronized to the information status of the original world. The two just took out their mobile phones to tell their partners that their travel was over, and saw that messages kept popping up on their phones. It turned out that after they entered the parallel world, they completely lost contact. Shirley and others who were still in the dungeon found that they could not contact them, so they sent a series of messages because of worry. Wei Han and Rong Chi looked at each other, and they didn't need to talk at all. They had already acted in tacit understanding. They had been alone together for half a year, and practiced skills together. The constant running in during this period had brought their tacit understanding to another level, and they could almost understand each other's meaning with just one look. So Rong Chi took out the hover car from the skill space, and Wei Han was responsible for replying to the messages from his companions and reporting safety to them. After that, Wei Han got in the car and continued to explain the situation to his companions. Rong Chi set the route, and let the car start driving automatically. After finishing these, he took out his mobile phone to join the discussion. Shirley and others were already waiting in the villa. After receiving their messages, they were completely relieved, so they began to report their gains in the dungeon last time and their progress, just like they were really reporting their homework to the teacher. Of course, Wei Han and Rong Qi would also explain to them some of the situations they encountered. When they mentioned that they brought local specialties, Shirley and others were so happy that they wanted to rush over to pick them up. The return journey was basically spent chatting on the phone. Wei Han also learned that Shirley and others had been trained in the last dungeon. Shirley and others decided to take a short break first, and after watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast, they would choose a slightly more difficult dungeon to challenge. It seems that they are determined not to go to the dungeon with her before their strength improves. Wei Han was both relieved and a little disappointed. Fortunately, she had trained her and Rong Qi's skills in advance, so that they would not be unable to find players to join the show when they started. So after working so hard for so long, they only found one player. When Wei Han, Shirley, Zhang Xian and others mentioned Yumingchen, they lamented that there might be only one wild player in the live broadcast room this time. They immediately told her that they had also met a very suitable player. Because they didn't know what Teacher Wei was going to do, they just temporarily kept the contact information of the two players, and waited for Teacher Wei to make a decision when he came back. This was a pleasant surprise for Wei Han. Considering that online chatting was not very convenient, and there might be some communication errors, Wei Han made an appointment with a few people to talk to Rong Qi face to face when she and Rong Qi returned there. She and Rong Qi needed to sort out some things. Now that the trip is over, the mini materials shot during the trip can also be taken out for unified editing. Yes, although Wei Han was concentrating on practicing for a long time in the second half, she did not interrupt the shooting plan. Sometimes she and Rong Qi's mental strength was exhausted due to training, and they would shoot when they needed to rest. She was determined to make videos, and her main focus was to share the dreamy scenes in the dungeon, so that the audience could also experience another style of the dungeon. Usually, players in the dungeon are not in the mood to appreciate the scenery in the dungeon, nor do they find the beauty in the dungeon because of the pressure of the tasks in the dungeon, the attacks of monsters, and various other reasons. Wei Han wanted to present these to the audience, so that the audience could be healed by the scenery in the dungeon. When doing the editing work, Wei Han also discussed with Rong Qi. The workload of this work is very huge. The materials alone can make people dizzy. Naturally, it cannot be completed in a short drive. So when the hover car was hovering above the yard of Shirley and others' villa, Wei Han and Rong Qi had to suspend this work. Everyone knew that they had returned and had been waiting in the yard early. When they saw the hover car in the air from a distance, they all stood up and couldn't sit still at all. They kept looking up at the sky, and they were reluctant to look away until their necks were sore. After the hover car landed and stopped, everyone came over restrainedly, not wanting to block Teacher Wei and Ding Lu, Rong Qi, from getting off the car, and even left a space outside the car door. When Wei Han and Rong Qi were in the car, they could see their actions through the car window. They were amused and moved, and didn't know what to say. When the two got off the car, no one dared to speak, just looked at them eagerly. Wei Han broke the silence in the yard with a bit of amusement. "What's wrong with you? So quiet, it's not like you." Rong Qi was behind her, carefully putting the car back into the skill space. In response to Wei Han's question, Shirley was the first to reply. "Everyone is a little embarrassed. We haven't seen you for half a month. We are relieved to see that you and Ding Lu are fine. Are you and Ding Lu hungry? Uncle has prepared the food and is waiting for you. Have you eaten?" Wei Han asked back. "We have eaten a long time ago, because we didn't know that you and Ding Lu would come out at this time. If we knew, we would definitely wait for you to come out and eat together." Zhang Xian also helped to explain. Wei Han said that she understood, and then asked Shirley and others to tell them about the two players who were suitable for participating in the live broadcast while she and Ding Lu were eating. So, after everyone entered the house, Wei Han and Rong Qi were eating on the long table, and people were sitting on both sides. Shirley and Zhang Xian took turns to tell the story. The two people they were interested in were a couple, but the strength of this couple was very strong. When Shirley and others encountered monsters beyond the level of the copy in the copy, it was thanks to these two people who rescued them. However, Shirley and others did not know the main skills of these two players. They could only feel that these two people were very strong. Thinking that they could no longer keep up with the difficulty of Teacher Wei's live broadcast due to their strength problems, Teacher Wei might need to find new players to broadcast, so they had an idea. Then they asked the two people and found out that they were happy to participate in the live broadcast, so they left their contact information. At this point, Shirley added a little awkwardly, but we didn't tell them that they were participating in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. I don't know if they will change their minds, because it is Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Zhang Xian operated the phone and said, their names are Jiang, the male player, and Meng Luo, the female player. Here is the contact information, Mr. Wei, I sent the message. You can choose a time to contact them. Wei Han ate while looking at the phone. After receiving the contact information, he made a note, okay, thank you for your help. Shirley supported her chin with both hands and recalled carefully. The skills of these two people should be quite mysterious, but the male is a very talkative person, and the female is very silent, but she should be a very nice person. Well, that's about it. Wei Han made some notes. Well, I've remembered them all. I find a time to contact them tomorrow. If everything goes well, the two players provided by Shirley can also participate in the live broadcast. Then, there will be 3 wild players, and with her and Rong Qi's clones, the lineup should be okay. After dinner, everyone still stayed here and didn't want to leave. Even if Wei Han and Rong Qi said that they still had some things to do and couldn't accompany everyone still stayed in the living room on the first floor, and it seemed that they wanted to stay overnight with Shirley. Wei Han and Rong Qi couldn't persuade them, so they just let them do what they wanted. Wei Han and Rong Qi had to find a room to edit the video, select materials, edit materials, and make videos. Each of these tasks was quite troublesome, but they both tacitly didn't want to trouble Shirley and the others. Up to the second floor, when they passed by Qingchuan's room, they didn't forget to push the door and take a look. Wei Han looked down at his palm and asked curiously, do you think I can use the summoning skill in the dungeon to summon Qingchuan to the dungeon? Rong Qi knew she would have such an idea, and his advice was, you can try, but make sure you can bear all the consequences after trying. However, no matter what the result is, I will accompany you and bear it together. Wei Han thought about it, and looked at Qingchuan again. He seemed to have recovered better now, probably because she also used some new props here, including the 4-legged whale pillow and the water lily night light. When he wakes up, ask him what he thinks. If he agrees, we will try it. We can't be so arbitrary, and not ask the opinions of the parties involved. Wei Han said so. Afterwards, the two of them gently closed the door, found their usual room, turned on the computer, exported the materials in the camera, transformed into a clone, and began to work hard all night. Maybe because of the help of the clone, the two successfully made a 5-minute video before dawn, after many rejections, with suitable background music. After confirming that there were no problems, Wei Han registered an account on the current largest video platform, with the ID of the user does not want to be named. After completing the registration, she uploaded the video, entered the video title, selected tags, and finally clicked to publish. After the publication, Wei Han did not care about it anymore, and directly logged out of the account. When she was logging out of the account, she was suddenly attracted by a morning news. Chapter 189. Breaking news. After more than a month, the dungeon has been refreshed again, and the first S-level deep blue dungeon has appeared. This is undoubtedly explosive news, and it is also news that makes Wei Han feel a little confused. Rong Qi sat at the table to pack up the equipment, and his clone was still diligently selecting the materials needed for the next video. They took so many photos and videos in the dungeon, so it was naturally impossible to put together only a 5-minute video. It's just that due to time constraints, they can't sort them all out at once. Tomorrow, they will start the live broadcast of entering the new dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, they also have to make some preparations first, and the schedule is full. When he turned off the computer and handed it to Wei Han, he found that Wei Han seemed to be staring at the phone for a long time, as if she saw something very attractive. He rarely saw Wei Han staring at the phone so intently. She rarely checked her phone at ordinary times. If she didn't have something important to do, she would hardly touch her phone. Rong Qi rubbed his eyes, which were sore from not getting enough rest for the whole night, and cleared his throat. However, when he spoke, he found that his throat was still a little hoarse. What are you watching? Did you send the video successfully? Wei Han directly enlarged the virtual screen of his mobile phone and dragged the virtual screen to Rong Qi's side. Well, the video has been successfully sent. I'm watching the big refresh of the dungeon. The S-level deep blue dungeon appeared, 1 day earlier than I expected. No, it should be said that it was 1 day earlier than the time of the parallel world I visited. I'm looking at the portals whose locations have been confirmed so far to see if there is anyone closer to us. Wei Han pointed at the virtual screen and replied. Rong Qi also looked in the direction she pointed, saw the news headline on the current mobile phone page, nodded, and consciously enter the analysis mode. Since the parallel world is a parallel world, it is because it develops differently from our world. Some events in the parallel world can be used as a reference, but it cannot be considered the future of our world. The refresh time of our S-level Deep Blue copy is different from the refresh time of the parallel world in the timeline of the 214th year of the star calendar, which is not difficult to understand. Wei Han naturally knew this, but now she was considering another problem. When we were in the portal maze, we collected information from several parallel worlds. When we were searching for information, we found that some parallel worlds had dungeons that we had never heard of, and the common dungeons here have never appeared in other parallel worlds. So what I am thinking now is that the S-level Deep Blue dungeon that we refreshed this time should not be the one I learned from the parallel world. Wei Han seemed to be recalling, have I told you? During the fishing dungeon finals, Shirley and Zhang Xian came to me for help one after another. The most recent time for us was that Zhang Xian was trapped in a dungeon related to time. My original idea was that if there were no accidents, the S-level Deep Blue that would be refreshed here should be the same. But now I am not sure. If it is not certain, then this dungeon is also in an unknown state for them. No one knows what they will encounter after entering, and it is estimated that generally no player will dare to enter without permission. Of course, with the strength of Wei Han and Rong Qi, they are more confident about this difficulty, but they are not sure whether the wild players who are currently on the bench can accept it. On this point, Wei Han and Rong Qi's ideas coincide again, so, after breakfast, I will call that person to confirm according to the contact information I have recorded. The two looked at each other in silence for a while, and Wei Han sighed and made a decision. Rong Qi nodded, counting on his fingers what they had to do. First, call, then you may need to look at your illustrations. Maybe some of our doubts in the maze can be solved. Then integrate some of the information collected about the parallel world. By the way, when you call Yu Mingqian, if he has come out, you may need to ask him about his experience in the maze. Wei Han was overwhelmed. Let's do it one by one. Let's eat first. The two of them thought of disguising themselves as passers-by and going out for breakfast. Considering that it was still early, they didn't want to disturb Shirley and the others to rest. Unexpectedly, when they went downstairs, a group of people were still crowded on the sofa in the living room. They were all very excited, looking at their own mobile phones, and they were all very focused, making some meaningless sounds from time to time. Hearing the footsteps of the two of them, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at them in a very neat manner. Teacher Wei, are you awake? Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's just dawn now. Yang Yuetong asked with concern first. Rong Qi complained silently in his heart, and was too embarrassed to say that they hadn't slept the whole night. However, after becoming a player, the physical fitness has improved, and not sleeping for a night will not show on the face, and it is basically invisible. Wei Han did not mean to explain, and only said to them, there are a lot of things to do today, and I will catch up on sleep after I finish. Ding Lu and I will go to have breakfast first. You continue to chat. Uncle Lu will make breakfast, you can rest now, and breakfast will be ready soon. Shirley immediately persuaded them when she heard that they were going out for breakfast. Don't bother you. We are also going out for a walk. Wei Han declined Shirley's enthusiasm. By the way, we brought some gifts for you, wait for me. After that, Wei Han took out a lot of strange things from the skill space, many of which were made using some characteristics of monsters, from accessories to weapons, and strange small ornaments, to some props for practicing, and even some strange things that everyone stared at for a long time, but couldn't tell what they were. Wei Han and Rong Qi were traveling in the dungeon. In addition to taking photos, they were also picking up gifts that might be given to others. After pouring out the things to be given to the companions, Wei Han slowly explained in front of everyone's stunned eyes, you can divide up the various things you may find in the dungeon that may be useful to you. I think those that are quite useful are prepared for everyone. Some may not be so useful, so the quantity is slightly smaller. It was Shirley who reacted first. Teacher Wei, you actually brought us gifts. This is really... The others were also touched, as if it was a great gift for Teacher Wei to bring them things, which made Wei Han confused and a little unhappy. These people really don't need to look up to her as a superior. She was full of black lines. Isn't this as it should be? Okay, no more words. Ding Lu and I will go out. Come back and talk about it. Then will you and Mr. Ding come back for lunch and dinner? Wushan asked this question, and now he is most concerned about how many people in the room will eat. Probably not. Thank you for your kindness. Wei Han replied simply. Okay. If you want to eat when you come back, you can tell me anytime. Wushan didn't ask any more questions, and he was quiet after getting the answer. The two turned around and walked outside, and Shirley suddenly spoke again. "Teacher Wei, did you see the news this morning? The S-level deep blue copy has appeared." Wei Han didn't reply this time, but raised her hand and made an OK gesture to her, indicating that she already knew. Then the two gradually walked away. After arriving at the yard, they did not use transportation, but used flying skills and entered stealth mode, and flew out silently. What the two had to do was to clear some monsters in the red portal and strengthen the previous protective shield. This activity was considered a daily task. If you didn't do it after coming out of the dungeon, you would feel uncomfortable all over. And Shirley and a group of people squeezed on the sofa in the living room and browsed their phones together. In fact, they were also browsing discussions about Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei's scheduled live broadcast time was September 16th, 210, but the specific time on the 16th had not been announced. The posts discussing the specific start time alone were built into a high building. Fans speculated based on the time of Teacher Wei's first two live broadcasts. Now everyone thinks that Teacher Wei should also start broadcasting at 7 or 8 a.m. on the 16th. As the time gets closer, the excited fans are so excited that they can't sleep all night. They finally feel sleepy after staying up until dawn, but they didn't expect that the dungeon refresh suddenly popped up, and this time it was an S-level deep blue dungeon. This gave Teacher Wei's fans a new argument, and they speculated whether Teacher Wei would choose this dungeon for live broadcast. However, some fans expressed strong dissatisfaction with this speculation, believing that some people's speculation would bring pressure to Teacher Wei. Of course, there are also fans of Beidou Xingyue who sneered in such speculation posts, saying that live broadcasting S-level deep blue copies is indeed very attractive. But does that Teacher Wei have the courage to do so? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little ability? There are also fans of Beidou Xingyue who posted, "Shao Si, a certain teacher disappeared after releasing a live broadcast preview, and there was no news in the middle. I don't know if he will escape at the last minute. You are so sincere and expected now, which makes people feel pitiful." There are also such, hey, are you serious? A certain teacher is going to broadcast live, and he just released a live broadcast preview, and there is no other preheating news? Can you learn from Beidou Xingyue, who gave so many expectations before the broadcast, and with this approach of a certain teacher, he still wants to grab traffic from the two top streamers? This is not carelessness, but giving up the struggle directly, right? Compared to Wei Han's approach of releasing a preview and running away, Beidou Xingyue would never not do preheating publicity before the broadcast. At present, Beidou Xingyue has revealed that the two top streamers will bring two newcomers to the live broadcast this time, and one of the newcomers will definitely bring surprises to everyone. In addition, Beidou Xingyue also launched a vote to collect the opinions of the audience to see what dungeons netizens want the players and anchors to enter. In addition to this vote, there is also a vote on how the two top streamers should dress up, and the audience is looking forward to the preview of what kind of interactive minigames they will play during the live broadcast. The two top streamers have been active on Xinghua during this period, picking to answer some questions and deliberately releasing some information to arouse the curiosity and expectations of netizens. For example, they also revealed that they might accept Q&A interactions during the live broadcast and support the audience to ask any questions. If the audience has any mini-games they want to play, they can go to the live broadcast room to raise them. If the voice is high, the anchors may cooperate. Such momentum and warm-up have indeed successfully made many netizens full of expectations, and they will also secretly compare with the live broadcast news from Teacher Wei. As a result, it was found that Teacher Wei really just sent a preview and ran away. During the past half-month, Teacher Wei did not even log into his account, let alone reveal any information about the live broadcast. This makes Teacher Wei's live broadcast seem very mysterious. The more mysterious it is, the more people want to guess. Therefore, even if Teacher Wei did not reveal any information, because there are enough fans, everyone is constantly guessing, and has been keeping the discussion about Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Finally, the day for Teacher Wei to start live broadcast is coming, and fans want to know whether their guesses are right, and they can't wait to know the answer. The emergence of the S-level Deep Blue Dungeon has led to a particularly unified trend in the forum. Whether it is the fans of Teacher Wei or the fans of the top streamer, the fans of both sides strongly speculate that the anchor they are fans of will enter the S-level Deep Blue Dungeon. In the vote for Beidou Xingyue to collect opinions on the dungeon, a large number of netizens left comments below, strongly demanding that they enter the S-level Deep Blue Dungeon. The forum was very noisy, but Wei Han and Rong Qi didn't know about it, and didn't care. Now that the two have improved their strength, they can deal with the red gate much faster than before, greatly shortening the time of this activity. In just one morning, The two cleared a batch of new red portals and reinforced all the protective shields. On the way, they also found a group of guards. The two quietly followed and stared for a while, and found that their strength had also improved a lot compared to before, and it had become much easier to deal with monsters. They looked very energetic one by one, and were no longer in a state of depression. It is not surprising that they always leave some snacks and props that can gain skills at the red door. It seems that they really helped the guards. Until noon, the two went to investigate the entrance of the S-level deep blue copy closest to them, trying to guess what the copy would be like by the shape of the portal. The portal of the S-level deep blue copy they investigated appeared on the surface of a lake between the mountains, standing quietly in the center of the lake. Wei Han froze the lake surface with absolute zero, and the two stepped directly on the ice, walked to the center of the lake, carefully observed the portal at close range, and took corresponding photos. The shape of the portal is a very ordinary square. There are some fine patterns on the decorative wall, which need to be observed carefully. What is more noticeable is that when the portal flashes dark blue ripples, there seem to be some strange luminous light-colored patterns that swing along with the dark blue ripples. They just flash for a moment, and could not be seen clearly at first glance. This has never been seen on other portals. Wei Han immediately took a photo, and then slowed down the video. Through the slow-motion lens, the swinging patterns were clearly seen. It seemed that there were only some long and short lines, as well as some random combinations of arcs, forming a pattern full of technology. Wei Han and Rongqi looked at each other, and it seemed that the pattern was nothing. The two of them went to take a closer look at the patterns on the decorative wall of the portal. The patterns carved on the decorative wall of the portal were called patterns, but more like some symbols or words that they could not understand. Although it was outrageous to say, after Wei Han and Rongqi finished reading it, they always felt that what was written on it was very much like code. After looking at it for a long time, they found that the ideas were not obvious, and the two were not obsessed. They could not figure it out now, but they would know when they entered the dungeon. Before leaving, Wei Han decided to finish some things on the list with Rongqi while it was quiet and peaceful here. First, they checked the illustrations to see what strange dungeon creatures they had unlocked during this trip. This gave them a new understanding. It turned out that the spiral staircases they encountered in the four-choice stage were actually a tree-like creature, and it was a tree with a long life cycle and was very tenacious. If the name was translated slightly, it seemed to be called Songhai Sang Tian Staircase Tree. After discovering that this was a tree-like creature, Wei Han seemed to understand the deep settings of the four-choice stage. No wonder the spiral staircases in each layer of time and space are of different heights. I'm afraid that each layer of time and space represents a different growth period. From the shortest to the tallest, it is actually a very long period of time. Before those trees grew to the point where the tops could not be seen, that piece of land had experienced great changes. There was once an ocean. After the ocean passed, civilization appeared, and civilization eventually collapsed and turned into ruins over a long period of time. The first layer of time and space they were in represented the present, and the remaining other time and space were all the past, and the first layer was the farthest past. This basically answered Wei Han's questions about each layer of time and space. This also caused Wei Han to stay on the introduction page of this creature for a long time. She felt that it was really necessary for her to wait until she had time to walk through the portal maze again as a normal player. If such a staircase can be a strange creature, then the white walls they encountered in the white wall scene are also a strange creature, which is not surprising. Rongqi didn't expect that he just said it casually, but it turned out to be a strange creature. The name of this thing is also very simple and crude. It is called Shadow Wall. Although it is called a wall, it is a creature. The operating logic of this creature is that when an object casts a shadow on them, the shadow will be activated by them in some way. After the shadow is activated, it can break free from the owner's confinement and move freely. That's why players find themselves without shadows, and can't find their own shadows. After nightfall, under the moonlight, many ownerless shadows appear on the wall. These shadows are actually shadows absorbed by the wall over the years. They have formed a symbiotic relationship with the wall, and will help the wall to hunt. The cooperation between them is that the wall activates the new shadow, and the old shadow will appear after nightfall and chase the new shadow, attacking the player by attacking the new shadow. The old shadow will tell the new shadow that as long as the main body dies, the shadow will be completely free, so the new shadow is likely to cooperate with the old shadow to achieve the result of killing the main body by transmitting damage. As long as the shadow owner dies, the new shadow will successfully join the shadow family, and can be seen by the naked eye. After the player dies, the flesh will be absorbed by the wall as nutrients. When the wall absorbs nutrients, it can expand the distribution range and provide a larger space for the shadow to move. After watching it, Wei Han and Rong-Chi commented that this kind of thing is indeed too advanced for humans. They even thought that maybe in the future they would see stones as creatures in this atlas. In addition to these two things, many monsters were naturally updated in the atlas. After all, they encountered many monsters in the ring scene. But with the staircase tree and shadow wall in front, these monsters looked ordinary and not worth being surprised. Wei Han just wanted to see if she could see monsters with more useful functions, so that she could summon them at any time to do work or something. It was just a casual look, but in fact, it took the two of them more than an hour to finally take the atlas back. After the illustrations were done, the next step was to integrate the information collected from various parallel worlds that were worth noting. The two of them passed through 4 parallel worlds in the maze. Netizens from 2 of the parallel worlds mentioned that there were traitors among humans, which reminded Wei Han and Rong-Chi of the previous incident where Wei Han's protective shield was destroyed. However, after integrating the information from some netizens in the parallel worlds, the train of thought could not go any deeper. It can only be known that in these 2 parallel worlds, someone mentioned that some people were very wrong. There is too little information, only a few words. Wei Han looked at it for a while, and spread his hands. Let's observe it again. Now let's compare the planet icons on the monsters. I asked my clone to draw them all. The planet icons on the monsters cannot be seen by the naked eye, but by taking pictures, Wei Han can see the icons in the photos after opening the Eye of Truth. In order to let Rong-Chi see it, and analyze it with him, Wei Han also added this item when training his clone. Rong-Chi stood beside her, carefully looking at the planetary patterns on the virtual screen. He looked very carefully, and made some comparisons in his mind unconsciously. When he saw a planetary icon, his eyes stayed on it for a long time, and he said uncertainly, "This looks familiar. I think you can try to overlap this icon with the blue star icon and see how it works. Just operate it directly. Try it if you want." Wei Han pushed the virtual screen of the mobile phone towards him to facilitate his operation. Rong-Chi immediately operated on the screen with his fingers quickly. When the planetary icon he selected was dragged out and overlapped with the blue star icon, Wei Han was also suddenly stunned. The state of these 2 icons stacked together. Rong-Chi hadn't finished the operation yet. He sent a picture to Wei Han's phone with his mobile phone, then pulled out the picture from the chat box, and compared it with the picture he had just stacked. "The picture I just sent is the icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm," Rong-Chi whispered, and then stacked the 2 icons, and then perfectly stacked. The 2 stared at the result on the screen in silence. They finally found a pattern that could be stacked with the icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm, but they had more doubts. Why is the icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm the overlap of the blue star icon and the icon on a monster? According to some explanations obtained in the Beach Kite copy, the planet icon represents the native world of each player. The native world refers to the world where the player is born. Doesn't that mean that Bai Qingchuan has 2 native worlds? Is this a joke? There must be some secrets that they don't know. I remember this monster. Wei Han stared at the monster planet icon for a while, and suddenly said, "It seems that I have to investigate this monster later." "Yeah. It's almost time. Should we contact that person?" Rong-Chi calmed down and moved on to the next matter calmly. Wei Han took a deep breath. "Well, Bai Qingchuan's matter is not urgent. I will call Yu Mingchen first to see if he has successfully come out of the dungeon." Wei Han found the contact information of Yu Mingchen that he had saved before, and dialed the number very straightforwardly. The mobile phone sent a reminder that the user could not be connected temporarily, that is, the call could not be dialed, and Yu Mingchen was still in the dungeon. Chapter 190. Wei Han was not persistent. After finding that the call could not be connected, he clicked cancel and considered whether to call Yu Mingchen's teammates again. But Yu Mingchen did not come out yet. Is it possible that his teammates came out before him? Anyway, let's try it first. See if we can get in touch. Rong-Chi thought he could try it first. Wei Han did not say anything. He silently called up the pictures of the contact information that Yu Mingchen gave him and carefully looked for his teammates' numbers. After searching for a while, Wei Han chose the numbers of Lihua Team Leader and Xiuya and called Lihua Team Leader's number first. The result was the same as Yu Mingchen's. The call could not be dialed, and there was no signal on the other side. I don't know if Lihua Team had an accident in the dungeon or simply did not come out of the dungeon. The next step was to call Xiuya. Lihua Team could not be contacted. To be honest, Wei Han did not have much hope for Xiuya. It seems that this dungeon is still a little more difficult for Yu Mingchen and his teammates. As a result, They thought they would hear the reminder that there was no signal, and the call could not be connected again, but unexpectedly, this time, the sound was the beep after the call was successfully dialed. I don't know if it was because this was an unfamiliar number, but after the reminder sounded for more than 10 seconds, the call was rejected. After receiving the rejection reminder, considering that the other party might think it was a sales number when seeing an unfamiliar number, and not wanting to answer, Wei Han chose to send a text message first to explain her identity, otherwise the same result would be achieved if she called again. Rongqi came over and watched her typing, staring at her phone thinking. Currently, the text that Wei Han entered on the interface is as follows. Hello, I am a live streaming photographer, Wei Bushi, and others call me Teacher Wei. After getting in touch with me, a player called Teacher Ming recommended a player to me, and told me that if I couldn't contact the player named Yu Mingchen, I could try to contact his partner. Sorry to bother you, but I'd like to ask, are you Miss Xiaoya, Yu Mingchen's partner? This question was written entirely from the perspective of Teacher Wei, very sincere, and there was nothing wrong with it. It seemed that she had just met Teacher Ming. Rongqi was still staring at her phone until Wei Han finished editing the text and clicked send. She frowned as she looked at it, as if she had discovered something major. After Wei Han sent the text message, she saw his performance and was about to ask him what was wrong, but the phone rang suddenly. Wei Han looked at the virtual screen of the phone. The caller ID on the screen showed that it was Xiaoya's number that called. Rongqi made a gesture of invitation to her, and she answered Xiaoya's call first. Before answering the phone, Wei Han cleared her throat, and when she coughed lightly, she had already changed her voice. She had many skills, and it was not difficult for her to change her voice. The voice of Teacher Wei's vest was a little softer, not as clear as her normal voice. After changing the voice, Wei Han answered the phone very straightforwardly. There was no sound from the other end first, only heavy breathing, which sounded like she was restraining some kind of excitement. And it sounded like it was not just one person's breathing. Wei Han carefully identified it, and basically determined that there were 4 people waiting on the other end of the phone. It seems that Xiaoya and the other 4 have successfully completed the dungeon. None of them took the initiative to speak first, and Wei Han chose to take the initiative to break the silence. Hello? Excuse me, are you listening? The scene turned to Xiaoya and the other 4. In the huge and empty strange building, the 4 people stood in a circle, with nervous faces, staring at the virtual screen popped up by the kitten-shaped phone in Xiaoya's hand, and the call interface was displayed on the screen. In fact, several people have not left the portal maze, but they have opened the exit route and are rushing to the exit. Currently, they are in the stage of choosing one of the 3 exit routes. If they work harder, they should be able to return to reality before Teacher Wei starts the live broadcast. Because they saw hope, they are full of energy. They never expected to receive a call that they dared not dream of at this time. Just now, when Xiaoya saw this strange number, she thought it was a harassing call, so she wanted to block it directly. Just before she blocked it, the strange number sent a text message. After reading the first sentence of the text message, the 4 people were so excited that they almost fell down. They kept awake by pinching each other's philtrum. Xiaoya even started to confess immediately, I am guilty. I was really infuriating just now. I actually rejected Teacher Wei's call. Ah, this is Teacher Wei. How could I do such an excessive thing? Will Teacher Wei be angry? I have to apologize, right? The other 3 people were focused on the content of Teacher Wei's text message. It was another round of excitement. They almost pinched their philtrum until it bled, but they didn't faint. Xiaoqin said with a surge of emotion, did Teacher Wei's text message say that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua were really selected, and they also recommended Yu Mingchen to Teacher Wei? Doesn't that mean that if Captain Yu can get out smoothly, he can appear in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room? I was too nervous. I really didn't expect to be contacted directly by Teacher Wei. I originally thought that it was a surprise to see Teacher Ming and Brother Hua in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Now it means that we may also see Captain Yu in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room? You say, can I ask Captain Yu to ask Teacher Wei to write an autograph for me? This was said by Xiangjin. Ling Quan said blankly, I think I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Our captain has participated in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Ah, we must let Yu Mingchen quietly tell us, is Teacher Wei really beautiful, compared with Teacher Xiao Wei? I really don't agree. I think Teacher Wei must be prettier than Teacher Xiao Wei. After several people expressed their own ideas, Xiaoya remembered that she had to reply to Teacher Wei. When she just thought about the words reply to Teacher Wei in her heart would inexplicably ripple. This is really reality, not a dream. They can actually talk to Teacher Wei. When she thought of this, her mind began to feel dizzy again. Xiaoya really understood that some people fainted after seeing their idols, because if she hadn't become a player and her physical fitness had been greatly improved, she really couldn't guarantee that she could stay awake. So, without thinking too much, Xiaoya clicked the call back button with her shaking hands. After the call was connected, the four people heard the beeping sound, and they seemed to be choked. Their minds were in a mess, but they were all entangled in how to talk to Teacher Wei later. What should they say to Teacher Wei? There were too many things to say, but they had no idea at all. It was this kind of entanglement that caused no one to speak after the call was connected. Because they hadn't thought about what to say at all, the more anxious they were to find a topic they wanted to talk about, the more speechless they were, and the more speechless they were, the more anxious they were. Teacher Wei was waiting on the other end of the phone, and they should take the initiative to speak. So when they were anxious, Wei Han took the initiative to break the silence. After hearing Teacher Wei's greeting, and that he was asking Xiaoya, the other three were distracted for a moment, and frantically hinted to Xiaoya to hurry up and reply, so as not to keep Teacher Wei waiting. Xiaoya felt that she could hardly speak, and several friends urged her with their eyes and body movements. She stuttered and replied, "Hello, I am Xiaoya. I have been listening. Teacher Wei, I have always liked you." After saying this, Xiaoya's head was almost smoking, and the whole person was in a dizzy state. After saying this, Xiaoya looked to the side, suddenly slapped her cheek, and said apologetically, "Well, Teacher Wei, I am really sorry. I actually have 3 friends here. They are all listening to this call together, but they actually have no bad intentions. They are also your fans. We all like you very much. I will turn off the hand-free immediately. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done it without your consent." Xiaoya was only halfway through her words when she suddenly heard a chuckle. This chuckle was like a soft feather, gently scratching their hearts, giving them a tingling feeling. Several people blinked their eyes suddenly and covered their hearts in unison. When they looked at each other awkwardly, they saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Their hearts seemed to be about to jump out. Then, several people heard the graceful female voice saying with a little briskness, "Thank you very much for liking me. In fact, I knew from the beginning how many people you had there. Because I heard the breathing. So it doesn't matter. I would rather say that I hope you are with your teammates." The 4 people were intoxicated by Teacher Wei's voice. When they heard Teacher Wei's words, they were moved to tears. It was indeed Teacher Wei, with a very good temper and giving people agility like a spring breeze. Xiaoqing immediately took the lead in expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Teacher Wei, my name is Xiaoqing. I have always liked you since your Minesweeper live broadcast. Thank you. Teacher Wei, if you have any questions for us, we will answer them without hesitation." Xiangjun was too embarrassed to give his name. Ling Quan followed Xiangjun and agreed, "Yes, Teacher Wei, do you want to find out about Yu Mingchen? He told us that if you contact us, we must tell you everything about him." Teacher Wei patiently waited for them to finish speaking one by one, and finally asked with a little doubt, "Hello, I got your contact information from a player named Teacher Ming. What I learned from Teacher Ming is that after she and you separated in the dungeon, she met Yu Mingchen." She paused. "When Yu Mingchen met her, he did not reunite with you. Is it because Yu Mingchen met you later when he was on the road? That's why you received his explanation?" Wei Han pretended to be confused and made some guesses in an ignorant tone, just to know whether Yu Mingchen and Xiaoya met each other later. It seems that even if they were originally a team, they were separated on the road, resulting in different progress stages, and they could no longer continue to travel together. Xiaoya and others were also listening to Teacher Wei's words very patiently at this time, and then Xiaoqing came forward to explain, "Hello, Teacher Wei, I will explain the point you mentioned. Your guess is indeed correct. We met Team Yu in the dungeon of this portal maze a few days ago. At that time, Team Yu was already in the 10 choice stage of the exit route, and our progress was different from his, so we couldn't travel together. Team leader Yu explained to us about Teacher Ming and told us that he might be contacted by Teacher Wei, asking us to be prepared, etc. Haha, but when we heard him, we actually couldn't believe it. Because he was facing Teacher Wei, Xiaoqing became less serious and solemn than usual. Team leader Yu told us that if you contact us, let us tell you that he will definitely go out before the live broadcast starts. Please rest assured. At that time, he will take the initiative to contact you." In fact, when Teacher Wei contacted them, they already knew that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua would definitely go on the live broadcast, but they still couldn't help but want to get a definite answer. After Xiaoqing finished her explanation and received Teacher Wei's reply, Xiaoya hesitated for 2 seconds, but couldn't help asking, "Well, Teacher Wei, can we ask, will Teacher Ming and Brother Hua participate in your live broadcast?" Those two are also very good players. I think they are really suitable for your live broadcast room. Teacher Wei asked with some helplessness. If they don't participate, how can I contact your partners? However, I say it in advance. If Yu Mingchen doesn't come out in time, I won't wait for him. I hope you can forgive me. Xiaoya quickly replied, that's for sure. I definitely can't let you wait for him. This is a very normal thing. We should apologize. Yes, Teacher Wei, many netizens are also concerned about whether Teacher Ming and Brother Hua will participate in the live broadcast. Can we tell netizens about this news? Or should we keep it secret? Xiaoya took the time to ask the question she wanted to ask. No need to keep it secret. If it's something that needs to be kept secret, I will tell you. Anyway, the live broadcast is about to start, so it's okay to release some news. Wei Han thought about it, and asked, as if he wanted to chat, have all four of you come out of the dungeon? I heard from Teacher Ming that Yu Mingchen is the strongest among you. You can come out of the dungeon before him, so you are quite strong. After hearing Teacher Wei's question, everyone realized that Teacher Wei had misunderstood their current situation. Xiaoya was afraid of being misunderstood, so she hurriedly explained, no, we haven't come out of the dungeon yet. We still have 2 or 3 choices, right? At our speed, we may not be able to come out earlier than Yu Mingchen. The main thing is that Yu Mingchen's route seems to be very long. This has nothing to do with strength. In fact, in this dungeon, luck also has a great influence. After getting the explanation, Wei Han understood. It seems that no one in this large group has successfully opened the dungeon. After understanding what you want to know, we can't talk more. Wei Han quickly ended and said the closing words, I see. I see. Then I hope you have a smooth journey. I still need to contact other players here. Thank you for answering the call. Then I won't bother you anymore. The call with Teacher Wei was about to end. The 4 of them were reluctant to leave, but Teacher Wei still had things to do, and they had to work hard to finish the rest of the journey. Thinking of the encouragement given by Teacher Wei, Xiaoya was only depressed for 2 seconds, and then she was full of energy again. Okay, thank you, Teacher Wei. With your encouragement, I will definitely work hard. Yes, Teacher Wei, we will definitely try our best to leave this copy before your live broadcast starts. Teacher Wei, keep up the live broadcast. Teacher Wei, we all love you. Be sure to be happy. After the 4 of them finished speaking, they were reluctant to hang up the phone and waited for Teacher Wei to end the call. Wei Han actually didn't have the habit of hanging up the phone first. Out of politeness, she usually waited for the other party to hang up first. But she waited for a while, and the call was still silent. She could probably guess that the 4 people didn't want to hang up the phone. But she really had to hurry up to contact the couple mentioned by Shirley, so she had to hang up the call. Seeing the call on the screen change to call ended, the 4 of them slung their shoulders and sighed at the same time. It really feels like a dream. Xiaoya sighed, holding her face. This live broadcast will definitely be exciting. Teacher Ming and Brother Hua will participate. If Team Yu can catch up, Team Yu will also participate. Who else will be there? I wonder how Shir and the others are doing recently. We should be able to see them on the live broadcast, right? Although they all like Teacher Wei, it does not mean that they do not pay attention to the players in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. Xiaoqing likes Li Shi and Xiaoning very much. Xiangjun was impressed by Tan Ming. I wonder if Brother Tan will still participate in the live broadcast. Alas, I think we can ask more questions, but think about it. If there are too many questions, it will annoy Teacher Wei, right? In fact, I really want to know what time the broadcast will start. Ling Quan fiddled with his mobile phone and wanted to set an alarm. The call with Teacher Wei had ended, but the 4 people were still immersed in it and could not come back to their senses for a long time. They were now in a break, recalling their conversation with Teacher Wei. They couldn't control their desire to share and wanted to go to the forum to let everyone know that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua would be on Teacher Wei's live broadcast. So, just after Wei Han finished talking to the 4-member team, Xiaoya and others' posts immediately set off a huge wave in the player forum. Breaking news. Teacher Ming and Brother Hua will participate in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. The forum was immediately in an uproar, and the news was spreading rapidly from the forum to other platforms. Wei Han had no idea about this. After hanging up the phone, he was busy contacting the couple. Considering that the man was more talkative and the woman was more silent in the couple, Wei Han considered it and chose to contact Jiang Jiang and let Rongqi make the call. Rongqi didn't quite understand this. Wei Han explained, although I don't seem to understand love and love. But the male and female players are lovers after all. As a person of the opposite sex, if I contact the male, it seems that the female player may be concerned. In short, if you are not single, you should be more careful, right? After listening to Wei Han's explanation, Rongqi's expression was like seeing the sun rise from the west. I never thought that Wei Han would think about this kind of question. The contact with Jiang was relatively smooth. The call was answered quickly. When Rongqi introduced himself, he said, "Hello, my name is Ding Lu, and I am Teacher Wei's assistant." Jiang's very cheerful voice came from the phone. Just by listening to his voice, you can imagine that he is a sunny and cheerful person. "Hey, you actually contacted us." "Ha, I thought Li Shi and the others were joking." Teacher Wei is a very famous follow-up photographer. Recently, I can always see Teacher Wei's fans looking forward to Teacher Wei's live broadcast tomorrow. "Aluo, did you hear it? It's Teacher Wei." "It's great, but participating in Teacher Wei's live broadcast is still quite stressful." "Aluo, do you still want to participate? Teacher Wei may enter a very difficult dungeon." Everyone on the internet said that Teacher Wei will refresh the highest difficulty dungeon. On the other end of the phone, Jiang seemed to be chatting with his girlfriend Meng Luo. Meng Luo was indeed as taciturn as Shirley said. Jiang said a lot, but Wei Han and Rongqi could only hear a vague hum. They didn't even know what she was saying. But soon they heard Jiang's happy reply. "Aluo agreed, we are looking forward to participating in Teacher Wei's live broadcast. If Teacher Wei wants to enter the S-level Deep Blue Dungeon, we will also accept the challenge. Then may I ask, when and where do we meet?" Rongqi looked at Wei Han, and let Wei Han make the decision. Wei Han sent him a voice message. "You let them say a location, and we will drive to pick them up. We will tell them when we arrive." Rongqi made an okay gesture to her, and told Jiang directly. Jiang accepted it happily. "Okay, then I will text you the location later." "Oh, thank you for bothering to pick us up." "Don't worry, we will be ready." "Aluo, are you looking forward to it?" What did you see?" "Hey, Teacher Wei actually successfully invited Teacher Ming and Brother Hua." "Oh my god, Aluo, we are so happy. It's Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. What a lineup." Jiang shouted excitedly. Judging from what the other party said, Jiang probably saw the news his girlfriend was watching, and then learned that Hua Dege and Teacher Ming were also participating in the live broadcast. When Teacher Wei's assistant contacted them, they didn't know that Teacher Ming and Hua Dege were so excited to participate in the live broadcast. It can also be roughly guessed that this couple is a fan of Teacher Ming and Hua Dege, and they probably have a passerby's good impression of Teacher Wei. Of course, there is no point in distinguishing these. Anyway, they are all Wei Han's vests. After the call with Jiang ended, the next step was to make some preparations before the live broadcast. After waiting for Wei Han to make a protective shield in the range of this lake, Rongqi had the opportunity to tell the problem he had just discovered. "Wei Han, we have to go shopping. We and all the vests have to use new mobile phones, otherwise the flaws will be found out. There are also some other things. We must treat each vest as a normal person and prepare various supplies." Wei Han almost forgot about this question. Rongqi made a lot of sense. To act out a full set of scenes, several avatars appeared together, so they had to be well prepared. So they had to change their clothes and do a big purchase, buying daily necessities that matched their settings for each avatar. Worried that the money was not enough, Wei Han also took out some of the money from selling the guide. In fact, it didn't cost that much money, and Wei Han was really worrying too much. It took an afternoon to purchase, and then some miscellaneous things were done. After that, it was enough sleep to prepare for the live broadcast, and the day passed like this. Wei Han and Rongqi set off early in the morning on the first day. They had to pick up Jiang and Meng Luo first. Of course, on the way to pick them up, they also prepared their clones. In the spacious floating car, the current personnel are Teacher Wei, Wei, Teacher Ming, Teacher Xiaowei, Teacher Xiaoting and Brother Hua. That is to say, Wei Han has one main body plus one normal split avatar, and two nesting doll split avatars, while Rongqi has one main body plus one normal split avatar, among which Brother Hua is Rongqi's main body. The location given by Jiang and Meng Luo is not far away, and it can be reached in 1 hour by driving a hover car. I don't know if Jiang and Meng Luo have concerns or for some other reason, the location they gave is not actually their address, but a deserted suburb. When the sun just rose, Wei Han and Rongqi arrived at the agreed location, and they had already seen the two people waiting below in the car. Jiang is tall, with a smiling lip, wearing loose casual clothes, and looks like a handsome sporty guy. Meng Luo was also very eye-catching, a tall beauty, standing expressionlessly beside Jiang, looking a little cold. They had seen the car coming a long time ago, and Jiang had already waved and greeted them enthusiastically before they landed. After Rongqi parked the car, they also took the initiative to walk to the car door. Rongqi asked Wei Han for consent and opened the car door. Although Jiang and Meng Lu did not show much emotion on the surface, they were actually a little expectant and nervous in their hearts. However, they made some psychological adjustments and thought that no matter what they would see after opening the car door, they would not lose their composure. Anyway, it is said that Teacher Wei looks ordinary, otherwise why would he not dare to appear on camera? They also knew who would be in the car. They already knew that Teacher Ming and Brother Hua existed, and there was no other suspense. However, when the car door opened and the situation in the car was clear, they were still stunned. They didn't know what Teacher Wei looked like, but they knew Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding, and they could guess who was Teacher Ming and Brother Hua based on netizens' descriptions of Teacher Ming and Brother Hua. So they knew that in addition to Teacher Ming and Brother Hua, Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding were actually invited to the live broadcast. Isn't this lineup a bit too amazing? And by the process of elimination, after eliminating the others, one of the two women who looked the same should be the legendary Teacher Wei, right? Isn't this unbelievably beautiful?